Upon waking, 3 billion people across the globe had traversed to the myriad realms battlefield, becoming apprentice lords struggling to survive. At the start, one was given only a dilapidated thatched hut, 10 sallow and emaciated villagers, scarce resources and danger lurking on all sides. While other lords were still fighting desperately over a single piece of bread, Shien gazed at his newly awakened SS-grade talent, the daily lottery system, and fell into deep contemplation. Cold and hard. Those were Shien's first sensations as his consciousness returned. He snapped his eyes open and discovered that he was not lying on the familiar bed in his apartment, but instead was sprawled on a strange barren wasteland. The sky was an eerie dark purple. 2 moons of unequal size hung high overhead, spilling down a chill pale radiance. All around grew knee-high nameless withered yellow weeds, and in the distance the vague silhouettes of undulating mountains could be discerned. The air was almost excessively fresh, carrying the primal scent of soil and wild vegetation, yet it made Shien's heart instantly sink to the bottom. This is not Earth. Memories surged back like a tidal wave. He clearly recalled that just last night he had been staying up late drafting the municipal blueprint for a large new district. As a planner of some renown in the industry, he had long grown used to such high-intensity work. Yet after drifting into sleep from sheer exhaustion, he had awakened to a world like this. At that moment, a vast emotionless voice seemed to resound directly within his mind, echoing across heaven and earth: announcement, the era of myriad realms lords has begun. Welcome, fortunate ones, to the myriad realms battlefield. You are all elites drawn from different worlds, and now you have become apprentice village chiefs. This is both an opportunity and a challenge. Initial allocation has been issued. Village Administrative Center damaged 1. Initial villagers 30. Novice Lords Gift Pack 1. Core objective: survive, develop, expand. Establish a village, upgrade to a town, forge a city, open up a kingdom, and cast an unrivaled empire. The final overlord shall gain the chance to glimpse the mysteries of the myriad realms and even return to their homeland. Warning: the myriad realms battlefield is a place where the weak are prey to the strong and dangers lurk everywhere. Awaken your talents and develop your territories as quickly as possible. After a 1-month protection period, the true trial will commence. Lord attribute panels are now open. Talent awakening ceremonies will begin shortly. All lords, please locate and enter your respective village administrative centers. The barrage of information made Shien's head throb, yet his strong mental fortitude and logical mind quickly came into play. Forcing himself to calm down, he rapidly digested the astonishing messages. Global traversal. An era of lords. A myriad realms battlefield. He looked around, and sure enough, not far behind him he spotted a tiny, extremely crude yard enclosed by crooked wooden fences. In the center of the yard stood a thatched hut that looked ready to collapse at any moment. A blurred plaque hung over the doorway, and it seemed to read Village Administrative Center. Inside and outside the yard, 30 people in tattered clothing were gathered, some sitting, some standing. There were men and women, the old and the young. Their eyes were vacant, filled with fear of the unknown. These were the 30 initial villagers allocated by the system. They all appeared to be ordinary natives. Over 100 billion people, mostly young and able-bodied, such a terrifying operation. Shien drew in a deep breath, suppressing the shock in his heart. He noticed an ancient metal bracelet had appeared on his wrist. As he focused his thoughts upon it, a translucent attribute panel instantly unfolded. Lord Shien. Territory unnamed, village level 1. Location unknown, region protection period 29 days 23 hours 58 minutes. Title none. Talent not awakened. Attribute: strength 7, agility 8, constitution 6, spirit 12, average for an adult male is 10. Skills none. Equipment: coarse cloth garments. Resources: wood 100 units, stone 100 units, food 100 units. Buildings: village administrative center damaged 1. Population 30100. His spirit attribute was slightly higher, perhaps due to years of intense mental work. The rest were merely average. Shien swiftly assessed the situation. I must act immediately. The instincts he had honed in his previous life as a top-tier strategy game player and planner were instantly awakened. He knew that in such an utterly unfamiliar environment the first steps were critical. Fall behind once and he might lag behind at every turn. Striding toward the damaged village administrative center, he spoke in a deep voice to the panicked villagers. Everyone remain calm. Stay in the yard and do not wander around. His voice carried a kind of imperturbable calm that brooked no doubt, and it inexplicably eased the turmoil of the crowd. Several young able-bodied men unconsciously straightened their backs and looked toward Shien. Stepping into the low village administrative center, he found the interior cramped, containing only a rough wooden table and a single chair. The moment Shien crossed the threshold, the vast voice rang out once more. Lord Shien detected entering the village administrative center. Awakening conditions met. Commencing talent awakening ceremony. A gentle yet dazzling white light descended from above, completely enveloping Shien. He felt a warm current surge into his limbs and bones, finally converging between his brows. It was as if countless stars were being born and extinguished within his mind, strange symbols and visions flashing past at incredible speed. The process lasted for roughly 10 seconds. When the white light dispersed, the prompt tone grew. Exhilarated talent awakening successful. Congratulations Lord Lin Shien on obtaining an SS grade talent lottery. SS grade. Even with Lin Xian's steadfast will, he could not help his heart racing at that moment. According to the earlier information, SS grade was the highest tier, a unique god-level talent. He immediately glanced at his attribute panel where the talent section had already been updated. Talent lottery SS grade. Effect: you gain 1 lottery draw per day, able to randomly obtain an item from the myriad realms. Item grade range grade to SS grade. Current available uses 1. Note: divine favor is as vast as the sea and equally unfathomable. It might be a worthless scrap of iron, or it might be a universe-shaking divine artifact. 1 draw a day, the moment to witness the whims of fate. A daily chance at a random item from the myriad realms. From the lowest to the highest. The potential of this talent was simply limitless. Though riddled with uncertainty, it was precisely that uncertainty that signified infinite possibility. Whether for quickly building an early advantage or later acquiring strategic treasures, this talent could provide overwhelming support. Worthy indeed of being called a god-level talent. A god-level talent right at the start, this was undoubtedly the first ray of dawn in the darkness and his greatest capital for gaining a foothold on this myriad realms battlefield. He forcefully suppressed the urge to use his lottery draw immediately. It was not yet the right time. He needed to first establish a basic level of stability for his territory. However, just as he was about to leave the village administrative center to inspect the novice gift pack and assign tasks to the villagers, he suddenly felt a faint warmth bloom in his chest. Instinctively he reached toward it and touched an object. It was the ancestral jade he had worn before traversing, a seemingly ordinary ring-shaped jade pendant that had also followed him into this world. At this moment it was emitting a faint, barely perceptible warmth. This is... As Lin Xian clasped the ancient jade, an indescribable sense of blood-deep connection surged up within him, as though within the jade there slumbered a nascent world. Information regarding the world stone fragments and the inner heaven and earth had yet to unlock, but that strange sensation made him aware that this piece of ancient jade was anything but simple. 2 golden sheets. The corner of Lin Xian's mouth curved slightly as his gaze turned sharp and filled with anticipation. Myriad Realms battlefield, lords vying for supremacy, interesting. Let me Lin Xian meet the so-called prodigies of these myriad worlds. His gaze swept toward the anxious villagers outside the door and then beyond to the vast unknown wilderness. The grand undertaking of survival and development now formally began. Lin Xian forced down the surge of excitement brought by the awakening of his god-grade talent and the strange reaction of the ancient jade, fully aware that the most urgent task now was to stabilize his basic foundation. He took a deep breath of air laden with the scent of wild grass and strode out of the village administration center. The gazes of 30 villagers instantly converged on him, fearful, bewildered, yet carrying a faint glimmer of hope. They were natives dragged into this world by a mysterious power, and now Lin Xian was their only pillar of support. Lin Xian came to a halt, his gaze sweeping across the crowd. His voice was calm and resonant, carrying an unquestionable authority. I know you are terrified and confused. I like you have arrived in this strange world. But fear will not solve anything. From this moment on, this place is our home. My name is Lin Xian and I am your lord. He pointed to the village administration center behind him and the small courtyards around it, enclosed by simple wooden fences. Our task is to ensure that this home survives and grows ever stronger. I need the strength of every single one of you. The villagers were overawed by his presence and gradually quieted down. A young man who looked rather quick-witted, just over 20, braced himself and asked, "My lord, what should we do?" A good question. Lin Xian nodded. With a flick of his will, he opened the novice lord gift pack in his personal space. A crisp system chime rang out in his mind. Novice Lord Gift Pack opened. You have obtained Simple Dwelling Construction Blueprint 5 Crude Axe 10 Crude Hoe 10 Crude Sickle 10 Primary Resource Card Wood 500 Stone 500 Food 501 Summoning Order Random Civil or Military Officer 1. He used the resource card on the spot and the territory's reserves instantly rose to 600 wood, 600 stone and 600 food. It was still meager, but at least it eased the pressing crisis. Lin Xian swiftly issued orders displaying the efficiency of a seasoned urban planner. He pointed at the young man who had just spoken. What is your name? In answer to my lord, this humble one is called Zhaoda. Good Zhaoda. I appoint you temporary captain. Let 15 able-bodied men take the axes and go outside the fence to fell trees nearby. Do not stray too far, keep the village administration center within sight. Prioritize gathering wood. Yes, my lord. Feeling the weight of trust, Zhaoda straightened his back and hurriedly called for men to follow him. The rest of you women, elderly and the weak, are to clear the weeds inside the courtyards and level the ground. We will be building dwellings shortly. Everyone move quickly, but above all be careful. If you notice anything unusual, retreat inside the fence at once and raise a loud alarm. The orders were clear and the division of labor precise. It was as if the villagers had finally found their backbone. Though still uneasy, they now had a concrete goal and began to act accordingly. In an instant, a rudimentary vitality flowed through the territory. After settling these matters, Shien finally turned his attention back to his greatest trump card. SS grade talent, lottery. He silently intoned in his heart, use today's attempt. A colossal ornate virtual roulette will appear out of thin air, visible to him alone. The wheel was dazzling with color, divided into countless tiny segments, each marked with various icons and words, some vague, some distinct, from a rust-stained iron sword F to a divine artifact SSS exuding an aura of annihilation. It encompassed all things imaginable. At the center of the wheel, a golden pointer began to whirl madly. Shien's heartbeat quickened uncontrollably. In theory, he could draw anything at all, but the span from grade to SS grade was far too vast. What would this first draw bring? Would it be an opening divine artifact or a useless scrap of iron? The pointer's speed gradually dropped. It passed over a broken wooden stick in the F zone, over sour wild fruit in the E zone, over a rough leather armor in the D zone, slower and slower until it seemed about to stop on a slot in the C zone that resembled a bag of seeds. Shien frowned slightly. Grade seeds were useful but of limited help to their current predicament. At the very instant the pointer was about to halt, it seemed to be nudged by an invisible force. With extreme difficulty trembling, it edged past the dividing line between the C and B zones, then slowly yet resolutely slid into the B zone and finally stopped before a slot that emitted a faint golden glow. Ding! Congratulations, Lord Shien. Through the talent lottery you have obtained great item, Refugee Attraction Scroll 1. It was not F not C but grade. And it was neither weapon nor armor nor mere resources but a functional scroll. Shien immediately inspected its information. Refugee Attraction Scroll grade. Effect upon use for the next 24 hours, up to 100 unaligned refugees in the vicinity will be continuously attracted to come and join your territory. Refugee qualifications are random with a small chance for individuals possessing special skills to appear. Note: population is the cornerstone of any territory. This scroll can greatly alleviate the shortage of labor in the early stages of development. A fine item. A sharp gleam flickered in Shien's eyes. In the novice period, resources were important, but talent was the greatest resource of all. With only 30 initial villagers, what they could accomplish was far too limited. With 100 more refugees, the development speed of the territory would soar. And there was even a chance of special talents among them. It was undoubtedly timely aid in a snowstorm. As a great reward, it was fully worthy of his God-grade talent's debut. Without the slightest hesitation, he chose to use the scroll at once. Ding! You have used Refugee Attraction Scroll. The effect is now active. In the next 24 hours, refugees will be drawn to your territory one after another. An invisible ripple spread outward from the village administration center, expanding in all directions. After completing this, Shien turned his gaze to another crucial item from the novice gift pack, the summoning order. A random civil or military officer. This could very well become his first true right-hand man. Use summoning order. The archaic token in his hand transformed into a beam of white light that shot skyward, then formed a spinning gate of light in midair. A heavy battle-hardened aura seeped from the light gate. Immediately after, a steady, powerful voice with a metallic timbre resounded: the valiant Shien march forth to share the nation's trials. As the radiance dispersed, a middle-aged man clad in simple leather armor, a bronze sword at his waist, not tall but exceptionally upright and resolute, knelt on one knee and cupped his fists toward Shien. His features were firm, his gaze sharp as an eagle's, his entire being radiating iron-blooded discipline. This subject Any Sure Tang pays respects to my lord. I am willing to lay down my life in your service. In the Sure Tang. Shien's heart jolted. It was actually him. The Qin general Any Sure Tang. Perhaps not as thunderously renowned as Bai Qi or Wang Jian, yet still a commander of illustrious military merit. In history, he had first led troops against Han, capturing King of Han and annihilating the state, then later guarded Nanju and making great contributions to stabilizing Qin's newly conquered Chu territory. He was a versatile talent, both formidable in war and adept at governance. He was unquestionably a superb aid for early development. General Any Sure, please rise. Shien restrained his excitement and stepped forward to help him up. With your assistance, I will be like a tiger with wings. Right now everything lies in ruins. I urgently need your strength. I await my lord's commands. Any Sure Tang rose, swept his gaze over the crude territory and the busy villagers, showing not the slightest disdain. Instead, he immediately slipped into his role. My lord, our most pressing need is to secure our defenses and accumulate resources. From the lay of the land, we must quickly establish watchtowers to scout for enemy movements in the surrounding area. Professional. Lin Shien silently praised him. With any Asserting here, both military affairs and internal management suddenly weighed far less on his shoulders. The general is absolutely right. Lin Shien nodded, about to plan the details with any Asserting when Jade, who had led the logging team, ran back panting heavily. My lord. At the edge of that small grove to the east we found a small kobold camp. There are about 7 or 8 kobolds and they don't look very friendly. Kobolds. Lin Shien and any Asserting exchanged a glance. Danger, and also opportunity. These native creatures were a threat, but they also likely meant resource points and living experience packs. A spark of battle lust flashed in any Asserting's eyes. My lord, mere kobolds are nothing to fear. I request permission to lead men to annihilate them, both to drill the troops and to probe their strength. Lin Shien looked at the eager any Asserting, then felt the faint warmth from the ancient jade against his chest, as if stirred by the prospect of battle, and made up his mind. Very well, we'll do as the general says. Jade, choose 5 brave and meticulous young men and obey General any Asher's commands. Remember, all actions are to follow orders, safety above all else. Yes. Any Asserting cupped his fists to accept the command, his eyes gleaming with the sharp light of a veteran of 100 battles. The early development of the territory was progressing faster than Lin Shien had imagined. He had drawn population from the lottery, summoned a famed general, and now the first battle was about to begin. Standing before the village administration center, Lin Shien watched any Asserting's departing figure, a rising heroic fervor surging in his chest. On this path of Lord of the Myriad Worlds he was destined to carve out a brilliance unlike any other. Asserting was indeed a veteran of the battlefield, his actions swift and decisive. He did not simply send the 5 young men chosen by Jade to charge in with crude axes, but first briefly taught them how to utilize the terrain, how to cooperate with one another, and even crafted a few rudimentary spears from resilient vines and sharpened sticks. Remember, your advantages lie in wisdom and collaboration, not brute strength. Asserting's voice was deep and filled with authority. When I give the command, I will draw attention from the front while you flank from the sides and target their lower bodies first. This simple tactical arrangement eased the tension of the initially nervous young men, their gazes towards Asserting filled with trust. Lin Shien stood at the gate watching this small army disappear into the shadows of the eastern woods. He touched the ancient jade at his chest, still warm, feeling little concern in his heart. Dealing with 7 or 8 scattered goblins should pose no problem for Asserting's capabilities. He turned back to the village administrative center, wasting no time in waiting. Instead, he focused his mind and began to sketch out the preliminary blueprint for the territory. As a top municipal planner, his brain was the most powerful tool. Concentrating on the territory management interface of the Lord's Ring, a miniature 3-dimensional map centered on the village administrative center emerged. The fenced area is too small and must be expanded as soon as possible. First, we need enough housing to stabilize the populace. 5 simple housing blueprints, each accommodating 10 people, should be prioritized for construction to house the current villagers and the incoming refugees. Water sources are vital. There is a small stream nearby that needs a planned water intake route and basic defenses. The farmland must be located in the downwind area close to the water source. The workshop area, such as the future blacksmith shop and carpenter's workshop, should be near resource points but not affect the residential area. The barracks and watchtower positions must guard key points with a clear line of sight. His fingers swiftly traced the virtual map, arranging the architectural shadows reasonably, with the road networks and functional zones taking initial shape. Such capabilities for global planning and resource optimization were what set him apart from other lords. A scientifically sound layout of the territory would save a tremendous amount of resources and time in the long run, enhancing development efficiency. Just as Lin Shien was immersed in planning, a faint commotion arose outside. He stepped out of the village administrative center to see several women pointing towards the territory's fence. Not far away on the wasteland, a dozen figures were approaching. They were ragged, gaunt, and stumbled, yet their eyes were fixed on Lin Shien's village administrative center, filled with a desperate hope. They've come. The refugee attraction scroll has taken effect. Lin Shien felt a surge of excitement. He immediately arranged for villagers responsible for internal cleanup to welcome these refugees, distributing small amounts of food and water while informing them of the local rules. This first batch of refugees numbered around 15 or 16, mostly ordinary farmers and artisans. Though their faces were pale upon seeing a lord in order, they expressed their gratitude and eagerness to stay. The population had suddenly increased by nearly half. The issue of labor shortage was alleviated to some extent. Lin Shien quickly adjusted his plan, having those among the new refugees who were physically capable join Zhaoda's lumber team or receive guidance from a few of Asserting's elderly and weaker men to begin constructing simple houses according to the blueprints. The territory visibly became bustling and full of life. Just then, a series of short shouts and strange screams came from the eastern woods, quickly fading into silence. Before long, Asserting returned with the 5 young men, each face flushed with excitement and a hint of bloodlust. They were not only unscathed but had also dragged back 3 grotesque goblin corpses along with some crude bone clubs and a small quantity of shiny minerals. "My lord, we have fulfilled our duty," Neishi Tang reported with cupped fists, his tone calm. "There were 9 goblins in total at the camp, all of whom have been eliminated. None of our side were injured. We discovered a small patch of poor quality iron ore in their lair which seems limited in quantity but sufficient to resolve our initial iron supply needs. A great victory. No casualties, and we also discovered a resource point." Lin Shien felt overjoyed and patted Neishi Tang's shoulder, saying, "You worked hard, General. This battle has enhanced the prestige of our territory with outstanding contributions. All participants will receive double food rations tonight." "Thank you, my lord." The 5 young men were flushed with excitement, their first victory greatly boosting their morale and sense of belonging. "Ding! Your subordinates have successfully cleared a small monster camp and you have gained a small amount of experience points. The territory's reputation has slightly increased. Ding! Resource point discovered. Small poor quality iron ore vein villagers can be sent to mine." The prompt sound rang out just in time. Lin Shien immediately ordered the goblin corpses to be dragged far away for burial to avoid attracting disease or scavengers. Then he assigned 2 seemingly clever refugees led by an experienced old villager to go check the situation at the iron ore vein and assess the difficulty of mining. Neishi Tang then began to carry out simple military organization and training for the existing young men. Having experienced real combat, these villagers were no longer mere farmers, they had the potential to become competent soldiers. As the first simple houses took shape through the efforts of several villagers, the second and third batches of refugees began to arrive one after another. By sunset, the total population of the territory had surpassed 80. Although management pressure had suddenly increased, the available labor force had also grown significantly. Lin Shien stood in the center of the now-sized village watching the wisps of smoke rise as the villagers used simple stone stoves to cook, listening to the sounds of construction, and Neishi Tang commanding the training teams, feeling a sense of accomplishment. On the first day of the game, he successfully awakened a divine-level talent, gained precious population and talents, eliminated the recent threats, discovered resource points, and the territory was beginning to take shape. However, he did not let the initial smoothness cloud his judgment. He looked up at the dark purple sky where 2 moons emitted a cold light. A 1-month protection period. A wave of minor beast tides every 5 days. Lin Shien murmured, "The real challenges have only just begun. I must upgrade the village administrative center as soon as possible and establish stronger defensive structures." He glanced at his talent panel where the number of lottery attempts had reset, showing as 1. "I wonder what surprises tomorrow will bring me." As the night deepened, the first day of the Battle of the Worlds quietly passed in the small territory on this wasteland lit by flickering lights. Unbeknownst to Lin Shien, in a distant chat channel separated by 3 billion lords, various complaints, cries for help, and sporadic displays of prowess had filled the space, creating chaos. In contrast, his start was as smooth as a dream. As night faded away, the battlefield of myriad realms welcomed its second day. The dark purple sky appeared slightly gray under the daylight, yet the light was abundant. Lin Shien had awakened early. The first thing he did was to immerse his consciousness into the Lord's Ring. Sure enough, the number of times for the talent lottery had refreshed to a bright 1. Use lottery. The magnificent wheel of the myriad realms reappeared and the pointer spun rapidly. With the first great reward as a foundation, Lin Xian's mindset stabilized significantly, yet anticipation remained. The pointer glided past various bizarre patterns before finally slowing down on a square emitting a faint blue glow. Ding! Congratulations, Lord Lin Shien, through the talent lottery you have obtained a great item, Eye of the Architect special item. A grade. Even higher than yesterday's reward. Lin Shien was overjoyed and immediately checked. Eye of the Architect, a grade type special auxiliary item, can be fused. Effect: after fusion, the Lord can gain the abilities of precise construction and insight into weaknesses. Precise construction when planning territory or constructing buildings. Optimal solution hints can be obtained, significantly reducing resource waste and enhancing construction efficiency and quality. Within the visible range, precise measurements and structural analyses can be conducted. Insight into weaknesses, weak points and energy flow nodes of buildings, defensive structures, and even certain natural formations can be observed. Note: this is the wisdom crystallization from a certain advanced engineering civilization, a divine tool for planners and builders. This is simply tailor-made for me. Lin Shien was overjoyed. Although this Eye of the Architect was not a direct combat-enhancing artifact for him as a city planner, its value even surpassed that of some scraped battle treasures. Fuse. He concentrated, and the eye, resembling a blue crystal, transformed into a stream of light and merged into his brow. A cool sensation surged into his eyes and brain. When he looked towards the outside world again, it felt completely different. His gaze swept over the second rudimentary house under construction, and he immediately spotted several support structures that could be optimized, saving at least 10 of wood while making the building more stable. Looking at the distant fence, weak points and some connections became clearly visible. Even gazing at the sky and the earth, he could vaguely sense the weak flow of energy. Incredible. Lin Shien took a deep breath, forcefully suppressing the urge to dive straight into planning optimizations. This ability would elevate the development speed of his territory several levels. He stepped out of the village administrative center, and Neishi Tang had already organized the young adults for morning exercises. The effect of the refugee attraction scroll seemed to still be ongoing, as several groups of people had arrived in the morning, officially bringing the total population of the territory to over 90, nearing the population cap of a village level 100 people. My lord, Neishi Tang approached, his brow slightly furrowed. While the increase in population is a good thing, food consumption has accelerated. Our initial food supplies, even with the small beasts hunted yesterday, will only last 3 days. Moreover, with such mixed personnel, clearer regulations are needed for management. Lin Shien nodded. The issues raised by Neishi Tang were all critical. After acquiring the Eye of the Architect, he was more sensitive to resources and had already realized this point. Your concerns are indeed valid, Lin Shien said solemnly. Food is the primary issue. I have a plan. First, organize a hunting team led by you to explore hunting in a farther but relatively safe direction. Second, cultivate farmland. I have observed that there is a relatively fertile piece of land downstream of the creek. Today we will arrange for staff to prioritize its cultivation. We have a small amount of seeds brought by the refugees, and we must become self-sufficient as soon as possible. As for management, Lin Xian's gaze swept over the busy crowd. Establish rules with clear rewards and punishments. Zhao De performed well yesterday. Promote him to security captain, responsible for maintaining daily order. You will be responsible for military training and external defense. The internal affairs will temporarily be handled directly by me. My lord is wise. Neishi Tang clasped his fists, admiring Lin Xian's decisive strategies. At that moment, the lord's ring on Lin Xian's wrist vibrated slightly, popping up a message notice. You can choose to activate the regional chat channel, area code 114514, to communicate with other lords in the same area. Would you like to activate it? Regional channel. It has finally arrived. Lin Xian's heart stirred. This was an important window to understand external information. Activate. A virtual light screen interface unfolded in his consciousness, and countless messages rapidly scrolled by. Help! A group of goblins has spawned next to my village. Who can help me? I will trade resources. Haha, I drew the grade talent brute force. 1 punch kills a wild boar. Food is no longer a worry. Is there a kind person who can give me some food? My villagers are almost starving. I will trade for a worn fishing net blueprint. Does anyone know how to upgrade the village administrative center? What are the requirements? It's over. One of my villagers was bitten by a venomous snake, and there's no medicine. He's not going to make it. Selling 10 units of wood in exchange for 5 units of food. Private deals. Shocking. There's a fierce person in the next area who reportedly drew this grade talent thunder control at the start and has already taken on a small centaur camp. I'm so envious. I only have a grade talent night vision. What use is that for seeing clearly at night? The information was chaotic, filled with panic, boasting pleas for help and trading. Lin Xian quickly browsed through, capturing useful information. He noted that the vast majority of lords were still struggling for basic survival, with monster threats, food shortages, and resource scarcity being the mainstream issues. Very few had a smooth start like him. Those who occasionally appeared with grade or a grade talents had already become prominent figures in the channel. Grade talents were regarded as legends. He also saw the trading function, which allowed for anonymous or Lord ID-based material exchanges. It seems my development speed has already far surpassed the average line. Lin Xian felt reassured. He had no intention of speaking in the channel. Standing out would only attract envy before he had enough self-defense capability. Low-key development was the way to go. However, the trading function could perhaps be utilized. He was in urgent need of food, but wood and stone were relatively abundant thanks to efficient gathering and planning with the Eye of the Architect. He quietly posted a trade request, exchanging 20 units of wood for 10 units of food. This ratio was a bit of a loss at this stage, but to stabilize the food crisis it was worth it. Closing the channel, Lin Xian began to utilize the abilities of the Eye of the Architect. He first replanned the layout of the houses, transforming chaos into orderly arrangements, reserving space for roads and future public facilities while optimizing the structure of individual houses, saving a significant amount of wood. Next, he personally marked out the farmland area using precise measurement to plan the most efficient layout of furrows and irrigation channels. Then he arrived at the fence, pointing out several structural weaknesses, directing the villagers to reinforce them. He even designed a few simple wooden barricades and traps based on the terrain, placing them in key positions outside the fence. Finally, he focused on a small low-quality iron vein. With the assistance of the Eye of the Architect, he quickly planned a safe collection path and indicated the easiest mining layer starting point. Under Lin Xian's command, the entire territory began to operate efficiently like a precise instrument with productivity doubling. Neishi Tang watched in awe as Lin Xian could point out various key issues with just a glance, gaining a new respect for his lord's abilities. In the evening, the hunting team led by Neishi Tang returned with several sizable beasts, temporarily alleviating the food pressure.
Meanwhile, Lin Xian's trade request successfully netted some food.
As night fell, Lin Xian stood in the center of the newly established village where 93 villagers had been mostly settled. He looked at the Lord's panel. Territory unnamed. Please name. Level village. Level 1 population 93100. Resources wood 415 stone 380 food 185 slowly consuming buildings. Village administrative center damaged 1 simple houses 2 under construction 3 upgrade requirements. Population reaches 100 wood 500 stone 500 food 300. The village administrative center is almost repaired. Just one last bit left. Tomorrow, as long as the refugees bring 7 more people and the resources are gathered, the village can be upgraded. And the 5-day protection period has already passed 2 days. There are 3 days left until the first wave of beast tide. Lin Xian felt the cool sensation brought by the eye of the architect on his brow and the warmth of the ancient jade in his pocket, his gaze resolute. Tomorrow the village will upgrade. Then prepare for the beast tide with all our might. On the third morning, as the first rays of light pierced through the dark purple clouds, Lin Xian stood before the village's administrative center, watching the last 7 weary yet hopeful refugees step into the territory's enclosure under Zhao Da's guidance. Ding! The population of the territory has reached 100, meeting the requirements for upgrade. Resource detection in progress. Wood 415500 stone 380500 food 185300. Insufficient resources, unable to upgrade. Indeed, it was still lacking a bit, mainly due to the shortfall in stone and food. Lin Xian was not surprised. Yesterday's efficient construction consumed a large amount of resources. General Neishi, today the hunting team will be expanded with the goal of obtaining enough meat for 2 days' consumption. Zhao Da, the logging team will continue, but half of the personnel should be assigned under your direct leadership to gather pebbles from the riverbank downstream. Lin Xian quickly issued the orders. Yes, my lord. The 2 accepted their commands and left. Lin Xian then turned his gaze towards the 3 rudimentary houses nearing completion. With the assistance of the architect's eye, he personally guided the villagers in the final touches, optimizing several connection points to make the buildings sturdier and more durable, even slightly improving their comfort. The rudimentary houses optimized have been completed, slightly improving the villagers' morale. When the 3rd house was completed, the wood and stone on hand were just enough due to the optimized construction combined with the harvest from the hunting and gathering teams returning at noon. The resources finally met the standards. Ding! Upgrade conditions met. Population 100100 wood 500500 stone 500500 food 300300. Village administrative center status ready for upgrade. Would you like to upgrade the territory to a level 2 village? Upgrade. With Lin Xian's confirmation, an invisible energy spread out from the village administrative center. The dilapidated thatched hut was enveloped in a gentle white light, visibly becoming sturdier and taller. Its materials transformed from straw and rotting wood into a solid structure of timber and stone with a neatly laid thatch or a similar special plant on the roof, finally resembling something proper. The rudimentary wooden fence surrounding the territory also extended and reinforced, simultaneously increasing in height and significantly enhancing its defensive capabilities. Congratulations to Lord Lin Xian, your territory has been promoted to a level 2 village. New buildings unlocked: basic warehouse, basic farmland, rudimentary barracks. Lord Lin Xian has gained a level increase, currently a level 2 lord with all attributes 1. As you are among the first 1000 lords in this area 114514, to promote to a level 2 village you receive a special reward: unique building blueprint, heroic spirit altar. A series of notification sounds rang out, especially the last one invigorating Lin Xian. Among the top 1000 in the area. And there's a unique building reward. He immediately checked the reward. Unique blueprint for heroic spirit altar. Construction requirements: 1000 units of wood, 800 units of stone, 10 soul crystals. Effect: a unique special building. Upon activation, it can consume specific resources and faith power to summon the spirits of heroes or units from history legend to fight for the territory. The summoned spirits can enhance their power and star rating through battles or special items. Initially, the summoned spirits are in a spiritual form and can gradually solidify as the altar's level increases. Explanation: gather beliefs, summon ancient heroes, forge an immortal legend. Note: soul crystals can be obtained with a chance by defeating powerful monsters or exploring ruins. Heroic spirit altar. Summon heroic spirits. Lin Xian's heart raced. This was simply the perfect support building tailored for him. Although initially in spirit form, its growth potential was immense. Moreover, uniqueness meant that in the entire area, or even possibly the entire Myriad Realms battlefield, only he owned this building. However, building it required soul crystals, a new material for which he currently had no source. But undoubtedly this was a powerful long-term goal. Next he checked the newly unlocked buildings. Basic warehouse increases resource storage limit, reduces natural resource loss.
Construction requires 300 units of wood and 200 units of stone. Basic farmland can be cultivated, increases food production. Construction requires 100 units of wood, 50 units of stone, and requires arable land.
Rudimentary barracks can train militia consuming food, and a small amount of equipment can promote qualified civilians to junior soldiers.
Construction requires 400 units of wood and 300 units of stone.
All of these are urgently needed buildings. The warehouse solves the resource storage problem. The farmland is a long-term plan, and the barracks are key to dealing with beast tides. Without hesitation, Lin Shien immediately used the architect's eye to select the most reasonable locations. Here build the basic warehouse.
Here cultivate the basic farmland. Over there near the fence entrance and slightly elevated construct the rudimentary barracks.
Resources were rapidly consumed again, but the functionality of the territory was visibly improving. The villagers saw the territory upgrade and new buildings rising, their morale boosted, and the villagers' support solidified.
After arranging the construction sequence, Lin Shien did not forget today's lottery.
Use lottery. The wheel spun, and this time the pointer landed on a green square.
Ding!
Congratulations to Lord Lin Shien. Through the talent lottery obtained crate item Quality Crop Seed Pack 1. Quality Crop Seed Pack crate contains a small number of high-yield disease-resistant potato and corn seeds.
Just right.
Lin Shien nodded in satisfaction.
Although it was only crate, it perfectly matched the current need for cultivating farmland, much more practical than an ordinary weapon. He immediately handed the seeds to the villagers responsible for cultivating the farmland. After completing these tasks, he opened the regional channel again to see if the announcement of upgrading to a level 2 village had attracted attention. The channel was still lively, but there was no discussion about his upgrade. It seems that the announcement for the first 1,000 upgrades might be regional but not broadcasted to the entire channel, or the information was quickly buried by the flood of messages. This suited Lin Shien's intentions.
He noticed that discussions about the beast tide were increasing, and many lords were filled with anxiety. In just over 2 days the first wave of beast tide will arrive, and my fence is still broken. What should I do?
Can anyone tell me the strength of the beast tide? My talent is great plant breeding, I can't fight. Is there anyone selling weapons?
I will trade all my stones.
Alliance. Are there any nearby lords who want to join? My coordinates are. Let's resist the beast tide together. Panic was spreading.
Lin Shien quietly closed the channel, feeling the pressure weighing heavier. He had to make full use of the 2 days ahead. In the afternoon, the basic warehouse and the first batch of basic farmland were completed first. The warehouse's appearance organized the resources neatly, reducing losses.
The farmland had already been sown with quality seeds, and under the careful care of an elderly farmer among the refugees, the tender green sprouts had begun to break through the soil, growing seemingly faster than normal, perhaps due to the special environment of the Myriad Realms battlefield or the quality of the seeds. The construction of the rudimentary barracks took longer, only completing by evening.
It was a much larger building than the houses, exuding a sense of solemnity. The moment the barracks were completed, Neishi Tang immediately entered. Soon the barracks echoed with his stern lectures and training sounds. Lin Shien, through his lord privileges, saw that the barracks interface could train militia consuming food in simple weapons. A rough wooden spear would suffice. Promoting to junior soldiers would require more resources and a decent set of leather armor and iron weapons, which he could not yet achieve. Neishi Tang selected 20 of the strongest and most determined young men from the current group and incorporated them into the barracks, beginning basic training in formation, defense, and stabbing. Though they were merely militia with unified training and command, their combat effectiveness was already worlds apart from the previous disorganized crowd. As night fell, Lin Shien checked the status of the territory. Unnamed level 2 village, population 100200, resources wood 85, stone 75, food 110, continuing to supplement through hunting. Buildings, village administrative center level 2 x1, rudimentary houses optimized x5, basic warehouse x1, basic farmland planted x3, rudimentary barracks x1. Defense reinforced wooden fence 5, simple wooden spikes and several traps. Military militia in training x20. Resources were once again running low, but the framework of the territory had already taken shape. With the barracks and initial defenses in place, Lin Shien felt a bit more confident in facing the impending beast tide. He named the territory Shien City. Taking the Shien character from his own name, symbolizing depth and mystery, it also resonated with his crossing and the secret of his talent. Standing at the window of the second floor of the village administrative center, which had been added after the upgrade, gazing at the militia training in the moonlight and listening to the faint sounds of snoring from the village, Lin Shien stroked the ancient jade on his chest. Shien City. The first step has been taken. Beast tide come. Let me see the first test of this myriad realms battlefield. The 2 days following the upgrade of the village were the busiest and most tense moments in the entire Shien city. Shien had nearly pushed the abilities of the architect's eye to their limits. He not only further optimized the structure of the fences but also reinforced keypoints with collected vines and hardwood, significantly enhancing their defensive strength beyond that of an ordinary level 2 village wooden wall. The traps he designed were no longer simple pits but combined wooden spikes and snares cleverly distributed within a 50-meter radius outside the fences. Tang devoted himself entirely to the barracks. Under his strict training, 20 militiamen had preliminarily mastered basic combat skills such as formation, thrusting, and blocking. Although they still fell far short of being elite, they at least obeyed orders, forming the rudiments of an army. Tang even utilized the beast tendons and tuft wood obtained from hunting to craft several rudimentary hunting bows, selecting 3 militiamen with sharp eyes and steady arms for urgent shooting training, thus establishing a preliminary ranged force. Food pressure still existed, but the hunting team made daily harvests, and with the crops in the fields thriving, they barely maintained a balance between income and expenditure. The population stabilized at 100 after the effect of the refugee attraction scroll ended, reaching the upper limit of a level 2 village. To upgrade again, the village needed to reach level 3, which required more resources and higher level buildings and was not a priority at the moment. On the afternoon of the 3rd day, which was also the 4th day of the protection period, less than 24 hours remained until the predicted beast tide would arrive. Shien conducted another lottery. The roulette spun and landed on a white square. Ding! Congratulations, Lord Shien, for obtaining inf grade item, a basket of fresh berries through the talent lottery. Inf grade reward, the lowest grade. A basket of berries that looked delicious but had no special effects. Shien smiled, not disappointed. The power of the SS grade talent lies in its infinite possibilities, but randomness itself contains the ups and downs of luck. He casually distributed the berries to the hard-working villagers, serving as a small encouragement. Thank you, Lord. The villagers gratefully accepted the berries, smiles appearing on their tired faces. Such small favors sometimes unite people's hearts better than strict orders. Night fell once more. The atmosphere in Shien City was noticeably different tonight. More torches were planted on the fences, illuminating the surroundings. 20 militiamen led by Tang split into 2 teams, taking turns patrolling and standing guard behind the fences. The remaining villagers were also required to stay indoors and not venture outside unless necessary. Shien and Tang stood on the 2nd floor of the upgraded village government center, gazing at the wilderness divided by firelight and darkness. Occasionally distant howls of wolves or the roars of unknown beasts echoed from the forest, causing unease. My lord, based on past experience, beast tides often come from the direction with the weakest defenses or the densest life energy. Tang said solemnly. To our east lies a forest, making it easy for beasts to hide. To the west the terrain is open but close to a water source, which could also be a direction of attack. I have deployed the main forces to the east and west sides, leaving 2 men on guard at the north and south. Shien nodded. Tang's arrangements were prudent. Using the architect's eye to peer into the darkness, although he could not see far, his faint perception of energy flow allowed him to vaguely sense that the aura of agitation in the direction of the eastern forest seemed a bit more intense. Focus defense on the east. Have the archers occupy the roof of the village government center. The view is best from there. Shien added. Yes. Time passed slowly in anxious waiting. When the 2 moons in the sky reached their zenith, marking the end of the 4th day of the protection period and the arrival of the 5th day. Announcement: the first wave of small beast tide will arrive in 10 seconds. Attention all lords, please prepare. Successfully fending off the beast tide will yield generous rewards based on performance. Failure means the destruction of your territory. 10, 9, 8. The grand countdown echoed in every lord's mind like a death knell. The militiamen gripped their wooden spears and rudimentary hunting bows tightly, their palms drenched in sweat. The villagers hid indoors, anxiously peering outside through the cracks. Shien took a deep breath, his gaze sharp. Tang unsheathed his bronze sword with a clang, the blade glinting coldly in the moonlight. 3, 2, 1. The beast tide comes. At the moment the countdown reached 0. Awu. Roar. From the eastern forest, countless bloodthirsty red lights suddenly lit up, followed by the distant roars of beasts and the sounds of galloping approaching like rolling thunder. The ground began to tremble slightly. Using the firelight, Shien saw clearly. Leading the charge were about 20 to 30 fearsome wolves, each the size of a calf, with gray-black fur and exposed fangs. They moved with incredible speed, their eyes gleaming with a cruel light. Following closely were a dozen forest goblins, standing upright, wielding rough wooden clubs and chattering loudly. At the back of the pack, 2 or 3 even larger giant wild boars covered in thick armor could be seen. Together they numbered around 50. This was undoubtedly a severe test. Archers, shoot freely, target the fearsome wolves. Tang calmly ordered. On the roof of the village government center, 3 temporary archers nervously drew their hunting bows. Whoosh! Whoosh! Whoosh!
3 bone arrows shot toward the wolf pack in a crooked manner.
One shot missed, another grazed the hind leg of a fearsome wolf, but only one arrow hit a fearsome wolf in the abdomen, causing it to yelp in pain and slow down. This minimal ranged harassment was almost insignificant to the massive beast horde.
Prepare for close combat. Spearmen, hold firm.
Neishi Tang shouted, personally standing at the forefront of the eastern fence's defense. Although the militiamen felt fear seeing their commander take the lead gave them courage, and they thrust their spears fiercely through the gaps in the fence.
Bang!
The beast tide slammed into the fence. The first few fearsome wolves were instantly pierced by the spears, letting out shrill cries. But the tremendous impact also caused the wooden fence to groan painfully, shaking violently. The goblins behind screeched, attempting to smash the fence with their wooden clubs or find gaps to squeeze through.
Steady! Stab!
Neishi Tang's sword flashed, precisely severing the head of a goblin trying to climb over the fence.
The battle instantly intensified.
The roars of beasts, the clash of weapons, the screams and shouts mixed together. Lin Shien stood atop the village government center, calmly observing the battle situation. He did not rashly join the frontline battle. His advantage lay in command and decisive action at critical moments. Activating the architect's eye, he quickly scanned the battlefield. Several reinforcements on the fence withstood the first wave of impact, but some ordinary connections had begun to show cracks.
More troubling was that 2 or 3 giant wild boars were lowering their heads, using their thick tusks to violently ram against the fence's base. General Neishi,
prioritize dealing with those wild boars. They will destroy the fence. Lin Shien immediately communicated telepathically, a simple mental connection between the Lord and their subordinate hero units.
Understood. Neishi Tang also noticed the threat.
He ordered the militiamen to hold firm against the attacks of the fearsome wolves and goblins, while he personally led 2 of the most elite militiamen to flank the wild boar's location. At that moment, alarms and the roars of beasts came from the west as well. A small group of approximately 10 hyena-like creatures attempted to break through the weak defenses on the west side.
Zhao Da! Take your men and hold the west. Not a single one must get through. Lin Shien ordered immediately.
Zhao Da, responsible for internal security, had some courage and quickly took a few sturdy men armed with pitchforks and machetes toward the west gate. The battlefield was instantly divided into the main battlefield in the east and a secondary battlefield in the west.
The pressure was immense.
To the east, Neishi Tang roared, a faint bloodlight emerging from his body, likely a result of his talents or skills. The bronze sword infused with sharp sword energy struck fiercely against the shell of a giant wild boar.
Clang! A tremendous sound erupted, sparks flying.
The thick shell was actually cleaved open with a deep crack, causing the wild boar to howl in pain. 2 militiamen seized the opportunity to stab their spears into the relatively soft abdomen of the wild boar through the gaps. To the west, Zhao Da and others barely held off the hyena's attacks using the fence and their courage, but the situation remained precarious.
Lin Shien knew he could wait no longer.
His gaze sharpened as he retrieved from his spatial storage a small storage space attached to the ancient jade previously discovered, a rather unremarkable spike seed that had been mixed in with the basket of great berries he had drawn earlier. This was a little something he had found by chance while clearing items seemingly special. He exerted a weak mental force from the upgrades and nurturing of the ancient jade and hurled it toward the pack of hyenas outside the west gate.
PFF.
The seed landed without causing direct harm. But one hyena happened to step on it and the spike pierced its paw. In the next moment, a sudden change occurred. The hyena let out a cry of pain, its body began to stiffen and petrify at a visible speed, and strange wooden patterns appeared on its skin. Poison thorn seed special can be activated upon contact with flesh, releasing a powerful paralyzing toxin and causing temporary wooden petrification. This sudden turn of events caused the hyena pack's offensive to falter. Zhao Da and the others seized the opportunity to deliver a flurry of strikes, momentarily stabilizing the situation.
To the east, under Neishi Tang's fierce assault, a giant wild boar finally fell with a mournful howl. The pressure on the fence suddenly decreased. The morale of the militiamen surged as they fiercely stabbed at the oncoming beasts.
The scales of victory began to slowly tip in favor of Shien City. Lin Shien stood high above, watching Neishi Tang and the villagers fighting amidst the firelight, observing the ancient jade in his arms radiating warmth. Due to sensing the intense battle, he knew that the most dangerous moment might soon pass. At the eastern fence, as Asserting's blade severed the head of the last giant boar, the remaining goblins, beaten and desperate, uttered terrified screams, dropped their wooden clubs and bolted for the Black Forest.
Archers, free fire. Leave none. Asserting, drenched in blood and exuding murderous intent, would not squander the chance to thin the threats surrounding the territory.
2 archers left on the roof, one still favoring a wound from a stone hurled by a goblin, strained their bows.
Sparse arrows felled 2 fleeing goblins.
The rest managed to slip into the trees and vanish. On the western front, the battle likewise neared its end. The hyena that had been immobilized and woodlike by the Dusi Jingji became a living target and was torn apart by Jade and his men. The leader's strange demise shattered the others' courage. They whimpered and scattered into the night. When the last silhouette of beast disappeared into the darkness, the thunderous shouts and howls gradually subsided, leaving only the groans of the wounded, the crackle of flames, and the ragged breathing of the survivors. After a brief silence, the militiamen and laborers stared at the heaps of carcasses beyond the fence and at the blood and sweat splashed over one another, and a delirious joy mixed with disbelief swelled in their chests. Survivors' exultation. We won. We held them back. The beast tide was stopped. One cry led to another until Schwanching erupted in deafening cheers. Villagers who had hidden indoors poured out, weeping with relief at the sight. Lin Shien stood atop the village administrative hall, watching the jubilant crowd below as the taut strings of his nerves finally loosened. He drew a deep breath of air laced with blood and smoke, feeling his blood race from the exertion and tension. The corner of his mouth lifted in a look of unburdened relief. They had survived the first trial, the first small wave. At that moment, a resonant system announcement sounded. The first small beast tide has ended. Commencing reward settlement. Territory. Schwanching. Lord Lin Shien successfully repelled the beast tide. Comprehensive evaluation in progress. Evaluation basis: territory integrity 85, enemy elimination rate approximately 90, friendly casualties 8, light injuries no deaths, Lord participation high. Overall grading S. Congratulations. SSS-rank evaluation rewards granted: basic resources, wood 2000, stone 1500, food 1000, special resources, soul crystals X5, primary energy core X1, special building blueprint Liaowang Tower, Lord experience substantial increase, territory reputation significant rise. And SSS-rank appraisal, generous rewards flowed into the territory's coffers, some items deposited directly into the newly built basic storeroom. The 5 soul crystals and the single primary energy core made Lin Xian's eyes brighten with astonishment. Soul crystals, the key material for constructing the Yinghun Jitan, had appeared among the first beast tide's rewards. 5 units already. Though still short of the 10 required, it was an enormous boon. The primary energy core, the power source for certain special structures or devices, was equally precious. The Liaowang Tower blueprint was timely aid, greatly enhancing the territory's early warning capability. At the same time, 2 glints of advancement flickered across Lin Xian himself. A chime announced, congratulations, Lord Lin Xian leveled up to level 3, all attributes 1. A second chime followed, congratulations, Lord Lin Xian leveled up to level 4, all attributes 1. 2 levels in rapid succession. His attributes had strengthened again. He felt his strength and spirit clearly enhanced. Quick, tend the wounded. Take an accounting of losses and clean the battlefield. He ordered without lingering in triumph. General Annexing, arrange rotating sentries to prevent any beasts from returning, Lin Xian commanded. Jade, organize the women to heat water and prepare food. Tonight everyone gets meat. Yes, my lord. Annexing and Jade answered loudly, their faces alight with the thrill of victory and admiration for Lin Xian. Were it not for the lord's planning decisive command and that peculiar seed, the outcome might not have been so complete. The villagers moved with brisk purpose. The lightly wounded were supported away for bandaging, the fallen beasts' carcasses were dragged back, precious supplies of meat and pelts. Those giant boars and the terror wolves in particular provided a generous yield of meat, greatly easing the territory's food crisis. Lin Xian returned to the village administrative hall and carefully tallied the harvest. Beyond the system rewards, the sweep of the beast tide had yielded spoils: torn hides, fangs and claws, crude perhaps, but serviceable for makeshift gear or trade. More importantly, while inspecting the giant boars felled by Annexing, he found beneath their shattered carapaces 2 small fragments of crystal that glowed with a faint otherworldly light. Found soul crystals X2. So killing sufficiently powerful beasts does carry a chance to obtain soul crystals, Lin Xian realized. With that, the source of soul crystals offered hope. Combined with the 5 from the reward, he now possessed 7 soul crystals in hand. Only 3 more units were needed to build the Yinghun Jitan. Excited, he habitually stroked the ancient jade at his chest and felt its steady warmth. This time, after his recent level-ups had strengthened his mental power, when he concentrated and touched the jade, he sensed something different. It was no longer merely warmth but a faint resonance, as if a tightly closed door had revealed the tiniest crack. He tried to focus his spirit into the jade. A soft hum sounded in his mind. In the next instant, he perceived a dim space of roughly 10 cubic meters. At the center of that space lay a tiny pool of milky liquid, almost negligible in volume but faintly alive. Ancient jade, inner world, initial space size 10 cubic meters. Currently contains Sentian spirit liquid trace. Possesses weak life-promoting, healing and energy-restoring properties. Note, this fragment of the world stone grows as the Lord's strength and the territory expand. An inner world, a pocket space indeed. Lin Xian was ecstatic. Though the chamber was small and the Sciention spirit liquid amounted to only a few drops, it meant he had at last unlocked the true purpose of the ancient jade. A personal storage space could prove invaluable in critical moments, and the innate spirit liquid was a strategic resource. He carefully guided his spirit to draw out a single drop of the fluid, mixed it into a bowl of clean water, and sent Zhao to give it to the most gravely wounded militiaman. Soon Zhao returned excited, reporting, "It's a miracle, my lord. Who drank the water you gave him? His wound stopped bleeding and has already scabbed over, and he's far more spirited." The effect was unmistakable. Lin Shien felt reassured. The ancient jade's inner world had proven to be one of his greatest aces. Night deepened, yet Xuancheng glowed with light, alive with the joy of victory and busy activity. The air was thick with the aroma of stewed meat. Villagers clustered around bonfires, sharing food and recounting the battle, their faces alight with hope for the future. Lin Xian stood alone at the window of the village hall, watching his flourishing territory and rubbing the jade in his hand as his thoughts raced. The beast tide had passed, granting them a precious respite and a chance to grow. Next, he would use these rich rewards to strengthen his hold, quickly build the Liaowang Tower, continue training the troops, scout the surroundings for more resources and soul crystals. The path of a Wanjie lord after the first trial by blood and fire had at last unfurled, a firmer beginning beneath his feet. After the beast tide, the Shien city resembled tempered steel. Despite the traces of battle it bore, its overall cohesion and vitality had reached a new height. The ample resource rewards allowed Lin Xian to undertake construction with great boldness. He first selected the highest corner of his territory and, using blueprints and resources, constructed a watchtower. With the aid of the architect's eye, the stone and wood structure was built remarkably solid, and the viewing platform at its top offered an excellent vantage point capable of surveying every movement within several miles. On the day the tower was completed, he arranged for the militia to take turns on duty, greatly enhancing Shien City's early warning capabilities. The primary farmland, under the careful tending of the villagers and nourished by a small amount of innate spiritual liquid diluted cautiously by Lin Xian, showed astonishing crop growth, and it was expected that the first harvest would arrive in just a few days, which would completely resolve the territory's food supply issue. Neishi Tang did not relax the military training. The 20 militiamen who had survived the bloody battle were regarded as the foundation of the territory. They were equipped with simple leather armor made from the furs and fangs obtained during the beast tide, and their weapons were upgraded to sturdier spears with iron tips thanks to the preliminary mining and crude smelting of a small iron vein. Neishi Tang began teaching them more complex combined attack tactics, resembling a small army with initial combat capabilities. Simultaneously, he selected new young adults from both the refugees and the existing villagers to supplement the camp, raising the regular troop strength to 30. After Lin Xian's lord level increased to level 4, he felt his perception of the territory becoming clearer, and his connection with the ancient jade's inner world had also stabilized significantly. The 10 cubic meters of space became his secret warehouse for storing important supplies, while the small amounts of naturally condensing innate spiritual liquid were viewed by him as strategic reserves, mainly used for treating severely injured individuals or hastening the growth of urgently needed herbs. During this time, he conducted another lottery, and luck returned, yielding a great item: 10 sets of resilient vine armor, which offered better defense than ordinary leather armor, perfectly equipping Neishi Tang and his squad leaders, enhancing the survival capabilities of the elite. That morning, Lin Xian was planning the next sequence of constructions, whether to prioritize building a more functional beginner blacksmith shop to improve equipment levels or to construct a beginner market to attempt trading with other lords, when Neishi Tang brought a piece of news. "My lord, the militia on watch at the watchtower reported that about 10 miles to our south they discovered the outline of some ruins, seemingly an abandoned ancient temple, not large in scale but potentially fraught with unknown risks." Neishi Tang unfolded a rough map made of animal skin which roughly marked the known terrain. Additionally, across the river to the west there seemed to be faint signs of smoke, indicating the possible presence of another lord's territory. Ruins. Other lords. Lin Xian's gaze sharpened. This signified opportunity but also potential conflict. He pondered for a moment and said, "We should not act rashly regarding the ruins. Our strength is still weak, and exploring unknown areas poses too great a risk. Let us first send 2 clever hunters to observe from a distance, recording the environment around the ruins and whether any monsters are lurking there. As for the other lords." Lin Xian recalled the chaos and conflicts in the regional channel. "We should maintain our distance for now, but we need to strengthen our patrols and vigilance on the western shore. Before we are strong enough, we will not take the initiative to make contact, but we will not show weakness either." Understood. Neishi Tang complied, fully agreeing with Lin Xian's prudent strategy. After handling these matters, Lin Xian opened the regional chat channel Zone 114514 again. The information in the channel had significantly changed after the beast tide. Many lord IDs had dimmed and could no longer speak. Their territories must have perished in the beast tide. The surviving lords spoke with less of the initial panic and more of the relief of having survived the catastrophe and the confidence gained from their enhanced strength, though anxiety also lingered. "Ha ha ha. I made it through. Thanks to my great talent rock skin, those wolf cubs couldn't bite me at all. Whoa, I lost 5 villagers and the fence is nearly broken. It was a hard fight to hold on.
Selling 20 beast skins, exchanging for food or medicine. Private message me. High price for weapon blueprints. Any weapon blueprints will do. Form a team to hunt monsters.
Coordinates XXXYYY. There's a goblin tribe nearby. Strong ones come and loot will be distributed based on contribution.
Attention.
That gang from Black Wind Camp has started forcefully buying resources in the channel. If you don't sell, they threaten your coordinates. Everyone be careful.
Damn it, I want sell. Can they really come from across regions? Are you stupid? The protection period is only 25 days left. At that time,
the channel information scrolled rapidly and the details revealed made Lin Shien frown. The division among lords had already begun to emerge. The strong would remain strong while the weak would either attach themselves or be eliminated. Even forces like Black Wind Camp, which operated like a gang, began to coalesce. Information about resource points and ruins in the region started to appear sporadically, sparking competition. Lin Shien maintained his low profile but was more attentive to useful information. He tentatively posted a trade request exchanging 100 units of stone, which he had in relative abundance, for 3 units of soul crystals. He knew soul crystals were precious and this ratio was unlikely to be accepted, but he simply wanted to test the market reaction. Indeed, the trade request remained for quite a while without any inquiries. Occasionally inquiries came through private messages, but upon hearing it was for stone exchange, they scoffed. Clearly at this stage, soul crystals were either unknown in purpose for most lords or were an extremely scarce strategic resource. No one was willing to trade them for basic resources. Closing the channel, Lin Shien was not discouraged. He was well aware that his advantage lay in his rapid development pace and his unique talent. He looked towards the resource panel and the soul crystals remained at 7 units. It seems that to gather the last 3 units of soul crystals we will have to rely on the next beast tide or explore the ruins, or we need to take the initiative to hunt and kill sufficiently strong monsters. Lin Shien pondered to himself. He walked to the entrance of the village administration center, gazing at the budding village before him. Orderly houses, towering watchtowers, curling smoke from kitchen, soldiers, synchronized shouts in the training ground, and the lush crops in the fields. All of this was the foundation he had built. The brutality of the myriad worlds battlefield had begun to reveal itself, and the challenges ahead would only grow more severe. But he was confident that with his planning talent and increasingly powerful forces he would carve out his own space in this vast battlefield.
General Naishi.
Lin Shien called Naishi Tang. Starting tomorrow, expand the hunting and scouting range. The target is to find elite-level monsters that are isolated or in small groups. We need more soul crystals to build our trump card for Shien City. His gaze shifted towards the unknown area in the south, which concealed ruins, as well as towards the distant future filled with infinite possibilities and crises. In the following days, the Shien City rapidly developed in a stable manner. The farmland welcomed its first harvest. Although the yield per acre was not astonishing, it was sufficient to completely rid the territory of the shadow of food shortages, and there was even a small surplus for storage or brewing to improve public sentiment. With the efforts of several slightly experienced wandering craftsmen, a basic blacksmith shop was established. Although it could only perform the simplest repairs and create rough spearheads and hoes, it signified that Shien City had taken its first step towards self-sufficiency in equipment. Naishi Tang strictly executed Lin Shien's orders, dispatching reconnaissance teams to radiate outward from Shien City. The abandoned ancient temple to the south was confirmed to have a few skeleton soldiers wandering about, posing no significant threat for the time being, but the internal situation of the temple remained unclear. On the western riverbank, signs of smoke appeared intermittently. Preliminary assessments suggested it might be a poorly developed small lord's territory. They seemed to have noticed the existence of Shien City and were behaving quite cautiously, with both sides gazing warily at each other across the river without any contact.
The most important objective, searching for elite-level monsters, finally showed promise.
A reconnaissance team exploring north discovered the traces of large wolf-like creatures near a dark canyon approximately 15 miles from the territory and heard howls that were distinctly more intimidating than those of ordinary dire wolves. The scouts ventured closer to observe, vaguely seeing a particularly large wolf with silver-gray fur and a tuft of white fur on its brow, surrounded by a dozen robust dire wolves seemingly patrolling the territory. It is very likely a wolf king, at least of elite status. Naishi Tang reported to Lin Shien, his tone grave and laced with a hint of battle intent. The canyon has treacherous terrain, making it easy to defend but hard to attack, and a direct assault would probably incur significant losses. Lin Shien looked at the marked location of the canyon on the rudimentary map, pondering. Elite-level monsters are quite intelligent and tend to occupy dangerous areas, making them difficult to deal with. However, we have watchtowers for early warning. The territory is temporarily safe, allowing us to concentrate our elite forces and devise a plan for the hunt. His gaze swept over Naishi Tang and the 30 soldiers whose auras had grown increasingly formidable after several small-scale hunts, now officially recognized as soldiers. This is a crucial step for us to obtain soul crystals and build the soul altar. It must succeed. After meticulous planning, at dawn 2 days later, a hunting party led personally by Lin Shien with Naishi Tang as the main force, composed of 20 of the most elite soldiers, quietly departed from Shien City towards the dark northern canyon. The territory was guarded by jade and the remaining soldiers who were on high alert. The team advanced swiftly, reaching the outskirts of the canyon by noon. A faint odor of blood and oppression lingered in the air. According to plan, Neishi Tang led 10 soldiers carrying hunting bows and large amounts of flammable materials, hay soaked in beast oil, stealthily climbing the steep slope on one side of the canyon to occupy the high ground. Lin Shien led another 10 soldiers to set traps at the canyon entrance using stones and thorns to create makeshift barricades, aiming to lure the wolf pack out of the canyon for a decisive battle in a relatively open area while cutting off their retreat. Once preparations were complete, Lin Shien took a deep breath and signaled a loud-voiced soldier to provoke the wolves inside the canyon. "Listen up, wolf pups inside. Your grandpa from Shien City is here, come out and die quickly." The coarse roar echoed through the canyon. After a moment of silence, a low howl filled with rage came from deep within the canyon. Immediately after, the sound of chaotic running approached, and several pairs of eerie green eyes lit up in the shadows. Leading the way was the silver-gray giant wolf, the Shadow Wolf King. It was as large as a fierce tiger with exposed fangs, a cold and intelligent gaze, clearly enraged. "Here they come. Follow the plan," fighting while retreating to lead them into the trap area. Lin Shien whispered, leading the soldiers to feign defeat while retreating to the predetermined battleground. The Wolf King led the pack in a furious chase, moving at incredible speed. However, as soon as they burst out of the canyon, several dire wolves in the front row triggered the pitfall and were impaled by spikes at the bottom, letting out a chilling scream. The subsequent wolf pack's speed slowed. "Release the arrows." Neishi Tang, positioned at the high ground, seized the opportunity and commanded. 10 arrows whistled through the air toward the wolf pack. Although their aim was average, the elevated position still caused chaos and harm. More importantly, the ignited fire arrows struck the pre-piled flammable materials, instantly igniting a wall of fire behind the wolf pack, cutting off part of their retreat back to the canyon. Roar! The Shadow Wolf King was completely enraged, howling at the sky, a faint shadow enveloping it as its speed suddenly increased, charging straight at Lin Shien like a silver lightning bolt. It recognized Lin Shien as the core of the team. "Protect the Lord." The soldiers raised their spears, forming a line to meet the charge. "Come on." Lin Shien, though startled, remained composed. With his current level 4 Lord attributes combined with the physique honed in his past life, he was not without the ability to fight back. He sidestepped to avoid the Wolf King's lunge, thrusting his iron sword, the latest product from the blacksmith shop, toward the Wolf King's abdomen. However, the Wolf King was exceedingly agile, twisting its body to deflect the sword with its sharp claws, sparks flying. The canyon entrance instantly transformed into a bloody battlefield. The soldiers relied on their formation and equipment advantages to barely withstand the onslaught of the dire wolves, but the Shadow Wolf King posed immense pressure on Lin Shien and Neishi Tang. Neishi Tang leaped down from the high ground, his bronze sword slicing through the air towards the Wolf King's neck. Sensing danger, the Wolf King abandoned its pursuit of Lin Shien and turned to engage Neishi Tang. In an instant, swordlight and claw shadows intertwined, and neither side could gain the upper hand. Lin Shien knew they could not delay. The Wolf King was formidable, and if it dragged on, the soldiers might not withstand the attacks from the dire wolves. His mind raced and his gaze scanned the battlefield. The architect's eye instantly revealed a habitual movement of the Wolf King. Before it pounced, its right front limb would exhibit a slight charging motion. General Neishi aimed for its right front limb. Lin Shien shouted, concentrating his spirit to infuse a faint stream of spiritual energy produced by leveling up and nourishing from the ancient jade into his sword, waiting for the Wolf King to pounce at Neishi Tang and thrusting toward the predicted landing spot of its right front limb. This strike was timed to perfection. The Wolf King indeed habitually charged forward with its right paw, colliding perfectly with Lin Shien's sword tip. Puff! The sword tip pierced into the wolf's paw, though not deeply. It disrupted the Wolf King's rhythm, causing intense pain. The Wolf King staggered and let out a pained howl. Good opportunity. Neishi Tang, rich in battle experience, would never let such an opening go to waste. He roared, his blood surging, and with his full strength the bronze sword shimmered with a blood-red light. Breaking army slash. The sword light flashed like a whip, fiercely striking the Wolf King's neck, which was exposed due to its pain. Aoo! An incredibly mournful cry erupted and blood sprayed. The massive body of the Shadow Wolf King crashed heavily to the ground, struggled a few times, and then fell silent. With the leader slain, the remaining dire wolves instantly lost morale, scattering in all directions, pursued by the soldiers who took the opportunity to hunt them down, leaving several corpses behind. The battle concluded. Everyone was panting heavily, with several soldiers sustaining minor injuries, but none had fallen, marking a significant victory. Lin Shien approached the corpse of the Wolf King, prying open its skull with his sword. Indeed, a soul crystal larger and more radiant than the one obtained from the wild boar rolled out. Obtained Soul Crystal Elite 1. At the same time, a system prompt sounded. Ding. Your team has successfully killed the elite level monster Shadow Wolf King and gained experience points. You have collected Soul Crystal Elite 1. Ding. You have completed the hidden achievement Elite Hunter Reward Lord. Experience points. Talent skill point 1 can be used to enhance talent effects.
talent skill points.
Lin Shien felt a surge of joy in his heart, unexpectedly gaining an additional reward. He temporarily suppressed the urge to study the skill points and quickly cleaned the battlefield with Neishi Tang, collecting valuable materials from the Wolf King Silver Wolf Hidefang's claws and fortunately finding 2 small ordinary soul crystals from the slain dire wolves. Adding this 1 elite soul crystal and 2 ordinary soul crystals, the total number of soul crystals he possessed finally reached 10. Meeting the minimum requirement to build the soul altar.
Return to the territory immediately.
Lin Shien suppressed his excitement and commanded. This place was not suitable for lingering. The heavy scent of blood might attract even more terrifying creatures.
The team, filled with joy from their victory and rich spoils, quickly evacuated the dark canyon, hurrying toward the direction of Shien City. When the familiar fences and watchtowers of Shien City came into view, Lin Shien knew that a brand new phase was about to begin.
The soul altar, this unique structure, would bring what kind of changes to Shien City? He touched the elite soul crystal obtained from the Wolf King in his pocket, sensing the purer energy it contained compared to ordinary soul crystals, feeling a strong anticipation for the altar's call. He did not notice that the ancient jade in his possession flickered imperceptibly at the moment it came into contact with the elite soul crystal, seemingly harboring a hint of desire for this energy. The hunting team returned triumphantly, causing quite a stir in Shien City. Especially when the massive corpse of the Shadow Wolf King was brought back, all the villagers gathered around, expressing their amazement and deep respect for Lord Lin Shien and General Asserting. Lin Shien did not delay and immediately began preparations for a long-planned significant event. He chose a relatively open area behind the village government center close to the heart of the territory to construct the Yinghan altar.
This place was both solemn and easy to guard.
Build the Yinghan altar. As Lin Shien confirmed, 1,000 units of timber and 800 units of stone disappeared from the warehouse, along with 10 soul crystals emitting a faint glow, including the most precious elite soul crystal.
Rumbling.
The ground trembled slightly as the selected area sunk and leveled on its own. Countless pieces of timber and stone seemed to be manipulated by an invisible hand, quickly stacking and fitting together, producing a deep and solemn humming.
The 10 soul crystals transformed into flowing light, merging into the core of the structure.
Gradually, a circular stone altar about 3 meters high and 5 meters in diameter arose from the ground. The altar was entirely constructed from an unknown gray stone, its surface engraved with numerous intricate and ancient runes which were now flickering with a dark glow as if they were breathing. At the center of the altar was a slightly sunken basin, its bottom smooth as a mirror with a faint mist swirling within. The overall shape was ancient and weathered, exuding a mysterious and majestic aura. When the last stone was in place, the altar suddenly erupted with a towering white beam of light piercing the dark purple sky. The light beam lasted for several seconds before slowly retracting, yet the energy fluctuations emanating from the altar made all the residents of Shien City feel a deep stirring and tranquility from within.
Yinghan altar unique, constructed successfully. Current level 1.
Effect: can consume soul crystals and faith power converted from the people's sentiments and reputation of the territory to summon the spirits of heroes or troops from history legends.
Current summon count 1, first activation bonus.
Summoning requires a ritual and energy infusion.
Upgrade requirements: 50 soul crystals, 1000 points of faith power in several special materials.
It worked! Lin Shien suppressed his excitement and stepped onto the altar. As his feet touched the cold stone surface, he could clearly feel the majestic and obscure energy flow beneath him, as if forming a faint connection with some vast river of time and space. Asserting, Zhao and several core members stood solemnly beneath the altar, their expressions grave. They all sensed the extraordinary nature of this structure.
My lord, this object
contains an ineffable weight of power, Asserting said, feeling the aura resonating subtly with the fortunes of his Shien people.
Lin Shien nodded.
According to the information conveyed by the altar, he needed to preside over the ritual, concentrate his spirit-infused energy into the altar, mainly his mental power and the weak faith power gathered from the territory, and clarify the summoning inclinations such as civil officials, military generals, special talents, etc. But who specifically would be summoned still held a degree of randomness. He took a deep breath, stood before the basin at the center of the altar, closed his eyes and placed his hands on the cold edge of the basin. I, Lin Shien, Lord of Shien City, established this altar today to communicate with the ages. Using soul crystals as a guide and faith as a basis, I pray for the spirits of heroes to respond and assist me, Lin Shien, in establishing the foundation for eternity. He silently recited in his heart while fully concentrating his spirit, guiding the faint mental energy from himself and the slight invisible faith power gathered from the nearly 100 residents of Shien City regarding their hopes for the future and sense of belonging to the territory, slowly infusing it into the altar. Buzz. The runes on the surface of the altar lit up again, more brilliantly than before. In the central basin, the mist began to spin violently, forming a miniature energy vortex. The energy contained in the 10 soul crystals was rapidly drawn out and injected into the vortex, especially the elite soul crystal, which provided the purest core power. At the center of the vortex, a point of light gradually brightened, growing increasingly radiant. Lin Shien clearly conveyed his expectations in his heart. Now in Shien City internal affairs are complicated and various industries await development. We urgently need a talented individual skilled in management and governance. He did not expect to directly summon extraordinary talents like Bai Qi or Han Xian at this stage. A capable minister who could help him organize internal affairs and develop the economy was far more important than a fierce general. The altar seemed to respond to his request, the light in the vortex becoming gentle yet filled with an aura of wisdom. The light grew stronger, ultimately transforming into a beam that rose from the basin. Within the beam, vague shadows of bamboo slips flipping and abacus sounds could be seen, emanating a steady, capable and orderly aura. As the light gradually converged, it formed the figure of a somewhat slender man dressed in an ancient Han-style scholar's robe. His face was gaunt, his gaze deep and wise, with 3 strands of long beard adding to his elegance and composure. He slightly lowered his head, looking at his hands as if adapting to this energetic congealed spirit, then raised his gaze towards Lin Shien standing in the center of the altar, revealing a look of understanding before respectfully bowing and saying in a calm and clear voice, "I am Xiaoyi, here to pay my respects to my lord. Thank you for summoning me. I am willing to exert my humble efforts to assist my lord in organizing the affairs of Yin and Yang and stabilizing the rear." Xiao He. The renowned minister of the early Han dynasty, the one who pursued Han Xian under the moonlight, the one who established Han law and regulations, Xiao He, who succeeded because of him. Lin Shien was overjoyed in his heart. This was simply a match made in heaven. Xiao He's governance abilities, especially in logistics coordination, law formulation and talent recommendations, were precisely what Shien City needed most at the moment. With him, internal affairs would be orderly, allowing Lin Shien to focus more on military expansion and his own elevation as a lord. Mr. Xiao He, please rise. Lin Shien hurriedly stepped forward, offering support and speaking with uncontrollable excitement. With your assistance, it is like a drought-stricken seedling receiving sweet rain. Shien City is currently in its early stages, and your great talent can surely be unleashed. Xiao He stood up, his gaze sweeping over the curious onlookers beneath the altar, then looking towards the still rudimentary territory, nodding slightly. My lord, you flatter me. Although this place is still in its infancy, the people's hearts are settling, the foundation is already laid, and with General Neisher protecting us, the prospects are promising. I shall certainly do my utmost. His tone was calm and unhurried, as if this wild land before him was no different from the fertile lands of Guanzhong he once governed. This demeanor made Lin Shien nod in secret. At that moment, the ancient jade in Lin Xien's arms stirred again. This time it was not warm, but rather a slight pulling force, seemingly desiring the pure soul crystal energy lingering around the altar after the summoning was completed, particularly the trace of origin aura left after the elite soul crystal dissipated. Lin Xien's heart stirred, and he attempted to guide that residual energy towards the ancient jade. Buzz. The surface of the ancient jade flashed with brilliance, and that trace of energy was absorbed. Immediately afterward, Lin Shien felt that the grayish space within the ancient jade seemed to expand slightly. Although the change was minuscule, it indeed existed. And the pool of innate spiritual liquid at the center of the space also seemed to have become subtly richer. This ancient jade can actually absorb high-level energy to grow. Lin Shien was both surprised and delighted. This pointed out a new path for him to enhance the world within the ancient jade. The light from the Yinghan altar completely subsided, and Xiao He's spiritual body solidified. Although still an energy body, he appeared no different from an ordinary person, just slightly ethereal. He stepped down from the altar and exchanged greetings with Neisher Tang. One was a famous general of the Qin dynasty, and the other was a renowned minister of the early Han dynasty. Crossing time and space, they met here. A hint of wonder flashed in both their eyes, which soon transformed into a tacit understanding based on the current situation. Lin Shien looked at his initial gathering of civil and military talents, feeling a surge of ambition in his heart. General Neisher continued to be responsible for military defense and external conquests. Mr. Xiao He, from today onward, all internal affairs of the territory, including household registration, management, resource allocation, law formulation and production arrangements, will be entirely overseen by you. Zhao De assist Mr. Xiao He and be responsible for the specific execution and maintenance of order. I obey your command. The three responded in unison. With Xiao He's addition, the development of Shien City would undoubtedly enter a fast track. Lin Shien seemed to already envision a prosperous and powerful city rising steadily on this battleground of myriad realms. His gaze had already turned toward the distant future, acquiring soul crystals, nurturing the ancient jade, and addressing other potential threats and opportunities. The path of the Lord of Myriad Realms, a magnificent chapter, was just beginning to unfold. The arrival of Xiao He was akin to injecting a precise and efficient central processing unit into the high-speed but somewhat rough machinery of Shien City. This renowned minister of the early Han dynasty showcased astonishing administrative talents. His first act upon taking office was not to hastily issue new decrees, but rather to spend an entire day accompanied by Zhao De, visiting every household, conversing with farmers, craftsmen, soldiers and women and children to gain a detailed understanding of the population structure, skills, resources and daily operations of the territory. The next morning Shao presented a clearly structured analysis of the current state of Shien City along with preliminary governance strategies to Lin Shien.
On the bamboo slips the characters written with charcoal were neat and powerful. 1.
Establish a household register and set quotas. Immediately conduct a census of all inhabitants, cataloging them by age, gender and skills to ensure that everyone is utilized effectively.
2.
Clarify laws and prohibit idleness. Formulate simple behavioral guidelines for the residents specifying rewards and punishments with particular emphasis on penalties for theft, internal strife and laziness.
3.
Equalize labor duties and emphasize reserves. Reorganize labor arrangements to ensure that farming, construction and military training proceed in an orderly manner.
Establish a more detailed ledger for resource management, allocating based on need and practicing frugality.
4. Promote various crafts and facilitate circulation. Encourage skilled individuals such as carpenters, blacksmiths and tanners to set up simple workshops with the territory, providing some raw materials to purchase their products or allowing bartering, thereby stimulating production vitality.
5. Reclaim wasteland and accumulate surplus grain. Plan for a second phase of land reclamation outside the existing farmland, prioritizing the resolution of irrigation issues.
Grain is the foundation. There must be at least 3 months' worth of reserves to prepare for unforeseen events. After reading, Lin Shien applauded in agreement. With just a few concise points, the core issues of territorial management were pinpointed, all of which were highly actionable. Especially the establishment of a household register and the promotion of crafts. The former could thoroughly clarify the situation, while the latter could invigorate the local economy, promising immense long-term benefits.
Sir, you possess great talent. Let this strategy be fully entrusted to you. Lin Shien promptly delegated authority. I will not disappoint your lordship's trust.
Shao cupped his hands in respect and withdrew calmly.
In the following days, Shien City underwent subtle changes.
Zhao De led a team to register households, creating simple wooden household registration tags. Shao personally drafted 5 simple and clear provisional regulations for Shien City, which were carved onto a board at the village's administrative center. He appointed Zhao De as the law enforcer, punishing violations on the spot and rewarding merits, immediately maintaining fairness and justice, which gained people's trust. Labor assignments became more reasonable. Instead of simple conscription, they were allocated based on individual strengths and physical capacity. Under Shao's planning, the resource warehouse established detailed records of entries and exits, drastically reducing waste. More importantly, under Shao's encouragement, an old carpenter was the first to erect a shed behind his house, accepting orders from villagers for simple furniture and agricultural tools. The blacksmith shop also began to attempt accepting repair jobs from outsiders. Even a few women banded together to try spinning thread using animal hair. A faint commodity economy began to sprout. The operational efficiency of the entire territory improved noticeably. Order was restored and the people's hearts were more stable. The villagers were full of respect for the new arrival, the always calm Mr.
Shao.
Lin Shien was pleased with the leisure, focusing all his energy on self-improvement and external strategies. He persisted in daily exercise, familiarizing himself with the newfound strength and attempted to guide the faint trace of spiritual power.
At the same time, he once again utilized the talent lottery.
This time the roulette awarded him a great item, the blueprint for a basic arrow tower. This was undoubtedly a timely boon, perfectly complementing the watchtower and enhancing the territory's defenses. He immediately handed the blueprint to Shao, asking him to arrange for craftsmen and resources to construct an arrow tower at each of the 4 corners of the palisade. Meanwhile, Asserting was not idle. As Shao stabilized the internal situation, he intensified training for the soldiers and dispatched more reconnaissance teams to conduct deeper explorations of the surroundings, especially the abandoned ancient temple to the south and the mysterious neighbor across the river to the west.
However, the peaceful days did not last long.
One evening, a soldier sent to scout the upstream area of the western river hurried back with an unsettling report.
Reporting to my lord and the general. Approximately 20 miles upstream, another lord's territory has been discovered.
The scale seems considerable, estimated to be at least at the level of a 3rd-tier village.
Moreover,
they are constructing a lumberyard and watchtowers by the river, and it appears they are coming in our direction. Our team was nearly spotted by their patrolling soldiers.
A 3rd-tier village. Expanding towards us. Lin Shien and Asserting exchanged glances, their brows furrowed.
A well-developed neighbor could be a trade and communication partner if benevolent, but if malicious it would pose a threat far more terrifying than a beast tide.
Could you see their flags or insignia?
Lin Shien asked in a low voice. It was too far to make out the specific patterns, but it seemed to be a totem of some kind of fierce beast.
The soldier recalled.
At that moment Shao hurried over, holding a small piece of animal skin scroll. My lord, someone just found this at the entrance of the village administration center. Shao handed the animal skin scroll to Lin Shien. On the scroll, written in a somewhat hasty yet fierce handwriting, was a line: "This place has caught the eye of my Black Wolf tribe. You have 3 days to come with resources and population to surrender, and your lives will be spared.
Otherwise we will flatten your village, leaving no chicken or dog alive. The signature bore a fierce wolf head emblem. The Black Wolf Tribe. A flicker of cold light flashed in Lin Xian's eyes. It was indeed ill-intentioned. The arrogant Black Wind stronghold in the regional channel had not yet laid siege, but this nearby Black Wolf tribe had already bared its fangs. It seems someone thinks of us as soft persimmons. Lin Xian sneered, clenching the animal skin scroll tightly. Any Asserting exuded an air of killing intent. My lord, I request to lead a team of elite soldiers to scout their intentions first. Xiao He, however, remained calm. My lord, with unclear enemy intentions it is unwise to strike rashly. We have newly acquired arrow towers and enhanced defenses. We should adopt a waiting strategy and fortify our position. At the same time we should ramp up reconnaissance to ascertain the enemy's true situation, especially their lord's talents, troop configurations and defensive structures. Lin Xian suppressed the urge to retaliate, immediately taking a deep breath. Xiao He's suggestion was the counsel of a seasoned statesman. General Any Asserting increased the number of scouts to closely monitor every move of the Black Wolf tribe, but do not engage lightly. Mr. Xiao He, accelerate the construction of the arrow towers, inventory the stock and prepare for a long-term defense and potential siege. He walked to the window, gazing at the sunset gradually sinking below the western horizon, the afterglow painting the sky a bloody hue. You wish to swallow my Shien city? Let's see if this Black Wolf has a good set of teeth. The days of peaceful development seemed to come to an abrupt end. The cruel laws of the myriad realms battlefield were once again laid bare before him. Unbeknownst to Lin Xian, the ancient jade within his embrace seemed to warm slightly upon sensing the surging battle intent and killing aura within him, as if a slumbering ancient beast was about to awaken. The ultimatum from the Black Wolf tribe landed like a massive stone thrown into the calm waters of the lake, stirring waves among the higher-ups of Shien city, yet it did not incite panic among the common people. Under the methodical governance of Xiao He, the territory underwent a transformation, with the people's hearts stabilized and the citizens had an almost blind trust in Lord Lin Xian and General Neishi Tang. Inside the village administration center the lights were bright. Lin Xian, Neishi Tang, Xiao He and the newly appointed constable Zhao Dawei gathered around a rough wooden table covered with the latest topographic map of the surrounding area. According to the latest report from the scouts, Neishi Tang pointed to a location on the map to the northwest. The core camp of the Black Wolf tribe is here, approximately 25 miles from our side. Its scale has indeed reached that of a level 3 village, with wooden fences reinforced and raised and watchtowers built at all four corners. The standing forces are estimated to be around 50 men, primarily equipped with leather armor and iron weapons, with an unclear level of training. They are currently constructing a logging site upstream which has taken shape, with about 20 men stationed there. Their lord is codenamed Blood Wolf, quite active in the regional channels, acting arrogantly, claiming to possess an A-class talent called Frenzy, which can significantly enhance the combat power of himself and nearby troops for a short duration. Neishi Tang added gravely. An A-class talent, especially a combat type, should not be underestimated. Xiao He stroked his long beard and pondered, with our few against their many and they hold the advantage of terrain, a frontal assault is not advisable. Their ultimatum seems aggressive but is actually attested, may also indicate that they are not yet fully prepared internally. The 3-day deadline is precisely our opportunity. Lin Xian nodded in agreement. What you say is very true. Our advantages lie in our defensive fortifications. The arrow tower is nearing completion. Our elite army, 30 seasoned soldiers, well trained, and he paused the information gap. They are unaware of Mr. Xiao's existence, nor do they know that we already possess the hero soul altar. They think we are merely an ordinary level 1 or 2 small territory. So are you suggesting to feign weakness and lure the enemy in? Neishi Tang's eyes flashed with insight. Not entirely. Lin Xian pointed to the newly established logging site on the map. This is the nail they have planted right under our noses, and it is also their supply point. Taking it down would not only sever one of their limbs and weaken their strength, but also provoke Blood Wolf, compelling them to make irrational decisions in their rage, such as launching an attack ahead of schedule on our predetermined battlefield. Excellent, praised Xiao He. Strike where they must defend and disrupt their plans. However, this approach carries risks. If the ambush fails or if the enemy reacts too quickly, our small team might find themselves surrounded. Thus this battle must be swift, ruthless and decisive. Lin Xian looked at Neishi Tang. General Neishi, you shall personally lead the team, selecting 20 of the most elite soldiers, departing at midnight and launching the ambush before dawn, with the goal to destroy the logging site, annihilate or rout the defending troops and immediately retreat with all resources. I will lead the remaining soldiers to rendezvous by the river. I will obey. Neishi Tang clasped his fists, filled with fighting spirit. Such a bold ambush operation was precisely to his liking. Mr. Xiao, I entrust you with maintaining internal stability in the territory and the final adjustments of the arrow tower. Also prepare to receive the wounded and the spoils of war. Lin Xian arranged. Rest assured, my lord, everything has been arranged. Xiao He replied calmly. With the plan set, everyone began to prepare.
The entire Shien city operated like a tightly wound machine, efficiently and covertly functioning under the cover of night. At midnight the moon was dark and the wind was high. Neishi Tang led 20 elite soldiers silently slipping out of the territory under the cover of night, moving downstream along the riverbank. Lin Xian stood atop the nearly completed arrow tower, gazing into the pitch-black night sky to the west, feeling no significant tension but rather a sense of calm, as if strategizing. Having crossed over to this world, he had long adapted to its rules. In this survival of the fittest to live and thrive, one must reveal their fangs and crush all threats in their infancy. He instinctively touched the ancient jade at his chest. This time the jade did not radiate warmth but rather a cool touch, as if calming the murderous energy within him, keeping his mind absolutely clear. This ancient jade seemed to always provide just the right feedback whenever he needed it. Time ticked away. In the darkest moment before dawn, distant shouts and the sounds of clashing weapons faintly echoed from upstream to the west but quickly fell silent. As the day began to brighten, several hastily made rafts appeared on the river with Neishi Tang and the soldiers he led returning triumphantly, many covered in blood but with bright eyes and high morale. "My lord, we have successfully fulfilled our mission." Neishi Tang was covered in dew and specks of blood but was spirited. "The enemy's defenses were lax. Our ambush was successful. We killed 15, captured 5 and the rest scattered. The logging site has been burned down. We only suffered 3 minor injuries." "Good." Lin Xian patted Neishi Tang's shoulder vigorously. "Well done. All participants in the battle will be credited once and their meat rations will be doubled. The wounded should be sent for treatment immediately." As the news spread, the soldiers and civilians of Shien City erupted in cheers, their morale soaring. Moreover, the seized resources were tangible benefits. However, both Lin Xian and Xiao He were well aware that this was merely the beginning. After hitting the small ones, the big ones would inevitably come seeking revenge. Sure enough, that afternoon a cavalryman from the Black Wolf tribe, even with a skinny pack horse, galloped to a bowshot distance outside Shien City, shooting an arrow tied with beast hide into the palisade before fleeing in panic. The contents of the letter were even more violent and filled with frustration. "The scum of Shien City, daring to ambush my tribe. The 3-day deadline is void. At this time tomorrow I, Blood Wolf, shall personally lead the army to tear you apart, leaving no chicken or dog alive." With the declaration of war issued, the decisive battle was set for the next day. Lin Xian sneered as he tore the beast hide into shreds. "Send the order down. The entire army must be on alert. Check the weapons and strengthen the fortifications. Tomorrow let this Black Wolf taste the might of my Shien City's arrow tower." He turned to Xiao He and Neishi Tang and said in a deep voice, "Prepare according to the second plan. What we seek is not merely to repel but to annihilate." The afterglow of the setting sun once again cast long shadows over Shien City. This time the atmosphere was filled not with the clamor of development but with a chilling aura of imminent slaughter. The war machine of Shien City had fully commenced. And Lin Xian was also prepared to unleash some of the powers he had kept hidden all along. Dawn dispelled the last remnants of darkness, bringing with it a suffocating sense of oppression. On the western fence of Shien City and the 4 newly erected arrow towers, soldiers gripped their weapons tightly, their gazes fixed on the distant horizon. The air was thick with the scents of earth, wood and a faint hint of rust. Lin Xian, clad in light armor, stood atop the central arrow tower, flanked by the solemn inner historian Tang. Xiao He monitored the village's administration, managing logistics and public sentiment. The entire Shien City resembled a tautbao ready to unleash its potential. "They're coming!" Inner historian Tang's deep voice shattered the silence. In the distance dust rose as dark figures appeared on the horizon, rolling in like ominous clouds, slowly advancing toward Shien City. At a glance there were actually 70 or 80 individuals, far exceeding expectations. At the forefront of the group, a burly man riding a pack horse with a vicious scar across his face stood out prominently. He wielded a ghostly-headed large knife. He was the Blood Wolf. Beside him several fierce-looking sub-leaders clustered around. "Humph, they've come out in full force. It seems they are determined to swallow us whole." Lin Xian's eyes were cold, void of fear. Only calm calculations filled his mind. "Send the order. Without my signal no one is to attack. Hold the fortifications. Shoot when they are close." "Understood." The Black Wolf tribe's forces halted about 200 paces from the fence. At this distance ordinary arrows could hardly inflict effective damage, but they were within the deterrent range of Shien City's arrow towers. Blood Wolf rode a few steps forward, pointing his knife at Lin Xian atop the arrow tower, his voice grating like a broken gong. "You up there? Are you the fool who dares to touch my Blood Wolf's men? Open the gate now, kneel and beg for mercy, and I might spare your life." Lin Xian was too lazy to waste words. He simply raised his right hand and then swung it down forcefully. Fire! Whoosh whoosh whoosh. 12 archers from the 4 arrow towers, including those trained previously in gifted refugees, simultaneously drew their bows. Though their archery skills were still rough from the height, the arrows flew with a sharp whistle, raining down on the front line of the Black Wolf tribe. "Raise shields.
The Blood Wolf was evidently prepared as the frontline soldiers immediately raised their crude wooden shields. Puff puff puff.
Most arrows were blocked by the wooden shields, but a few still slipped through the gaps, hitting soldiers in the rear who had no shields, causing screams and chaos.
Damn it.
Charge. Break the fence and kill them all.
The food and women we seize will be yours.
The Blood Wolf roared, suddenly bursting forth with a faint red glow, a violent aura spreading around him, enveloping about 30 core warriors.
A level talent, Frenzy. Activated.
The 30 warriors' eyes instantly turned red, their muscles bulging as they roared like beasts, charging fiercely toward the fence of Shien City, arrows raining down upon them. Their speed and strength evidently increased. Focus fire on the frenzied soldiers. Inner Historian Tang commanded decisively from below the tower. The archers concentrated their fire, but the enemies in a frenzied state were undeterred by death, even if they were hit by arrows. As long as it wasn't a fatal blow, they continued to roar and charge. At the same time, other soldiers from the Black Wolf tribe began to shoot arrows at the fence. Although their aim was poor, the sheer number still exerted a certain pressure on Shien City's defenders. Archers stepped back half a pace to avoid their onslaught.
Spearmen pushed forward. Inner Historian Tang shouted. Boom! The frenzied enemy crashed violently against the fence like a tide. The reinforced wooden fence shook violently, emitting a painful groan.
The spearmen of Shien City, already waiting in the rear, thrust their spears through the gaps with all their might. Kill! The battle instantly reached a fever pitch. The fence had become a line of life and death. One side desperately tried to break in while the other side held the line steadfastly.
The sounds of clashing blades, roars and screams melded into a cacophony.
Blood quickly stained the ground beneath the fence. Inner Historian Tang led from the front, each swing of his bronze sword ensuring that a frenzied enemy was either killed or injured, staunchly holding the most pressured gap. Yet with the enemy outnumbering them and their frenzy bolstering them, Shien City's defenders began to suffer casualties. The defense line was on the verge of collapse. On the arrow tower, Lin Shien calmly surveyed the battlefield. He noticed that the Blood Wolf was supervising from the rear and did not personally engage, clearly intending to wait until the defense line was breached before making a decisive move.
It's time.
Lin Xian's eyes flashed with cold light.
The talent skill points he had saved previously were instantly allocated to his SS level talent lottery. Ding! Talent lottery upgraded.
Effect: enhanced daily lottery chances, 1 slight increase in the probability of obtaining high-level items.
New effect: can actively consume mental energy to conduct specific tendency lottery with a longer cooldown, slightly increasing the probability of obtaining items related to the tendency. Double lottery. Specific tendency.
Lin Xian hesitated not for a moment and immediately activated today's first regular lottery, fervently thinking, tending towards the current battlefield area damage or strong control. The wheel spun rapidly, the pointer gliding past countless bizarre patterns, ultimately stopping on a square glowing with dangerous purple light. Ding! Congratulations to Lord Lin Xian for obtaining through the talent lottery a level item, Explosive Fire Thunder 3. 3 fist-sized black iron balls inscribed with flame runes on their surfaces appeared in Lin Xian's hands, with information flooding his mind. Injecting a small amount of spiritual energy activates it, detonating after a 3-second delay, generating a violent fire impact, dealing significant damage to enemies within the area.
Good stuff. Lin Xian felt a surge of confidence.
Without hesitation, he picked up 1 explosive fire thunder, infused a trace of spiritual energy as instructed, then aimed for the densest area of the enemy outside the fence and hurled it with all his might.
Everyone duck!
Lin Xian shouted simultaneously. The soldiers of Shien City, though puzzled, placed absolute trust in Lin Xian's orders, instinctively crouching or seeking cover.
The black iron ball traced a parabolic arc, landing in the midst of the frenzied enemies.
Blood Wolf also spotted the incoming object and sneered, "What is that?"
Throwing stones. However, the next second. Boom! A deafening roar erupted.
The iron ball detonated at its landing spot, erupting into a massive fireball.
The searing shockwave swept outwards, carrying shattered iron fragments and shockwaves. Ah! My eyes!
Help! Screams erupted one after another. At least 7 or 8 frenzied enemies at the explosion center were blown to bits, while a dozen others suffered varying degrees of burns and shock, their formation instantly thrown into disarray.
Even the frenzied state could not withstand such area damage.
This sudden terrifying explosion not only devastated the enemy forces but also severely impacted their morale. Even the Blood Wolf, who was supervising from the rear, was taken aback. His famed frenzied elite had been heavily wounded in a single strike.
Is it a spell?
Or some kind of strange object? Blood Wolf was both astonished and furious. The morale of Shien City's defenders surged. Lord is magnificent.
Kill them.
Inner Historian Tang seized this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, roaring, "The enemy is in disarray, follow me and charge out."
Break them. He was the first to break through the gap in the fence, leading the charge into the chaotic enemy ranks. The defending soldiers surged forth like tigers unleashed from their cages, launching a counteroffensive. The Black Wolf Tribe soldiers, already stunned by the explosion, faced the sudden ferocious counterattack of Shien City's defenders, compounded by the damage to their elite, causing their morale to collapse, instantly beginning to scatter and retreat. No retreat. Hold your ground. Blood Wolf shouted in fury, swinging his ghostly knife to cut down two fleeing soldiers in an attempt to stabilize the ranks. But the defeat was overwhelming and it was too late to turn the tide. Lin Xian stood atop the arrow tower, watching inner historian Tang like a tiger among sheep, pursuing the fleeing soldiers, knowing victory was certain. He did not use the second explosive fire thunder, it was a precious strategic resource. His gaze locked onto the Blood Wolf, who was trying to regroup his remaining soldiers. Capture the thief and first capture the king, Lin Xian murmured, picking up the second explosive fire thunder. This time his target was very clear. However, just as he prepared to throw it, an unexpected change occurred. Among the fleeing enemies, suddenly a small leader-looking figure emerged, revealing a hint of malice and determination. He pulled out a scroll radiating ominous black energy from his bosom and tore it open violently. With my blood, summon the shadow to devour the soul. The scroll transformed into a beam of black light, vanishing into the ground in an instant. The next moment, the shadows at the feet of inner historian Tang and several of the frontline soldiers of Shien City suddenly twisted like living beings, morphing into several black tendrils that lunged at their ankles. Shadow binding. It was a rare dark-type spell scroll. Inner historian Tang was caught off guard, his movement suddenly stalling as the ground tightened around his feet. The surrounding soldiers were directly tripped up. The originally fleeing Blood Wolf saw this, his eyes blazing with vicious light, and he laughed maniacally. Heaven is helping me. Lin Xian, come to your death. He disregarded his scattered troops, spurring his horse and brandishing his knife, charging straight at the temporarily restrained inner historian Tang. He aimed to seize this opportunity to eliminate this enemy general. The situation had turned on its head in an instant. The shadowy tendrils twisted upward, chilling to the bone, binding not only his movements but also continuously siphoning away any Aisher Tang's strength and energy. He roared and struggled, swinging his bronze sword, but the blade sliced through the shadows as if cutting into nothingness, yielding little effect. The other soldiers around him were as pale as ghosts, nearly unable to move. The Blood Wolf charged on horseback, wielding a ghostly blade with a chilling howl aimed directly at any Aisher Tang's head. If that blow landed, even any Aisher Tang with his valor would find it difficult to escape death. General, be careful. Stop him. The surrounding soldiers of Shien City stared wide-eyed, desperate to rescue, but entangled by fleeing soldiers and remaining frenzied warriors unable to break free. In a moment of peril, Lin Xian atop the arrow tower, his gaze sharp as an eagle. Without a hint of hesitation, he aimed the second explosive fire thunder not at the Blood Wolf, too close it might injure any Aisher Tang. Instead, he poured all his strength into launching it at the Black Wolf Tribe's small chief, who had just torn open the scroll and was grinning wickedly. Do you like magic? Here's a gift for you. The explosive fire thunder arced through the air with deadly precision, landing right at the feet of the small chief, whose face was filled with terror. No! His piercing scream was drowned out by an even louder explosion. Boom! Flames soared to the sky and debris flew everywhere. The small chief, along with several of the fleeing soldiers, was instantly blown away. More importantly, the source of the shadow binding spell was forcefully interrupted. The shadowy tendrils that had wrapped around any Aisher Tang and the soldier's ankles twisted, faded, and vanished as if exposed to sunlight. The moment the binding was lifted, any Aisher Tang felt his strength return. Facing the Blood Wolf charging forward with his blade poised to strike, an astonishing battle intent and fury erupted in his eyes. Die! At the crucial moment, any Aisher Tang executed an extremely awkward yet effective iron bridge maneuver, leaning back close to the ground, narrowly avoiding the decapitating blow. The ghostly blade swept past just above his nose. At the same time, any Aisher Tang's bronze sword shot upward from below like a venomous snake, emerging from its hole, accurately stabbing into the Blood Wolf's exposed armpit. Puff! The Blood Wolf had never anticipated any Aisher Tang could break free from the bindings and retaliate so fiercely in an instant. Pain surged through him and he let out a cry, nearly dropping the blade tumbling off his mount. Chief! Protect the chief! The remaining diehard loyalists of the Black Wolf Tribe rushed forward in a panic, attempting to rescue him. Protect the general! Kill! At this moment, the soldiers of Shien City finally broke through the blockade and surged forward. Would any Aisher Tang let such an opportunity slip by? He leaped up, disregarding the bleeding wound under his arm, took a step forward, and the bronze sword turned into a deadly glimmer, piercing directly at the heart of the fallen Blood Wolf. I surrender. The Blood Wolf's soul seemed to escape as he tried to call for surrender, but the sword's tip was already upon him. Crack! The bronze sword penetrated his leather armor, stabbing into his heart.
The blood wolf's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at the sword hilt in his chest, letting out a few choking sounds from his throat before his head tilted lifeless.
The chief of the Black Wolf tribe is dead. Your chief has been slain. Those who kneel and surrender will not be killed.
Asserting pulled out the bloodstained sword, raising it high above his head, his voice like thunder reverberating across the battlefield. With the chief's death, the already faltering morale collapsed completely. The remaining soldiers of the Black Wolf tribe exchanged glances, unsure who dropped their weapons first, but soon the clattering sounds filled the air, most of them kneeling in surrender. Only a few diehard loyalists attempted to flee, easily pursued and dealt with by the soldiers of Shien City. The battle had finally come to an end. The battlefield was strewn with corpses and the stench of blood was nauseating. Yet the surviving soldiers of Shien City erupted in cheers of survival and victorious shouts.
We won! Shien City forever victorious!
Lin Shien descended from the arrow tower, looking at the battlefield which was riddled with wounds, yet radiated joy from victory, feeling a sense of relief in his heart.
He approached Asserting to check his injuries.
Just flesh wounds, no problem. Asserting casually wiped the blood from his face. Thank you, my lord, for your timely rescue. He referred to that crucial explosive fire thunder.
There's no need for thanks between us.
Lin Shien patted his shoulder, then his gaze swept across the kneeling captives and the corpse of the blood wolf. Assess the battle losses, treat the wounded, and clean the battlefield.
These captives should be secured and monitored for now.
Yes. At that moment, He also arrived with the logistics personnel, swiftly taking over the aftermath work. The statistics came out quickly. 5 soldiers from the Shien City garrison had died, 3 were severely injured, and over 10 had minor injuries, marking a painful victory. But the gains were glorious. Over 40 soldiers of the Black Wolf tribe had been killed, including those blown to bits by the explosive fire thunder. More than 30 were captured and numerous weapons, equipment and supplies were seized.
Most importantly, an imminent threat had been eliminated.
My lord, though we won this battle, our losses were not small.
What should be done with these captives needs careful consideration.
Shien looked at the pale-faced captives, speaking softly to Lin Shien. To kill them all would be against morality and might impact the territory's reputation. To recruit them all could raise concerns about loyalty, making management difficult. Lin Shien pondered for a moment, saying those who genuinely wish to surrender and are not guilty of serious crimes can be scattered into labor teams for observation. The stubborn or those with a bad record
will be dealt with according to territorial laws.
The body of that blood wolf should be displayed publicly to serve as a warning.
My lord is wise.
He accepted the order, believing this approach of both reward and punishment was most appropriate.
After handling these matters, Lin Shien turned his gaze westward. The stronghold of the Black Wolf tribe should now be left vulnerable.
General assemble 20 soldiers in decent condition and set out with me.
Lin Shien's eyes sparkled. We are going to claim the spoils of war.
Taking advantage of their sickness, we will take their lives. With the main force of the Black Wolf tribe depleted and their chief slain, their camp is now an unguarded treasure trove. Half an hour later, Lin Shien and Asserting arrived at the camp of the Black Wolf tribe with a formidable small team.
Sure enough, the camp was left with only a few old, weak women and children and the wounded.
Upon seeing Lin Shien and the others, especially the head of the blood wolf impaled on a spear, they immediately cried out and knelt in surrender. Lin Shien did not make things difficult for them, simply ordering the camp to be secured and the supplies to be counted.
The harvest far exceeded expectations. As a level 3 village, the Black Wolf tribe had accumulated quite a bit.
The warehouse was filled with grains, timber stones, and even a small quantity of iron ingots. More importantly, in the largest wooden house where the blood wolf resided, Lin Shien found a locked iron box. Forcibly opening it revealed not only hundreds of the world's universal currency, a type of energy crystal coin, several crude beastskin maps, but also 2 items that made Lin Shien's eyes light up: a skill book radiating a faint blood glow, basic rage technique fragments, seemingly a weakened version of the blood wolf's innate ability which could be learned by non-innate users but with significant effects and side effects. And a token the size of an infant's fist, entirely black yet subtly revealing dragon-like patterns: Junior Dark Earth Dragon Summoning Token.
Junior Dark Earth Dragon Summoning Token special item.
Effect: after use it can summon a juvenile Dark Earth Dragon to fight for you once, lasting 10 minutes or until death. Note: a token containing a trace of the Dark Earth Dragon's bloodline, incredibly powerful, but the token will shatter after use.
Use with caution. Good stuff.
Lin Shien picked up the summoning token, which could be considered a trump card for survival.
Though it could only be used once, it could turn the tide at a critical moment.
After counting all the spoils, Lin Shien ordered that all valuable supplies from the Black Wolf camp as well as the population willing to relocate be packed and brought back to Shien City. As for this empty camp, he had no plans to leave troops stationed here for the time being, setting it ablaze to prevent it from being occupied by other forces, avoiding further complications. When Lin Shien returned to Shien City laden with spoils of war and nearly 100 new inhabitants, including captives and the elderly and weak from the original Black Wolf tribe, the entire territory erupted once again.
The annexation of the Black Wolf tribe greatly expanded Shien City's population resources and territorial range.
Though several brave soldiers were lost, those who survived, having been tempered by blood and fire, became more resilient and their sense of belonging to the territory reached new heights.
Ding! Congratulations, your territory has successfully eliminated the hostile lord's forces, the Black Wolf tribe, greatly enhancing the territory's prestige.
Experience points gained. Detecting that the territory's population and resources meet the upgrade conditions, do you wish to upgrade Shien City to a level 3 village?
The system's prompt sounded at the right moment.
Lin Shien stood before the village government center, looking at his tired yet bright-eyed people, gazing at the ever-expanding territory filled with ambition.
Upgrade.
A new phase of development was about to begin, and the reputation of Shien City would surely spread throughout this region due to this victory.
Fortune and misfortune coalesce, greater opportunities and challenges may already be on the way. The transformation of Shien City into a level 3 village is evident.
The village government center has been elevated and expanded, transitioning from a wooden structure to a more solid and grand brick and stone mix. The boundaries of the territory have nearly doubled, incorporating more land and reserving space for future urban development. In the newly unlocked building list, more functional options such as the basic market, basic clinic, and basic beast training ground have emerged. Most importantly, the population cap has increased to 500. After absorbing the remaining population of the Black Wolf tribe, Shien City's total population barely reaches 350, still leaving ample room for growth. Post-war affairs are complex, but under the governance of the capable Xiao He, everything is proceeding in an orderly manner.
Fallen soldiers are given a grand burial and their families receive generous compensation, further uniting the people's hearts.
The injured are being treated properly, and Lin Shien even used a drop of diluted innate spiritual liquid to quickly pull the severely injured out of danger. This nearly miraculous method has further strengthened the people's respect and admiration for him. Nearly 100 captives from the Black Wolf tribe, along with abducted women and children, are being dispersed into various labor teams led by the elders of Shien City, participating in construction under strict supervision. Xiao He has established a clear point system, allowing those who perform well and sincerely submit to gradually obtain formal citizen status and enjoy equal rights.
This relatively fair system effectively soothes the unease of these newcomers and avoids internal turmoil.
The large amount of resources seized has been categorized and stored, especially food and iron ingots, significantly strengthening the foundation of the territory. The fragment of the basic rampage technique was studied by Lin Shien and handed over to Neishi Tang to see if he could select loyal and reliable soldiers for limited training, creating a small elite force that could burst forth at critical moments while strictly controlling side effects and the scope of cultivation. As for the most important basic Dark Earth Dragon summoning order, it was carefully stored by Lin Shien in the ancient jade space, serving as a trump card. On this day, Lin Shien used his upgraded double lottery chance. In the first regular lottery, he obtained a crate item, Night Vision Potion Formula, which can be concocted to provide soldiers with good vision at night, proving quite practical, and he has handed it over to Xiao He to arrange for personnel to attempt its preparation. In the second lottery, Lin Shien tried the new designated preference function, setting the preference to exploration assistance or relic related. The roulette spun and eventually stopped on a blue square. Congratulations to Lord Lin Shien for obtaining through the talent lottery great item, Spirit Detection Compass 1. Spirit Detection Compass great effect can detect energy fluctuations, hidden treasures, or spatial rifts within a certain range. The color and speed of the pointer can roughly indicate the energy properties and strength, being particularly sensitive to undead and elemental entities. Description: a treasure hunter's good helper, but be careful, what you detect may sometimes be a danger you cannot handle.
A spirit detection compass. Lin Shien exclaimed with joy.
He was planning to explore the abandoned ancient temple to the south, and this compass would undoubtedly significantly increase the safety and success rate of the exploration. He picked up the palm-sized bronze compass engraved with intricate runes, infused it with a trace of spiritual power, and the pointer at the center immediately began to tremble, gently pointing in several directions. The strongest direction pointed clearly towards the heroic spirit altar behind the village government center, with the pointer glowing softly in white light. The second direction pointed at himself, the ancient jade and lord identity, with the pointer carrying a chaotic hue. When he faced south, the compass pointer slightly tilted in that direction, emitting a faint, unsettling grayish-white light.
Undead aura. Indeed.
Lin Shien confirmed his previous suspicion that the ancient temple was likely related to the undead. In the following days, Shien City focused on digesting the spoils of war and consolidating development.
The basic market has been established, and although no other lords have come to trade yet, bartering among the internal craftsmen has already become active.
Xiao He even formulated simple trading rules and equivalents, temporarily using food as the unit, promoting internal circulation. The establishment of the basic clinic has also improved the medical security level for the citizens.
Neishi Tang is reorganizing the army.
The Shien City Standing Army has officially expanded to 60 men, divided into 3 teams, taking turns for defense training and rest. He also selected 10 relatively clean background prisoners with military experience and honest behavior from the surrendered captives to form an independent vanguard camp directly under his command with preferential treatment but stricter supervision, planning to test their loyalty through real combat. With everything ready, Lin Shien decided it was time to explore that ancient temple.
This time Lin Shien chose to go personally.
On one hand, he is confident in his strength, possessing the cards of Explosive Fire Thunder and Dark Earth Dragon Summoning Order. On the other hand, the Spirit Detection Compass needs him to operate it personally, and exploring this relic, which may involve special energies, could yield extra rewards if the Lord himself undertakes the exploration. The exploration team members are elite. Lin Shien personally leads the team. Nashitang commands 10 of the most elite veterans, including 2 squad leaders who have cultivated a simplified version of the rampage technique, and 5 soldiers from the vanguard camp, both combat strength and a test, along with 2 hunters with some knowledge of herbs and traps. Before setting off, Lin Shien handed a simple communication talisman infused with his spiritual power to Xiao He, saying, "Sir, I entrust the territory to you. If there is an urgent matter, you can crush this talisman and I will sense it. Rest assured, my lord, there is no need to exert yourself to the utmost, just protect our home.
I wish my lord a smooth journey and a bountiful return."
Xiao He bowed to send them off. The exploration team set off in the morning, crossing the small stream to the south, moving towards the hilly area shrouded in a light mist. The closer they got to the direction of the ancient temple, the more pronounced the pointer's movement on the spirit detection compass became, and the grayish-white light grew clearer. Along the way they encountered some wandering skeleton soldiers. These low-level undead moved slowly and attacked monotonously, easily dealt with by the elite soldiers. Lin Shien noticed that after killing these skeleton soldiers, the spirit detection compass would exhibit a pulling force towards the faint energy that dissipated from them, seemingly capable of absorbing and storing it, with a small groove on the back of the compass gradually glowing.
"This compass is indeed extraordinary," Lin Shien mused.
After a cautious journey for most of the day, the exploration team finally arrived at their destination before sunset. It was a half-collapsed ancient temple built against the mountain with an ancient and bizarre style not resembling any known civilization. The broken stone pillars were carved with twisted, indescribable patterns. The temple door had long rotted and collapsed, revealing the deep darkness within. A rich aura of undead and a sense of ancient decay rushed forth, causing everyone to involuntarily shiver. Lin Shien raised the spirit detection compass only to see the pointer fiercely pointing deep into the temple entrance, shaking violently and emitting a glaring grayish-white light, even faintly revealing a hint of warning in dark red.
"There is something unusual inside. Everyone be careful. Form a combat formation. We are going in."
Lin Shien took a deep breath, suppressing a trace of apprehension in his heart, and was the first to step into the shadows of the ancient temple. The ancient jade in his embrace radiated an unprecedented warmth, as if drawn by something deep within the temple.
This ancient temple, silent for untold ages, was about to welcome new visitors. What awaits them is opportunity or deadly traps.
The instant they stepped into the ancient temple, light dimmed abruptly. The air seemed to congeal, heavy with the must of old dust and a thicker, deathly aura. Outside sounds were muffled away, leaving only the heavy breathing of the group and the faint scrape of armor.
The spirit-seeking compass spun wildly, its pallid glow almost suffusing the whole instrument.
Lin Shien whispered, "Be careful, the undead aura is intense. There could be something large here." Asserting made a hand signal. The soldiers immediately formed a circular formation, sheltering Lin Shien and the 2 hunters in the center.
Swords and blades were drawn as they watched each shadowed corner with alert eyes.
Although the 2 conscripts from the vanguard battalion were nervous, Asserting's steady bearing and Lin Xian's composed expression steadied them. They gripped their weapons tightly.
The interior of the temple was even more ruined than it appeared from outside.
Much of the dome had collapsed, revealing a gray-purple sky and letting in thin shafts of light that lit the drifting dust and the thick piles of rubble on the floor. The surviving murals flaked and peeled. One could make out ritual scenes, but the object of worship was rendered as twisted, nameless shadows that stirred unease the longer one looked. A teeth-grating screech of friction came from the darkness ahead.
"Stand alert!" Asserting barked.
A handful of skeletons shuffled into view from behind broken pillars, their bodies still draped in ragged cloth, pale green soul flames flickering in their eye sockets. Rusted swords and knives clutched in their hands, 7 or 8 of them in all.
Skeleton warriors, stronger than the random fodder outside.
Coordinate strike at the joints and the skulls.
Asserting's experience let him judge the enemy at a glance.
The soldiers advanced as instructed, moving in trios with practiced coordination. Spears thrust and blades chopped. Though the skeletons had surprising strength, their movements were stiff and the disciplined soldiers quickly tore them apart. Yet when the bones were scattered, the pale green soul flames did not immediately gutter. They hovered, seeking to attach themselves to other bones or to the fragments on the ground.
"Purify those spectral flames."
Lin Shien recalled how the compass had reacted earlier and strove to trigger it with his spiritual will. Sure enough, a groove on the back of the compass flashed. A suction pulled in several of the reforming soul flames, and the compass's ashen light seemed to thicken and solidify. The remaining soul flames were broken apart by soldiers driving spirit-infused blows with their weapons.
"This compass can absorb undead energy," Asserting said, surprised.
It appears to be a treasure that counters the undead, Lin Shien thought, reassured. With the compass, the exploration felt far safer. After cleansing the skeletal fighters, the group pressed deeper. Beyond the front hall lay a descending corridor and a chill wind. Guided by the compass and the hunter's subtle traces, they avoided several concealed pits and falling stone mechanisms. At the corridor's end stood a half-open stone door carved with eerie runes. From beyond came the scrape of chains and low guttural roars. Lin Shien aimed the compass at the door crack. Its needle lurched and began to glow a clear dark red.
There is a very strong energy response inside and it is hostile, prepare to breach.
Lin Shien pocketed the compass and primed an explosive firebomb. Asserting signaled 2 shield bearers forward and shoved the stone door wide open. Beyond the door yawned a vast circular burial chamber, at its center a stone altar dominating the space. Around the altar stood 4 exceptionally large skeletons clad in tattered metal armor.
Blue soul flames roared in their sockets as they wielded massive bone knives and axes. Their presence far outmatched the earlier skeletons.
More disconcerting still, at the altar's center hovered a writhing black shadow that radiated an oppressive spiritual pressure. Skeleton champions and the remnant of a necromancer's soul.
Lin Shien's pupils contracted.
Though the shadow was indistinct, it bore a humanoid outline and exuded an icy arcane fluctuation. Intruders, die! The undead remnant spat in a shrill psychic strike. The psychic assault hit them. Only Lin Shien and Asserting, whose spiritual fortitude was stronger, felt but a slight stagger. Most of the soldiers reeled with dizziness. The 4 skeleton champions advanced with heavy crushing steps, their presence smothering the air.
I'll take care of that wretched thing.
The soldiers formed ranks to meet the skeletons.
General Asserting, you command, find an opening and sever their heads. Lin Shien decided swiftly the remnant that wielded psychic attacks must be ended before the troops broke.
He hurled his explosive firebomb toward the shadow on the altar while unleashing the compass's purifying light with all his will. A milky white beam shot at the undead remnant. The remnant shrieked and dissolved into black mist to evade the bomb.
Boom!
The explosion left a charred crater on the altar but had missed the remnant's core. Foolish mortals, the remnant raged, forming a shadow arrow and launching it at Lin Shien. Lin Shien rolled aside. The projectile struck the stone wall behind him, corroding a large hole. He kept moving, using the compass's purifying light to harry the remnant while searching for an opening.
He realized the remnant could not stray far from the altar.
Elsewhere, Asserting directed the soldiers in a brutal contest against the 4 skeleton champions.
Those bones possessed terrifying strength and defense. Ordinary blades barely grazed them and the formation of soldiers was barely holding.
Asserting roared, blood surging as he released a martial technique, a sword strike across a champion's shoulder left only a deep gouge and failed to sever it.
Strike the joints.
Use heavy weapons to smash them.
Asserting shifted tactics and personally engaged one to create openings for his men.
A squad leader who had cultivated a simplified fury technique, his eyes rimmed red with strength, hefted a heavy hammer captured from the Hei Lang tribe and smashed it down on a skeleton champion's knee.
Crack!
Bone splintered and flew. The champion staggered and dropped to a knee, whereupon another soldier's spear drove through its skull and the soul flame guttered out. The pressure eased marginally, but the remaining 3 champions turned even more furious. The tomb erupted in a storm of blade shouts and the relentless crack of breaking bones. Lin Shien's duel with the undead remnant reached its crucible. The remnant unleashed shadow arrows and psychic shocks. Lin Shien relied on the compass's purifying radiance and nimble footwork to parry, occasionally blocking with his tempered iron longsword until his arm tingled from the impact. He noticed that each use of the purifying light drained the compass of absorbed undead energy. I cannot prolong this, he resolved, intentionally feinting to draw the remnant out.
The remnant took the bait and formed a thicker shadow arrow.
Lin Shien stood his ground and poured every ounce of his spiritual power into the spirit-seeking compass. There was a hum and an unprecedented blinding white light erupted from the compass like a miniature sun, instantly illuminating the entire chamber. The purifying light not only nullified the shadow arrow but struck the undead remnant directly.
The remnant screamed a piercing, mournful shriek as its black mist-like form melted like frost under the sun, rapidly thinning and shrinking.
It panicked, desperately trying to flee back to the altar's heart.
Now was the moment.
A cold gleam flashed in Lin Shien's eyes. The last explosive firebomb he held was hurled with all his might toward the altar center, the very spot the remnant sought to reclaim.
No! The remnant howled in despair. Boom! A violent explosion roared out, this time detonating precisely at the altar's core. The furious flames and shockwave shredded and purified the already waning remnant utterly.
The instant the remnant vanished, the 3 remaining skeleton champions froze. The blue soul flames in their sockets flickered wildly and then with a soft pop were snuffed. The massive frames collapsed and clattered into a ruin of bones.
Silence fell over the chamber as if the world itself inhaled and held its breath.
Only the ragged breathing of the men and the crackle of lingering flames remained.
Is it over?
A soldier stared at the scattered remains in disbelief. Lin Shien exhaled, feeling weakness wash over him. The repeated use of the compass and sustained concentration had cost him dearly. He stepped to the altar and found that the explosion had revealed a hidden compartment. Inside lay a black book bound in some unknown leather and a palm-sized black token, neither metal nor wood, etched across with intricate runes. Undead Spell Notes. Incomplete special item contains basic knowledge of undead sorceries and a fragmented ritual titled Skeleton Summoning. Abandoned Altar Control Talisman. Special item appears capable of manipulating certain mechanisms of the temple, but its energy is nearly spent and bound to the altar core. Now that the core is destroyed, the talisman's efficacy is greatly diminished. Although the altar core was shattered and the control talisman rendered largely useless, the undead spell notes might hold scholarly value. Lin Shien pocketed both items. At that moment his ancient jade transmitted a sudden intense pull with a clear direction, its focus pointed directly beneath the altar. Lin Shien signaled the soldiers to tidy the battlefield and pried up several loose flagstones at the altar's base with his longsword. Beneath the stones was not earth but a small cavity cradling a pebble the size of a pigeon egg, perfectly round, gray, and emanating a faint chaotic aura. The pebble seemed ordinary, yet the ancient jade's craving for it was intense. The instant Lin Shien lifted it, the jade exerted a pull and drew the pebble into his inner realm. Moments later Lin Shien felt a subtle trembling within his inner realm. Its space stabilized slightly and the pool of primordial spiritual fluid at its center rippled as if it had grown stronger. This is a treasure to nourish the inner realm. Lin Shien was both astonished and elated. He had not expected such a boon in the temple's depths. This expedition, though perilous, had yielded far greater rewards than anticipated. Having neutralized the greatest threat, they could now thoroughly scour the temple's remaining corners. Perhaps other surprises still awaited them. After eliminating the core threats in the tomb, the exploration team did not let their guard down. Under the command of Neishi Tang, the soldiers meticulously searched every corner of the tomb and discovered a hidden side chamber behind the altar. The side chamber contained no undead, only a few decaying wooden boxes. Upon opening them they found ashes of silk and some severely rusted metal vessels which seemed to be burial items, yet time had rendered them worthless. However, at the bottom of one of the boxes the soldiers found several relatively well-preserved black stone slabs engraved with strange symbols, as well as a small bag containing about 10 gray crystals, each the size of a fingertip, emanating a faintly cold energy. Fragmented ancient inscription slab. Special item records some lost ancient script or ritual. Perhaps a scholar could decipher its secrets. Low-quality soul energy crystals. 15 material crystals containing faint undead energy, usable for certain dark spells or alchemy, also absorbable by special items. Lin Shien collected the stone slabs and soul energy crystals. Although he was unsure of their exact use, for the time being they were relics of antiquity and might prove useful in the future. He attempted to contact the soul energy crystals with the spirit connecting compass, which indeed expressed a desire to absorb them, but he suppressed the urge, for now intending to keep them for research. Once confirming there were no other valuable items, the exploration team began to withdraw in an orderly manner. The return journey was much smoother, with sporadic skeletons encountered easily dealt with. As the team returned, weary yet exhilarated, bathed in the afterglow of the setting sun, everyone breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing the familiar fences and arrow towers of Shien City. The Lord has returned. Quick, open the gate. The guards left behind Xiao He and Zhao De had long been waiting at the entrance. Despite being injured and disheveled, the spirits of the team were high and smiles of joy appeared on everyone's faces. Welcome back, Lord. Xiao He stepped forward, bowing in salute. He scanned the team and, seeing no one missing, the severely injured had been properly carried back, felt a sense of relief. I have not failed my mission, Lin Shien said with a smile, giving Xiao He a pat on the shoulder. This time we have gained much thanks to you stabilizing the rear. Back at the village administration center, Lin Shien first informed Xiao He and Neishi Tang of the general process and results of the exploration. Upon hearing about the encounter with the remnants of an undead mage and skeletal warriors, both men broke into a sweat when they learned how Lin Shien cleverly used the compass and explosive fire thunder to resolve the crisis, ultimately obtaining the mysterious stones and ancient items. They couldn't help but express their admiration. The Lord is truly blessed. The dangers faced on this journey are beyond what ordinary people can endure, Xiao He remarked. Next, there are a few matters that need to be addressed promptly. First, all soldiers who participated in the exploration should be recognized for their merits and richly rewarded, with the injured receiving the best medical treatment first. Second, the obtained notes on undead spells and soul energy crystals will be personally safeguarded and researched by me. They are to be temporarily sealed and no one is allowed to touch them without permission to avoid unnecessary trouble. Third, the ancient stone slabs should be examined to see if any scholars among the refugees or potential recruits can decipher the ancient script. Fourth, strengthen patrols to the south. Although the core of the ancient temple has been cleared, we cannot guarantee that no other undead will arise. Understood. Xiao He and Neishi Tang responded in unison. After arranging these matters, Lin Shien returned to his quiet room and immediately checked the situation within the ancient jade. After the chaos stone was absorbed, the internal space had evidently stabilized, significantly expanding from 10 cubic meters to about 12 cubic meters. Furthermore, the edges of the space no longer appeared gray and hazy but displayed a more solid texture.
The pool of innate spiritual liquid in the center, once nearly invisible, had transformed into a shallow basin, albeit still sparse yet brimming with vitality. Indeed, it is a good thing. Lin Shien exclaimed with delight. The growth of this internal space fundamentally enhances his personal strength. He decided to pay more attention to such treasures that nourish the internal space in the future. Subsequently, he used his 2 chances for the daily lottery. In the first regular lottery, he obtained a crate item, excellent hemostatic bandages, 10 rolls, which were superior to ordinary bandages and considered practical medical supplies. In the second attempt, he again tried the designated preference, setting it for information or intelligence type. The wheel spun and stopped on a green square. Ding! Congratulations, Lord Lin Shien, for obtaining through the talent lottery grade item regional intelligence summary last 3 days 1. A thin booklet composed of energy appeared in his hand. Lin Shien opened it, finding recorded summaries of significant events in the last 3 days within a 500-mile radius centered around Shien City. The Black Wolf tribe has been annihilated and the emerging power Shien City has drawn attention from the surrounding areas. Bloodblade Fortress about 400 miles to the southeast, a level 4 town, and Stoneclaw tribe about 350 miles to the northeast, a level 4 tribe, have erupted in conflict over a rare mine, though on a small scale. Suspicious signs of large magical beast activities have been observed at the edges of the dark forest to the south, with multiple small lord strongholds going missing. Anonymous message from the regional channel. It is rumored that an ancient elven ruin has appeared in the eastern part of the 114514 district, attracting numerous lords, leading to heavy casualties, and no successful exploration reports have been made thus far. Although the information is brief, its value is immense. It has provided Lin Shien with a clearer understanding of the surrounding situation, avoiding the risks of being out of touch. The conflict between Bloodblade Fortress and Stoneclaw tribe indicates that the 2 major forces are preoccupied for the time being. The unrest in the dark forest poses a potential threat, while the rumors of the elven ruins, although distant, signify that this world is fraught with both opportunities and dangers. This intelligence summary will need to be drawn regularly in the future. Lin Shien felt as if he had struck gold. Just as he was digesting this information, Shou knocked and entered, his expression somewhat grave. My lord, our merchant team led by Jade, attempting to barter excess beast skins and food with a neutral village further away, has returned with news that they encountered a small squad of well-equipped cavalry scouts on their way back. The other party did not attack but displayed their flags, indicating they were from Bloodblade Fortress. They seemed very interested in us, inquiring about the location of Shien City and the lord's information. Bloodblade Fortress, the level 4 town that is currently in conflict with the Stoneclaw tribe. Their scouts have managed to get this close. Lin Shien frowned slightly. After Shien City absorbed the Black Wolf tribe, its reputation emerged, indeed attracting the attention of stronger forces. With fortune comes peril. It seems the days of tranquil development are about to be disrupted. Inform Jade to be more cautious during future trade, avoiding the activity range of major forces as much as possible. Additionally, strengthen the territory's vigilance, especially to the east and southeast. Lin Shien said solemnly. Bloodblade Fortress should not be actively engaged for now. We will observe the situation. Our primary task remains to accelerate development and enhance our own strength. Yes. Shou he acknowledged the order and left. Lin Shien walked to the window, gazing at the gradually brightening lights of Shien City under the night sky, which appeared increasingly prosperous, stirring emotions within him. The battlefield of myriad realms never allows one to relax. Just as he resolved one issue with the Black Wolf tribe and explored an ancient temple, more formidable opponents and a more complex situation were silently approaching. When soldiers come, let them fight. When water comes, let the earth cover. I want to see what Bloodblade Fortress intends to do. He touched the dark earth dragon summoning order in his bosom, a glint of sharpness flashing in his eyes. Strength is the fundamental means of responding to all changes. The emergence of the Bloodblade Fortress scouts was like a cold splash of water, awakening the senior officials of Shien City, who were immersed in the joy of rapid development. The strength of a Tier 3 village is still insignificant in the face of true town-level powers. Enhancing strength is urgent, and upgrading the town is the most clear and transformative goal at present. Lin Shien, Shou He and Neishi Tang gathered once again at the village administration center, laying out the increasingly detailed territory map. To upgrade the town, the primary condition is that the population must reach the maximum limit of 500, and we currently only have 350 people, leaving a shortfall of 150. Shou He pointed to the population data, his tone steady. Secondly, we need a massive amount of resources: 10000 units of wood, 800 units of stone, 5000 units of food, and in addition a special material, 100 units of refined iron, along with a primary energy core. Finally, and most importantly, we need to construct a core building, the heart of the town. This blueprint is rare, and the materials required for construction include soul crystals and other rare resources. The conditions are extremely harsh.
The current resource reserves of Shien City are vastly inadequate. There is almost no stock of refined iron and energy cores. The only energy core is from the Beast Tide reward, and refined iron requires deep mining of iron ore and improved smelting technology.
The pressure is immense, but it is not impossible to achieve.
Lin Xian's gaze swept across the resource points marked on the map. We have 3 advantages. First, the resource buffer gained from annexing the Black Wolf tribe. Second, Mr. Xiao, your administrative skills can greatly enhance resource collection and population growth efficiency. Third, my talent may provide crucial assistance. A strategy was quickly established: population growth managed by Xiao He. On one hand, increase efforts to attract refugees using the existing food supply and stable environment as a promotion, and actively send teams to guide scattered refugees within safe areas. On the other hand, encourage citizens to have children and establish incentive policies. At the same time, strictly review incoming populations to prevent spies from infiltrating.
Resource accumulation overseen by Neishi Tang, responsible for defense and mining.
Reinforce efforts fully mine the discovered low-quality iron deposits and attempt to find higher-grade sources. Organize large hunting and gathering teams to scale up the acquisition of food, wood and stone. Strengthen patrols to ensure the safety of resource points.
Special materials and blueprints personally planned by Lin Xian.
Refined iron relies on breakthroughs in mining and smelting technology. He asked Xiao He to scout for any skilled smelting craftsmen among the refugees while preparing to use designated preference lottery to try his luck again. As for the blueprint for the heart of the town, he placed his hopes on the upcoming new round of Beast Tide rewards and potential explorations of other ruins. With the plan set, the entire Shien City moved like a giant beast, wound tightly operating at full strength.
Xiao He demonstrated his remarkable governance skills. He restructured the labor system, implementing rotation and incentives, significantly increasing production efficiency.
The work to attract refugees was also remarkably effective, with new faces joining Shien City almost every day. Although this brought management pressure, it also provided valuable labor. He quickly dispersed and settled the new arrivals, integrating them into the existing system to avoid potential clustering issues. Neishi Tang on one hand strengthened military training, expanding the army to 80 men and rigorously drilling them. On the other hand, he personally led a team to eliminate small monster nests around the territory, training the army while also opening up safer resource gathering areas. After incurring some costs, the mining team finally found a vein rich in iron ore, and hope for obtaining refined iron began to brighten. Meanwhile, Lin Xian used the lottery to acquire some urgently needed supplies, such as obtaining a blueprint for a primary well, alleviating some water pressure, and closely monitored regional intelligence and changes in the ancient jade. Days passed, and under the collective efforts of the city, the accumulation speed of basic resources was astonishing. Wood and stone had surpassed half, and food consumption increased due to population growth, but reserves were still steadily rising. The population also broke through the 400 mark. However, the mining and smelting of refined iron encountered a bottleneck, lacking skilled craftsmen, and progress was slow. Just as Lin Xian considered whether to take the risk of using the designated preference lottery to obtain refined iron or craftsmen, an unexpected piece of news arrived. The team sent to conduct surveillance at the edge of the southern dark forest returned with a battered near-death person. This person was not a refugee but a warrior clad in tattered leather armor and well-equipped. In his backpack, besides some rations, were a few pieces of glistening metallic refined iron ore and a tattered map that seemed to depict the structure of some underground mine.
Is he an adventurer? Or a soldier from another territory?
Lin Xian immediately ordered to do everything possible to save this person. After the efforts of the physician and the diluted spiritual liquid, this warrior finally awakened after a day. He introduced himself as Shifeng from a small lord's territory called Iron Rock Village, which lived by mining. Their village had been attacked a few days prior by a group of well-equipped mountain bandits. He had escaped for his life, mistakenly wandered into the edge of the dark forest, encountered monster attacks, and was fortunately rescued by the Shien City scouting team.
Mountain bandits. Well-equipped. Lin Xian caught the key information. Do you know their origins?
Shifeng weakly shook his head. Not clear, but there were spellcasters among them very strong.
Our lord died in battle.
His eyes revealed sorrow. Thank you for saving my life. These refined iron ores are the last batch of high-quality ores mined by our village. If you do not mind, I am willing to offer them, only asking to take me and a few fellow villagers who might have escaped.
Refined iron ore. And possibly mining craftsmen. This is simply a timely assistance.
Lin Xian exchanged a glance with Xiao He and immediately agreed. Brother Shifeng, rest assured, Shien City welcomes any brothers and sisters who abide by the rules and are willing to work together. You focus on healing once you recover. If you wish to enlist, you may join General Neishi's ranks. If you wish to continue mining, Shien City is in dire need of talents like you. After properly settling Shifeng, Lin Xian took the high-quality refined iron ore and the tattered map, having formed a new plan in his heart. The bandits who could breach a village reliant on mining were certainly not ordinary. They were likely connected to great powers like the Bloodblade fortress or even possibly their hidden pawns. This gave him a more concrete understanding of the dangers surrounding them. However, at present there was a glimmer of hope regarding the source of refined iron.
The ore brought by Shien was preliminarily assessed by smelting craftsmen as having a very high grade far exceeding the low-quality ores currently mined by Shien City. Moreover, the cave marked on that map seemed to be located at the junction of the dark forest and hills about 30 miles from Shien City, possibly containing an undiscovered rich ore point. Risks and opportunities coexist. Lin Shien pondered. It was unrealistic to send a large team for exploration. It would easily alarm the enemy and pose high risks. He decided to lead a small elite team himself, including Neishi Tang and several of the strongest soldiers, to personally investigate the location marked on the map. If there are rich ores, the biggest shortcoming for Shien City's upgrade would be compensated. Just as he prepared to set off the night before, the regional channel exploded once again. An announcement marked in bright red font was issued by the regional channel's built-in system. Scrolling across the screen, regional event announcement: a small beast tide. The second wave will strike 3 days later in the evening. All lords are advised to prepare. The intensity of this beast tide will be dynamically adjusted according to the territory's level and development, and the rewards will also be more generous. The second wave of beast tide 3 days later. Lin Xian's expression sharpened. A crisis is also an opportunity. If they can successfully withstand this stronger beast tide, the rewards may include urgently needed blueprints for the heart of the town or a large amount of rare resources. Plan change. Lin Xian immediately summoned Xiao He and Neishi Tang. The exploration of the mine will be postponed and everyone will enter a state of readiness, prioritizing the fortification of the city defenses and preparing to face the beast tide. In this battle we must win, not lose. Our goal is not just to survive but to strive for the highest rating and secure the heart of the town. The nerves of Shien City, which had just relaxed, tightened once again. But this time no one panicked. In the eyes of the soldiers and citizens who had experienced the baptism of bloody battles, there was only determination and fighting spirit. They believed in their lord, believed in their general, and believed in the home they had built with their own hands. The final piece to upgrade the town may lie within this impending storm. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. During these 3 days the entire Shien City operated like a high-speed war machine, with all efforts centered around one core objective: resisting the beast tide and striving for the highest evaluation. Under Xiao He's coordination, resources were allocated efficiently. The newly constructed 4 arrow towers were further reinforced with simple shields and spare arrow piles added to the platforms atop the towers. The barriers were thickened and raised with critical areas even reinforced with stones mined from the ground, creating a rudimentary low wall of stone and wood. A trench 1 yard wide and half a yard deep was dug outside the wall, filled with sharpened wooden stakes at the bottom. Neishi Tang divided 80 soldiers into 3 teams. One team he personally led as the core defensive force stationed at the front, another was led by a calm squad leader as a mobile reserve. The last team was temporarily led by the newly joined Shien, who was indeed an old soldier grateful to Shien City, responsible for lateral and rear warnings, which also served as a test for him. The 10 soldiers who practiced the simplified version of the berserker technique were grouped together as a striking force for critical moments. Lin Xian, on the other hand, made ample preparations using the lottery and existing resources. He once again used the designated inclination lottery, setting the inclination to defense or area damage, and fortunately obtained a clever item: iron barbed spike deployment bag 5, each bag capable of covering a considerable area, effectively delaying the advance of ground troops. He strategically placed these iron barbed spikes in front of the trench and unlikely attack paths. Simultaneously he ordered the craftsmen to rush and produce a large number of torches and fire oil cans, preparing for an incendiary attack. As night fell again, the twin moons in the sky were obscured by thick dark clouds with only a few scattered stars visible, creating an atmosphere so oppressive it was hard to breathe. On the city walls and arrow towers the torches crackled as they burned, casting flickering lights over the tense yet resolute faces of the soldiers. All non-combat personnel had retreated to relatively safe areas near the village government center. Lin Xian stood atop the central arrow tower with the spirit-seeking compass floating before him, its needle trembling slightly, pointing towards the dark forest to the south, emanating an increasingly intense red light mixed with various brutal auras. This beast tide, in terms of both scale and quality, was far beyond the first wave. Their coming, Lin Xian's voice spread throughout the city through a simple communication method: flag signals and horns. The ground began to tremble, initially faint, then increasingly violent, like a stampede of 10,000 horses. In the darkness countless bloodthirsty eyes lit up, surging forth like a tide from the forest's edge. No longer were there just lone fear wolves and goblins. This time leading the charge were the swift shadow leopards, followed closely by thick-skinned wild boars in droves, and in the sky appeared dozens of vulture-like corpses with wingspans exceeding 2 meters, letting out sharp cries. Archers, angle your shots to cover 150 steps ahead. Targets: shadow leopards and vultures. Neishi Tang's calm voice sounded. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Arrows rained down like locusts into the beast horde, instantly provoking a chorus of screams. Although the shadow leopards were fast, their defenses were weak and many were shot down. Several vultures were also brought down, but more continued to circle above, waiting for the right moment to dive. However, the sheer number of beasts was overwhelming. The arrow's blocking effect was limited and the massive beast horde surged past the arrow-covered area, crashing violently into the first barrier, the iron barbed spike zone. Awu.
The leading shadow leopards and wild boars stepped onto the dense iron barbed sharp spikes, piercing their paws, the pain eliciting a wail that stalled their charge, even tripping their companions behind them and causing minor chaos.
Good.
Soldiers on the wall murmured in low voices. However, the impact force of the beast tide exceeded expectations as the monsters behind trampled over their fallen comrades, continuing to charge wildly, quickly breaching the iron barbed spike area and lunging towards the trench.
Spearmen, hold your ground. Prepare the fire oil.
Neishi Tang shouted loudly. The monsters attempted to jump over or squeeze through the trench, while the spearmen's pikes thrust out like a forest from behind the wall, impaling one monster after another into the trench, where they were pierced by wooden stakes. At the same time, lit fire oil cans were hurled with great effort, smashing against the trench's edge, and the monsters piled together.
Boom! Flames erupted.
The oil ignited fiercely on the monsters' fur, instantly turning the area near the trench into a sea of fire, with the air filled with the stench of charred flesh. The flames effectively blocked the subsequent surge of beasts, and the chilling roars of the beasts echoed through the night sky.
Well done.
Lin Shien observed keenly from the arrow tower. The initial defensive strategy was remarkably successful. However, the beast tide's assault did not cease. In the sky, the corpse vultures seized the opportunity, diving down like arrows, their sharp claws targeting the soldiers on the walls.
Raise shields. Defend against the sky,
shouted the squad leaders hoarsely. Soldiers raised their shields to block, but still some unfortunate ones were scratched or pecked by the vultures, causing slight disarray in their formation.
Neishi Tang's sword glinted as he instantly struck down two vultures, stabilizing the formation.
Just then a deep, powerful roar reverberated from behind the beast tide. Three massive creatures comparable in size to small houses and clad in heavy rock-like shells, the earth-shattering rhinoceros, charged forward like heavy tanks, ignoring the flames and the trench, heading straight for the barriers. The ground trembled beneath them as they passed.
It's an elite monster. Earth-shattering rhinoceros. Concentrate firepower to stop them. Lin Xian's pupils constricted as he issued the order immediately. The impact of these earth-shattering rhinoceroses was enough to destroy the currently weak city walls. Archers atop the arrow towers desperately shot at the rhinoceroses, but the arrows bounced off their thick armor, leaving only faint white marks. Neishi Tang attempted to lead his men out of the city to intercept them, but was firmly entangled by a tide of ordinary monsters. As the earth-shattering rhinoceroses were about to collide with the barriers, Lin Xian no longer hesitated. He took out the last explosive fire thunder, aimed it at the head of the leading earth-shattering rhinoceros, and threw it with all his might. Explode for me.
The explosive fire thunder struck the rhinoceros' forehead with precision and exploded. The fire and shockwave blasted open a gaping wound in the rhinoceros' thick armor, and the creature let out a pained wail, its charge interrupted as it stumbled to the ground, tripping another rhinoceros behind it. But another earth-shattering rhinoceros continued to charge forward.
Berserk squad, follow me.
Seeing this, Neishi Tang roared, his blood energy intertwining with the faint red glow of the 10 soldiers, forming a single entity, breaking through the ordinary monster's blockade, bravely charging towards the last earth-shattering rhinoceros.
Breaking army/combined strike.
Neishi Tang and the 10 berserk soldiers' powers converged into a massive blood-colored sword aura, fiercely slashing towards the rhinoceros' front leg.
Crack! A sound reminiscent of breaking bones echoed.
The front leg of the earth-shattering rhinoceros snapped, its massive body losing balance, crashing to the ground with an ear-splitting roar, unable to charge any longer. The threat posed by the elite monster was temporarily alleviated, but the pressure on the defenders had not diminished. After a prolonged fierce battle, the soldiers suffered significant fatigue and casualties began to appear. The arrows and fire oil had also been reduced by more than half. Lin Xian gazed at the brutal battle below, knowing he could no longer hold back. He took a deep breath and infused his spiritual energy into the spirit-seeking compass. This time he would not only trigger the purification light, but also attempt to guide the spirit energy stored within the compass derived from the ancient temple. With their spear, strike their shield. Undead surge. The gray-white light on the compass surged, unleashing an intangible wave filled with biting cold and spiritual erosion, sweeping in a fan shape towards those commanding monsters at the back of the beast tide, who seemed to possess some intelligence. Hit by this mental shock imbued with the essence of the undead, several monsters resembling shamans or alpha wolves suddenly froze, confusion and fear flashing in their eyes, instantly interrupting their command over the beast tide. The monsters at the front lost their unified coordination, their attacks becoming chaotic.
Opportunity. All troops counterattack. Neishi Tang seized this precious moment and led the invigorated defenders in a countercharge.
However, just as the scales of victory began to tip in favor of Shien City, from the depths of the dark forest came a terrifying roar that pierced the heavens, filled with endless majesty and fury. A pressure that made souls tremble enveloped the entire battlefield as if it were tangible. All monsters, regardless of strength, stopped their attacks at that moment, crouching low as if welcoming their king. The needle of the spirit-seeking compass in Lin Xian's hand spun wildly, eventually pointing firmly into the depths of the forest, erupting with an unprecedented, nearly shattering, blinding bloodlight.
Not good. A big fellow. A lord-level existence is about to emerge. Lin Xian's expression changed drastically. The true test of the second beast tide was just beginning. The roar contained a terrifying pressure as if it emanated from the ancient wilderness, causing all creatures that heard it to tremble from the depths of their souls. The previously chaotic beast tide suddenly fell silent, prostrating on the ground, showing submission towards the dark forest. Even the guards of Shien City found it difficult to breathe, their hands and feet cold as their previously gathered momentum for counterattack faltered. A lord level. It must be a lord level monster. Aisher Tang's face turned extremely grave, his tightly gripped bronze sword causing his knuckles to turn white. Such a being existed beyond the scope of what an ordinary army could confront. Hedon. Lin Xian's heart raced, but he forced himself to remain calm. The pointer of the spirit compass trembled wildly, directing towards the terrifying aura rapidly approaching from the depths of the forest, with bloodlight almost spilling out of the compass. He took a deep breath, communicating with the ancient jade space, and the cold junior dark earth dragon summoning token appeared in his hand in an instant. This was his final trump card and his only hope. Everyone retreat behind the barricades and form a circular defense. General Aisher, protect everyone. Lin Xian's voice, reinforced by his mental power, clearly reached every soldier's ears, carrying an undeniable calm that slightly dispelled the fear in their hearts. The soldiers quickly followed orders and retreated, forming a defensive formation with the barricades and arrow towers, yet their gazes involuntarily turned to the proud figure atop the arrow tower. The ground trembled even more violently, as if some colossal creature was making its way towards them. Trees in the distance toppled in swathes and dust filled the air. At last a gigantic silhouette broke through the dust, emerging under the moonlight. It was a dragon. A dragon-like monster over 15 meters long, covered entirely in dark red scales, with a single horn on its head and dual wings on its back. This was the flame earth dragon. Its eyes burned with brutal golden flames, and its stout tail swept across the ground, leaving deep ravines, while its gaping mouth exhaled a scorching breath that caused the air in the distance to distort. This was a true 7th-tier magical beast, possessing a portion of dragon bloodline with strength comparable to high-ranking human warriors. It was a destructive force that Shien City could not contend with. The golden vertical pupils of the flame earth dragon locked onto Lin Xian on the arrow tower, as if sensing the bizarre energy contained within the token in his hand. It let out a disdainful low growl, stepping forward ready to trample this ant who dared to provoke its majesty along with his territory. Now is the time. Lin Xian hesitated no longer, suddenly infusing his mental power into the summoning token. Crack! The token shattered in response, transforming into a deep black stream of light that shot into the sky. The black stream of light rapidly expanded in the air, forming a massive spatial vortex from which chilling roars and the sound of dragging chains emanated. A dragon might that was equally as powerful as the flame earth dragon, even more chilling and pure, emanated from the vortex. Feeling this dragon might of the same origin but at a higher level, the flame earth dragon halted its advance, its previously brutal expression replaced by a hint of confusion and innate unease. Roar! A more violent roar filled with the essence of death and destruction erupted from the vortex. Following that, a gigantic dragon head entirely composed of shadows and bones emerged. It had no flesh, only pitch-black bones and eye sockets burning with ghostly blue soul flames. It was the juvenile dark earth dragon. Though still in its juvenile stage, its pure top-tier dragon bloodline held an innate rank suppression over the flame earth dragon, a lesser dragon species. The ghostly flames of the dark earth dragon flickered, locking onto the flame earth dragon below, letting out an aggressive roar as if rebuking its offense. Its massive spiritual body fully emerged from the vortex. Although slightly ethereal, the pressure it exuded was undeniably real. The flame earth dragon growled uneasily, scratching at the ground, feeling a lethal threat emanating from this skeletal dragon. The pride of the dragon race made it unwilling to retreat, yet the bloodline suppression and the pure aura of death exuding from the opponent filled it with fear. The dark earth dragon cared not for such matters. It had been summoned with the sole objective of eliminating the enemy before it. It spread its enormous bony wings. Though a spiritual body, it could still stir up a fierce wind, diving down and unleashing a ghostly blue dragon breath towards the flame earth dragon. This dragon breath was not fire, but a breath infused with ultimate death and freezing energy. Wherever it passed, the ground was coated with thick black ice. The flame earth dragon roared in anger, exhaling a searing fiery breath in retaliation. Boom! Ice and fire, life and death, two completely different dragon breaths clashed violently in midair, causing a tremendous explosion that uprooted nearby trees, shaking the barricades of Shien City violently. The two colossal beasts instantly engaged in battle. The flame earth dragon relied on its powerful physique and fire abilities, while the dark earth dragon fought back with its undead properties. Physical attacks were halved in death breath, creating a stalemate. The battlefield quickly shifted from beneath Shien City to the distant wilderness, with each clash shaking the earth to its core. The citizens of Shien City watched in stunned silence. This level of battle was entirely beyond their imagination. They could only cling tightly to their defenses, praying that the undead skeletal dragon summoned by their lord would emerge victorious. Lin Xian stared intently at the battlefield, his face pale.
Activating the summoning token and maintaining the summoning channel, though primarily relying on the token's own energy, consumed a tremendous amount of his mental power. He could only hope that the Dark Earth Dragon could conclude the battle within 10 minutes or at least severely injure or drive back the enemy.
The battle was extraordinarily fierce.
The Flame Earth Dragon bore several deep burn and bite marks, while the Dark Earth Dragon's spiritual body had also dimmed significantly with one rib broken. However, the Dark Earth Dragon's death breath evidently excelled, continuously eroding the life force of the Flame Earth Dragon. Finally, at the 8-minute mark, the Flame Earth Dragon let out a reluctant roar, one of its wings having been eroded by death breath, becoming stiff and fragile, severely impacting its movements. It cast a fearful glance at the still fierce Dark Earth Dragon, then looked towards Shien City, ultimately allowing its survival instinct to override its pride. It exhaled one last flame to push back the Dark Earth Dragon, then turned and fled back into the depths of the dark forest, dragging its injured body with difficulty. The Lord-level monster has retreated. The Dark Earth Dragon emitted a victorious roar, but the 10 minutes of duration was about to end.
Its massive spiritual body began to grow transparent, ultimately transforming into specks of black light dissipating into the air. Only devastation and the scorching dragon blood shed by the Flame Earth Dragon remained on the battlefield. Silence, a deathly silence.
Then a thunderous cheer erupted from Shien City.
We won! We won! Long live Lord!
Long live the Dark Earth Dragon!
The overwhelming joy of surviving engulfed everyone.
Soldiers embraced and wept. The citizens rushed out from their shelters, kneeling to thank the heavens, but more so casting fervent and reverent gazes at the figure atop the arrow tower, which was swaying yet still standing tall. It was the Lord who summoned the powerful skeletal dragon, saving Shien City.
Ding!
Congratulations to Lord Lin Shien for successfully resisting the second wave of Beast Tide, significantly increased intensity, and repelling the Lord-level monster Flame Earth Dragon attack.
Comprehensive evaluation in progress.
Evaluation criteria: territory integrity 7-2, enemy annihilation rate approximately 95, repelling Lord-level monster, own casualties 1-2, dead 20, severely injured Lord's key contribution extremely high.
Comprehensive evaluation SS grade. Congratulations!
You have received SS grade evaluation rewards: basic resources 5000 wood, 4000 stone, 3000 food, special resources 20 soul crystals, 5 junior energy cores, 200 fine iron, special building blueprint, Hall of Heroes, unique heart of the town construction blueprint, 1 lord experience, huge increase, territory reputation, prestigious.
Ding! Congratulations Lord Lin Shien on leveling up, now at level 5. All attributes 1. Ding! Congratulations Lord Lin Shien on leveling up, now at level 6. All attributes 1.
A series of system prompts sounded like heavenly music.
SS grade evaluation.
Rewards so rich they were hard to believe.
Especially the Heart of the Town blueprint and the Hall of Heroes blueprint.
Lin Shien, barely holding up his nearly exhausted body, looked at the cheering army and civilians below the resource warehouse that instantly filled up, and the 2 blueprints in his hand that radiated brilliant light, finally revealing a relieved yet passionate smile.
He did it.
Shien City not only survived the crisis but soared to new heights because of it.
Mr.
Shall we, General Nei, sure, comfort the army and civilians, treat the wounded, and tally up the spoils?
After we rest we shall upgrade the town.
As you command, my lord. Shao He and Nei sure Tang bowed excitedly, their eyes filled with limitless hopes for the future. Shien City, tempered through blood and fire, would ultimately transform into a butterfly soaring upon this battlefield of myriad realms. As the beast tide retreated, the dark clouds in the sky gradually dispersed, a ray of dawn piercing through the darkness, casting light upon the scarred yet vibrant Shien City.
A new day also heralded a new era about to begin.
As the sun rose in the east, it dispelled the lingering shadows of the long night, casting golden light upon the Shien City, which had been tempered by blood and fire. Though remnants of broken walls and scorched earth were still visible both inside and outside the city walls, the faces of the survivors were filled with hope and determination. The fallen were solemnly buried, their names inscribed on the newly erected monument to heroes. The injured received careful attention, and Lin Shien even used a drop of precious innate spiritual liquid to save the lives of several critically wounded soldiers, further rallying the hearts of both military and civilians. In the square in front of the village government center, all able-bodied citizens gathered, their eyes fixed intently on the young figure on the high platform who already radiated authority. Lin Shien held in his hand the softly glowing blueprint of the heart of the town, scanning the expectant faces below, his voice amplified by spiritual power echoing throughout the crowd. People of Shien City. Last night we stood shoulder to shoulder, using our flesh and blood to repel the terrifying beast tide, even driving back the lord-level ferocious beasts.
We have proven through courage and sacrifice that Shien City cannot be dishonored, Shien City cannot be bullied.
This is not just a victory, it is a cornerstone for our path to prosperity.
Now I announce that from this moment on, Shien City will be upgraded to a town.
As his voice fell, the blueprint in his hand transformed into a dazzling beam of light soaring into the sky. The vast resources that had long been prepared, timber, stone, food, fine iron, energy cores, seemed to be drawn by an invisible hand, swiftly integrating into the core of the territory. The earth rumbled and rays of light filled the sky. Under the astonished gaze of all, Shien City began its transformative change. The originally crude village government center rose amidst the radiance, transforming into a more magnificent town hall that integrated stone and wood structures with the word Shien City shining brightly above the entrance. The low wooden and stone fences were pushed down, replaced by the prototype of a taller and sturdier rammed earth and brick city wall. Although it was not yet fully formed, it was already taking shape, with solid gate towers appearing in all four directions. The territory's area expanded several times, encompassing more farmland streams and even a small patch of forest.
Ding! Congratulations to Lord Lin Shien for successfully upgrading the territory Shien City to level 1 town.
Territory area expanded, population cap increased to 2,000 people.
New buildings unlocked. Basic city wall, basic dock requires proximity to water, basic academy, basic research institute, basic magic tower, alchemy workshop. Choose one of the two.
New functions unlocked. Territory characteristic selection, please choose one from agricultural abundance, difficult to attack talents, and land trade hub. Detailed tax system, higher military structure. Lord Lin Shien gained a level, now at level 7.
All attributes significantly increased. Obtained 1 free skill point. It's done. A true town.
The cheers were deafening and many were moved to tears. From a precarious little village to a town with sturdy walls, they had accomplished this in less than 2 months. All of this originated from that young lord who descended like a shooting star.
Lin Shien suppressed his inner turmoil and immediately proceeded to the next crucial step, selecting the territory characteristic. After weighing the options for a moment, he chose difficult to attack. Shien City is situated at a strategic point, surrounded by formidable enemies, and survival is the top priority. This characteristic can enhance the wall's defense, the range of arrow towers, and the fighting power of soldiers during defense, making it the most practical choice. Then he took out the S-level reward blueprint, imbued with a heavy and profound aura, the blueprint for the Hall of Heroic Spirits. This is a unique building with boundless potential.
Build the Hall of Heroic Spirits. The blueprint flew towards a reserved empty space behind the town hall, consuming a vast amount of resources like soul crystals and rare stones. A grand stone hall with a rustic style gradually formed. The entire structure glimmered in dark gold, with countless vague yet battle-hungry figures carved into the walls, as if thousands of troops were contained within.
Above the hall's entrance, the 3 characters Hall of Heroic Spirits seemed to flow with blood, radiating an aura that was both chilling and alluring. Hall of Heroic Spirits, unique construction successful. Current level 1 effect can consume soul crystals and faith power to summon heroes or elite troops from history legends. The summoned spirits initially exist in a spiritual state, possessing some of their abilities and potential from life, and can solidify into physical forms as the altar upgrades. Current summonable slots: 1 hero, 1 squad. Special effect: the morale of all units within the territory, including the Lord, is less likely to collapse, and damage to undead and evil units is slightly increased. Summon.
Lin Shien decisively locked the target, his hero leaning towards commanding troops in training. He invested 10 soul crystals and some of the accumulated faith power.
The gates of the Hall of Heroic Spirits swung open, and a chilling aura of battle permeated the air.
A solid blood-red beam of light shot into the sky, within which the sounds of neighing warhorses and clashing swords echoed.
A figure gradually coalesced within the beam of light.
It was a fierce general, standing 8 feet tall, with a hawk-like visage and eyes that sparkled like lightning. Clad in dark armor and wielding a curved saber, despite being a spirit, he radiated an intimidating aura that could make 10,000 troops tremble. He stepped out of the beam, knelt on one knee before Lin Shien, his voice like thunder. "I am Gao Shun, I greet my lord. I am willing to be the vanguard and train your forces to sweep away all enemies."
Gao Shun, a renowned general from the late Han Dynasty, commander of the elite vanguard under Lu Bu.
Known for his strict military discipline and the invincibility of his troops. "General Gao Shun, please rise." Lin Shien was overjoyed, quickly stepping forward to help him up. With this master of military training, the combat power of Shien City's army would surely ascend to new heights.
The formidable reputation of the vanguard was indeed well known. Minister Naishi General Gao Shun excels in training troops. In the future military drills and formation tactics, the two of you must work closely together.
"I will not fail my lord's expectations." Minister Naishi and Gao Shun exchanged a glance, both recognizing the warrior spirit and mutual respect in each other's eyes. Just as the entire Shien City was immersed in the joy of upgrading and gaining powerful reinforcements, a scout rushed in, bringing an urgent message report.
"My lord,
we discovered unidentified observers on the ridge 30 miles to the east, about 5 or 6 riders well equipped. After watching us for a long time, they quickly departed in the direction of Bloodblade Fortress." The joyous atmosphere immediately turned tense. Lin Xian's gaze shifted to the east, his eyes sharp. Had the commotion here finally drawn the attention of Bloodblade Fortress? Moreover, these were not ordinary scouts, but elite ones capable of long-distance surveillance. The trees may wish for calm, but the winds do not cease. With Shien City's promotion to a town, it was like a young lion growing up, unable to hide in the grass any longer. The real storm is likely approaching.
Send the order.
From this day forth, Shien City will enter a level 2 combat readiness state. General Gao Shan, I grant you the authority to prioritize the training of all soldiers. I want to see a transformed and powerful army in the shortest time possible.
Mr.
Shall we accelerate the construction of the city walls and internal integration, comfort the refugees, and stockpile supplies?
Minister Naishi, send more scouts. I want to know every move of Bloodblade Fortress.
With each command issued, the entire Shien City operated like a finely tuned machine, once again functioning at high speed.
The joy of upgrading to a town had transformed into motivation to face even greater challenges.
Lin Shien caressed the warm ancient jade in his arms, feeling the power surging within and gazing into the distance.
Bloodblade Fortress. Let me see what means you have as a level 4 town.
The battle flag of Shien City had begun to flutter loudly in the wind. The arrival of Gao Shan was like a colossal stone being thrown into the already turbulent waters of Shien City. This renowned general from the late Han Dynasty, known for his strict military discipline and effective training methods, wasted no time and took full control of the military training in Shien City under Lin Xian's authorization. His first command made the seasoned veterans accustomed to the rough style of Naishi Tang, grown in distress. Effective immediately, the previous loose training exercises are abolished.
Standing on the newly established spacious training grounds command platform, Gao Shan's voice was as hard as iron.
The entire army reorganized according to the foundational manual of the trap formation. As soon as the term trap formation was uttered, all the officers and soldiers below, including Naishi Tang, felt a chill in their hearts. Even separated by time and space, the reputation of the elite was palpable.
Gao Shan's training methods were nothing short of brutal.
From the most basic standing posture formations and turns to weapon strikes, blocks, and teamwork, every movement had to be executed with precision to the millimeter and repeated thousands of times until it became instinctive. Any hint of negligence or error would result in the merciless crack of the whip, with no room for leniency. He even introduced harsh combat drills using real weapons. While not fatal, injuries were a common occurrence. At first, there were many complaints. Even the most elite veterans under Naishi Tang found it hard to adapt.
But Gao Shan was deaf to their grievances, adhering strictly to one ironclad rule: orders must be followed, rewards and punishments must be clear. Sweat more in peace, bleed less in war.
The results were significant. In just a few days, the Shien City army, previously imbued with a hint of laxity, underwent a complete transformation. When in motion, their formations were perfectly aligned, as solid as a mountain. When at rest, they stood solemnly like a forest, their killing intent suppressed. The fierce spirit in the soldiers' eyes remained, but it was now tempered with discipline and composure. Individual valor was effectively integrated into the collective battle formations, producing results greater than the sum of their parts.
Naishi Tang's initial discomfort quickly evolved into genuine admiration.
As a seasoned veteran of the battlefield, he understood how terrifying a disciplined army could be. He humbled himself and sought Gao Shan's guidance on battle formations and command techniques, and the two, one aggressive and one steady, began to coordinate with increasing synergy. The combat power of the Shien City army was visibly transforming and evolving at an astonishing speed.
Meanwhile, the wall construction overseen by Shao He also faced challenges.
After upgrading the town, the scale of the walls far exceeded previous standards, and relying solely on manpower proved inefficient. Fortunately, among the refugees, Shao He discovered several craftsmen who had participated in large-scale construction projects. They proposed a plan to enhance efficiency using levers, pulley systems, and simple rammed earth machines. Upon learning this, Lin Xian optimized their plan using the architect's eye, significantly accelerating the wall construction. A magnificent mixed earth and stone wall began to take shape. In terms of population, due to their outstanding performance during the Beast Tide and the momentum from upgrading the town, the number of refugees seeking to settle increased dramatically, even leading to small organized groups of fleeing families. The population of Shien City quickly surpassed 800, approaching the milestone of 1,000. This brought ample labor but also raised management demands. Shao He worked tirelessly day and night, establishing more detailed household registration files, delineating marketplaces, and standardizing transactions, all while maintaining order within the territory and fostering continued prosperity. During this time, Lin Xian conducted another lottery. In a routine draw, he obtained a great item: superior rice seeds 100 gene, which boasted far superior yield and disease resistance compared to existing crops, and was handed over to the agricultural department for promotion. In another designated draw, resource exploration, he fortuitously acquired a map for a small rich iron ore vein whose marked location coincided precisely with the newly expanded territory of Shien City, corroborating the clues provided by Shifeng and resolving the bottleneck of fine iron supply, a true boon in a time of need. However, beneath the calm development, dark currents surged. Scouts sent to the east reported that the reconnaissance activities of the Bloodblade fortress were becoming increasingly frequent, with small groups of cavalry even attempting to approach the newly constructed outer walls. Though driven away by the patrols, their provocative intent was unmistakable. In the regional channel, discussions regarding the emerging Shien city began to increase, with curiosity, vigilance, and even threatening remarks such as the Bloodblade fortress has sent word to clean up the disobedient new neighbors. On this day, Lin Shien was in the town hall discussing military affairs with Xiao He, Tang, and Gao Shan when a scout captain rushed in and knelt on one knee. Report. My lord, 10 miles to the east, a delegation from the Bloodblade fortress has been spotted. Approximately 50 riders bearing the flag of the envoy, but among the group are several individuals with formidable auras approaching our side.
Finally, they have arrived. Not a sneak attack, but a blatant delegation.
It seems that the Bloodblade fortress intends to come in peace before war, or perhaps they are here to demonstrate their strength and test our resolve. Lin Shien exchanged glances with several key officials, all seeing the gravity in each other's eyes. The visitors bear ill intent, those with good intentions do not come. Xiao He stroked his beard thoughtfully. When soldiers come, we shall resist. The fighting spirit surged in Neishi Tang's eyes. We can show strength to diminish their arrogance.
Gao Shan stated succinctly. Lin Shien stood up, his gaze sharp. Send the order. Open the city gates and let them in.
But only the delegation leader and 5 attendants are allowed inside, the rest must wait 1 mile outside the city. General Neishi, General Gao, gather the elite soldiers of the trap formation and line up in the training ground. I want the people of the Bloodblade fortress to witness the might of the sons of Shien city.
Mr.
Xiao He, join me to meet the envoy from the Bloodblade fortress. With the orders given, the entire Shien city instantly entered a state of readiness, yet remained orderly. On the city walls, banners fluttered, armored soldiers stood in formation within the training ground. Hundreds of elite troops recently subjected to Gao Shan's rigorous training stood solemnly, weapons like a forest, and overwhelming killing intent suffused the air, creating a chilling atmosphere. Lin Shien donned a dark brocade robe symbolizing his status as lord, seated in the main position of the town hall with Xiao He standing beside him. His gaze was calm as he lightly tapped his fingers on the armrest, awaiting the arrival of their guests. This would be Shien city's first official confrontation with the surrounding major powers after its upgrade. Whether it would be a blessing or a curse would determine the future direction of Shien city. The wind rises at the edge of the green duckweed. Inside the town hall, the atmosphere was solemn. Lin Shien sat in the main seat, his expression calm, revealing no hint of joy or anger. Xiao He stood beside him, his eyes slightly lowered, seemingly in meditation, yet truly attentive to every subtle movement in the hall. Neishi Tang and Gao Shan were not present in the hall. Instead, they were following the plan to assemble troops in the training ground as a show of force. The sound of hooves echoed, growing louder as it approached, particularly clear in the vast square. After a moment, a personal guard reported loudly, the Bloodblade fortress envoy has arrived. Please, Lin Shien replied in a flat tone, yet there was an undeniable authority in his voice.
Footsteps echoed as 5 individuals entered the hall.
The leader was a middle-aged man in his 40s with a rugged face and a short beard, dressed in blood-red trimmed leather armor, a long knife at his waist, and eyes sharp as an eagle, exuding an arrogance born from long-standing power. Behind him were 4 bodyguards, each with bulging temples, steady breaths, and cold, piercing gazes scanning the hall, clearly seasoned warriors. Bloodblade Fortress External Affairs Officer Shuizhou greets the Lord of Shien City. The leading man slightly cupped his fists, a gesture of greeting that bore no sign of respect, more like a routine formality. He swept his gaze over Lin Xian's youthful face, a hint of barely perceptible disdain flickering in his eyes. Shuizhou has traveled a long way, please take a seat. Lin Xian raised his hand in a gesture of invitation, not showing any anger at the other's demeanor. Shuizhou boldly sat down in the guest seat, cutting straight to the point. Lord Lin, you have achieved much at a young age, managing to run Shien City with such flair in a short time, and even repelling a lord-level beast titan is truly admirable. I come on behalf of the Fortress Master firstly to congratulate you, and secondly to discuss a matter.
Oh.
What matter do you wish to discuss?
Lin Xian picked up his teacup and gently blew on it.
Bloodblade Fortress governs an area of 800 miles and has always maintained order in the region. Shuizhou spoke with a tone of condescension. Shien City is newly established, its foundation unstable, surrounded by powerful enemies and rampant beasts.
The Fortress Master values talent and is willing to accept Shien City as a vassal territory.
In return, Bloodblade Fortress can provide protection, open certain trade routes, and assist in your development. You only need to pay 50% of Shien City's annual profits and obey the Fortress Master's orders.
The trap was laid bare. They had indeed come to annex. Starting with 50% of profits and vassal status was utterly outrageous.
The Shien City officials standing in the hall all showed expressions of anger. Xiao He slightly raised his eyes to glance at Lin Xian, seeing him remain unfazed, and then lowered his gaze again. Lin Xian set down his teacup. A smile that was neither a smile nor a frown appeared on his face. I appreciate Bloodblade Fortress goodwill, but my army and civilians in Shien City are self-reliant and accustomed to freedom. We have no intention of subjugating ourselves to others.
Let's refrain from discussing vassalage for now.
Shuizhou's expression darkened, his tone turning cold. Lord Lin, it's good for young people to have ambition, but one must also recognize the times. In this battlefield of 10,000 realms, the weak are preyed upon by the strong. Without a backing, how can a newly established town withstand multiple beast tides? How can it endure the covetous eyes of various powers?
Do not mislead yourself.
Just as he finished speaking, one of the guards behind him stepped forward vigorously, a chilling killing intent mixed with the scent of blood spreading, attempting to pressure Shien with sheer force. This was a blatant intimidation. However, Shien possessed an ancient jade and his spiritual power far exceeded that of his peers. The slight pressure felt like a gentle breeze against his face. He didn't even furrow his brow, merely casting a calm glance at the guard. At that moment, a sudden synchronized roar like a mountain collapsing erupted from the training ground outside the hall.
Kill! The roar shook the heavens, infused with a fierce killing aura, as if thousands of troops were about to charge into battle.
That overwhelming military might and murderous aura, even separated by heavy structures, washed over them, causing the Bloodblade Fortress members' expressions to change drastically. The guard who had released the killing intent gasped involuntarily, taking half a step back. Shueizhou's eyes flashed with a hint of doubt. He had brought the elite forces of Bloodblade Fortress skilled in taking lives, yet they were suppressed by a single battle roar from the other side. The army of Shien City seemed to be more formidable than he had imagined. Shien appeared unfazed, calmly looking at Shueizhou. Shueizhou, you also heard that my men in Shien City. I dare not boast, but we certainly have our share of blood and courage. Be it beast tides or covetous eyes, anyone who wishes to sink their teeth into Shien City should be prepared to break a few teeth. Shueizhou's expression fluctuated. He realized today's intimidation plan had failed, as the other side was evidently prepared and their strength exceeded expectations. He took a deep breath, suppressing his anger, and replaced it with a forced smile. Since Lord Lin has made up his mind, I cannot insist.
However, the Fortress Master has one more message for me to convey. Please go ahead.
3 months from now, Bloodblade Fortress will hold a 4 directions hunt, inviting all town level and above forces within 1,000 miles to participate in the joint extermination of the powerful beasts breeding in the dark forest outskirts, to establish regional order and delineate hunting grounds. This is the invitation. I hope Lord Lin will attend on time so we can witness the prowess of Shien City's elite. Shueizhou took out a blood-red invitation and placed it on the table, his tone laced with barely perceptible provocation and a trap.
The 4 directions hunt.
The extermination of beasts is a pretext. It is likely a chance to display muscle, delineate power territories, and even suppress disobedient emerging forces.
To refuse would be to show weakness and risk isolation. To attend would mean facing various challenges and even danger. This is a deliberate trap.
Shien's eyes swept over the blood-red invitation, quickly grasping its essence. He pondered for a moment, then suddenly laughed aloud. Good. Since it is a grand event in the vicinity, Shien City naturally cannot be absent.
3 months from now, I shall personally lead the elite troops to the hunt.
His response was so straightforward that it caught Shueizhou off guard, leaving him puzzled about Shien's confidence.
In that case, we shall take our leave.
Shueizhou stood up, giving Shien a deep glance before turning with his guards to leave, their backs appearing somewhat hurried. Once the envoy departed, he immediately stepped forward. My lord, this hunt is likely a banquet of homes. Shien picked up the blood-red invitation, feeling a faint energy fluctuation at his fingertips, and sneered. It is indeed a banquet of homes. But this is also Shien City's opportunity to formally make an appearance and establish a foothold in this region.
3 months. That is sufficient time. He walked to the window, gazing towards the training ground.
There the military formation stood solemn and imposing, with killing intent soaring to the skies. With General Gao Shun's ambition for a decisive battle, General Neishi's battlefield experience combined with my own strategies. 3 months from now I will see who will hunt whom on the hunting grounds. Thus began a regional game of intrigue concerning the fate of Shien City. Shien knew that these 3 months would be the most critical period of development since his arrival in the battlefield of 10,000 realms. The pressure brought by the Bloodblade Fortress envoy and the challenge of the 4 directions hunt hung like a sword over Shien City, forcing the entire territory into an unprecedented state of efficient operation. Only 3 months remain. Inside the town hall the lights were always bright. Shien, Xiaoyi, Tang and Gao Shan gathered almost every day to refine their battle strategies. In 3 months our goal is not only self-preservation but to stand out in the hunt and establish the reputation of Shien City. Shien spread out the map, his gaze sharp. For this we must take a 3-pronged approach: strengthen the army, secure defenses, and enrich the nation. Strengthening the army, the spearhead of the charge, a first trial of the roar.
Gao Shan raised the training intensity to an almost brutal level.
In addition to the original formation's battle arrays and combat, he added rigorous courses such as weighted cross-country training, forest stealth, and combat against ferocious beasts. He divided 80 main soldiers replenished to full strength after losses from beast tides into 8 teams training day and night, and those who failed the assessments were immediately relegated to auxiliary roles.
Tang was responsible for practical training.
He personally led a team to actively eliminate all known monster nests and bandit hideouts within 20 miles of the territory, using the newly built city walls as a base. On one hand, this would acquire resources and train recruits. On the other, it was a practical test of Gao Shun's training results, with captured equipment prioritized for distribution to those who performed well. The results were remarkable.
In just a month, the Shien city army underwent a transformation.
The soldiers had sharp eyes exuding an aura of iron-blooded ferocity in their movements, cooperating seamlessly with strict discipline. In particular, a 50-man charge reserve unit personally selected by Asserting and meticulously crafted by Gao Shun had begun to take shape, with everyone capable of skillfully using a simplified version of the charge combined attack technique boasting impressive power. Securing defenses, a stronghold like a moat.
The wall construction led by Xiao He progressed rapidly after significant investment of manpower and resources and optimization of techniques.
A rammed earthen brick wall standing about 50 feet high and 3 feet thick had risen majestically wide enough for 4 horses to walk side by side, complete with parapets and arrow slits. The 4 gate towers were constructed as small fortresses equipped with hidden troop chambers and supply depots. Outside the wall, the moat was deepened and widened, incorporating stream water to form the beginnings of a defensive moat. Lin Shien utilized the architect's eye to identify and rectify flaws, making the defense system more robust. At the same time, under Xiaoyi's auspices, the territory's laws were further refined, with the initial draft of the Shien city regulations issued, clarifying rights and obligations as well as reward and punishment systems, ensuring social order. The continuous influx of population, which had surpassed 1,200 people, brought prosperity but also management challenges, all of which were skillfully resolved by Xiao He. Enriching the nation, thriving industries, energy beginning to coalesce. Resource extraction was of utmost importance. According to exploration maps, a small rich iron vein was successfully located and put into operation. A rudimentary blacksmith workshop was established next to the town hall, where dozens of blacksmiths worked day and night forging weapons and farm tools. The promotion of superior rice seeds led to a steady increase in food reserves. A few veteran miners discovered from the refugees even found a small vein of rare primary energy crystals, which, although low in yield, held significant meaning. With sufficient resource accumulation, Lin Shien made a critical decision to construct a primary energy pool. He understood well that whether for future higher-level buildings, energy supply, potential magical defenses, or even the Lord's own cultivation, energy was foundational. The energy pool was located in the backyard of the town hall, constructed with extracted energy crystals as the core, supplemented by complex runes. When the first wisp of light blue energy mist rose from the pool, the elemental concentration throughout the territory seemed to improve slightly and everyone felt invigorated. Meanwhile, Lin Xian's own cultivation had not halted. After advancing to a level 6 lord, he felt his connection with heaven and earth tightening and his mental power increased significantly. Every night he would enter the inner world of the ancient jade to cultivate, absorbing the faint aura of innate spiritual liquid and attempting to guide the energy pool's energy to nourish the ancient jade. The inner space had stabilized around 15 cubic meters and the pool of spiritual liquid had noticeably expanded. Even more surprisingly, under continuous nourishment with soul crystals and energy, a slight crack on the surface of the ancient jade seemed to show signs of healing. The external turmoil. Over the 3 months, the regional channels were far from calm. Bloodblade Fortress loudly promoted the Four Directions Hunt, depicting it as a grand event to establish regional leadership, attracting numerous small and medium factions. At the same time, discussions about Shien City were increasing. Some marveled at its development speed while others questioned its strength. There were also rumors spread by Bloodblade Fortress that Shien City is arrogant, refuses protection and seeks its own demise. Lin Shien paid no heed to this, focusing on development. Only once did a group of about 100 mountain bandits suspected to be instigated by Bloodblade Fortress attempt to ambush a supply convoy of Shien City, but they were met with a fierce counterattack from Asserting and Gao Shan, leading the charge reserve unit to crush most of them and capture their leader. After interrogation, although no direct evidence was found, the suspicion pointed directly at Bloodblade Fortress. Lin Shien ordered the public execution of the captives, hanging their heads at the gate as a warning, showcasing a hardline stance. Following this incident, the surrounding scrutiny noticeably diminished. In terms of rewards, Lin Shien had also made considerable gains during these 3 months. In addition to some regular resources and small blueprints, he once again used designated preference military and fortuitously obtained a level blueprint, the armor-piercing crossbow manufacturing blueprint. This crossbow had a slower firing speed but possessed tremendous penetrating power, proving particularly effective against heavily armored units. He immediately ordered the blacksmith shop to prioritize its development, successfully creating 10 units to equip the wall guards. In the blink of an eye, more than 2 months passed. One day Lin Shien was in the newly constructed meditation room adjacent to the energy pool, attempting to guide energy to break through bottlenecks, when he suddenly felt the ancient jade growing intensely warm and the spirit soul altar in his mind also stirred. He felt a jolt in his heart and rushed to the spirit soul altar. In the center of the altar, the pool water surged and the power of belief along with stored soul crystal energy was wildly converging. Moreover, the ancient jade projected a chaotic glow into the altar. Ding! Sufficient energy and belief detected. Hidden conditions met. Spirit soul altar level upgraded to level 2. New function unlocked, able to summon a second spirit squad. Capacity increased. Summon spirits. Corporeality enhanced with a small chance to awaken memories or special skills from their past lives.
Building additional effects unlocked experience gain speed for soldiers within the territory slightly increased. The altar has upgraded. Shien was overjoyed. This meant he could summon a second elite from history. Without hesitation he immediately invested soul crystals, setting the preference to long-range strikes or special operations. Brilliant light flashed and a phantom of approximately 50 agile soldiers clad in light armor bearing powerful crossbows and short blades emerged from the pool, led by a stern-faced officer. The phantom quickly solidified, still a spirit but with clear details and an intimidating aura. Decisive Iron Eagle sharp soldiers bowman at your service, my lord. The stern officer clasped his fists and saluted, his voice like metal striking metal. Behind him 50 sharp soldiers moved in perfect unison, silent yet radiating a heart-stirring sharpness. Decisive Iron Eagle sharp soldiers. And they were skilled crossbowmen. Shien was overjoyed. Gao Shan had trained powerful frontline troops and now he had the Iron Eagle sharp soldiers for long-range support. The Shien city army was truly like a tiger with wings. He stood before the upgraded Spirit Soul altar, gazing at the imposing Iron Eagle sharp soldiers below and the charge unit training in the distance, brimming with ambition. With the 3-month deadline approaching, Shien City was no longer the naive underdog. The hidden dragon in the abyss must rise to the skies. The Four Directions hunt would be the moment Shien City first revealed its sharp edge. 3 months passed in the blink of an eye. Both within and beyond Shien City the landscape had transformed entirely. The towering city walls loomed like a slumbering leviathan guarding the ever-bustling streets and alleys within. On the training grounds military formation stood in grim silence. Soldiers' eyes were piercing, their armor gleaming, radiating the fierce battle-hardened aura of veterans who had weathered 100 wars. Especially striking were the 50-strong Assault Reserve Corps and the 50-man Iron Eagle sharpshooter crossbow unit, both as sharp and lethal as swords drawn from their scabbards shimmering with cold lethal light. At dawn this day a formidable force had already assembled on the plaza before the town administration hall. Shien wore sleek black armor beneath a brocaded robe of finely forged iron longsword at his waist, his gaze calm yet commanding, serene yet instinctively awe-inspiring. To his left stood Neishi Tang, clad in heavy armor and gripping a bronze sword exuding palpable bloodlust. To his right stood Gao Shan, his face stern, his eyes sharp as a hawk's, a powerful crossbow slung across his back. Behind them stood 100 elite soldiers hand-picked from the ranks, 50 from the Assault Reserve Corps, 50 from the Iron Eagle sharpshooters, and a small contingent of specialists skilled in reconnaissance and battlefield medicine. Every man stood alert and resplendent in his gear, silent yet radiating a chilling, unmistakable aura of martial resolve. Xiaoyu remained behind with a cohort of civil officials to oversee the city's administration and defense. He stepped forward, clasped his hands in salute, and declared, "My lord, all is prepared. Within the city your ministers shall ensure absolute security. May your lordship's expedition achieve swift and decisive victory, and elevate Shien City's prestige far and wide." Shien nodded, his gaze sweeping over the warriors who would soon follow him into the unknown battlefield. With resonant clarity he proclaimed, "Soldiers, today we march forth as emissaries of Shien City to the Four-Region Hunting Pact. This journey is not for mere displays of strength or reckless belligerence. It is to proclaim the indomitable spirit of Shien City's sons and our unyielding resolve to safeguard the peace of our homeland. Let every covetous faction witness this truth: Shien City is not to be trifled with. Shien City, victory eternal. Our Lord, victory eternal." 100 voices roared in unison, shaking the very heavens. Forward! The column set out, their horses' hooves shattering the morning mist as they marched eastward toward Broken Blade Valley, the designated hunting ground appointed by Bloodblade Fortress nestled along the northeastern edge of the Umbral Forest. Along the way Shien maintained unwavering vigilance. He dispatched multiple scouting teams to probe all directions, front-rear flanks, ensuring safe passage. Simultaneously, through regional channels and intelligence gathered earlier, he closely tracked the movements of rival factions. True to reputation, Bloodblade Fortress arrived in overwhelming force, led personally by its young airblood man with its finest warriors numbering over 300, advancing in a grand ostentatious procession. Several of its vassal level 3 villages also sent contingents, clearly aligning themselves under Bloodblade Fortress's banner. From the northeast, the Stoneclaw tribe advanced under the command of Shien, son of its chieftain, a force of roughly 200 composed of burly warriors clad in beast hides and mounted upon tame giant lizards, their bearing raw and untamed. Additionally, 7 or 8 independent towns and large tribal confederacies joined the pack, each fielding around 100 fighters. Almost every notable power in the region had dispatched representatives. Thus the Four-Region Hunting Pact had evolved into a concentrated showcase and a veiled contest of regional strength. Several days later, Shien City's forces reached the outer perimeter of Broken Blade Valley. The valley entrance sprawled wide and open, already occupied by numerous encampments. Banners fluttered in the wind, steeds neighed, and an atmosphere of tense solemn anticipation hung thick in the air. Bloodblade Fortress held the largest camp, centrally positioned, its crimson banners snapping fiercely in the wind, its perimeter heavily fortified. The Stoneclaw tribe's encampment brimmed with primal energy, nestled close to the forested slopes.
Lin Shien selected a slightly elevated site near a freshwater source and backed against a sheer cliff face ideal for both panoramic observation and defensible positioning. He ordered his troops to maintain full readiness and avoid unnecessary contact with other factions, awaiting developments with disciplined patience. Shien City's arrival instantly drew scrutiny from all quarters. After all, as an ascendant power that had brazenly refused Bloodblade Fortress's overture, Shien City had long been the center of attention. Inquisitive appraising, even hostile glances converged upon them from every direction.
Poof! A fledgling town dares intrude upon this affair. How utterly reckless!
From within Bloodblade Fortress's pavilion, a young man clad in ornate crimson armor, his expression haughty, peered through a narrow gap in the tent flap at Shien City's banner, uttering a contemptuous snort. He was none other than Blood Mad, the fortress's heir.
My young lord must not underestimate them.
A robed elder in black murmured softly beside him. According to our scouts, Shien City's army is rigorously trained, and its lord Lin Shien remains enigmatic. He once repelled a lord-tier beast tide. He may yet hold hidden strengths.
Hidden strengths. Before absolute might, such notions are mere folly.
A cruel glint flashed in Blood Mad's eyes.
My father's orders are clear. This hunt's primary objective is to eliminate unruly thorns. And Shien City shall be the first.
Dispatch word once the hunt commences. Find an opportunity to accidentally strike our dear friends from Shien City.
Yes, my lord.
Similar covert machinations unfolded among other factions allied with or wary of Bloodblade Fortress. Shien City's meteoric rise had unsettled too many vested interests.
Lin Shien understood this perfectly.
Standing atop his camp's highest vantage point, gazing down upon the rival encampments arrayed below like pieces on a strategic board, a cold razor-edged smile curved his lips.
All wish to use Shien City as a stepping stone.
Then let us see whose bones prove harder. That evening, Bloodblade Fortress dispatched envoys summoning all faction leaders to a pre-hunt alliance assembly held on the central clearing of the valley, an ostensibly collaborative meeting to coordinate beast-clearing operations, though in truth it aimed to assert dominance and impose terms. My lord, this gathering may conceal treachery, cautioned Gao Shun. No matter, replied Lin Shien, adjusting his armor. It is precisely the chance to meet these so-called heroes and paragons of the region. General Nashi will hold the camp. General Gao Shun, take a squad of Iron Eagle sharpshooters and accompany me to the assembly. Under cover of night, Lin Shien strode calmly toward the brilliantly lit assembly ground, its festive glow masking lethal intent, accompanied by Gao Shun and 10 crossbowmen whose gazes were as keen and unblinking as hawks. The first contest of the four-region hunting pact had already begun, not on the battlefield but amid clinking goblets and veiled venomous rhetoric. The alliance meeting took place in a flat clearing within the valley where a massive bonfire blazed in the center, surrounded by flags of various factions fluttering in the night breeze. The crimson banner of Bloodblade Fortress occupied the prime position, with the young Lord Shuequang seated on a throne draped with animal skins, flanked by leaders of his vassal factions and representatives from stronger forces like the Stoneclaw tribe.
The remaining smaller factions were scattered at a distance clearly defined.
When Lin Shien arrived with Gao Shun and 10 Iron Eagle warriors, all eyes in the venue were immediately drawn to them. His youthful visage, composed demeanor, and the silent yet sharp-eyed crossbowman behind him made them impossible to overlook. Oh, isn't this Lord Lin from Shien City?
Truly a promising young man. Please take a seat.
Shuequang said with a grin that did not reach his eyes, pointing to a spot near the end, his tone flippant and clearly dismissive. Lin Shien maintained his composure and calmly went to sit in that position, while Gao Shun stood behind him like an iron tower, and the 10 Iron Eagle warriors silently fanned out, forming a protective arc with synchronized movements that exuded a chilling sense of discipline. This silent intimidation caused some of the smaller faction leaders who had intended to mock to swallow their words.
Since everyone is here, let us begin.
Shuequang, seeing that Lin Shien was unfazed by his provocations, found it somewhat dull and raised his voice. This hunting event aims to eradicate the powerful magical beasts lurking around the dark forest, especially that cracked gold lizard that has repeatedly attacked various factions. This beast is ferocious and has reached the peak of the 6th stage, making it impossible for any single faction to confront.
We must work together.
He paused, his gaze sweeping across the room, exuding pressure. Since we are to cooperate, we need a set of rules. As the host, Bloodblade Fortress is the strongest faction, so naturally I shall take on the role of leader.
Do any of you have objections?
The vassal factions quickly voiced their agreement, while representatives from other major factions like Shien from the Stoneclaw tribe merely grunted in acknowledgement, tacitly consenting.
The smaller factions dared not speak up.
Since there are no objections, it is settled then, Shuequang said, nodding in satisfaction before shifting his gaze to Lin Shien, a smirk playing on his lips.
However, Lord Lin Shien City is newly established and its reputation is still low.
This hunting event is perilous, and to reassure our allies, shouldn't we let everyone see if the young men of Shien City are qualified to participate in such a grand occasion and not just
fill the ranks? The implication was clear.
This was a public test to show Shien City's worth. The room grew silent, all eyes fixated on Lin Shien filled with interest, sympathy and indifference. Lin Shien picked up the rough wooden cup in front of him, took a sip and calmly replied, "What you say is indeed correct, Lord Shuequang.
Ultimately the measure of strength can only be determined through battle. How does Lord Shuequang wish to verify it?"
Shuequang's eyes glinted with pride as he clapped his hands.
"Simple.
I have a centurion under my command named Shuetu whose blood battle blade technique is quite formidable. Let him spar with one of Lord Lin's warriors, just a friendly match, how about that?" As his words fell, a burly man exuding an aura of bloodlust and wielding a giant blood-colored blade that resembled a door stepped forward, grinning wickedly as he cast a brazen gaze towards Lin Shien, his eyes sweeping over Gao Shan and the crossbowman behind him. Shuetu's fierce presence revealed he was a veteran warrior, likely nearing the 5th stage in strength. Shuequang's actions aimed to probe the depth of Shien City's elite combat power, hoping to humiliate them in public. Low murmurs of discussion arose in the crowd, clearly believing that Shien City would suffer. Although Gao Shan was formidable, he was primarily a melee commander, and facing such a strong warrior may not bode well. However, Lin Shien smiled and set his cup down.
"As you wish. However, swords and blades are blind, and since this is a test, why not change the method? Do you see that flagpole 100 paces away?
I have several skilled archers under my command.
Let them compete with this esteemed warrior, aiming for the flag's tip and throwing knives to sever the flag rope. Whoever hits first wins. What do you say?"
At this, all were taken aback. Shooting at the flag's tip from 100 paces.
That level of difficulty far exceeded close combat. It required incredible control over both strength and precision.
Shuetu was clearly a close combat brute. Asking him to throw a knife to sever a rope from 100 paces was simply unreasonable.
Shuequang's expression darkened as he prepared to retort, but Lin Shien interrupted calmly. "What? Are the warriors of Bloodblade Fortress only capable of close combat?
In eradicating magical beasts, long-range sniping and precision strikes are also crucial. If you cannot manage even this level of precision, how can we speak of cooperation?"
Lin Xian's words left Shuequang momentarily speechless.
If he insisted on close combat, it would only make Bloodblade Fortress appear reckless.
Slick tongue. Let's compete."
Shuetu, provoked, roared as he suddenly hurled his giant blade. The blood-colored blade whistled through the air, menacingly spiraling towards the flagpole 100 paces away. The spectacle was terrifying. However, the heavy blade flew with an unstable trajectory, and it looked like it would barely graze the flagpole, at most cutting through it with no possibility of accurately severing the fine rope. At that moment, behind Gao Shan, an Iron Eagle sharpshooter with cold eyes and lightning-fast movements seemed not to aim at all. With a soft thump, a dark arrow shot forth.
Crack!
The sound of the fine rope snapping echoed. The flag at the tip of the pole fell in response. Almost simultaneously, Shuetu's thrown blade crashed into the ground beneath the flagpole with a loud thud, raising a cloud of dust, falling far short from the flag rope.
The outcome was clear.
The room fell silent. Everyone was stunned by the sharpshooter's incredible archery skills. 100 paces to pierce the target was merely child's play.
Moreover, it was done after the opponent's throw, hitting the target first with pinpoint accuracy.
What confidence and strength this displayed!
Shuetu's face turned ashen, standing rooted in place. Shuequang's expression darkened further, his fists clenched white.
He had intended to humiliate the opponent, but ended up being slapped in the face with the very method he had boasted about.
Excellent archery. Shien from the Stoneclaw tribe couldn't help but exclaim, his gaze towards the Iron Eagle sharpshooter filled with admiration. Lin Shien appeared unaffected by the unfolding drama, bowing slightly to Shuequang.
"Lord Shuequang, it seems my young men from Shien City still possess a modicum of skill not to disgrace this hunting pact. Is this verification sufficient?" Shuequang's chest heaved violently, suppressing his fury, forcing out a few words through gritted teeth.
"Shien City truly has hidden talents.
In that case, we shall proceed as planned. Tomorrow morning we will split into 3 groups to enter the valley and hunt the lizards. The central route will be the main force, with Bloodblade Fortress and Stoneclaw tribe leading the charge. The left route will be handled by
Shien City will take care of clearing the flanking Shadow Wolf Pack. The right route will be managed by several other factions. Are there any objections?"
He assigned the most dangerous task of confronting the cracked gold lizard Hedon to himself and the Stoneclaw tribe, while seemingly taking responsibility, but in reality he shifted the relatively safer yet still troublesome Shadow Wolf Pack, known for their speed and ambush tactics, to Shien City, avoiding direct confrontation losses while attempting to use them as scapegoats.
Everyone understood the implications, yet no one spoke up for Shien City.
Lin Shien cast a deep glance at Shuequang, the corners of his mouth curling slightly upwards. "I will heed the leader's command.
Shien City will not fail in its duties." The alliance meeting concluded amid a subtle atmosphere.
Lin Shien led his team back to camp, and Gao Shan whispered, "My lord, the Shadow Wolf Pack is numerous and adept at hiding and ambushing. They are not easy to deal with." "No worries," Lin Shien replied, his gaze deep. No matter how fierce the wolf pack, it cannot compare to the malice of human hearts. Since Shuequang seeks to use others to do his bidding, why can't we
turn the tables on him?
He lifted his gaze toward the depths of the dark forest where danger and opportunity coexisted. Tomorrow in this broken blade valley the roles of hunter and hunted might soon reverse.
The following morning, as the thick fog had yet to disperse, the three teams as per their agreement ventured separately into the dark forest shrouded in miasma.
In the left path Lin Shien led the 100-man team from Shien City, slicing into the dense woods like a sharp blade. Gao Shan's vanguard prepared to engage with shields at the front and long spears at the rear, forming a tight defensive formation and advancing steadily. 10 Iron Eagle warriors were dispersed to the flanks and the rear, their crossbows drawn and their sharp eyes scanning every shadow within the forest. The entire team moved silently, with only the faint sound of armor rustling and the subtle cracking of dry branches underfoot. Deep within the forest the light was dim and the air was thick with the scent of decaying leaves and wet earth laced with a faint hint of blood. Towering ancient trees blocked out the sun and vines entwined obstructing visibility. This was the favored hunting ground of the shadow wolves.
Stay alert, the shadow wolves excel in stealthy ambushes, particularly favoring attacks from the flanks and behind. Gao Shan's deep voice echoed through the ranks and all soldiers tightened their focus. Lin Shien walked towards the center of the formation, his mental energy intensely focused. He held the spirit compass tightly in his hand, its needle quivering slightly, pointing towards a particularly dense thicket to the left front emanating a faint gray-black aura. 300 steps to the front left there's a weak energy gathering, likely the scouts of the wolf pack. Lin Shien immediately signaled with his hand. Gao Shan understood and gestured in response.
The team's speed slowed, the formation adjusted slightly and the crossbows of the Iron Eagle warriors were quietly aimed in that direction. Sure enough, moments later several indistinct shadows darted from the thicket like phantoms, moving so swiftly they left only after images, directly pouncing towards the team's flank. It was 3 shadow wolves, their athletic forms and gray-black fur almost blending into the shadows of the forest.
Ha! 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 Almost the instant the shadow wolves appeared, 3 crossbow bolts shot forth with a piercing cry.
The shooting of the Iron Eagle warriors was swift, precise, and ruthless. The 3 shadow wolves didn't even have time to howl before the crossbow bolts pierced their skulls or hearts, collapsing to the ground whimpering. Beautiful! A soldier whispered in applause. This precise long-range sniping greatly boosted morale. However, this was just the beginning. The death of their comrades seemed to enrage the wolves lurking in the shadows. Countless points of ghostly green light suddenly flickered in the surrounding darkness and deep wolf howls echoed as if dozens or hundreds of shadow wolves were surrounding the team.
Form a circular formation. Shields outward. Long spears thrust. Crossbowmen shoot freely, prioritizing those attempting to pounce. Gao Shan remained calm in the face of danger, issuing steady orders.
The well-trained soldiers of Shien City instantly changed formation, shields clashing heavily, long spears thrusting out like a forest through the gaps in the shields, creating a moving iron hedgehog. The Iron Eagle warriors occupied slightly elevated positions within the formation, either taking cover behind tree trunks or firing their crossbow bolts in rapid succession, every shot ensuring that a shadow wolf attempting to approach was either killed or grievously injured. Although the shadow wolves were swift, their charges proved futile against the tightly knit military formation and the precise crossbow fire. They attempted to pounce from various angles but were ruthlessly repelled, and soon their bodies began to pile up around the formation. The Shien City army stood firm like a rock, remaining steadfast against the onslaught of the wolf pack, steadily pushing deeper into the forest. Lin Shien did not engage. He maintained vigilance with the compass for potentially stronger entities such as the Shadow Wolf King, while keeping an ear out for surrounding movements. The Bloodblade fortress would not be satisfied merely with letting the Shadow Wolves exhaust them. There must be a backup plan. Sure enough, after the team repelled the third wave, around 30 Shadow Wolves, a sudden violent energy fluctuation and human shouts erupted from the rear flank.
That direction is
the area where the right flank support team is stationed. Lin Xian's gaze sharpened. According to their agreement, the right flank team should have been providing support from behind them. How could such fierce fighting break out?
Moreover, from the sounds it seemed like they were retreating. Report.
A scout sent to the flank returned, panting heavily. My lord.
The right flank.
The teams on the right flank were ambushed by a large number of shadow wolves and
unidentified figures in black cloaks, and they have already disbanded.
Some of the fleeing soldiers are heading our way.
Those figures in black. Their skills do not resemble ordinary bandits. Black-cloaked figures. Lin Shien instantly understood.
Bloodblade Fortress. They not only intend to kill with a borrowed knife but also to drive the tiger to swallow the wolf, leading the fleeing soldiers and the pursuing shadow wolves towards Shien City, creating chaos to heavily injure or even annihilate the Shien City force.
What a vicious plan. My lord, what should we do?
Should we assist the fleeing soldiers?
Gao Shan asked in a deep voice.
To assist the fleeing soldiers would disrupt the formation, making it easy for the shadow wolves to exploit the gaps. Not to assist would be to ignore the dying, which would be morally indefensible and difficult to maintain their standing in the region later. A cold glint flashed in Lin Xian's eyes as he made a quick decision: assist them.
But do not lose formation.
General Gao Shun, you will lead the vanguard to form a defensive line in place and hold your position for reinforcements. Iron Eagle warriors, follow me 50 steps forward. Alternate sniping to slow the pursuit of the wolves and black figures, creating a path for the fleeing soldiers. Remember, only save the fleeing soldiers if any black figures attempt to approach. Kill without mercy.
Understood. Gao Shan executed the orders without hesitation, and the vanguard's formation tightened, becoming even more formidable.
Lin Xian personally led 50 Iron Eagle warriors, swiftly advancing to occupy several advantageous terrains. He gazed at the dozens of fleeing soldiers in disarray in the distance, along with the greater number of shadow wolves and the shadowy black figures pursuing them, a cold smile curling at the corners of his mouth.
Blood mad, you want to play the tiger-driving wolf game? Then let me show you what it means to
set fire to oneself.
Iron Eagle warriors, heed my command.
Target 50 steps behind the fleeing soldiers where the shadow wolves are densely packed. 3 rapid volleys.
Fire. Boom. Boom. Boom.
50 crossbow bolts swept through the low air like locusts, accurately landing in the wolf pack behind the fleeing soldiers. Instantly, the howls of wolves and cries of agony erupted, momentarily stalling the pursuit. The fleeing soldiers, seeing the well-organized military formation and precise supporting arrows ahead, felt as if they had grasped a lifeline and desperately ran towards the Shien city formation.
Second team, aim at those black figures, shoot freely. Prevent them from closing in.
Third team, prepare to assist the fleeing soldiers into the formation, but if there are any unusual movements, kill them.
Lin Xian's orders were clear and decisive.
The Iron Eagle warriors executed the commands calmly, their crossbow bolts acting as death's invitations, continuously targeting the black figures attempting to approach and the shadow wolves that were too far forward. Their shooting skills far exceeded those of ordinary archers, maintaining an exceptionally high hit rate even amidst movement and chaos. The fleeing soldiers finally scrambled through the gap opened by the vanguard, collapsing to the ground, faces filled with relief at having survived. Meanwhile, the pursuing shadow wolves and black figures suffered heavy losses under the precise and lethal crossbow fire of the Iron Eagle warriors, having to temporarily retreat and vanish into the forest.
Count the numbers, treat the injured, and inquire about the situation.
Lin Xian ordered, his gaze still vigilantly fixed on the direction from which the black figures had disappeared. Those black figures moved with agility and coordination, clearly trained soldiers, far from being ordinary bandits or adventurers. The Bloodblade fortress had completely torn off the mask. Soon the situation was summarized. The teams of several small factions on the right flank had almost been completely annihilated, with fewer than 30 returning, each one injured. They had encountered a wolf pack far exceeding the reported numbers, suffering heavy losses, and then were ambushed from behind by the black figures, leading to their complete collapse.
It's the Bloodblade fortress. It's their people.
A severely injured village chief shouted through gritted teeth, his eyes filled with hatred. Lin Xian looked at these remnants of soldiers, then at the wolves and black figures stirring in the distance, a cold smile creeping into his heart. Bloodmad's scheme was clever, but he underestimated the combat strength of the Shien city army, and even more so Lin Xian's determination.
Consolidate the fleeing soldiers, integrate them into our defensive formation.
General Gao Shun, it seems our clearing mission needs to change. Lin Xian's voice carried a hint of murderous intent. If someone wants to muddle the waters, then we will boil this pond completely. He gazed deep into the forest, where the roars of the gold-splitting lizard and the sounds of fierce combat could be faintly heard. In the central battlefield, it must be a fierce battle. Send the order, steadily advance towards the central battlefield.
We're going to deliver a grand gift to the Blood Lord.
The Shien city team began to move proactively towards the eye of the storm, resembling a waking giant. The roles of hunter and hunted quietly reversed at this moment. The Shien city contingent regrouped its scattered troops, forging itself into a tempered blade, cold, sharp, and unyielding, as it advanced steadily toward the heart of the forest, where the clamor of battle roared loudest.
Sporadic shadow wolf assaults along the way posed no threat whatsoever, effortlessly neutralized by the Iron Eagle sharpshooters' pinpoint volleys and the unbroken formation's impenetrable defense.
The closer they drew to the core zone, the thicker the air grew with the coppery stench of blood and the volatile churn of elemental energy. Gigantic claw marks gouged the earth, blackened craters from arcane detonations pocked the ground, shattered weapons and mangled corpses lay strewn across the path, evidence of a slaughter both brutal and absolute. At last they emerged from a stretch of woodland reduced to splintered ruin, and before them unfolded a sight that stole their breath, a vast sunken valley now transformed into a battlefield of utter carnage. At the valley's center, a monstrous beast raged without restraint, the apex target of this grand hunt, the 6th-tier peak magical beast, the gold-splitting earth lizard. Over 30 meters in length, its body was armored in thick dark gold scales. Its tail, rigid as tempered steel, smashed boulders to dust with each sweeping arc. From its maw erupted searing breath that melted stone, every thunderous step sent shockwaves rippling through the earth.
Dozens of wounds already gaped across its hide, oozing molten blood, yet rather than weakening it, the injuries only deepened its fury. Surrounding it were the elite forces of Bloodblade Fortress and the Stoneclaw tribe. Shuequang, clad in crimson heavy armor, wielded a greatsword wreathed in roaring flame. Beside him stood Shien, the Stoneclaw tribe's young chieftain, a mountain of muscle gripping a colossal stone axe. Together they pressed a relentless frontal assault against the lizard, their blades and axes clashing violently with its claws and breath in deafening light-blinding explosions. Around them hundreds of elite warriors from both factions formed disciplined battle arrays, launching fearless rotating charges, thrusting spears, loosing arrows and chanting rudimentary totemic spells to wear down the beast's stamina. The combat was horrifically one-sided. Each counterattack from the lizard claimed lives, sometimes half a dozen, sometimes over a dozen, at a time. Already the fallen from Bloodblade Fortress and the Stoneclaw tribe likely numbered near 100. Yet the lizard's aura had undeniably dimmed. Its movements, once fluid and terrifying, now carried a sluggish heaviness. Meanwhile, along the battlefield's fringes and flanks the situation grew far more intricate. Several minor factions, clearly having suffered their own accidents much like Shien City, huddled together in trembling disarray, frozen in terror as they watched the titanic struggle unfold at the center, unable to advance or retreat. More striking still were the figures in black robes, life-precise and utterly ruthless, who wove through the chaos, occasionally mistaking allies for enemies, deliberately luring the lizard's wrath toward vulnerable gaps in Bloodblade Fortresses and the Stoneclaw tribe's formations, all executing Shuequang's venomous order to cull the weak and conserve strength. The entire basin had devolved into pandemonium. It was then that Lin Shien led the Shien City contingent onto a high ridge at the valley's edge, and instantly every faction turned its gaze toward them. Shuequang, reeling from a titanic clash with the lizard that left his chi churning violently, glanced up, and disbelief and fury blazed in his eyes. How is this possible? How did they evade the Shadow Wolves and the Black Blood Guards? Shien bellowed instead. Lord Lin, aid us now. This beast is nearly spent. Join the strike. Spoils shall be divided by contribution. Pragmatic to the core, he sought only one thing: the lizard's swift demise. The minor faction leaders, seeing salvation incarnate, cried out in unison, Lord Lin, save us. Bloodblade Fortress strikes from behind. Lin Shien instantly grasped the full scope of the battlefield. Bloodblade Fortress aimed to manipulate others into dying for them, while thinning rival ranks. The Stoneclaw tribe sought only the lizard's fall, and the treasures it guarded. The minor factions fought solely for survival, and the gold-splitting earth lizard stood as the shared overwhelming threat binding them all. General Gao Shan, unbroken formation, form a defensive circle to secure our flanks. Iron Eagle sharpshooters, take the high ground and await my command. Lin Shien issued the order without hesitation. In moments the Shien City force solidified into an impregnable bastion atop the ridge, holding aloof from the maelstrom below, yet poised like a coiled storm, watching, waiting. Lin Shien, what are you waiting for? Strike now. Shuequang roared mid-combat, desperate to drag Shien City into the meat grinder of the front line. Lin Xian's voice rang out clear and resonant. Young Lord Shui, brother Shien, I see the lizard's might is fearsome, yet its vigor wanes. Yet look closer, this battlefield is not merely torn by beastly fury, but by treachery among allies. If we do not first purge the poison within, our blood may well water another's harvest even as we slay the beast. His words carried across the valley, igniting immediate cries of assent from the minor factions and furious accusatory glares toward Bloodblade Fortress. The black-robed assassins froze mid-motion. You lie. Shuequang snarled, his composure shattered. At that very moment the gold-splitting earth lizard, enraged beyond endurance, reared upright with a world-shaking roar. Its dark gold scales blazed with incandescent light, and a vortex of apocalyptic energy coalesced in its gaping maw. Its innate art was about to erupt. Fall back, now. Shien's face went ashen. But the lizard's target was unmistakable, the densely packed heart of Bloodblade Fortress's formation. That single blast would decimate Bloodblade Fortress. Shuequang's eyes widened in horror, too late to fully evade. And in that suspended heartbeat, Lin Xian's gaze sharpened. Opportunity had arrived. He did not intend to save Shuequang, only to seize fortune from the flames. Iron Eagle sharpshooters. Target 3 inches below the lizard's right eye, the old wound. Concentrate fire. General Gao Shan, unbroken formation, advance 50 paces, prepare to spearhead the charge. The command struck like thunder. 50 Iron Eagle sharpshooters, poised patient lethal, pulled their triggers in perfect unison. 50 specially forged armor-piercing bolts tore through the air as one, a metallic tempest of death converging with flawless precision upon the raw scaleless wound on the lizard's head, the very gash torn open by Shien's stone axe. Thwip 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 thwip. Such concentrated armor-shattering fire delivered at a single point was cataclysmic. With its focus locked on unleashing its ultimate technique, the lizard's guard faltered, and the barrage struck true. Agony ripped through it, its gathered energy exploded uncontrollably inside its throat. The devastating breath detonated prematurely. Boom! A muffled guttural explosion erupted within its skull.
The beast shrieked, a sound of pure soul-rending agony, as its massive head exploded in gore and viscera when I burst outward, its colossal frame staggering backward before crashing to the earth with a seismic impact. This sudden shattering blow did more than interrupt its killing strike, it plunged the lizard into temporary paralysis racked by unbearable pain.
Stunned silence fell across the valley.
None had foreseen it. Shien City silent until now had struck with such devastating surgical precision that it had crippled the beast outright.
Now, full assault.
Target the lizard's heart. Lin Shien drew his longsword and slashed it forward. The unbroken formations vow death before retreat. Charge.
Gao Shan roared, leading the charge himself.
50 unbroken warriors surged down the ridge like a torrent breaking its dam, straight toward the thrashing fallen beast. Their momentum was unstoppable, their spirit blazing like wildfire. Shien, stunned for only a heartbeat, erupted into triumphant laughter. Brother Lin, well done.
Follow me, seize the head.
And he charged forth with the Stoneclaw warriors hard on his heels.
Shuequang, having narrowly escaped annihilation, burned with equal parts fury and panic.
Seeing Shien City and the Stoneclaw tribe racing to claim the lion's share of glory, he nearly choked on his rage and hurled himself forward, screaming kill. The spoils belonged to Bloodblade Fortress. Seizing their chance, the minor factions rallied their courage and joined the final assault.
The tide of battle reversed in an instant.
The stalemate had been shattered, not by brute force but by a single decisive stroke from Shien City, transforming the conflict into a final frenzied hunt upon a dying titan. In this crucible, the one who landed the killing blow would claim supreme merit and dominion over the spoils. Lin Shien remained atop the ridge, calm and watchful, his gaze steady upon the maelstrom below.
His objective had never been the gold-splitting earth lizard alone.
His eyes swept across the black-robed agents still striving to obey orders amid the chaos and lingered on Shuequang's contorted, furious face. The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware the oriole watches from behind. Yet who truly wore the oriole's feathers remained an unanswered question. And deep within his robe the ancient jade pendant pulsed warmly against his chest, stirred by the ferocity of battle and the dissipation of countless life essences, teetering once more upon the threshold of transformation. In the center of the basin, the dying struggles of the cracked gold lizard were as fierce as a storm.
The excruciating pain and the madness of nearing death unleashed a terrifying power within it.
Its massive tail swept across and its sharp claws danced wildly, each attack resulting in a brutal slaughter, tearing nearby soldiers and their armor to shreds. The warriors of Bloodblade Fortress and Stoneclaw tribe surged like waves crashing against rocks, suffering heavy casualties, their assault temporarily faltering.
Yet the ambush unit from Shien City displayed astonishing resilience amidst the chaos.
Gao Shan led the charge, his bronze sword glowing with bloodlight. Each slash landed with precision on the shattered scales and bloodied wounds of the lizard, further expanding their victory. 50 elite soldiers followed closely behind, grouped in threes, moving as a cohesive unit. They did not engage in blind brute force but instead exploited the lizard's sluggishness, continuously flanking and thrusting like a pack of bloodthirsty wolves, relentlessly biting into their prey.
Steady. Attack its neck and abdomen. Gao Shan's roar echoed across the battlefield, stabilizing the morale of the troops.
The warriors of Stoneclaw tribe, seeing this, rallied their remaining strength and launched a fierce assault from another side under Shien's command. Although blood-mad loathed Lin Shien in Shien City, he understood that this was not the time for infighting. He gritted his teeth and commanded his subordinates to cooperate in the attack, while his gaze occasionally shot a sinister glance at Lin Shien on the hillside. Lin Shien did not personally engage in the melee. He stood atop a height like a calm chess player, controlling the entire situation. The pointer of the spirit compass trembled violently, locking onto the increasingly weakened aura of the cracked gold lizard. He was waiting for the perfect moment, one that would ensure a kill while maximizing his benefits, such as the nearly certain high-quality Lord-level soul crystal. At the same time, he remained vigilant against the black-clad figures of Bloodblade Fortress. Those fellows had not fully committed to attacking the lizard amidst the chaos, instead subtly approaching the flanks of Shien City and the remaining forces of smaller factions harboring ill intent. Iron Eagle Elite, keep a close watch on those black-clad figures. If they make a move, kill without mercy. Lin Shien ordered coldly. 50 powerful crossbows silently adjusted their aim, the icy arrowheads locking onto the sneaky figures. The battle had entered its most brutal phase. The vitality of the cracked gold lizard was horrifyingly resilient. Despite being covered in wounds and bleeding profusely, it remained ferociously defiant. It suddenly opened its massive bloodied mouth, not to spit fire but to unleash a soul-shattering roar.
An invisible wave of soul shock radiated outward from it.
"Be careful. It's a soul roar," a knowledgeable veteran cried out in terror. The nearby soldiers were instantly struck as if by a heavy blow, clutching their heads in agony, blood streaming from their orifices, with some even suffering complete soul shattering. Even strong figures like Gao Shan and Shien staggered, their faces paling. Blood-mad emitted a muffled groan, nearly toppling off his mount. However, at the moment this soul shock erupted, the ancient jade in Lin Xian's arms suddenly emitted unprecedented heat. A cool aura instinctively shielded his divine sense, dissipating the impact into nothingness.
Moreover, the ancient jade seemed like a thirsty vortex actively absorbing the vast life essence and soul energy radiating from the lizard. Detecting the high-quality life essence and soul energy should it guide the absorption to promote the evolution of the inner world. A vague thought entered Lin Xian's mind. Guide it. Lin Xian's heart surged with joy, immediately concentrating to cooperate. Suddenly a flow of energy difficult to perceive by the naked eye but immense and pure poured through the ancient jade, continuously flooding into the mark on his chest, merging into the nascent inner world. Within the nascent inner world, the originally calm gray space shook violently, the pool of innate spiritual liquid at the center expanding visibly and growing richer, while the edges of the space began to slowly and firmly expand outward. 15 cubic, 16 cubic. At the same time, a pure energy feedback emerged, nourishing Lin Xian's body and spirit, instantly restoring his slightly fatigued state to its peak and even subtly enhancing it. This sudden change invigorated Lin Xian's spirit. Meanwhile, at the center of the battlefield, the cracked gold lizard that had unleashed the soul roar felt its aura collapse like an avalanche. Its massive body swayed, finally unable to support itself, crashing to the ground and kicking up a cloud of dust. It was dead. After a brief silence came the frenzied cheers and even more intense scramble. The lizard is dead. Seize it. The soul crystal is mine. Protect the young lord and retrieve the treasure. Almost the moment the lizard fell, blood-mad Shien and their elite forces rushed towards the corpse of the lizard, their sights set on the soul crystal within its head. The smaller factions were also stirring but were repelled by the killing intent emanating from the black-clad figures of Bloodblade Fortress. Gao Shun. Grab the soul crystal. Lin Xian shouted sternly. His earlier inaction was for this moment. The absorption by the ancient jade could not stop. He needed to stabilize his spirit to guide it, but the ambush unit had to seize the most crucial spoils. The determination to ambush. Charge with me. Gao Shan roared, leading the ambush unit like a spear into the chaotic fray, heading straight for the lizard's head. Shien also refused to yield, swinging his massive axe to push back two warriors from Bloodblade Fortress. Stop them. Kill. Blood-mad, resembling a madman, ordered his subordinates to attack Gao Shan and Shien without regard for their own safety. The brawl instantly escalated, transforming from an assault on the lizard into a three-way melee with the clashing of blades, roars and screams echoing together. Gao Shan, highly skilled in the ambush unit working in harmony, surprisingly reached the vicinity of the lizard's head first amidst the chaos. He cleaved through the shattered skull with one sword and reached in. You seek death. Blood-mad's eyes widened in rage, swinging a fiery blade towards Gao Shan's back. Shien was also entangled by two leaders of Bloodblade Fortress, unable to lend aid for the moment. At a critical moment on the hillside, a glimmer of cold light flashed in Lin Xian's eyes. He released the only remaining inferior explosive fire thunder, a replica made by the blacksmith's shop, which, while slightly less powerful, still posed a threat, sending it flying in an arc directly towards Bloodmad's face. Young lord, be careful. The elder in black beside him exclaimed, shoving Bloodmad away. Boom. The fire thunder exploded beside Bloodmad, sending him flying, leaving him in a disheveled state. Though he was not seriously injured, his assault interrupted. Seizing this opportunity, Gao Shan had extracted a fist-sized crystal from the lizard's head, radiating a dark golden glow and exuding immense energy, the lord-level soul crystal of the cracked gold lizard. The soul crystal is secured. Retreat. Gao Shan showed no attachment to the battle, swiftly stowing the soul crystal and shouting. The ambush unit immediately reformed into a circle, fighting while retreating towards the hillside. Leave it to me. Blood-mad climbed to his feet, blood at the corner of his mouth, roaring in madness. Shien also looked at Gao Shan with a complex expression but did not intervene, instead seizing the chance to gather other precious materials from the lizard's body, such as claws, scales and lizard tendons. Iron Eagle Elite. Cover with crossbow bolts. Block the enemy. Lin Xian commanded. Whoosh. A barrage of crossbow bolts rained down like a storm of death, sealing off the route for Bloodblade Fortress pursuit, forcing them to raise their shields in defense. Gao Shan seized the opportunity to successfully lead the ambush unit back to their formation. Lin Xian. You dare to seize the treasures of Bloodblade Fortress? I will surely destroy your Shien city. Bloodmad glared at the retreating Shien city forces, shaking with rage, howling frantically. Lin Xian stood on the hillside, casting a cold glance at the frenzied Bloodmad sweeping over the battlefield strewn with corpses and debris, his gaze finally resting on the ancient jade in his arms, warm to the touch and whose internal space had quietly expanded to nearly 20 cubic meters, filled with spiritual liquid. Blood, young lord, one may eat recklessly but one must not speak recklessly. This cracked gold lizard was slain by my Shien City soldiers who fought bravely and selflessly, so the soul crystal naturally belongs to Shien City. If you are unconvinced, feel free to come at me. His voice was not loud, yet it clearly resonated across the battlefield, imbued with undeniable confidence and dominance. After saying this, he ignored the raging Bloodmad and turned to command all troops, heed my order, maintain formation and retreat from Broken Blade Valley.
The Shien city forces began to withdraw in an orderly manner under the cover of Gao Shun and the Iron Eagle elite. In this battle they not only successfully hunted down a lord-level magical beast and obtained the most valuable soul crystal but also showcased their formidable military strength and the unfathomable prowess of their leader Lin Shien in front of various factions, especially the explosive fire thunder and the strange energy absorption phenomenon, establishing their reputation. Lin Shien understood that the true harvest was far beyond a single soul crystal. The initial transformation of the inner world within the ancient jade was his greatest asset for establishing himself in the myriad realms of the battlefield. The hunt had concluded, but the enmity between Shien City and Bloodblade Fortress was far from over. A new storm was about to arrive. The Shien City team returned triumphantly, bringing not only the precious soul crystals of the Golden Lizard and some materials but also a fierce spirit born from countless battles and a resounding reputation that echoed throughout the region. When the large flag inscribed with the character Shien stained with the blood of magical beasts and enemies appeared on the horizon, the military and civilians left behind erupted in thunderous cheers, with Xiaohe personally leading the crowd to welcome them 10 miles outside the city.
"Welcome back, my lord."
Xiaohe looked at the troops who, though injured and fatigued, were spirited and brimming with a fierce aura, especially the dark golden soul crystal radiating immense energy in Gao Shun's arms, his eyes barely concealing his excitement. He knew that after this battle Shien City had firmly established its foothold in this region.
"I am fortunate not to have failed my mission."
Lin Shien dismounted and patted Xiaohe's shoulder.
"Is everything well in the city?"
"Everything is well, my lord, please rest assured." Xiaohe replied respectfully. However, the number of refugees coming to seek shelter has surged in recent days, and among them are some extraordinary individuals requiring careful vetting. Lin Xien's gaze sharpened slightly as he nodded.
A rising reputation brought both opportunity and hidden risks. The Bloodblade Fortress would not let this go easily. Sending spies to infiltrate was a given.
Upon returning to the town hall, Lin Shien immediately convened a high-level meeting. The primary task was to handle the spoils of war. The Lord-level Golden Lizard Soul Crystal was pure and powerful, far exceeding what they had previously obtained. Lin Shien carefully stored it in the ancient jade space, placing it alongside the elite Soul Crystal obtained from the Shadow Wolf King. He had an inkling that this high-grade Soul Crystal might serve not only for summoning or construction but could also play a significant role in the further evolution of the ancient jade's internal world. However, he refrained from absorbing it recklessly, planning to study it thoroughly first. Materials such as the lizard's scales, claws and tendons were entrusted to Xiaohe, with parts set aside to reward the valiant soldiers and craft superior equipment. The rest was stored for future high-level buildings and equipment. The compensation for fallen soldiers, treatment for the wounded and rewards for the meritorious were conducted methodically under Xiaohe's supervision, ensuring fairness and justice, further solidifying the hearts of both the military and the civilians. Subsequently, Lin Shien focused his main efforts on enhancing himself and his core power.
He first sensed the changes in the internal world of the ancient jade.
The space stabilized at around 20 cubic meters, and a small pool of innate spiritual liquid had gathered in the center, teeming with vitality. He attempted to guide the spiritual liquid to nourish himself, discovering that it had remarkable effects on wound recovery, energy replenishment, and even subtle improvements to his physique. He even diluted a drop and gave it to the medic for treating critically injured soldiers, yielding significant results, almost bringing them back from the brink of death, which further cloaked him in an aura of mystery in the eyes of the citizens. At the same time, assisted by the energy pool and insights gained from days of battle, he secluded himself for a day and successfully broke through to level 7 Lord, with all attributes once again enhanced, allowing him a stronger perception and control over his territory. On the military front, Gao Shun integrated the experience from this hunt into training, especially reinforcing drills to handle complex environments, unexpected situations and multi-faction skirmishes. The precise sniping of the Iron Eagle elite and the charging tactics of the assault troops complemented each other with increasing synergy.
Lin Shien even further refined the design for the armor-piercing crossbow and began small-scale production, prioritizing equipment for the Iron Eagle elite, enhancing their long-range deterrent capabilities. However, the peaceful days did not last long.
7 days later, unsettling news arrived almost simultaneously through the regional channel and scouts sent to various locations. The Bloodblade Fortress suffered significant losses in the hunt, especially the reputation of the Deputy Lord Shuequan was damaged, but their foundation remained intact. The master of the Bloodblade Fortress, Bloodbutcher, had officially emerged from seclusion and was furious upon hearing of this, publicly declaring that Shien City had robbed the spoils of war and provoked the authority of the Bloodblade Fortress, threatening to flatten Shien City, leaving no trace behind. They began large-scale troop mobilizations and stockpiling supplies, with the shadow of war looming. What was even more concerning was that the Bloodblade Fortress seemed to be actively reaching out to surrounding forces, attempting to form an alliance against Shien City, offering substantial benefits to isolate Shien City. Several minor lords who had good relations with or feared the Bloodblade Fortress had already expressed their allegiance. "My lord, the situation is severe," Xiaohe reported gravely. "The Bloodblade Fortress is a level 4 town with forces likely exceeding 2,000, along with several warrior-level powerhouses. If they come out in full force supported by their vassal forces, our army has very low odds of winning in a direct confrontation. Furthermore, if they employ siege tactics to cut off our trade routes and exhaust our resources, it would also be a major threat. Neishi Tang and Gao Shan also furrowed their brows. They were not afraid of battle, but the disparity in forces was an objective reality. Shien City could muster only about 300 combatants at most. Although elite, it would be difficult to withstand a sea of enemies. Lin Xian was silent for a moment, lightly tapping his fingers on the table. He had long anticipated the Bloodblade Fortress retaliation but hadn't expected it to come so quickly and decisively. What is there to panic about? Lin Xian suddenly laughed, a hint of coldness and confidence in his smile. If the Bloodblade Fortress wants war, then let them have it. But how to fight and when to fight cannot be solely decided by them. He stood up and walked to the map. The Bloodblade Fortress is powerful. To engage directly would not be the act of a wise man. Yet we have our advantages. First, the advantage of the city walls. Our new city walls have been initially completed with defensive capabilities far exceeding ordinary level 3 towns and equipped with arrow towers and traps, making it easy to defend and hard to attack. Second, the advantage of intelligence. We have regional channels and spiritual probing compasses to closely monitor enemy movements. The mobilization of the Bloodblade Fortress army cannot be without traces. Third, the change of hearts. The Bloodblade Fortress has been domineering for too long. Surrounding forces may not genuinely adhere to them but rather fear their power. As long as we demonstrate sufficient resolve and strength to resist, there may still be a turning point. Fourth, and most importantly, Lin Xian's gaze swept sharply over the crowd. We still have time, and we have trump cards. He referred to the Lord Soul Crystal, the continuously evolving internal world, the daily lottery opportunity, and the other possibilities that might exist. Mr. Shall we continue to strengthen the city defenses and stockpile supplies, especially arrows, oil, and rolling stones? At the same time, secretly contact those small forces that have grievances with the Bloodblade Fortress, or remain neutral, offering them benefits to divide and conquer, at least to keep them neutral. General Neishi, General Gao Shan, do not neglect the training of the troops but also study the tactics of defending the city, especially how to deal with the enemy's possible large-scale siege equipment. Additionally, Lin Xian pondered, perhaps we should take the initiative to strike and not just wait for the enemy to come to our door. What does my lord mean? Gao Shan's eyes gleamed. Send small elite units, break into smaller groups, infiltrate the Bloodblade Fortress controlled areas, disrupt their supply lines, sabotage their mines, and assassinate their junior officers. We need to let Blood Butcher know that Shien City is not a lamb waiting to be slaughtered but a porcupine full of spikes. If he wants to gnaw on us, he will have to break a mouthful of teeth first. Lin Xian's voice carried a hint of fierceness. This was an inspiration he drew from modern warfare concepts. Guerrilla warfare and asymmetric warfare often yielded remarkable results in specific environments. Neishi Tang and Gao Shan exchanged glances, both seeing the fighting spirit in each other's eyes. This tactic was precisely to their liking as seasoned veterans of the battlefield. Moreover, Lin Xian looked out the window. We also need to seek new allies or more powerful forces. He thought of the abandoned ancient temple, the other ruins that might exist deep in the dark forest, and the larger forces occasionally mentioned in the regional channel. Sitting and waiting for death was not his style. Actively seeking a breakthrough was the essence of survival. After the meeting, Lin Xian climbed alone to the highest point of the city wall, gazing in the direction of the Bloodblade Fortress. The sunset was blood-red, dyeing the horizon as if foreshadowing the impending storm of blood and flesh. He caressed the warm ancient jade in his arms, feeling the vigorous vitality within the internal world. Crisis also brings opportunity. If he could survive this tribulation, Shien City would surely be reborn from the ashes, truly stepping into the ranks of regional powers. Blood Butcher. If you want war, then I will accompany you for a glorious battle. In the end, it will be whose blood that dyes this battlefield of 10,000 realms. He took a deep breath, his eyes burning with an indomitable flame. The fate of Shien City would be controlled by his own hands. The war machine of Xuanqing surged forth with unprecedented efficiency under immense pressure. Xiao He presided over the central administration, deploying his civil governance talents to their utmost. On one front, he mobilized the populace to reinforce city defenses day and night, embedding scales from captured Lygian earth lizards into the city gates and reinforcing ballistae with lizard tendons, arrows, rolling logs, and flaming oil piled high in mountainous stacks. On the other, he dispatched elite envoys bearing select lizard materials as gifts to discreetly approach minor factions discontented with or neutral toward Shuaren Fortress, such as Shimu Village and Stonefist Tribe, laying bare the stakes and pledging wartime mutual aid in post-war trade agreements. Though immediate allegiance was not secured, their neutrality was at least preserved, deterring them from readily siding with Shuaren Fortress. Militarily, Gao Shan and Neishi Tang coordinated their efforts. Gao Shan commanded the main garrison, devising multiple countermeasures against Shuaren Fortress's potential heavy siege engines, digging anti-charge trenches, training shock troops to incinerate siege ladders, and more. Neishi Tang personally selected 30 of the most seasoned veterans, masters of stealth and wilderness survival, including 5 Taiying elite warriors, to form the Shien Niu squad, which he led himself to execute Lin Xian's harassment plan. On a moonless windlash night, the Shien Niu squad slipped like phantoms into Shien Fortress's sphere of influence. They avoided direct confrontation, striking only at vulnerabilities, burning remote grain depots, sabotaging water lifting mechanisms at small mines, ambushing isolated patrols and supply caravans, and even felling Shien Fortress's messenger hawks with poison arrows. Their operations were lightning swift, striking once and vanishing without hesitation. With decades of battlefield wisdom, Neishi Tang unfailingly identified the weakest points in enemy defenses, delivering lethal blows before vanishing beyond the enemy's encirclement. Though these raids inflicted no decisive damage upon Shien Fortress, they severely eroded its morale, delayed its preparations, and drove its Lord Shui Tu into furious rages. Rumors began to spread across the region. Xuanqing commands ghostly soldiers, unseen, untraceable. Its vassal factions trembled with unease. Yet Lin Xian knew such skirmishes could not shift the balance of power. The true turning point lay in elevating elite combat strength or securing a strategic advantage. His hopes rested on 2 fronts: deepening research into the ancient jade and soul crystals and the daily lottery opportunity. That day, after concluding official duties, Lin Xian sat in silent meditation within his private chamber and sank his consciousness once more into the ancient jade space, a realm brimming with vitality where a shimmering pool of spirit liquid glistened softly. He retrieved the light gene earth lizard soul crystal, the dark golden prism pulsing with an ominous palpable energy beneath the glow of the spirit liquid. Ordinary soul crystals are slowly absorbed by the ancient jade, nurturing the inner realm's growth. But this sovereignty or crystal radiates such overwhelming energy. What would happen if I absorbed it directly? A bold idea arose. The risk was immense. The crystal's volatile energy and the lizard's residual will could easily turn inward and consume him. Yet the potential reward might be extraordinary. After a moment's hesitation, Lin Xian's gaze hardened. Extraordinary times demanded extraordinary measures. With meticulous care, he enveloped the crystal in spiritual force and attempted to guide the purest sliver of its energy toward the boundary of his inner realm. A resonant hum filled the void. The instant the soul crystal's energy brushed against the inner realm, chaos erupted. The entire space convulsed violently. The spirit liquid boiled furiously. As if drawn by irresistible gravity, the crystal itself dissolved into a torrent of dark gold light and surged inward with terrifying speed. Far faster than Lin Xian had anticipated. No, he cried out inwardly, channeling all his spiritual force to regain control, yet his effort was as futile as a mantis blocking a chariot. The colossal energy rampaged through the inner realm, battering the spatial boundaries until they groaned under unbearable strain. The central pool of spirit liquid splattered violently in all directions. Just as Lin Xian feared the inner realm would shatter entirely, the ancient jade itself blazed with unprecedented chaotic radiance, and for a fleeting instant a hazy primordial rune, imbued with the highest cosmic laws, flared at the realm's heart. The rampaging soul energy, as if seized by an invisible hand, suddenly calmed and ordered itself. Part flowed into the spatial boundaries, reinforcing and expanding them visibly. 20 cubic meters, 25, 30. Another portion was voraciously absorbed by the central spirit liquid, which surged in volume and purity, its hue shifting from pale green to milky white, exuding ever-denser waves of vibrant life. Simultaneously, a cryptic message flooded Lin Xian's mind: inner realm approaching ascension threshold. Consume vast energy and core of a sovereignty or soul crystal to forge a subsidiary functional space. Temporal flow regulation, basic level. Initiate. Temporal flow regulation. Lin Xian's heart thundered. This was a heaven-defying ability. Even at its basic level, limitations would surely abound, but even a slight temporal differential between inside and outside would yield incalculable advantages in preparation, cultivation, and nurturing. Initiate. Lin Xian declared without hesitation. The ancient jade flared again with chaotic light, and at the edge of the inner realm a tiny platform, barely large enough for one person to sit cross-legged, coalesced, its surface etched with flowing runes that emitted strange temporal ripples. Temporal ward basic successfully forged. Current effect temporal flow ratio within ward to external world is 1.511. 5 days inside, 1 day outside. Maintaining the ward continuously consumes spirit liquid from the inner realm. Current reserves sustain Operation Singloser for approximately 10 days of external time. A 1.5 full-time differential. Though the cost was steep, those extra half-days, when wielded at the critical moment, could mean the razor-thin margin between life and death. Lin Xian rejoiced wildly. This was truly salvation in the midst of snow. Suppressing his elation, he withdrew his internal awareness and found only moments had passed externally. Immediately he stepped into the temporal ward and instantly sensed the subtle shift in time's passage, his thoughts sharpening perceptibly. Emerging, he confirmed the effect: the spirit liquid had diminished by the faintest trace. With this trump card, Xuanqing gains another vital edge in victory. His confidence soared. At that very moment, today's lottery refreshed. Calming his breath, he activated the targeted inclination breakthrough strategy function once more. The wheel spun and the needle settled upon a silvery white slot. Ding! Congratulations Lord Lin Shien, your innate talent lottery has granted Runka item Random Special Structure Upgrade Scroll 1. Random Special Structure Upgrade Scroll Rank A effect randomly upgrades one special structure within your territory by one tier. Note fortune is part of strength, it may yet yield wondrous surprises. An upgrade scroll. And specifically for special structures. Lin Xian's gaze immediately fixed upon the heroic soul altar behind the town hall. Currently Tier 2 upgrading it to Tier 3 would undoubtedly summon far more potent heroic spirits, perhaps resolving the crisis at hand. Use it. Target heroic soul altar. The scroll dissolved into a streak of light and vanished into the altar. The altar trembled violently, its runes blazing, its ancient stone surface gleamed with a jade-like luster, swelling slightly in size and emanating a deeper, more primordial aura of heroic spirit. Heroic soul altar upgraded successfully. Current Tier 3. Enhanced effects: maximum number of summoned heroic spirits increased, hero slot 1 squad slot 1 spirit body cohesiveness greatly enhanced, significantly higher chance of awakening latent memories or skills from past lives. New function unlocked: heroic fusion, temporarily merge compatible or synergistic heroic spirits to unleash amplified combat power, long cooldown period. Augmented secondary effect: moderate increase in experience gain rate for territorial soldiers. Hero slot 1. And heroic fusion. Lin Xian was overjoyed. This meant he could summon another legendary general, and at a decisive moment Gao Shan and the new hero could fuse into a singular devastating force. Just as he prepared to initiate the third summoning, Xiaoyi's urgent voice rang from outside the chamber door. Lord. Urgent military intelligence. Lin Xian's pulse quickened, he suppressed the impulse to summon and opened the door at once. Xiaoyi's expression was grave. General Naishi reports that Shuaren Fortress's main army has completed assembly. Its vanguard, 5,000 elite troops, led personally by Shuetu, departed 3 days ago. They will reach our walls in as few as 7 days. Its vassal forces are also mobilizing, the total host may near 10,000. Moreover, our scouts have sighted a mysterious contingent of roughly 300 soldiers, well-equipped and flying the banner of Liang City, approaching us from the southeast. Their intent remains unknown. 10,000 troops from Shuaren Fortress descend upon us. The enigmatic Liang City emerges without warning. Storm clouds gather, darkness presses down upon the city walls. The final decisive hour draws nigh. Lin Xian drew a deep breath, and though his eyes held no fear, they burned with fierce, unquenchable battle lust. The temporal ward. The upgraded heroic soul altar. One remaining heroic summoning opportunity. Shuetu, you seek war, I shall grant you a battle you'll remember for the rest of your life. Issue full alert, level 1 combat readiness. Also send a message in my name to the Liang City contingent, invite their lord to meet me face-to-face before the gates. The news of the Bloodblade Fortress army pressing towards the city swept through Shien City like a chilling tide. Though psychologically prepared, the atmosphere inside the city froze when the exact number and the news of the Bloodslaughter's personal expedition arrived. 7 days, only 7 days. However, panic did not spread. The citizens and soldiers of Shien City, tempered through numerous bloody battles, displayed seriousness in their eyes but no sign of retreat. On the city walls, armored soldiers stood tall with sharp eyes. In the streets, women, children, and the elderly silently transported supplies for the city's defense, maintaining perfect order. The martial law order issued by Xiaoyi was strictly enforced, and the entire Shien City resembled a taut bow poised to strike. In the secret chamber of the town hall, Lin Xianping stood alone before the altar of the souls retreating from the sides. After the altar was upgraded, its aura became even more profound and heavy, the water in the central pool seemingly connected to the long river of history. This was the final trump card which must be revealed before the enemy arrived. Third summoning target heroic position. Lin Xian immersed his mind into the altar, pouring in soul crystals and the power of faith, clearly directing the summoning towards defense strategy or special abilities. The water in the pool boiled and light soared into the sky. This time what emerged was not the murderous aura of war but a wisdom as steady as a mountain, filled with meticulous strategies. Amidst the light and shadow, a middle-aged scholar dressed in a long robe holding a feather fan with a gaunt face and deep starry eyes slowly coalesced. He held a bamboo scroll, walking gracefully as if stepping not onto an altar but into a military tent where he strategized. He slightly bowed to Lin Xian, his voice calm yet filled with the wisdom of worldly insight. I, Zhuge Liang styled Kongming, pay my respects to the Lord. Thank you for the summoning. I am willing to exert myself to assist you through this difficult time. Zhuge Liang. The sleeping dragon. A tempest surged within Lin Xian's heart and he hurried forward to support him. Please rise, Mr. Kongming. With your assistance it is like rain in a drought. With the formidable enemy at our gates, it is precisely the time for your strategies. I have observed the situation. Zhuge Liang lightly waved his feather fan, his gaze sweeping through the secret chamber as if he could see through the walls to the entire defensive layout of Shien City. The walls are sturdy and the morale of the troops is reliable, yet we are outnumbered and cannot confront them directly. We must achieve victory through unexpected means.
With just a single sentence he hit the nail on the head.
Lin Shien felt a sense of calm within and immediately briefed Zhuge Liang on the current enemy situation: the Bloodblade Fortress Army and the envoy from Liyang City, as well as their own trump cards, the time barrier, Gao Shan's ambush, the Iron Eagle elite soldiers, etc. After listening, Zhuge Liang pondered for a moment, the light of wisdom shimmering in his eyes. My lord, I have 3 strategies that may break the deadlock.
Firstly, strengthen the walls and clear the fields, exhausting the enemy's morale. Utilizing the advantage of the walls to diminish the enemy's prowess. This task can be handled by Generals Gao Shan and Neishi Tang. Secondly, seek external allies to divide the enemy's strength. Though Liyang City's intentions are unclear since they did not come with the Bloodblade Fortress, there lies an opportunity.
You must personally meet them, explaining the benefits and drawbacks. Even if an alliance cannot be formed, ensure they do not assist the enemy and perhaps guide them slightly, sowing discord between them and the Bloodblade Fortress. Thirdly, and most crucially, achieve victory through unexpected means. I observe your mention of the time barrier and heroic spirit fusion capabilities. They are key to turning the tide.
These should be used at critical moments to deal a fatal blow to the enemy. The clarity of thought directly targeting the core.
Lin Shien sincerely marveled. What you say aligns perfectly with my thoughts. Thus I will trouble you to orchestrate the overall situation alongside Mr. Xiaohe, managing internal affairs and defenses. You will be our military advisor in Shien City.
I will do my utmost. Zhuge Liang bowed in acceptance, his demeanor calm.
With the ancient strategist Zhuge Liang in command, Lin Shien felt a significant reduction in the pressure on his shoulders. He immediately summoned Xiaohe, Neishi Tang, and Gao Shan to introduce them to Zhuge Liang. Xiaohe seemed to have heard of Zhuge Liang's name and greeted him with great respect. Neishi Tang and Gao Shan, though fierce generals, felt his extraordinary demeanor and developed admiration. The 4 quickly adapted and began to refine the city defense plan. Zhuge Liang proposed several exquisite suggestions regarding the layout of defenses, resource allocation, and diversion tactics, leaving Xiaohe and the others in awe.
Meanwhile, Lin Shien decided to personally handle the matters concerning Liyang City.
He changed into formal attire, bringing only 10 Iron Eagle elite soldiers as guards, and waited on a high slope 5 miles outside the city. In the afternoon, a group of about 300 appeared on the horizon.
The troops were disciplined, wearing bright armor and flying a banner surrounded by flames which unmistakably represented Liyang City.
At the forefront was a general around 30 years old with a stern face and dressed in crimson armor, exuding a steady aura, clearly possessing peak combatant cultivation. The soldiers behind him were all vibrant and evidently elite troops. The 2 sides met on the slope and the atmosphere was delicate.
I am Lin Shien, Lord of Shien City, and I greet the friends from Liyang City.
Lin Shien spoke first, neither humble nor arrogant. The red-armored general assessed Lin Shien for a moment, surprise flashing in his eyes, seemingly not expecting the Lord of Shien City to be so young.
He clasped his fist in salute. I am Yen Feng, the vanguard general of Liyang City, here on the orders of the city lord.
Lord Lin, let us speak plainly. The army of the Bloodblade Fortress will arrive shortly and your Shien City is in great peril. My Liyang City has an old grievance with the Bloodblade Fortress and the city lord intends to form a good relationship with you. Lin Shien was slightly moved but maintained his composure. Oh. What does General Yen Feng mean by a good relationship? Yen Feng spoke candidly. 2 choices.
Firstly, my Liyang City can send troops to assist you in defending the city, and after the battle Shien City must acknowledge Liyang City as the suzerain, paying tribute each year.
Secondly, if you feel you cannot hold on, you may bring your core members into my Liyang City, ensuring your safety and wealth. They were indeed here to take advantage of the situation.
Either submit or be annexed.
Though his tone was softer than that of the Bloodblade Fortress, the essence was no different. Lin Shien smiled slightly, his tone turning cold. I appreciate General Yen Feng's good intentions, but the soldiers of Shien City would rather die standing than live on their knees.
Do not mention suzerainty again.
As for joining your city, though Shien City may be small, we still possess some dignity.
Yen Feng's expression darkened. Lord Lin, do not act on impulse.
The blood slaughter leads an army of 10,000, which is not something you can resist. Acting in momentary bravery will only lead to the city's downfall and your death. Whether or not we can resist, we shall see after trying. Lin Xian's sharp gaze fixed on him. But your city, since you have grievances with the Bloodblade Fortress, why not take advantage of their main force being deployed and strike at their vulnerable rear?
Why come to my small territory to discuss suzerainty and merging?
Are you perhaps afraid of the Bloodblade Fortress and only wish to pick up some cheap gains? This statement struck at the heart. Yen Feng's face instantly turned dark and the soldiers of Liyang City behind him stirred. You! Yen Feng glared at Lin Xian, his hand resting on the hilt of his sword. The 10 Iron Eagle elite soldiers behind Lin Xian instantly readied their crossbows, their cold gazes locking onto Yen Feng, the killing intent palpable.
The atmosphere was suddenly tense.
Yet Lin Xian raised his hand, signaling the Iron Eagle elite soldiers to remain calm, and continued indifferently, General Yen Feng, how about we make a bet?
What shall we bet on?
Yin Feng suppressed his anger. Let's bet on whether my Shien city can withstand the first wave of the Fulan attack from the Bloodblade fortress. Lin Xian's voice was resolute. If I hold out, it proves that my Shien city has the qualifications to speak equally with your city, and we can discuss cooperation later.
If I cannot hold out, then you can take over the remnants, and that would be more justified, wouldn't it? Yin Feng's gaze flickered, clearly weighing the options.
Lin Xian's firmness and confidence were beyond his expectations, and that bet seemed to provide Liyang City with a way out, yet it actually returned the initiative to Lin Xian.
All right.
I shall see what capability your Shien city possesses. Yin Feng finally snorted coldly. I will camp 10 miles away to observe. If you truly can create a miracle, my Liyang city would not mind having one more partner in cooperation. But if you fail, don't blame me for being ruthless. With that, he turned his horse and led the troops back 10 miles, indeed starting to set up camp, taking on the stance of watching the tiger fight from the mountain. Lin Xian watched their retreating figures, a slight smirk on his lips.
Zhuge Liang's second strategy was already in motion.
At the very least, Liyang City would not become an enemy for the time being, and perhaps it could even become a pawn. Returning to the city, Lin Xian informed Zhuge Liang and the others of the situation. Zhuge Liang lightly waved his feather fan. My lord has handled this appropriately.
Liyang City's observation is beneficial for us.
At this moment we must prepare for battle and await the arrival of the blood slaughter. In this final preparation period, Shien City operated like a finely tuned machine running at high speed. The fortifications of the walls were completed, the moat filled with water, and countless traps and concealed weapons were set in place.
Gao Shan and Neishi Tang repeatedly rehearsed the city defense tactics.
Zhuge Liang and Xiao He were simulating various potential developments and countermeasures.
Lin Xian once again entered the time barrier, utilizing this precious
5 times the time to further refine his martial arts, familiarize himself with the newly acquired power, and discuss the details of heroic spirit fusion with Gao Shan and Zhuge Liang. The spiritual entity could briefly enter the barrier. On the 4th day at dusk, on the horizon billowing dust clouds appeared, resembling dark clouds descending upon the city.
The crimson banner of the Bloodblade fortress finally appeared at the edge of sight.
An army of 10,000 surged forth like a tide of blood towards Shien City. On the city wall, Lin Xian, Zhuge Liang, Xiao He, Neishi Tang and Gao Shan stood shoulder to shoulder, gazing at the endless enemy forces with solemn expressions.
They have finally arrived.
Lin Xian took a deep breath, fire of battle igniting in his eyes. Convey orders to the entire army, prepare to meet the enemy.
The survival of Shien City depends on this battle.
The war horn sounded sharply, piercing the sky. The final chapter of blood and fire was about to unfold. The army of Bloodblade fortress spread out like a dark red tide on the plains north of Shien City. Spears and swords formed a forest, banners obscured the sky, and the palpable aura of slaughter weighed heavily on the hearts of every soldier defending the city. In the center army, beneath a massive blood-colored wolf head banner, Xue Tu, the lord of Bloodblade fortress, sat astride a ferocious earth beast. His figure was imposing, his face fierce, with a menacing scar stretching from his forehead to his chin, exuding a suffocating aura of terror, unmistakably a peak war general. Beside him, the sinister-faced Xuequang and several formidable generals flanked him. A mere newly built town like ants dares to provoke the dignity of Bloodblade fortress. Xuetu's voice boomed like thunder, carrying undisguised contempt and murderous intent. Today we shall flatten this city, leaving no trace behind.
Let us raise the might of Bloodblade fortress. Flatten Shien City.
Leave no trace behind. Over 10,000 soldiers of Bloodblade fortress roared in unison, their voices shaking the heavens as if to topple the walls of Shien City. On the city wall, Lin Xian stood calmly in dark armor, resting his hand on his sword. To his left, Zhuge Liang with a feather fan and silk cap had deep-set eyes, while to his right the sword-wielding Neishi Tang and Gao Shan had hawk-like gazes, backed by the fierce trap troop and Iron Eagle warriors. Xiao He had retreated to the rear, coordinating supplies and labor. The enemy's morale is high and their numbers are 10 times ours. We cannot confront their might hidden.
Zhuge Liang lightly pointed with his fan at the enemy formation.
From their arrangement, the center is strong while the flanks are weak, with siege equipment concentrated in front. Xue Tu intends a thunderous strike to breach the city in one fell swoop. What strategies do you propose, military advisor?
Lin Xian inquired.
Diminish their morale, exhaust their forces, and wait until they tire before seizing the opportunity to strike, Zhuge Liang replied calmly. The enemy's first wave of attack will surely be shielded by siege engines and archers, with infantry launching a powerful assault. We can leverage the advantages of the city wall to inflict heavy casualties on their forces with ranged fire, especially targeting their siege equipment. When they ascend the wall, we shall eliminate them with our elite close combat troops.
General Gao Shan's trap troop will serve as a decisive anchor.
With the strategy established, orders were swiftly communicated down the line. On the city wall, wooden logs and stones were piled high. Boiling molten metal bubbled ominously. Archers and crossbowmen took their positions, particularly 50 Iron Eagle warriors occupying the high ground, their cold crossbow bolts aimed at the enemy below.
Attack! Shue gave no further instructions. His battle blade swung forward. A low mournful horn echoed, signaling the commencement of Bloodblade Fortress assault.
The first to strike were dozens of catapults and ballistae positioned behind the army. Massive stones trailing a whistling sound were hurled towards the city wall, while thick bolts like spears of death attempted to shatter the battlements and arrow towers. "Raise shields! Take cover!" shouted the commanding officers hoarsely.
Boo! Boo! Boo!
The giant stone struck the brick-clad city wall with a dull thud, sending bricks flying, yet the main structure of the wall remained steadfast, only sustaining surface indentations and cracks. Some bolts lodged deeply into the wall, while others were deflected by the robust battlements. The newly constructed wall of Shien City withstood the first wave of attack. Archers cover fire.
Target the enemy infantry formations. Iron Eagle warriors fire at will. Prioritize eliminating the enemy's ballista operators and commanders.
Just as Bloodblade Fortress ranged fire paused, Lin Shien decisively issued orders. Whoosh! 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 The arrows of Shien City's defenders, having been prepared for so long, rained down like locusts upon the advancing infantry of Bloodblade Fortress, instantly causing a chorus of screams. The arrows from the Iron Eagle warriors were even more deadly. Each faint click of the mechanism was almost always accompanied by the fall of a Bloodblade Fortress officer or ballista operator, precise to a chilling degree.
Damn it! How can their arrows be so accurate?
Shuequang exclaimed in shock and anger as he watched a centurion beside him fall to an arrow through his throat.
It's those crossbowmen. Suppress them. Shueta's face darkened as he ordered his archers to retaliate.
Arrows from both sides crisscrossed in the air, with many falling to the ground struck by arrows. However, Shien City held the geographical advantage, with the parapets providing cover, resulting in far fewer casualties compared to the exposed infantry of Bloodblade Fortress. With arrows raining down, the infantry of Bloodblade Fortress finally reached the base of the city wall, raising hundreds of ladders climbing upwards like ants. Even more terrifying, several massive battering rams wrapped in iron and topped with wet mud were slowly pushed toward the city gates by the soldiers.
Pour molten metal.
Throw down the logs and stones. Neishi Tang ran back and forth on the city wall, hoarsely directing. The scalding, foul-smelling molten metal cascaded down, and the Bloodblade Fortress soldiers hit by it let out a chilling wail, their skin burned and torn, falling from the ladders. Massive rolling stones and logs crashed down, smashing the ladders along with the soldiers above them to pieces. Soon thick piles of corpses accumulated at the base of the wall, staining the ground red with blood. The battle had entered a fever pitch from the very beginning. Every moment saw deaths, and the sounds of screams, clashing blades and shouts were deafening. The soldiers of Bloodblade Fortress charged fearlessly, while the defenders of Shien City fought desperately, relying on their fortifications.
Gaoshan's trap troop acted like firefighters, appearing wherever the wall was under threat.
They formed small battle formations, long spears like a forest and shields like a wall, efficiently and ruthlessly slaughtering the elite soldiers of Bloodblade Fortress attempting to ascend the wall, showcasing astonishing combat prowess. Lin Shien was also busy moving around the city wall, his architect's eye continually scanning the wall structure, identifying several spots that had been heavily bombarded by catapults and might pose risks, commanding laborers to reinforce them in time. At the same time, the iron sword in his hand was also soaked in blood as several enemy experts attempting to launch sneak attacks fell beneath his blade. The attributes of a level 7 lord and the nourishment of the ancient jade allowed his personal fighting power to far exceed that of ordinary soldiers. Zhuge Liang remained seated in the center army position, a makeshift command platform behind the city wall, lightly waving his fan, appearing calm while using flags and messengers to constantly adjust the defense deployment, maximizing the use of limited forces.
He even predicted several feints by the enemy, avoiding unnecessary losses. However, the numerical advantage of Bloodblade Fortress was too great. Despite sustaining heavy losses, they continued to surge forward like a tide, their assault becoming increasingly ferocious. The city gates groaned under the battering ram's impact, and cracks appeared on the door's crossbar. A section of the wall collapsed due to the overwhelming bombardment, and dozens of Bloodblade Fortress soldiers howled as they surged through the breach. Trap troop! Block the breach with me!
Gaoshan roared, leading the charge with a team of elite troops against the invading enemy in a brutal melee.
Iron Eagle warriors provide fire support to General Gaoshan.
Lin Shien ordered, personally charging towards that section of the wall, swinging his sword, sending waves of sword energy to cut down the climbing enemies.
The situation turned critical in an instant. Just then a glint flashed in Zhuge Liang's eyes as he instructed a messenger execute Plan B3.
As the command was issued, several prepared catapults behind the city wall no longer launched stones but instead hurled jars filled with flammable materials and soaked in oil. These jars arced through the air, landing among the dense formations of enemy troops below the wall and near the battering rams.
Fire arrows ready, shoot!
The archers, already on standby, switched to fire arrows for a volley.
Boo! Boo! Boo!
The jars shattered, spilling oil that ignited upon contact with fire. The area beneath the city wall instantly transformed into a sea of fire. The attacking soldiers of Bloodblade Fortress were engulfed in flames, screaming as they became torches, and the battering rams were ignited, sending their operators scattering in all directions. The fire attack was effective. The enemy's momentum faltered. Good. The morale of the defenders on the city wall surged. Seeing this scene from a distance, Shue Tu smashed his fist against the armrest of his chair in fury. Useless. A bunch of useless trash. Get up there. At all costs we must take this city today. He turned to a withered old man shrouded in a black robe beside him, saying, Mr. Ian, it seems we must deploy the blood puppets. Also prepare the team of cultivators for a decapitation operation targeting that fan-wielding scholar and that young lord. Understood, Fortress Lord. The old man in the black robe let out a hoot like an owl, his figure slowly melding into the shadows. The brutal battle had raged from morning until afternoon, with Bloodblade Fortress leaving behind over 2,000 corpses at the city wall, yet still failing to step onto the walls of Shien City. The defenders of Shien City also suffered hundreds of casualties, exhausted, but their eyes remained resolute. On the first day of battle, Shien City had barely held firm due to its strong defenses, elite troops in Zhuge Liang's command. Yet everyone knew that the main force of Bloodblade Fortress remained intact, and the real test was yet to come, especially as those true powerhouses hidden among the ordinary soldiers had yet to make their move. The sunset was blood-red, casting a glow over the battlefield littered with corpses. The air was thick with the stench of blood and charred flesh. Shien City stood like a solitary boat swaying in a storm. Though it had not sunk, it was already battered and bruised. An even fiercer storm was about to arrive. The setting sun bathed the bloodstains on the city wall in a deeper, darker crimson, like frozen flame. The first day's brutal defense had drawn to a temporary close. The Bloodblade Fortress's assault receded like a tide, leaving behind mountains of corpses and smoldering ruins beneath the wall. Shien City's garrison seized this precious respite, rescuing the wounded, repairing breaches in the ramparts, and replacing shattered arms. The air hung thick with the coppery stench of blood, and the acrid tang of charred timber mingled with the low moans of the injured, suffocating in its oppressive weight. Inside the town hall, now hastily converted into a command post, lamps burned fiercely. Lin Xian, Zhuge Liang, Xiaoyi, Neishi Tang and Gao Shan stood together, each bearing exhaustion upon their faces, yet their eyes remained sharp and unyielding. Casualty reports are in, Xiao, he said, his voice hoarse. 327 fallen, 153 severely wounded and unfit for combat. Minor injuries are not counted. Over half our arrows are spent, only 30% of our logs and boulders remain, fire oil is nearly exhausted. The figures were staggering, fewer than 700 able-bodied soldiers remained in Shien City, every one bearing wounds, and supplies were critically low. Bloodblade Fortress's losses exceed 2,000, but their core forces remain intact, especially the Blood Wolf Guard, Lord Shue Tu's elite personal retinue, and the cultivators who have yet to engage. Neishi Tang added grimly, his expression heavy. They suffered today, tomorrow's assault will be even more ferocious. And they will certainly deploy unconventional methods. Gao Shan spoke solemnly. 11 men of the Vanguard Assault Battalion fell, the rest remain battle-ready. The Iron Eagle elite suffer no losses, but armor-piercing crossbow bolts number fewer than 100. Their elite corps remained intact, their greatest asset, yet replenishment was dire. All eyes turned to Zhuge Liang, who stood silent, gently fanning himself. Zhuge Liang's feather fan stirred softly as his gaze swept across the rough city defense map. He spoke at last. The enemy's strength is overwhelming. Sustained frontal assault cannot last. Today they learned our walls are stout and our troops disciplined. Tomorrow they will combine ingenuity and overwhelming force. Ingenuity will manifest through the black-robed cultivators' blood puppets, and the cultivator squad's decapitation strike force will come via Lord Shue Tu's personal guard, launching a concentrated breach, or perhaps some secret siege technique. He paused, then turned to Lin Xian. My lord, I have devised a formation that may impede the enemy's elite forces, temporarily confining them, but it requires your time boundary and General Gao Shan's cooperation. Speak freely, master. Lin Xian replied instantly. I observe the terrain north of the city is slightly depressed, and the enemy focused their assault there today. The ground is thick with corpses saturated with killing intent. Under cover of night we may secretly lay the foundations of the Eight Gates Golden Lock formation. Though material constraints limit us to but a fraction of its true form, channeling the battlefield's ambient killing intent, augmented by General Gao Shan's battle-forged aura and your lordship's time boundary acceleration, will coalesce at quasi-8 trigrams siege domain. Zhuge Liang's fingertip traced several key positions on the map. This formation does not seek slaughter, it entangles, disorients and blunts the enemy's edge. We can lure the enemy's elite, especially the blood puppets and cultivators, into its confines, delaying and exhausting them, thus buying time to concentrate our full strength against Lord Shue Tu's main host. Lin Xian's eyes lit up. Zhuge Liang's formation. Even a simplified variant on this battlefield would be nothing short of divine intervention if it could detain the enemy's apex warriors. How long to prepare it? My time boundary stands ready to sustain full output. If 100 skilled laborers work under the boundary's acceleration, the initial structure should take 2 hours, by external time.
Zhuge Liang estimated.
Master Xiaohe immediately assemble all artisans versed in civil engineering, placing them under the military strategist's command. General Naishi, intensify night patrols and deploy feints to deter nocturnal raids.
Lin Xian gave the order without hesitation. With plans set, the commanders dispersed at once.
That very night, a sector behind Shien city's northern wall was quietly sealed off.
Under Zhuge Liang's direct supervision, over 100 artisans, empowered by the time boundary's acceleration, dug shallow trenches, piled corpses, buried stone slabs inscribed with rudimentary talismans, and even drove broken weapons, both friend and foe, into designated nodes.
The entire operation unfolded in utter silence, yet exuded an aura of profound arcane mystery. Lin Xian anchored himself at the heart of the time boundary, maintaining its flow while simultaneously restoring his depleted spiritual energy with spirit liquid. Gao Shan stood at the formation's focal point, circulating his cultivation technique to gradually infuse the nascent array with the fierce battle-hardened killing intent amassed by his vanguard assault battalion. As the killing intent converged, the atmosphere over that zone grew increasingly obscure and warped, space itself seeming to ripple with subtle unsettling folds. In the darkest hour before dawn, the formation was completed, silently, invisibly. To the untrained eye, it appeared indistinguishable from the surrounding battlefield ruins, but any master of formations or anyone possessing acute spiritual perception would sense the peril concealed within.
At dawn's first whisper, the Bloodblade fortress camp sounded the charge. This time Lord Shuetu held nothing back.
Before the central host stood hundreds of blood puppets, eyes vacant, skin flushed crimson, muscles knotted with unnatural power, exuding waves of nauseating bloodreek and violent energy fluctuations.
These painless, deathless monstrosities were war constructs forged by Bloodblade fortress's forbidden arts. Behind them marched a squad of roughly 50 cultivators, each radiating formidable chi, all at least high-rank warriors, gaze cold and fixed upon Lin Xian and Zhuge Liang atop the wall. Last came 500 Blood Wolf Guards led personally by Lord Shuetu, their equipment peerless, their murderous aura piercing the heavens. Today this city will fall. Kill! With Lord Shuetu's command, the general assault began. The blood puppets roared, not with human voices, but like a flood bursting its dam, surging toward the wall first. They erected no ladders, instead hurling themselves bodily against the ramparts or clawing upward with savage tenacity, heedless of injury. Arrows struck home, yet often sank only inches deep, failing to kill. Even falling logs and boulders they met with bare flesh, absorbing the impact without yielding.
Simultaneously, the 50 cultivators moved like lightning, darting between defenses with ghostly agility, scaling the walls from unpredictable angles, their sole target Lin Xian and Zhuge Liang.
Loose arrows, stop them! Naishi Tang roared. The defenders fought desperately, but the combined onslaught of blood puppets and cultivators strained the line to its breaking point. Now, lure them in. Zhuge Liang's fan swept northward.
Gao Shan, commanding the northern sector, signaled his troops to feign collapse, retreating slowly, deliberately opening a gap. Blinded by bloodlust and eager for glory, the blood puppets and cultivators charged headlong into that seemingly ordinary stretch of rubble, the Eight Gates Golden Lot formation. The moment they crossed its threshold, reality twisted. The wall vanished from view, mist coiled thick and spectral wails echoed like phantoms, corpses writhed beneath their feet, skeletal hands grasping upward. The blood puppets, severed from control, spun wildly in place, turning on one another in blind fury. The cultivators fractured into chaos, convinced enemies surrounded them on all sides, launching spells and martial techniques, wildly striking empty air or even their own comrades.
What is this? It's a formation, beware!
The squad leader cried out in horror, but too late. The array had already severed and ensnared this most dangerous contingent.
Excellent! Seeing the enemy elite trapped, the defenders' morale surged. They redirected firepower onto the following waves of Bloodblade Fortress infantry, relieving immense pressure. Poof! Trifling artifice. Lord Shuetu watched from outside the formation, astonished, furious. He had not expected Shien City to harbor a master of formations. Yet ever the ruthless strategist, he instantly decided ignore them. Blood Wolf Guards, follow me. We breached the gate directly. Lord Shuetu himself advanced. A torrent of crimson light erupted around him. His terrifying aura, as a supreme warrior, unleashed in full, transforming him into a living tempest of destruction. With 500 Blood Wolf Guards, he became a crimson spearhead, cutting past flanking resistance, driving straight for the gate, a section weakened by yesterday's assault. He intended to crush all resistance beneath absolute overwhelming might. No! Lord Shuetu aims for the gate. Naishi Tang's face paled. If the gate fell, the enemy's main force would flood in, and street fighting would spell certain defeat. General Gao Shan, hold the formation steady. General Naishi, join me in halting Lord Shuetu. Lin Xian's gaze hardened with resolve. He knew the final reckoning had arrived. With current strength alone, stopping Lord Shuetu's elite vanguard was impossible. He drew a deep breath and reached out to the ancient jade and the heroic soul altar. It was time to unleash his ultimate trump card. Master Zhuge, by me time.
General Naishi, command the entire army.
Hold the line at all costs. With those words Lin Shien blurred, vanishing toward the heroic soul altar.
He would complete the critical step, soul integration, before Lord Shui-Tu breached the city. Simultaneously he prepared to activate the treasured basic Dark Earth Dragon summoning edict long kept in reserve.
Zhuge Liang's expression tightened, his fan flicked urgently as he marshaled the last reserves of defenders to fortify the gate's final perimeter.
Naishi Tang bellowed orders, leading his men forward into the maelstrom. At the heart of the battlefield Lord Shui-Tu's crimson blade energy slammed into the battered gate.
Boom! A deafening detonation shook the ramparts, cracked spiderwebbed violently across its surface. The gate's collapse was imminent.
Shien City stood at its most perilous hour, and every soul pinned their hope upon Lin Xian's final desperate gambit. The city gate emitted a piercing groan beneath Shui-Tu's raging blade gale. Great fissures webbed across its surface, threatening to collapse entirely. Atop the rampart, Nei Shiding's eyes burned with rage as he led his troops in a desperate defense, yet the Shui Langwei under Shui-Tu's command were relentless, each strike pushing the line to the brink. The 8-gate golden lot formation trapped a portion of the elite, but it could not stop that dagger driven straight for the heart.
At the last critical moment, the Yinghan altar behind Jinzheng Hall erupted with an unprecedented dazzling light. Gao Shan General.
Merge the heroic spirits. Lin Xian's voice rang across the altar. Standing in its center, he pressed his hands in midair as the boundless spirit elixir in the ancient jade chamber flared and poured into the altar's core. Gao Shan's spirit and the spectral light of Zhuge Liang manifested above the altar, coalescing into two streams of light, one gold and one white, circling and entwining like yin and yang fish until they thundered together as one. When the radiance faded, a brand new figure stood poised above the ground.
Clad in dark armor with a bagua robe over it, carrying a feather fan in his left hand and a bronze sword in his right, his visage bore Gao Shan's stern resolve and Zhuge Liang's fathomless wisdom. His aura swelled mightily, temporarily transcending the limits of a spirit body and rising to the ranks of a high battle commander. This was the heroic spirit fusion technique in its Wulong Xinjin form. The fused figure intoned an arcane syllable: Army Soul War Domain Open. His voice shook the fields. With a flick of the feather fan, an invisible field radiated from him, enveloping the entire gate area. Within that field, Shien City's defenders felt their spirits surge, fatigue vanished, and their strength and speed rose. The Schwerenbao attackers by contrast sank as if in quicksand, their movements sluggish and their will broken. This was the domain power forged from Zhuge Liang's bagua stratagems and Gao Shan's relentless assault, an ability to bind and assault at once. What? Shui-Tu, about to deliver his final stroke, froze as the fused form's oppressive might and uncanny field washed over him, alarm bells ringing through his mind. Your opponent is me.
The fusion fixed its gaze on Shui-Tu, the bronze sword pointing at him as sword chi pierced the heavens.
Heresy and trickery. Die for me.
Though startled, Shui-Tu remained composed. The pinnacle of a battle commander's cultivation erupted within him. A blood-red blade gale formed a tearing river of crimson that cleaved toward the fusion. That slash carried the sum of his life's cultivation, determined to sever the uncanny existence and the gate itself.
Bagua array turn.
The fusion lightly waved the feather fan and a colossal bagua phantom spun slowly in the void before him. The bloodblade gale struck the bagua as if a cattle sank into the sea. Its force was stripped and guided aside layer by layer, finally slamming into the flank and only gouging a deep pit. Seizing the moment, the fusion moved like lightning. The bronze sword blossomed into 10,000 spear-like afterimages, charging with the unstoppable momentum of a breakthrough formation toward Shui-Tu's vital points. The assault was so fierce it forced Shui-Tu into retreat. The two titans clashed before the gate in world-shaking combat, blades and swords carving the air, surging chi tearing whipping dust into a storm that kept ordinary soldiers far from the fray. Meanwhile, Lin Xian did not hesitate. He knew the heroic spirit fusion devoured vast reserves and could not last. He must win swiftly. Without remorse, he crushed the long-guarded basic Dark Earth Dragon summoning token. With spirit as guide, I call thee forth. Dark Earth Dragon, appear. The talisman shattered, a profound black light darting into the earth. The ground before the gate convulsed and split open along a massive chasm. A terrifying, soul-shuddering dragon majesty rolled outward. From the rift, a colossal dragon head of shadow and bone emerged, pale blue soul flame blazing in its eye sockets, the hatchling form of a Dark Earth Dragon. Though still young, its pure supreme draconic blood radiated such oppression that mounts on the field collapsed and low-ranked soldiers' minds fractured. The Dark Earth Dragon issued a death-laden roar and its massive spirit body rose fully from the ground. Though somewhat spectral, its power fluctuations rivaled that of a high-ranked battle commander. Attack! Target the Shui Langwei. Lin Xian forced down the vertigo of his spirit being leached and pointed at the troops battering the wall. The dragon's soulfire leapt and fixed on those exuding raw blood force, the Shui Langwei, and it unleashed a cold azure dragon breath. Where the breath passed, dozens of Shui Langwei and their armor froze and rotted into shards of ice sculpture. The dragon's enormous bony tail swept through, flinging a swath of guards aside, breaking bones and sinews.
The Dark Earth Dragon's arrival instantly turned the tide at the gate. The once precarious defense now felt relief. Asserting seized the moment and bellowed, leading the garrison in a countercharge. Monster! It's an undead dragon. Run! Even the elite Shui Langwei facing this legendary horror plunged into panic and disorder. How could this be? How could he have summoned such a thing? Shui Tu, locked in combat with the fusion, stared in disbelief, his mind shaken to the core. He never imagined that the Lord of Shien City held such a terrifying trump. In the brief moment Shui Tu's focus wavered, the fusion seized its chance. Chimen Duanjia bind. The feather fan tapped and the Bagua field contracted, temporarily imprisoning Shui Tu in place. One strike to settle the heavens. Man and sword became one as the fusion poured every ounce of power into the bronze blade, a rending arc of light tearing the void as it drove toward Shui Tu's heart. That stroke carried Gao Shan's lifetime of blooded killing and Zhuge Liang's unerring stratagems. There was nowhere to hide. No. Shui Tu howled in despair, frantically condensing blood force into a shield. A cataclysmic roar exploded. Sword chi and blood gale met in brutal collision. The focal point of the blast seemed to warp the very space around it. The shockwave swept up everyone within dozens of zhang and hurled them through the air. When the dust settled, Shui Tu knelt with one knee, his chest armor shattered and a hideous sword wound almost through his torso. Blood spurted, his breath dwindled to a whisper. The heroic spirit fusion, having unleashed that supreme strike, dimmed and broke apart back into Gao Shan and Zhuge Liang's spirits returning to the altar. The toll had been immense, it could not fight again soon. Shui Tu lay grievously wounded. Lord of the fort. From afar, Shui Kuang and the Shuiren Bao commanders watched in horror. The Lord is gravely hurt. That dragon is still killing. Retreat. Retreat now. With their commander wounded and an undead dragon rampaging, the morale of Shuiren Bao's forces collapsed instantly. Soldiers who had still been resisting abandoned helmets and armor and fled for their lives. The rout was total. All troops obey. Pursue. Crush the fallen beasts. Lin Xian, sustaining his exhausted frame, climbed the battlements and with his last strength issued the order. At once the city gates burst open. Asserting and Gao Shan's spirit, though returned still able to command, led every able soldier of Shien City like tigers unleashed, pursuing the scattered Shuiren Bao army. The Dark Earth Dragon lingered only a short time. After a final roar, its spirit gently dissipated, but the terror it had sown was engraved in the hearts of every Shuiren Bao soldier. 10 li away in Liang City, Yin Feng and his soldiers had witnessed the staggering reversal in full. From Shien City's near ruin to the sudden emergence of the heroic spirit fusion, the descent of the Dark Earth Dragon, and finally Shui Tu's grievous defeat, everything had unfolded with blinding speed and shattering force. This Shien City possesses such depth. Yin Feng's face was filled with disbelief, which quickly curdled into deep apprehension and a trace of relief. Luckily we are not their enemies. Transmit orders. The whole army withdraw 20 li and send word to the city lord at once. Shien City is not an enemy but an ally. With this battle, Shien City had prevailed. It was a resounding, exhilarating victory. The sun set blood-red, casting its light over a battlefield strewn with corpses and the still-standing banner bearing the character Shien. Survivors supported one another and erupted into thunderous cheers, the joy of having survived mingling with the exultation of victory. Lin Xian stood on the battlement watching the fleeing enemies and the cheering soldiers. He exhaled deeply, his body swayed as exhaustion nearly overtook him. This battle had drained nearly all his trump cards and spirit, yet in the end they had held. Still he could not fully relax. Although Shui Tu had fled, gravely wounded Shuiren Bao's foundations remained intact. Liang City's stance was ambiguous and neighboring powers watched hungrily. After this clash, Shien City's fame would spread, but it had also exposed aspects of its strength and would draw greater attention, perhaps even mightier foes. The wars across the myriad realms were far from over. Yet whatever came, Shien City had finally stood upright through blood and fire. The news of the defeat of Bloodblade Fort spread like wildfire, swiftly reaching every corner of the region. In a single night, the name of Shien City resonated throughout the land. With the strength of a newly built town, it had severely wounded the long-established 4th-level force Bloodblade Fort, forcing its lord Bloodbutcher to flee in serious injury. This achievement was enough to draw the attention of any power. On the 7th day after the battle, the air in Shien City was still thick with the mingled scent of gunpowder and blood, yet more prevalent was a sense of survival and the resilience that comes from enduring countless battles. Inside the town hall, the atmosphere was solemn and heavy. Lin Xian sat in the main seat, his complexion slightly pale, but his gaze remained sharp. Below, Xiaohe Zhuge Liang, whose spirit had returned to the altar for nurturing and was now attending via energy projection, Neishi Tang and Gao Shan, who was also projected, gathered as core members. Zhao De and other mid-level leaders were present. In this battle, our army suffered a total of 673 casualties, with 241 severely injured and unable to fight, not counting those lightly wounded.
Xiaohe's voice was low. Each number he reported weighed heavily. 30% of the residential buildings in the city were damaged. Many sections of the city wall were breached and the north gate needs to be completely rebuilt. The supplies for city defense such as arrows, logs and stones were nearly depleted and the food reserves had been drastically consumed due to the resettlement of refugees and the injured. A tragic victory. A truly tragic victory. Shien City's already limited population had nearly halved in this battle, leaving it severely weakened. The fallen soldiers shall be buried with the highest honors, their families compensated double, and their children shall be raised by the territory until adulthood. Lin Xian's voice was slightly hoarse yet exceptionally firm. The severely injured will be treated at any cost. The list of the fallen shall be inscribed at the top of the hero's monument for future generations to pay their respects. I obey. Xiaohe bowed and recorded. How is the tally of the spoils? Lin Xian looked towards Neishi Tang. Neishi Tang stood up, a hint of excitement on his face, reporting to the Lord, this battle yielded abundant spoils. After clearing the battlefield we obtained over 1,200 intact leather armors, more than 3,000 weapons including swords, spears and polearms, and over 500 bows and crossbows. Nearly 100 food carts were abandoned during the retreat of Bloodblade Fort, with enough food to sustain our army for 2 months. Additionally, there were large quantities of gold and silver coins as well as 3 blood demon pills and a damaged copy of the Blood War art seized from Blood Butcher's guards. Blood demon pills are secret medicines of Bloodblade Fort that can temporarily boost one's vitality and combat power, but they have significant side effects. The Blood War art is part of their core cultivation technique. These are all crucial spoils of war. Weapons and armor should be accounted for and prioritized for equipping our army. Food is of utmost importance and must be strictly guarded. The blood demon pills and blood war art will be handed over to the strategist for study to see if any methods for cracking or utilizing them can be found. Lin Xian commanded. Liang, you are tasked with this. Zhuge Liang's projection nodded slightly. The urgent task is to resume production, soothe the hearts of the people and rebuild our homes. Lin Xian's gaze swept across everyone. Mr. Xiaohe, you will be fully responsible for the reconstruction work. Recruit refugees, provide work in lieu of aid, and prioritize repairing the city walls and residences. General Neishi, reorganize the army, promote those who have made contributions, replenish the ranks and train rigorously. General Gao Shun, your spirit must be nurtured at the altar, but the methods of training soldiers cannot be neglected. You can impart your insights to General Neishi. Everyone responded in unison. Additionally, Lin Xian paused, looking at Zhuge Liang. Strategist, what news do we have from Liang City? Zhuge Liang lightly waved his feather fan. According to reports from scouts, the vanguard Yin Feng of Liang City has retreated 50 miles, sending envoys with congratulatory gifts, expressing hopes for a lasting alliance and mutual trade with Shien City. Its Lord Lai Waya seems to intend to visit personally. Quick to take advantage of the situation, Neishi Tang snorted coldly. No matter. Lin Xian waved his hand. Liang City is powerful. It is not wise to make enemies of them for now. Since they have shown goodwill, we shall accept. Mr. Xiaohe, you will be responsible for liaising with the envoys from Liang City. Some trade can be opened, but core technologies such as armor-piercing crossbows and strategic materials such as fine iron must not be leaked. The specific terms you will negotiate and decide with the strategist. Understood, Xiaohe replied. Although Bloodblade Fort has been defeated, its foundation remains intact and Blood Butcher is still alive. This grudge is already set and will undoubtedly become a future source of trouble. Zhuge Liang reminded, we need to intensify our vigilance, spread our intelligence network and closely monitor their movements. That is natural. Lin Xian nodded. Furthermore, although our Shien City suffered heavy casualties in this battle, those who survived are all elite warriors and the cohesion of the people's hearts is unprecedentedly high. Next, we must both recuperate and seek broader development opportunities. He stood up and walked to the hanging regional map pointing to the southeast of Shien City, to the vast area marked as unknown. According to fragmentary intelligence, more prosperous kingdoms or even dynasties may exist over 1,000 miles southeast beyond the Misty Marsh and Soul-Cut Mountains. There perhaps lies more advanced technology, a more complete heritage and a larger market. Being stuck in this place entangled with forces like Bloodblade Fort and Liang City ultimately limits our scope. Upon hearing this, everyone was invigorated. The Lord's gaze was already directed towards further horizons. Does the Lord intend to explore outward? Neishi Tang's eyes burned with battle intent. Correct, Lin Xian affirmed, but not now. The current priority is to recover our strength and solidify our foundation. Once the city walls are repaired, the army reorganized and food supplies are sufficient, we can send elite teams to explore southeast, map the terrain, gather intelligence and prepare for future expansion. This is a more ambitious strategic blueprint. Everyone seemed to see the future rise of Shien City in a broader world, their morale greatly boosted. After the meeting concluded, Lin Xian climbed alone to the ruined North Gate Tower, gazing into the distance. Under the setting sun, craftsmen and laborers were busily repairing the city walls, and further away new farmland was being cultivated with the tents of refugees stretching in clusters. This battle had nearly drained Shien City's savings, yet it had also forged its reputation and backbone. Now, with renowned ministers and generals assisting internally powerful temporarily enemies lurking externally, and the unity of seasoned soldiers and citizens along with the ancient jade and altar as foundation, the future of Shien City will certainly not stop here. He caressed the warm ancient jade in his arms, feeling the vibrant life force within. The battle with Blood Butcher, though perilous, had allowed the ancient jade to absorb a vast amount of the soul energy and life essence dissipating from the battlefield, and its space seemed to stabilize further. The soul crystal of the cracked golden lizard still quietly floated in the center of the spiritual liquid, emanating alluring energy waves. It is time to delve into deeper uses of this soul crystal, Lin Shien thought to himself. Strength is the fundamental means to cope with all changes. Just as he was lost in thought, a personal guard hurriedly reported, "My lord, there is a strange merchant caravan outside the city claiming to be from the distant Emerald Alliance, hoping to trade with you. They have brought some very peculiar goods."
Emerald Alliance. A distant caravan.
Lin Shien raised an eyebrow, a hint of curiosity arising within him. The battlefield of the myriad realms is indeed vast and boundless. New opportunities seem to have quietly arrived at our doorstep. The arrival of the Emerald Alliance's merchant caravan caused a minor stir in the bustling Shien city following the war. This group consisted of just over 30 individuals dressed in styles distinctly different from the surrounding factions, primarily in shades of blue and white, their attire resembling silk yet exuding a soft shimmering glow, appearing exquisite and mysterious. The beasts pulling the carts were not ordinary pack animals, but rather a lithe creature known as the wind scale steed, adorned with blue scales and possessing a single horn exuding an extraordinary grace. Leading the group was a middle-aged steward with a kind face and sharp eyes, introducing himself as Changhe. In the town hall, Lin Shien met with Changhe.
Xiao He and Zhuge Liang's spiritual projection accompanied him.
Emerald Alliance third-class merchant steward Changhe pays respects to the Lord of Shien City, Lord Lin. Changhe smiled warmly, bowing respectfully. "Congratulations on your noble victory over formidable foes, your reputation spreading far and wide. Our alliance specializes in interregional trade, and hearing of a new star rising here, we have come to establish friendly relations and exchange resources."
Changhe's smile remained. "Thank you for your hard journey."
Lin Shien nodded slightly, observing him.
The presence of the Emerald Alliance members was restrained, yet their spiritual fluctuations were clearly not those of ordinary merchants.
"But may I ask, what goods does your esteemed alliance specialize in? And from where do you come?" Changhe replied with a smile. "Our alliance's footprint spans multiple domains, our goods encompassing a vast array. We certainly have common foodstuffs, ores, weapons and armor, but we are particularly skilled in unique items." He gestured for his attendants to open several exquisite wooden boxes. Instantly a dazzling array of treasures and fragrant medicinal aromas wafted forth. Inside the boxes were pearls the size of Longan, containing pure energy moonlight pearls which aid in cultivation and calming the mind. A plant sealed in a jade box with emerald green leaves, Jingxin grass, which can detoxify and is used to refine high-level pill scrolls engraved with complex runes shimmering with various colors, beginner spell scrolls such as Fireball and Gale, and even several rings radiating spatial fluctuations, beginner storage rings, each containing a cubic meter
of space. Xiaoyi's eyes lit up at these goods, particularly the Jingxin grass and the storage rings, which would greatly benefit the development of the territory.
Zhuge Liang gently waved his feather fan, his gaze sweeping over the rune scrolls, seemingly deep in thought.
Lin Shien was also moved internally, yet his expression remained impassive. "Indeed, these are all fine items.
But may I ask, what does your esteemed alliance wish to exchange for them? Shien City has just experienced a great battle, and our reserves of gold coins are limited, while regular resources are also tight." Changhe maintained his smile. "Gold coins, energy crystals, soul crystals, rare minerals, unique specialties, and even
unique technical blueprints or information can all be negotiated.
In particular, our alliance is quite interested in the powerful projectile weaponry, referring to explosive fire thunder and strong crossbow technology used by nobles during the city defense."
"Indeed, they have ulterior motives."
Lin Shien and Zhuge Liang exchanged glances, silently acknowledging each other's thoughts.
"Core technology must not be leaked. Firearms and crossbows are foundational to our city's defense and are not for sale."
Lin Shien directly refused and then shifted the topic. "However, Shien City has recently acquired a batch of materials from the rift gold lizard, scales, claws and lizard tendons, all of high quality. Additionally, we have some local medicinal materials and timber.
Might any of these catch your esteemed alliance's interest?"
The rift gold lizard is a lord-level magical beast, and its materials are quite valuable. A glint of excitement flashed in Changhe's eyes, clearly very interested. "Lord-level materials.
Naturally, these are acceptable. The price is negotiable."
The subsequent negotiations were primarily between Xiaohe and Changhe, while Zhuge Liang secretly transmitted suggestions to Xiaohe. Ultimately, Shien City exchanged some lizard materials, a batch of high-quality timber and medicinal materials for 5 storage rings, 10 Qingxin grass with roots and soil for transplantation, 20 beginner spell scrolls focused on attack and support, as well as a large quantity of urgently needed food and refined iron. As for the moonlight pearls, their price was too steep and Lin Xian temporarily only exchanged for one for research purposes. The transaction process was pleasant and Cheng he seemed unfazed by not obtaining the technology, instead appearing very satisfied with Shien City's specialties. After the transaction, he lowered his voice and said to Lin Xian, "Lord Lin, before I depart, my master has a word to share as a gift for our meeting."
"Oh. Please speak."
Though the Bloodblade fortress has been defeated, it seems to have connections with a force known as the Blackshaw Palace. The Blackshaw Palace is a vast and secretive power known for its ruthless actions, and I advise the nobles to be on guard. Cheng He's expression grew slightly serious. The mention of the Blackshaw Palace sent a jolt through Lin Xian, who silently noted the name. This information is worth its weight in gold. Thank you for informing me, Steward Cheng. I shall remember this. Lin Xian clasped his hands. Cheng He smiled. Lord Lin, you are young and talented with an unlimited future. Our Emerald Alliance wishes to establish a long-term trade relationship with you. This is a communication talisman. If needed, you may contact us through it. Looking forward to our next transaction. He left behind a palm-sized jade talisman engraved with emerald leaf patterns, then departed with the caravan, disappearing into the distance. After sending off the caravan, Lin Xian immediately summoned his inner circle. The Emerald Alliance is unfathomable. Their goods far exceed the regional level and their intentions are not small. Long-term trade is feasible, but vigilance must be maintained and core technology must not be leaked. Zhuge Liang summarized. The Blackshaw Palace. It seems the troubles with the Bloodblade fortress are far from over. Nei Shirtong frowned tightly. No matter, we will meet force with force. Lin Xian's gaze was resolute. Our priority now is to digest the gains from this transaction and accelerate recovery. The newly acquired storage rings greatly improved resource allocation efficiency. The Qingxin grass was given to the alchemists for cultivation attempts, and the spell scrolls were distributed to Nei Shirtang and General Gaoshan for self-defense. The food and refined iron alleviated urgent needs. That night, Lin Xian sat quietly within the time barrier, holding the soul crystal of the rift gold lizard and the moonlight pearl. He attempted to guide the soul crystal's energy, only to discover that its power was overwhelmingly chaotic, posing great risk if absorbed directly. However, when he placed the moonlight pearl next to the soul crystal, the gentle moonlight radiating from the pearl surprisingly tempered some of the chaotic energy, making it slightly more manageable. Perhaps I can attempt to guide it slowly, aided by the moonlight pearl and the ancient jade spirit liquid, gradually refining it. Lin Xian focused his thoughts and carefully placed the soul crystal pearl and a trace of spirit liquid together, attempting to proceed with caution using his spiritual power. The process was slow and arduous, yet with every bit refined he could sense a subtle growth in his spiritual power and internal world. This was undoubtedly a viable path to becoming stronger, but it required painstaking effort and abundant resources. Afterwards, he conducted the lottery for the new day. The wheel spun, landing on a blue square this time. Ding! Congratulations, Lord Lin Xian, you have obtained through the talent lottery great item primary element affinity potion formula 1 primary element affinity potion formula great records, the formula for refining a potion that slightly enhances the user's elemental perception. Materials required: moonlight grass X2, Qingxin grass X1, pure water, and a fragment of a primary energy core 1. Element affinity. Lin Xian was overjoyed. This would greatly benefit his understanding of energy and potential future engagement with magic or even deeper powers. Moreover, the required materials for the formula moonlight grass were already being cultivated in the territory, and Qingxin grass had just been acquired, while energy core fragments were also in stock. He immediately handed the formula over to the alchemist team for research. In the following days, Shien City entered a tense period of recovery and development. The city walls were being repaired, raised, and fortified at a visible pace. The newly recruited refugees were well settled, with more farmland being cultivated. The military, under the training of Nei Shirtang and Gao Shan, whose spiritual forms could briefly materialize for guidance, integrated the surrendered soldiers and new recruits, steadily restoring combat effectiveness. Zhuge Liang utilized the communication talisman to initiate limited diplomatic contacts with surrounding neutral forces, gradually enhancing Shien City's reputation. However, beneath the calm surface, dark currents flowed. Scouts sent towards the Bloodblade fortress reported that after the remnants retreated to their old lair, their defenses were exceptionally tight, with unidentified figures in black robes frequently entering and exiting. The shadow of the Blackshaw Palace hung like the sword of Damocles overhead. One day, while Lin Xian was utilizing the time barrier to hasten the refinement of the soul crystal, he suddenly sensed something and exited the barrier. The ancient jade he held emitted a strange pull, directing him toward the southeast, the very direction of the unknown area he had planned to explore. Almost simultaneously Zhuge Liang's figure coalesced beside him, his feather fan pointing southeast, his expression grave. My lord, I had a sudden inspiration and used innate divination to deduce that there seems to be signs of a rare treasure appearing in the southeast and it is connected to you. However, fortune often hides dangers. Such opportunities will surely incite contention from all sides, posing significant risks. The ancient jade stirred the strategist's divination, simultaneously pointing to the southeast. Lin Shien gazed toward the southeast, his eyes deep with determination. It seemed that exploration beyond the borders needed to be expedited. General Annie Aisher Tang, assemble the Shien bird squad. 3 days from now I will personally head southeast to investigate.
A new journey is about to begin. Unknown opportunities and dangers await in the distance.
3 days later, a formidable small team quietly departed from Shien City heading southeast. The team consisted of about 50 members, personally led by Lin Shien with Annie Aisher Tang as his deputy. The members included 20 elite assault troops, 20 Iron Eagle warriors and 10 auxiliary personnel skilled in reconnaissance, tracking and medical care. Everyone traveled light yet equipped with high-quality gear, riding on fine warhorses captured from Bloodblade Fort with their hooves wrapped in thick cloth to minimize noise. Before departing, Lin Shien entrusted all city affairs to Zhuge Liang and Xiaoyi, while Gao Shan's spirit body remained stationed at the heroic soul altar to assist in defense. Zhuge Liang cast a divination for Lin Shien, interpreting it as the hidden dragon in the depths, auspicious for the great man, advising him that although this journey was perilous, opportunities lay hidden within, requiring caution and decisiveness. The team traversed the faint merchant road marked on the map, moving through increasingly desolate hills. The further southeast they went, the denser the vegetation became, the air thick with damp miasma, and the light dimmed under the canopy of towering ancient trees. Based on sporadic information provided by the Emerald Alliance's Qing He and snippets from regional channels, they were about to enter a vast and dangerous area, the outskirts of the Mist Marsh.
5 days later the team reached the edge of an endless marsh.
The air was filled with the mixed scents of decaying matter and faint sulfur, with grayish-white mist lingering year-round, resulting in extremely low visibility. Beneath their feet lay soft muck and puddles, with bubbles occasionally rising from below, bursting with a foul stench. The bizarrely shaped tree branches twisted like ghostly shadows, and peculiar cries from unknown creatures echoed in the distance, causing unease. My lord, this place is perilous. The mist seems to have slight toxicity. We need to take detoxifying pills and constantly circulate our qi to resist it, Annie Aisher Tang, experienced, immediately reminded. Everyone followed his advice, taking the prepared pills and covering their mouths and noses with damp cloths.
Lin Shien attempted to deploy the spirit exploration compass.
The compass needle trembled slightly in the gray mist, pointing towards the depths of the marsh, emanating a mixed energy aura indicating a chaotic energy field with numerous hidden dangers.
Dismount, proceed on foot.
Advance in a combat formation. Scouts move ahead 300 steps, marking safe paths along the way, Lin Shien Tang commanded. The team secured their mounts with designated personnel watching them at a temporary camp outside the marsh and formed a tight formation, cautiously stepping into this unknown perilous land. The marsh was fraught with dangers. What appeared to be flat grass could conceal a swallowing pit. The colorful mushrooms might spew deadly spores. The marsh crocodiles disguised as deadwood could suddenly attack, and tiny poisonous insects lurked everywhere. Fortunately, the Shien City team was exceptionally elite and coordinated, with the assault team clearing the path at the front, the Iron Eagle warriors accurately eliminating threats with crossbow bolts. Although a few sustained minor injuries, none perished as they steadily advanced deeper. The ancient jade in Lin Xien's hand had become increasingly warm and clear since entering the marsh, as if guiding him in a specific direction. He relied on this feeling, combined with the compass vague pointing, to lead the team forward. After 2 days of such progress, they ventured nearly 100 miles into the marsh.
At noon one day, the scouts suddenly sent back a warning signal. Report.
My lord, we have discovered traces of battle ahead.
There are numerous
remains of tree people as well as some human corpses wearing strange leather armor. The scout's voice carried a tone of suspicion.
Tree people. Lin Shien exchanged a glance with Annie Aisher Tang, both taken aback.
They hurried to the scene, finding a chaotic clearing strewn with over a dozen massive tree people made of ancient wood, their branches broken and oozing green sap. Nearby lay 7 or 8 human corpses clad in green leather armor, their skin pale green and ears slightly pointed. Their weapons were curved wooden longbows and short blades inlaid with emeralds.
Are these wood demons and
forest spirits? Annie Aisher Tang squatted down to examine one of the elven corpses, shaking his head.
No, this is not right. The size and features differ. They seem to be some kind of subspecies or remnants.
Lin Xien's gaze sharpened as he discovered a broken wooden plaque inscribed with ancient tree totems beside the corpses of these remnants, warriors which still emitted faint natural energy fluctuations. The ancient jade reacted strongly to this wooden plaque.
It seems the exotic treasure sensed by the ancient jade may be related to these remnants.
Lin Shien pocketed the plaque. The traces of battle are fresh, not more than a day old. It seems the two sides clashed over something.
Advance cautiously, we may be nearing the core area of some indigenous force.
The team heightened their vigilance, continuing deeper along the traces of battle.
After advancing for about an hour, the mist suddenly thinned and the scenery opened up before them. A vast expanse of ancient forest surrounded by marsh appeared. In the center of the forest stood a towering ancient tree hundreds of meters tall, its trunk requiring several people to embrace. Its crown spread like an umbrella, radiating a majestic aura of life and ancient majesty. Surrounding the giant tree were many treehouses and wooden fortresses seamlessly integrated with the trees, resembling a town built upon the giant tree. However, at this moment this tree town was engulfed in the flames of war. Countless of those tree people Lin Shien recognized as war ancient trees were fiercely battling against a tide of various marsh creatures, giant poisonous spiders, multi-headed serpent monsters, winged demons, etc. Above the tree town, those remnants warriors with pale green skin were relying on fortifications, fiercely resisting with bows and nature spells, but clearly at a disadvantage. Their defenses breached in multiple places and the situation was dire. The marsh monsters are besieging the city. Asserting instantly assessed the situation. Those remnants can't hold on much longer. Lin Xian's sharp gaze scanned the battlefield. The attacking monsters were numerous, among which a few emanated particularly fierce auras, reaching the lord-level equivalent to 5th-tier magical beasts. Among the defenders, the strongest aura came from a figure at the top of the giant tree, seemingly an elderly priest, but even he was merely a high-level warrior and his aura was unstable, clearly unable to hold the fort alone. The ancient jade conveyed a strong desire, pointing towards the core of the giant tree. "My lord, what should we do? Should we go around or?" a captain inquired. "Rashly getting involved in a war of unfamiliar forces carries great risk." Lin Xian pondered for a moment. Zhuge Liang's divination spoke of auspicious for the great man, and the ancient jade pointed to this place, which was certainly not a coincidence. These remnants can coexist with the ancient tree and utilize natural energy. Perhaps they are not evil beings. If they can offer assistance, it might forge a good relationship and possibly uncover the opportunity sensed by the ancient jade. Conversely, if the city falls and the monsters rampage, it will be exceedingly difficult for them to pass through this area in search of the exotic treasure. "General Nei, what do you think?" Lin Xian asked. Asserting observed the battlefield and replied solemnly, "The monsters are strong, but their formation is chaotic, attacking solely on instinct. The remnants, the weak, rely on terrain and coordinate effectively. If a fresh force were to launch a surprise attack from the flank, it might disrupt the monsters' formation, helping them stabilize their defenses. However, the risk is not small. Risk and opportunity coexist." Lin Xian made up his mind. "Form ranks. The Iron Eagle warriors take the high ground and snipe the monster leaders from a distance. The assault team follows me in an assault, target that lord-level multi-headed serpent monster on the left. Let's help them sever an arm." "Understood." The Shien city team displayed no fear, instantly entering a combat state. "Iron Eagle warriors, aim for the heads of that serpent monster, fire together." Lin Xian commanded. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. 20 armor-piercing crossbow bolts rained down like a storm of death, accurately targeting the multi-headed serpent monster that was spewing venom at the tree roots. Caught off guard, 2 of the serpent monster's heads were instantly pierced, letting out a painful screech, and its offensive faltered. "Assault team, follow me to kill." Lin Xian charged forward, sword drawn, unleashing a fierce sword aura towards the serpent monster. Asserting roared, following closely behind, his bronze sword shining with bloodlight. The sudden appearance of reinforcements stunned both sides in combat. The remnants warriors, seeing a strange yet elite human team charging towards the monsters, ignited hope in their eyes. Meanwhile, the monster camp erupted into chaos. For Shien City. Kill. The elite assault team formed a battle formation, piercing into the monster's flank like a dagger, instantly scattering the disoriented monsters. Lin Xian and Asserting joined forces to encircle the injured multi-headed serpent monster. Lin Xian's sword aura surged, disrupting the serpent monster's movements, while Asserting seized the opportunity, delivering a powerful breaking army slash that struck fiercely at the serpent monster's thickest neck. Splash. Blood splattered. The serpent monster let out a shrill wail, its massive body crashing to the ground, convulsing a few times before falling silent. A lord-level monster was swiftly slain. The sudden involvement of the Shien city team and their thunderous tactics instantly changed the local battle situation. The remnants warriors' morale surged, launching a counterattack. The monster camp, having lost a lord, fell into disarray. At that moment, atop the giant tree, the elder remnants priest seemed to see hope and began chanting in an ancient language. His staff emitted brilliant green light, and a vitality-filled halo spread out, enveloping the entire tree town. Injured remnants warriors rapidly healed, while the monsters shrieked in pain from the green light's burns. "They are friends, not foes. Thank you for helping us from afar. Please assist my Qingmu tribe in driving back these filth." A clear mental message entered Lin Xian's mind, filled with urgency and pleading. Qingmu tribe. Lin Xian noted this name. He pointed his sword at another giant rhinoceros-like monster attacking the tree city's gate, shouting, "Target that rhinoceros." Let's completely crush them.
The Shien city team alongside the Qingmu warriors began a joint battle in this mysterious marsh forest. The wheels of fate due to this unexpected aid quietly began to turn anew. And deep within that towering ancient tree the mysteries sensed by the ancient jade were about to unveil. The arrival of the Xuanqing team was akin to dropping a heavy weight on a teetering scale. The vanguard led by Neishi Tang stood firm like a rock, staunchly resisting the most ferocious assaults of the demonic creatures. The crossbow bolts from the Iron Eagle warriors fell like the calling of death, accurately reaping those demonic leaders attempting to climb the ancient trees or unleash long-range attacks. Lin Shan took the lead, his sword light weaving through enemies, sweeping all before him, greatly boosting the morale of the Qingmu warriors. Under the pressure from both inside and out, the demonic assault was finally curtailed, showing signs of retreat. The Lord-level rhinoceros demon, having lost its leader, fled into the depths of the swamp, battered and bruised after being the focus of Lin Xian and Neishi Tang's attacks. The remaining demonic horde, now leaderless, was swiftly eradicated by the allied forces. The battle concluded with the outskirts of the ancient tree city littered with corpses, yet the city held firm. The warriors of the Qingmu tribe leaned against the tree trunks, their gazes towards the Xuanqing team filled with gratitude and respect. At the top of the giant tree, the green light slowly receded as the elder Qingmu priest, surrounded by a throng of tribesmen, descended the winding vine ladder. He was tall and thin, his face aged yet rosy, holding a gnarled ancient wooden staff, his emerald eyes filled with wisdom and the weight of years. He approached Lin Xian, placing his right hand over his chest and bowing deeply, speaking in a slightly stiff but clear universal language. "Noble guest from afar, I am Mu, and the high priest of the Qingmu tribe, representing the entire tribe, to thank you for your timely assistance in our hour of need. Without your help, our Qingmu holy city would have surely fallen today. This kindness shall never be forgotten by the Qingmu tribe." The tribesmen behind him also bowed in unison, their demeanor extremely respectful. "There is no need for such formalities, high priest." Lin Xian stepped forward, offering a gentle gesture, and replied calmly, "It is only natural to draw my sword in aid when witnessing injustice on the road. Moreover, the rampage of these demons also obstructs our passage through the swamp. May I ask why they are attacking your city with such ferocity? This matter is rather lengthy to explain. Please allow your benefactors to rest a while in the holy temple and let this old man provide a detailed account while allowing my tribesmen to extend their hospitality." Lin Xian nodded in agreement, instructing Neishi Tang to arrange for the team to camp safely outside the city to rest and tend to the wounded, while he accompanied High Priest Muan up the ancient tree with a few personal guards. Inside the giant tree known as the Qingmu Holy Tree, a wondrous world unfolded. The thick trunk had been skillfully hollowed out, forming a spiraling staircase and spacious treehouses. The air was fragrant with the refreshing scent of grass and trees, invigorating the senses. Bioluminescent moss naturally grew on the tree walls, providing a soft glow. As they ascended, the vitality of life grew ever more intense. Eventually they arrived at a grand hall located at the center of the tree crown. The hall was completely woven from living branches, and at its center was a pool radiating a gentle green light, within which floated a peculiar seed about the size of a fist, entirely emerald in color, with a liquid-like essence flowing inside, exuding an indescribable source of life. The ancient jade in Lin Xian's possession radiated an unprecedented heat and desire as he neared the seed. "This is the Qingmu source seed." High Priest Muan gazed at the seed, his eyes filled with reverence and concern. "It is a sacred object that our Qingmu tribe has guarded for generations, the source of our symbiosis with the holy tree and mastery over the forces of nature. Please take a seat on the natural chairs formed by the tree roots, and I will slowly explain the circumstances." About a month ago, the holy tree suddenly showed signs of decay, and the light of the source seed has been dimming. Upon investigation, we discovered that a node in the earth's veins deep within the swamp had been eroded by an unknown corrupting energy, leading to the loss of vitality in the land, causing the demons to become frenzied and instinctively seek to devour the power of the source seed to evolve. This demonic assault on the city is on a scale far greater than before, precisely because of this. Lin Xian understood. It seemed the treasure sensed by the ancient jade was indeed this Qingmu source seed. Its immense source of life held a fatal attraction for the growth of the inner world within the ancient jade. "High Priest, do you have a method to resolve the pollution of the earth's veins?" Lin Xian inquired, realizing that if this could be resolved, not only could he gain the friendship of the Qingmu tribe, but he might also seize the opportunity to access the source seed. High Priest Muan sighed with a bitter smile, shaking his head. "It is difficult. That corrupting energy is exceedingly strange, and our tribe's spells are ineffective in purifying it. Unless there exists a force of utmost yang and strength, or one containing pure life essence, it may be dispelled. Unfortunately." His gaze swept over Lin Xian, seemingly sensing a special aura about him, but he hesitated to confirm. Lin Xian's heart stirred. "Utmost yang and strength. My explosive fire thunder might be relevant, but its power is insufficient to purify the earth's veins. Pure life essence. The innate spiritual liquid within my ancient jade seems to fit this description. However, this matter is of great significance and should not be revealed lightly." He pondered for a moment and said, "Perhaps I can attempt something. I possess an item that may assist in purifying the corruption." But I will need to be close to the Earth's vein node and preparation will take time. He planned to use diluted spiritual liquid if effective. He could naturally propose the comprehension of the source seed as a reward. If ineffective, he could also take the chance to investigate the condition of the Earth's veins. Upon hearing this, High Priest Muen's eyes lit up with surprise. Do you truly have a method, benefactor? If you can indeed purify the Earth's veins and save my Qingmu tribe from peril, we will gladly repay you. The power of the source seed can also be lent to you for comprehension for 3 days as a gesture of gratitude. He offered his utmost sincerity, clearly prioritizing the survival of his tribe above all else. You flatter me, High Priest. I shall do my best. Lin Shien felt a sense of certainty within this matter was set. Without delay, after a brief rest under the personal guidance of High Priest Muen, Lin Shien, Neishitang and a team of elite Qingmu warriors set off towards the Earth's vein node deep within the swamp. The node was located in a hidden underground cave, and even before approaching one could sense a chilling decayed aura. At the center of the cave, a spring that should have radiated a soft earthy yellow light was now covered in a thick black viscous substance, continuously emitting a nauseating stench, while the surrounding rocks and soil had turned a dead gray. This is the place. High Priest Muen's expression was solemn. Lin Shien gestured for everyone to step back as he advanced alone, taking out a small vial of diluted innate spiritual liquid from the ancient jade space. He carefully dripped a single drop of the spiritual liquid into the tainted spring. As it hit, there was a violent reaction, as if cold water had been dropped into hot oil. The black mist surged, attempting to engulf the spiritual liquid, but the pure life force contained within the liquid fiercely resisted, gradually neutralizing and purifying the black mist. Though the speed was slow, it was indeed effective. It's working. Truly working. High Priest Muen exclaimed, trembling with excitement and tears streaming down his face. The warriors of the Qingmu tribe also erupted in cheers. Lin Shien felt a surge of joy within. He continued to drip several more drops of the spiritual liquid, expanding the area of purification slightly. But he halted his actions and said to Muen, High Priest, this substance is extremely difficult to refine and I do not carry much with me. To completely purify this place, I will need to return to the tribe to prepare more, and I will also require the power of the source seed to comprehend the principles of life within it, which may expedite the purification process. He stated his conditions. Of course. Of course. High Priest Muen now trusted Lin Shien completely. Whatever you need, just ask. The comprehension of the source seed shall be arranged immediately upon our return. 3 days later, Lin Shien sat beneath the source seed in the Qingmu Holy Temple. High Priest Muen activated the secret arts of the tribe, guiding the source seed to emit a thread of purest life essence enveloping Lin Shien. Nurtured by the power of the source seed, the ancient jade in Lin Xian's possession emitted a joyful hum, its inner world expanding and solidifying at an unprecedented speed, while the small pool of spiritual liquid at its center visibly grew larger and richer. His own perception and control over life energy also reached new heights. At the same time, he divided a portion of his spiritual power, carefully comprehending the ancient natural laws within the source seed, gaining a preliminary understanding of wood-based spells and healing arts. The gratitude from the Qingmu tribe was also exceedingly generous. A large quantity of precious medicinal herbs unique to the swamp, a formula for Qingmu spiritual water that accelerates plant growth, and a detailed map marking relatively safe paths through the swamp and several resource points. 7 days later, Lin Shien bid farewell to the grateful Qingmu tribe and set off on the journey home. This trip not only resolved the potential crisis for Xuanqing, forged a strong alliance with the Qingmu tribe and obtained precious resources and maps, but more importantly, under the nurturing of the power of the source seed, the inner world of the ancient jade had stabilized at 50 cubic meters and the spiritual liquid had formed a small pond, greatly enhancing its efficacy. Moreover, his insights into the Qingmu source seed had sown the seeds for potential future developments such as spiritual plant cultivation and life spells. However, before leaving, High Priest Muen privately informed Lin Shien of a piece of news. While purifying the Earth's veins, they sensed a faint yet chilling dark will deep within the corrupting energy, which was neither a natural formation nor something left behind by man. Lin Xian's heart trembled. Was it the Black Sha Palace? Or some other unknown enemy? This seemingly desolate swamp appeared to conceal secrets yet to be uncovered. With newfound gains and mysteries in tow, the figures of the Xuanqing team vanished at the edge of the misty swamp while Xuanqing was about to undergo a new transformation. The news of the triumphant return of the Shien City exploration team swept away the last remnants of gloom that had shrouded the city like a spring breeze. As Lin Shien and his companions entered the city gate laden with rewards and the joyful news of an alliance with the Qingmu clan, the entire Shien city erupted in excitement. After enduring bloody battles and a period of reconstruction, the city seemed infused with new vitality. Within the town hall, a high-level meeting was quickly convened. Lin Shien, Zhuge spiritual projection, Xiaoyi Neishitang and Gao Shun spiritual projection gathered again, the atmosphere lively and filled with hope. Lin Shien briefly reported on the events of their journey to the southeast, emphasizing the existence of the Qingmu clan, the incident of the polluted earth veins, the resources acquired in, the warning regarding the potential human traces behind the foul energy. The Qingmu clan, living in harmony with nature, possesses considerable strength.
Their unique natural spells and cultivation techniques would greatly benefit the development of Shien City. Zhuge Liang gently waved his feather fan and analyzed. This alliance not only brings a strong ally but also provides a springboard in map to the southeastern region holding profound significance. However, if the pollution of the earth veins is indeed man-made, the intentions behind it must be substantial. The name of the Haisha Palace needs to be investigated urgently. He added, his expression slightly serious. Xiao He, however, was more focused on the actual gains. He stroked the detailed map recording the swamp resource points and safe paths, his eyes gleaming. My lord, this map is worth its weight in gold. The marked mineral veins, especially the associated Qingwen copper mine and the rare medicinal herb locations, if developed, would greatly alleviate our city's resource pressure. Moreover, the formula for Qingmu spirit water, if successfully concocted, could increase crop yields by at least 30%. Neishi Tang and Gao Shan were intrigued by the combat methods of the Qingmu clan warriors and their coordination with the war ancient tree, believing there were many insights to be gained that could enrich the tactical framework of Shien City. The urgent task is to digest what has been gained, accelerate recovery, and prevent future risks. Lin Xian concluded. Mr. Xiao He, you will lead the resource exploration and development. You may dispatch capable personnel to explore according to the map, but please proceed with caution to ensure safety. Immediately organize a team of alchemists to tackle the concoction of Qingmu spirit water. General Neishi, the reorganization and training of the army must not be slackened. Recruitment of new soldiers and promotion of veterans should proceed simultaneously with some tactical ideas borrowed from the Qingmu clan. Mr. Calming, please take charge of external intelligence and strategic analysis, especially regarding the movements of the Haisha Palace and Liang City. General Gao Shun, your spiritual form must be stabilized, but the training methods can be recorded for General Neishi's reference. Everyone received their orders and set off to act. With new fuel and a blueprint, the war machine of Shien City began to operate more efficiently and purposefully. In the following month, Shien City entered a golden period of development. In terms of resources, an exploration team dispatched based on the new map successfully discovered a medium-sized Qingwen copper vein 100 miles southeast of Shien City, still within a relatively safe zone. This type of ore is remarkably resilient, making it an excellent material for crafting high-quality crossbows and light armor. Mining operations commenced immediately, and the newly established mine provided a stable source of rare metals for Shien City. Simultaneously, the alchemist team under Zhuge Liang's guidance successfully cracked the difficulties in concocting Qingmu spirit water. Although the yield was limited, it has started being used in some experimental fields with promising crop growth. In military matters, the army completed its restructuring, restoring its total strength to 1,200 men. A multi-layered force system was formed centered around the assault camp, expanded to 100, the Absolute Core Iron Eagle Elite expanded to 80 long-range specialists, Shien Armor Guard newly formed, heavy infantry 300, swift cavalry 200 responsible for reconnaissance and mobility, and 500 regular city defense troops. Neishi Tang and Gao Shan guiding through projections focused intently on training, steadily improving combat effectiveness. In terms of construction, after resources became somewhat abundant, Lin Xian utilized a large amount of soul crystals and rare materials to finally complete the long-awaited Hall of Heroic Spirits. This unique building is located beside the soul sacrifice altar, characterized by an ancient and majestic style. Inside the hall, the tablets of the fallen soldiers of Shien City are enshrined, and it possesses the miraculous effect of gathering the chi of heroic spirits, slightly enhancing the cultivation speed and comprehension of all warriors in the territory. The completion of the Hall of Heroic Spirits greatly enhanced the cohesion and potential of the army. However, beneath the calm development, the winds of change were brewing outside. Liang City's Lord Lai Wuya, upon learning that Shien City had not only withstood the assault of the Bloodblade fortress but also allied with the mysterious Qingmu clan, had a subtly positive change in attitude. He dispatched a higher-level envoy carrying substantial gifts, formally signing the non-aggression and limited trade agreement with Shien City, and subtly expressed intentions for military cooperation under specific circumstances, such as jointly responding to threats from the Haisha Palace. The pressure from the southwest of Shien City was temporarily alleviated. Yet the shadow from the Bloodblade fortress and the Haisha Palace behind it loomed larger. Scouts sent towards the Bloodblade fortress reported sporadic news. The remnants of the Bloodblade fortress were tightening their defenses, but their core stronghold Blood Wolf fortress was heavily guarded, with powerful figures entering and exiting mysteriously. In the regional channel, negative remarks about Shien City, claiming it won by luck and has exhausted its foundations, began to circulate, seemingly with someone orchestrating behind the scenes. Even more unsettling, small groups of unidentified bandits started appearing around Shien City, specifically attacking isolated merchant convoys and patrol teams, acting cunningly and retreating with a single strike, clearly employing harassment tactics directed by someone. That night the moon was dark and the wind high. In the Lord's study of Shien City, Lin Xian was accelerating the refinement of the cracked gold lizard soul crystal using a time barrier. After nearly 2 months of effort, equivalent to 3 months within the barrier, the soul crystal had shrunk by nearly half, and the immense energy was gradually being transformed into pure spiritual power, nourishing his sea of consciousness and inner world.
His lord level had quietly risen to level 8 and his spiritual power had experienced a qualitative leap with an increasingly refined perception and control over energy. Suddenly the shadows in the corner of the study twisted and a blurred figure knelt silently on one knee. This was a member of the Shadow Guard, a secret force directly under Lin Shien established by Zhuge Liang. "My lord, urgent confidential report." The Shadow Guard's voice was low and hoarse. 3 days ago a team of mysterious black-robed individuals was discovered infiltrating the border station of Liang City, seemingly heading towards Shien City. Their aura is cold and somewhat resembles the polluted earth vein energy described by the high priest of the Qingmu clan. "Liang City has heightened its defenses and alerted us." Lin Xian's eyes flashed with cold light, halting his cultivation. "So it has come. The people from the Haisha Palace can no longer hold back. Are they choosing this moment to strike a fatal blow while Shien City has not yet fully regained its vitality? Or do they have other intentions? Relay the order to Mr. Zhuge Liang and General Naishi to meet with me immediately." Lin Xian said in a deep voice. "Additionally, dispatch more shadow guards to closely monitor the borders, especially the southeast swamp direction and the northwest Bloodblade fortress direction. Report any unusual movements immediately." "Understood." The shadow guard's figure melted back into the darkness, disappearing from sight. Lin Xian walked to the window, gazing at the pitch-black wilderness outside the city. The peaceful days were ultimately short-lived. The tendrils of the Haisha Palace had quietly reached out. What lay ahead would likely be a darker battle, more perilous and more insidious than facing the Bloodblade fortress. He gently stroked the warm ancient jade in his arms, feeling the increasingly rich spiritual liquid and the remaining energy of the soul crystals within his inner world. "Come on, let me see what methods you, the Haisha Palace hiding in the shadows, truly possess." The lights of Shien City shone brighter and more resolutely in the night. A new storm was brewing in the darkness. The news of spies infiltrating the Haisha Palace stirred ripples in the higher echelons of Shien City like a stone thrown into a calm lake. Lin Xian hastily conferred with Zhuge Liang and Naishi Tang to devise a countermeasure. "The enemy is hidden while we are exposed. Their intentions are likely to probe our strengths and weaknesses, create chaos or carry out sabotage, possibly targeting the enhancements brought by the Qingmu source seed or the critical points of our city defense." Zhuge Liang lightly tapped on several key locations marked on the sand table: the administrative hall, the Hall of Heroes, the newly established mining hub, and the Qingmu spiritual water experimental field. "Oomph, those sneaky vermin. My lord, grant me a team and I will ensure they come back empty-handed." Naishi Tang was filled with killing intent. Lin Xian pondered for a moment, shaking his head. "We must not act impulsively. The Haisha Palace operates mysteriously. These spies are merely pawns. Killing them would only alert the mastermind behind them. Instead, let us turn their scheme against them." He looked at Zhuge Liang. "Military strategist, do you have a good plan?" Zhuge Liang smiled slightly, wisdom flickering in his eyes. "What you worry about, my lord, is indeed crucial. If they wish to spy, I will feign weakness. If they intend to sabotage, I will bait them. We can have the shadow guards monitor them in secret, ascertaining their numbers, strongholds and methods of communication. At the same time, we will spread the word that I am in seclusion to recover from the excessive consumption due to purifying the ley lines, and that the city defense is temporarily under Naishi General's command, also stating that we have encountered a bottleneck in cultivating the Qingmu spiritual water. The military strategist means to lure the snake out of its hole." Naishi Tang's eyes brightened. "Precisely." Zhuge Liang nodded. "We can choose a crucial point to set a trap. For example, the spiritual plantation where the Qingmu spiritual water mother plant is located. Strengthen the visible defenses while hiding elite troops. If their goal is to destroy the root of our city's vitality, they will inevitably come. At that time we can catch them all in one net, following the trail to find the source." "Good. We shall follow the military strategist's plan." Lin Xian decisively said. Naishi General, arrange the visible defenses, ensuring it appears tight on the outside but loose on the inside. General Gao Shan, whose spiritual form can briefly manifest, you shall lead the elite troops to ambush near the spiritual plantation. The Iron Eagle elite will occupy the high ground awaiting my command. The shadow guards will continue to lay low, monitoring the movements of the remaining spies. With the plan decided, an invisible net was quietly cast. In the following days, everything in Shien City appeared normal on the surface, but secretly the shadow guards moved like phantoms, quickly identifying 3 black-cloaked individuals whose movements were mysterious and whose auras were distinct from the local inhabitants. They scattered among the inns and slums within the city, lurking by day and emerging at night, seemingly waiting for instructions. Meanwhile, news of Lin Xian being in seclusion and the cultivation of the spiritual water encountering obstacles spread quietly through specific channels. The defenses around the spiritual plantation, a garden where Zhuge Liang had set up a simple formation nurturing several precious Qingxin herbs, and the Qingmu spiritual water mother plant had visibly increased, but the changeover times and patrol routes were deliberately left with subtle flaws. The fish seemed to be drawing near. On the fifth night with no moon and a high wind outside the spiritual plantation, it was eerily quiet save for the rhythmic footsteps of patrolling soldiers. Inside the garden several Qingxin herbs swayed in the gentle breeze, emanating a faint glow. In the center a spring nourished by the essence of the Qingmu source seed radiated vitality, while beside the spring a newly transplanted Qingmu spiritual water mother plant appeared somewhat wilted. Just after midnight 3 shadows almost merging with the night appeared like phantoms in the shadows outside the spiritual plantation's wall. They moved swiftly and silently, using the momentary gap during the patrol's changeover to scale the high wall like geckos dropping into the garden, heading straight for the wilted mother plant. Act now, the leader of the black-cloaked figures hissed, producing a black gourd inscribed with strange runes. Removing the stopper, a wave of corrosive and deathly mist surged toward the mother plant. The other two stood guard warily on either side, gripping poison daggers. Just as the black mist was about to reach the mother plant, buzz! A faint sound echoed as several beams of light suddenly illuminated the surroundings of the spiritual plantation, instantly forming a simple confinement formation enveloping the 3 black-cloaked figures. At the same time, torches around the area flared to life, illuminating the garden as bright as day.
We have been waiting for a long time.
Neishi Tang's booming voice rang out as he wielded a bronze sword, leading a team of Shien armor guards from the shadows to encircle the confinement formation. On the surrounding walls and rooftops, dozens of strong crossbows controlled by the Iron Eagle elite locked onto the 3 individuals within the formation. The 3 black-cloaked figures were taken aback, the leader trying to unleash the black mist to break through the confinement formation, but the mist merely rippled against the light wall, unable to breach the formation set up by Zhuge Liang. Retreat! He decisively commanded, attempting to activate a teleportation technique only to find the surrounding space seemingly frozen, rendering the technique ineffective.
Since you have come, stay here. A calm voice rang out.
Lin Xian's figure appeared at the garden entrance. He had not been in seclusion. At this moment his aura was steady and his gaze coldly fixed on the individuals within the formation. Friends from Haisha Palace, tell me who sent you. What is your purpose? Seeing no hope of breaking free, the leader of the black-cloaked figures flashed a cruel and determined look in his eyes, hissing, you will gain no information from us. Haisha is eternal. As soon as he finished speaking, a strange black light erupted from the 3 individuals simultaneously, their bodies inflating like balloons. Not good. They are going to self-destruct. Neishi Tang's expression changed. Seal. Lin Xian had been prepared, his thoughts stirring as the ancient jade's spatial power gently rippled, combined with the formation secretly activated by Zhuge Liang. A powerful binding force instantly pressed down. At the same time, Gao Shun's spiritual form appeared out of nowhere, wielding a bronze sword that traced a mysterious trajectory, the sharp sword energy accurately piercing the vital points of the 3 black-cloaked figures. Puff! 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 The 3 dull sounds echoed as the inflated bodies of the black-cloaked figures deflated like punctured balloons, their self-destruction forcibly interrupted, collapsing to the ground, gasping for breath. Search them. Disable their cultivation and keep a close watch. Lin Xian ordered. Soldiers moved forward quickly, subduing the 3 individuals, retrieving a black gourd, several communication jade slips, some poison, and a black token inscribed with a grimacing ghost head. The ghost head token. It indeed belongs to the Haisha Palace's direct ghost killing guard. Zhuge Liang's figure materialized beside Lin Xian, observing the token with a grave expression. It seems the Haisha Palace is extremely wary of the power of the Qingmu source seed, or rather of the existence capable of purifying the filth of the ley lines. This operation aims to stifle the vitality of our city or test our strengths and weaknesses. Next step. Lin Xian's eyes flashed with a cold light. What is their next step? Are there any other accomplices? At this moment a shadow guard rushed in, kneeling on one knee. My lord. 30 miles west of the city, an abandoned mine has detected abnormal energy fluctuations suspected of having spatial teleportation traces. Moreover, the corpses of scouts from Liyang City were found nearby. Scouts from Liyang City were killed. Spatial teleportation traces. Lin Xian and Zhuge Liang exchanged glances, a thought rising in their minds simultaneously to lure the tiger away from the mountain. The real killing blow is likely not within the city. These 3 ghost killing guards may just be bait to draw attention. The true target of the Haisha Palace could be somewhere outside the city, or even framing Liyang City to provoke conflict. What a cunning plot! Neishi Tang exclaimed angrily. Immediately strengthen the city's defenses, especially the Hall of Heroes and the energy pool. Lin Xian quickly ordered Neishi General remain in the city and conduct a thorough investigation internally. General Gao Shun, gather a team of elite troops with me and head to the abandoned mine to the west. Military strategist, I entrust you to oversee the central command and coordinate the overall situation. Be cautious, my lord, this matter may not be simple. Zhuge Liang advised. Lin Xian nodded, his fighting spirit rising. I want to see what other tricks the Haisha Palace has up its sleeve. Moments later, Lin Shien personally led Gao Shun with his spiritual form attached to an elite soldier and 50 of the most elite troops to stealthily exit the west gate under the cover of night, heading straight for the abandoned mine 30 miles away.
The real contest had only just begun.
The hidden hand of the Haisha Palace was gradually revealing itself. The night was as dark as ink, and the elite team from Shien City led by Lin Shien moved swiftly and silently along the desolate mountain path like blades in the night.
In less than an hour, they covered a distance of 30 li.
The abandoned mine was located on the slope of a barren mountain, its entrance deep and dark, resembling the open maw of a giant beast, exuding a chilly damp aura mixed with a faint hint of sulfur and the smell of decaying blood. Surrounding the entrance were scattered rusty mine carts and decayed supports, all in a state of ruin. However, the experienced Neishi Teng's spirit embodiment state immediately noticed something unusual. Several patches of grass showed signs of having been freshly trampled, and there were extremely faint fluctuations of spatial energy lingering in the air. My lord, there is an ambush inside the cave and a spatial teleportation has just occurred. Gao Shun's spirit state with keen perception communicated directly into Lin Xian's mind, his tone grave. Lin Xian nodded, signaling for the team to halt and to deploy the spirit exploration compass. The compass needle trembled violently, pointing deep into the mine, emanating a gray-black light mixed with blood, evil and chaotic spatial disturbances, indicating an extremely high level of danger. Iron Eagle warriors occupy the high ground on both sides of the cave entrance. Set up a perimeter, load the crossbows and be ready for fire coverage at any moment.
Vanguard warriors form a defensive formation and follow me into the cave. Neishi General Spirit, please scout ahead.
Lin Xian calmly issued the command. The team sprang into action, well trained.
Neishi Teng's spirit transformed into a nearly invisible wisp of azure smoke floating ahead into the mine.
After a moment, he relayed, within 100 meters of the cave I found 3 corpses of scouts from Liang City, their deaths gruesome, their vital blood drained, seemingly the work of dark arts. Further inside there are weak energy barriers and mechanical traps.
Indeed.
The Black Shaman Palace has been killing here and has set traps intending to frame or ambush those who come to investigate. Proceed with caution, disable the traps. Lin Xian waved and the team formed a combat formation, cautiously entering the cave. Inside it was dark and damp with a winding passage descending. Soon they saw the 3 corpses of the scouts from Liang City surrounded by destroyed makeshift poison needles and tripwire traps crafted with professional and sinister skill. The trap expert in the team quickly stepped forward, carefully dismantling the more concealed mechanisms. The deeper they went, the more pronounced the spatial fluctuations became, and the evil aura in the air thickened, inducing a sense of dread. Along the way, some scattered black crystals inscribed with twisted runes began to appear, a common tactic of the Black Shaman Palace. Finally, after passing through a narrow passage, they came into a vast natural cavern. In the center of the cavern, the ground was inscribed with a complex formation about 3 meters in diameter, outlined with countless black crystals and the blood of unknown creatures, with the center of the formation slightly distorting space, emitting an unstable ghostly light. It was a small temporary spatial teleportation array. Surrounding the formation lay several recently deceased corpses in tattered miners' clothing, evidently sacrificed as energy offerings. However, the formation seemed to be in an unstable state after being shut down, not having fully dissipated. It's a one-way teleportation array. Their people have already left from here. Gao Shun's spirit scanned the array and declared. Lin Xian's expression darkened. The people of the Black Shaman Palace had used the mine to conceal their actions, established a teleportation array, infiltrated this place, killed the scouts from Liang City, set traps, and then left calmly. Their intention, aside from framing others, was likely to execute some secret mission, or perhaps to rendezvous with the ghostly shaman guards that had previously infiltrated the city. But the ghostly shaman guards had already been captured and their plans had been thwarted. Search the cavern for any other clues, Lin Xian ordered. The soldiers immediately spread out to search. Soon, behind a pile of rubble in a corner of the cavern, they discovered a hidden compartment. Upon opening the compartment, they found a scroll made of some black leather along with a black crystal ball radiating a dense aura of death. Lin Xian carefully picked up the scroll and unfolded it. It documented an evil ritual called Corrupt Earth Rebirth, with strange text and patterns capable of transforming freshly deceased corpses into controlled corpse puppets and absorbing Earth's death energy to strengthen oneself. Inside that crystal ball was sealed an extremely pure dark energy filled with a will of destruction, seemingly a kind of beacon or key. My lord, this object is extremely ominous. Zhuge Liang's voice came through a special connection carrying a warning. The ritual detailed in the scroll harms the balance of heaven and must be destroyed immediately. The energy within the crystal ball shared the same origin as the tainting energy of the earth and was even purer. It could very well be something left by the higher-ups of the Black Shaman Palace, either for locating or for unlocking some forbidden place. Just as Lin Xian was preparing to study further, an unexpected change occurred. The teleportation array, which had been stabilizing, suddenly began to fluctuate violently. The ghostly light at the center of the array flickered wildly, spatial distortions intensified, and a powerful suction force emanated from it. At the same time, the black crystal ball seemed to respond, automatically levitating and bursting forth with blinding black light resonating with the teleportation array.
Not good. The array has been activated remotely. It's a trap. Quickly retreat. Gao Shun's spirit shouted. Boom. The entire cavern shook violently, stones cascading down.
From within the teleportation array, a blurry, menacing figure entwined with dark energy was struggling to emerge. An overwhelming pressure instantly enveloped the area, far surpassing that of the previous ghostly shaman guards, at least a high-ranking battle general. The Black Shaman Palace had indeed left a contingency. Once the array was triggered or specific conditions were met, such as the crystal ball being moved, it would forcibly activate and summon a powerful being.
Iron Eagle Warriors.
Target the teleportation array. Prepare the demon-slaying crossbow arrows. Shoot in unison.
Lin Shien commanded, firmly remaining calm under pressure.
The Iron Eagle warriors who had been on standby at the cave entrance wasted no time. 20 specially crafted crossbow arrows inscribed with demon-slaying runes transformed into a silver stream, tearing through the air and accurately shooting towards the distorted teleportation array and the figure that was about to solidify.
Sizzle.
The demon-slaying arrows collided violently with the dark energy, producing piercing sounds, successfully delaying the solidification of that figure but also enraging it. A roar filled with fury echoed from the other side of the teleportation array.
Vanguard troops. Form a barrier. Block the entrance.
Neishi General, come with me to destroy the core of that formation. Lin Shien knew they could not allow it to fully descend. He drew his long sword. The spiritual liquid within the ancient jade boiling, and immense mental power surged into the blade, transforming into a radiant sword. She aimed straight at the core black crystals of the teleportation array. The soldier possessed by Neishi Tang also let out a furious roar, thrusting his spear at the levitating crystal ball.
Ants! Dare you!
The shadow in the teleportation array emitted an angry roar. A giant claw made entirely of dark energy abruptly reaching out, grasping toward Lin Xian's sword, Qi, and Neishi Tang's spear.
Boom!
A violent explosion of energy echoed throughout the cavern. Lin Xian and Neishi Tang were jolted back, blood surging in their veins. The energy claw also became somewhat illusory. But the light of the teleportation array dimmed only for a moment before beginning to restore itself with the support of that crystal ball.
No! The energy level is too high. Ordinary attacks cannot completely destroy it. Neishi Tang exclaimed urgently.
Lin Xian's eyes narrowed, recalling the purifying effect of the ancient jade on tainted energies and the insights he had just gained from the earth's veins. He steeled his resolve, taking out the remaining majority of the diluted spiritual liquid and simultaneously summoned all his power to activate the ancient jade, channeling the life essence derived from the Qingmu source seed, mixing it with his own immense mental power, transforming into a column of light interwoven with emerald green and milky white, and fiercely striking at the core of the teleportation array and the black crystal ball.
Purify for me. Zizizi.
The column of life-filled light clashed violently with the utmost evil dark energy akin to water meeting fire, emitting a fierce corrosive sound. The black crystal ball bore the brunt of the attack, cracks appearing on its surface as the dark energy sealed inside frantically escaped. The light of the teleportation array flickered rapidly, becoming extremely unstable, and the shadow that was about to solidify let out a reluctant roar, its form beginning to blur and disperse.
Now's the time. Attack with all your might.
Lin Xian shouted. The vanguard soldiers threw their spears with all their strength, and the Iron Eagle warriors' arrows fell like rain once more.
Boom! Ultimately, after a series of fierce assaults, the black crystal ball shattered completely.
The teleportation array lost its energy core, collapsing inward, suddenly forming a brief spatial vortex that engulfed the fragmented shadow that had not fully descended, along with the residual dark energy, then utterly annihilated it, leaving only a charred pit and dissipating smoke. The cavern returned to silence. Only the heavy breaths of the group could be heard. The crisis had been temporarily averted.
Cough, cough.
Lin Xian wiped away a trace of blood from the corner of his mouth. The confrontation had taken a significant toll. He looked at the charred area, a lingering fear in his heart. The methods of the Black Shaman Palace were indeed insidious and ruthless. Had it not been for his timely possession of the life force that counters darkness today, would likely have ended in disaster. Immediately clear the scene. Destroy all items related to the Black Shaman Palace, especially that scroll, thoroughly.
Be sure to check for any omissions. Lin Xian ordered. The soldiers quickly sprang into action.
My lord, it is not wise to linger here, Gao Shun's spirit reminded. The Black Shaman Palace will not be complacent after this plan's failure.
We need to return to Shien City quickly and strengthen our defenses. Lin Xian nodded, his gaze deep. This expedition into the mine, while perilous, yielded great rewards.
Not only had they thwarted a conspiracy of the Black Shaman Palace and seized important intelligence, the scroll and crystal ball, but they also validated the life force's ability to counter dark energy. The hostility of the Black Shaman Palace towards Shien City had become apparent. The upcoming struggle would be even more brutal.
Let's go.
Lin Xian waved and led the team swiftly away from this spot of chaos. As dawn's light broke through the darkness, the team from Shien City returned to the city, weary yet vigilant. A dark battle concerning life and death had only just begun. The shadow of the Black Shaman Palace had completely enveloped the skies above Shien City.
After the incident in the mine, Shien City entered a state of highest alert. The watchtowers stood tall on the city walls with patrols active day and night.
Zhuge Liang personally adjusted the city's protective formation, integrating the natural runes obtained from the Qingmu clan to enhance the perception and resistance against dark energy. Neishi Tang tirelessly drilled the army day and night, practicing various defensive formations. The evil corrupted Earth Rebirth scroll had been personally destroyed by Lin Xian, while the shards of the crystal ball containing pure dark energy were heavily sealed by Zhuge Liang and buried deep beneath the Hall of Heroes, suppressed by the righteous energy of the heroic spirits. After this battle, the side of Liyang City completely dispelled their doubts upon receiving the report from Shien City and witnessing the body of the slain envoy. City Lord Liu Wuyo even personally sent a message expressing anger at the framing attempts by the Haisha Palace, reaffirming the alliance and agreeing to share intelligence. The pressure from the southwest direction temporarily eased. However, everyone understood that the Haisha Palace would not rest easy. The real storm was brewing. On the night of the 7th day, with the moon hidden and stars few, Lin Xian was in the time barrier, refining his mental strength using the residual aura of the Qingmu source seed and the energy of the soul crystal, attempting to break through the 8th level Lord bottleneck. Suddenly he felt a sensation in his heart and abruptly opened his eyes. The ancient jade in his possession emitted a chilling aura, unlike the usual warmth but rather a foreboding warning. Almost simultaneously, Zhuge Liang's urgent voice came through the mental link. "My lord. A powerful dark energy has erupted 100 miles to the southwest. It's moving swiftly, headed straight for our city." Lin Xian's figure flickered and appeared at the highest point of the city wall. Zhuge Liang, Neishi Tang and Gao Shun, his spirit manifested, also arrived, their faces grave. The night sky to the southwest was shrouded in a roiling mass of pitch-black clouds that moved like a living creature. Within the clouds, crimson lightning flickered, exuding a suffocating evil pressure. Withered grass and trees left in its wake, life extinguished. It's a large-scale dark spell. The target is our Shien City. Zhuge Liang frantically waved his feather fan, the formation runes beneath his feet glowing brightly as he sensed with all his might. This is bad. It contains powerful curses and death energy, not an ordinary attack but the blood curse tracking technique. Neishi Tang frowned tightly. Using a large amount of living blood and vengeful spirits as bait, combined with the aura of a specific target such as the shards of the crystal ball or individuals previously marked, this super long-range curse attack is nearly impossible to fully defend against. It will continuously erode the life essence of living beings, pollute the land and water, and even trigger plagues. Zhuge Liang spoke rapidly. The Haisha Palace intends to sever our foundations. Can it be intercepted? Lin Xian asked solemnly, gripping the last remaining low-grade explosive fire thunder in his hand. It's difficult. This technique is formless and intangible. Conventional means have little effect. Only through the utmost rigidity and yang energy or overwhelming vitality can it be forcibly countered and purified. Zhuge Liang's gaze swept over Lin Xian. "My lord, perhaps we can use the righteous energy of the Hall of Heroes combined with the vitality of the Qingmu source seed and the protective formation to withstand most of it, but the residual waves cannot be underestimated. There's no time for a full setup. General Neishi, issue orders to the entire city to activate the highest defenses. All military personnel and civilians must enter the shelters and activate the purification formation. General Gao Shun, defend the Hall of Heroes with me using the energy of the heroic spirits as a base. Military strategist, coordinate the grand formation and guide the vitality of the Qingmu." Lin Xian made a swift decision, his figure transforming into a streak of light and rushing towards the Hall of Heroes in the center of the city. Understood. Everyone accepted the commands and acted swiftly. The piercing alarm rang throughout the city. Soldiers took their positions and activated the pre-arranged simple purification light beams. The common people, organized by officials, orderly took refuge in reinforced basements and shelters. Xiao He held down the administrative hall, reallocating resources and maintaining order. In front of the Hall of Heroes, Lin Xian stood solemnly with Gao Shun's spirit by his side. Inside the hall, the plaques of hundreds of fallen soldiers trembled slightly, emanating a pure white righteous aura that converged into a beam of light shooting up into the sky. Zhuge Liang stood at the core of the city wall formation, waving his feather fan, guiding the immense vitality drawn from the Qingmu source seed, nourished by a strand of primordial aura obtained through an alliance with the Qingmu clan, transforming it into a green halo that merged into the protective barrier. At that moment, the dark clouds that enveloped the heavens and earth had approached above Shien City. In the center of the clouds, a giant twisted ghostly face formed from countless wailing vengeful spirits slowly emerged, locking onto the direction of the Hall of Heroes. The ghostly face opened its enormous mouth and a torrent of filthy bloodlight mixed with dark red and dead black crashed down upon Shien City like a waterfall. Wherever it passed, the space hissed with corrosion. The heroic spirits do not yield, protect my homeland. Lin Xian roared, urging the ancient jade with all his might, pouring the accumulated spiritual liquid and life essence from within his inner world into the beam of light from the Hall of Heroes without reservation. Gao Shun's spirit also let out a long howl, stirring the residual murderous aura of the battlefield into the righteous energy, sharpening it further.
Qingmu cleanse the evil.
At the same time, Zhuge Liang exerted his energy and the green halo surged, intertwining with the beam of light from the heroic spirits facing the filthy bloodlight.
Boom! 3 massive energies collided violently in midair.
There was no earth-shattering explosion, but rather a sound that was even more grating, eroding and wearing down. The pure white and green brilliance firmly resisted the impact of the dark red bloodlight, continuously purifying and evaporating it. The dissipated energy fell like a torrential rain but was barely held off by the protective barrier.
However, the resentment contained within that blood curse was simply too strong.
While the righteous energy of the heroic spirits and the vitality of the Qingmu could restrain it, they were still at a disadvantage in total amount. The barrier vibrated violently, appearing with cracks. Some of the filthy blood penetrated the defenses, landing on the city walls and streets, immediately corroding pits with flowers and grass wilting in an instant. Several soldiers caught unawares were infected, their skin rotting instantly as they screamed in agony.
Hold on.
Lin Xian's eyes turned red, feeling his mental strength rapidly depleting, the spiritual liquid within his inner world diminishing at a visible rate.
Gao Shun's spirit also dimmed slightly.
Zhuge Liang had blood seeping from the corner of his mouth, clearly under immense pressure. Just as they were at a stalemate and Shien City's defenses were about to collapse, a strange change occurred. The beam of light from the Hall of Heroes, originally only a passive defense, seemed to be activated by some force, suddenly undergoing a strange transformation. In the beam of light, the phantoms of the fallen soldiers faintly appeared. They were no longer mere energy forms but carried their will and obsession from life, protecting their homeland. Under the threat of the death curse, these wills not only did not dissipate but instead became more solid and pure. At the same time, the ancient jade in Lin Xian's arms seemed to be stimulated by this pure protective will, suddenly erupting with unprecedented chaotic light. A blurred symbol containing the highest rules, perhaps the instinct of the world stone fragment, flashed briefly on the surface of the ancient jade. In the next moment, the beam of light from the Hall of Heroes seemed to be infused with a soul, and within the pure white righteous aura, golden light began to emerge. This golden light carried a mighty intention of invulnerable to all evils, all laws, retreating. The beam, which was originally only a passive defense, suddenly became extremely aggressive, crashing back towards the filthy bloodlight like a red-hot iron striking ice and snow. Hiss!
The dark red bloodlight melted rapidly as if encountering its nemesis.
The enormous ghostly face of resentment let out a terrified scream, beginning to twist and collapse. This is the righteous energy of humanity.
The will of faith. No, even purer. Is it the protective will that activated some kind of heavenly rule? Zhuge Liang's eyes shone with unbelievable brilliance.
Lin Xian also felt a wave of weakness from the ancient jade, but more so he felt joy. He had a sudden inspiration and poured all his remaining mental strength along with the last burst of rule power from the ancient jade into the beam of light.
Break for me. Boom.
The beam of light from the heroic spirits infused with rule golden light completely shattered the filthy blood light, its momentum unabated, crashing directly into the dark clouds. The dark clouds rolled violently, the crimson lightning darting about wildly, ultimately letting out a roar of unwillingness, exploding and transforming into a myriad of black mist, swiftly dissipating into the night sky.
The sky cleared, leaving only a faint stench and a devastated city.
The blood curse was broken.
We succeeded.
We held our ground. Cheers erupted atop the city walls, but were soon replaced by orders for casualty statistics and disaster relief. Lin Xian breathed a sigh of relief, nearly exhausted, supported by Gao Shun. He looked at the dimly glowing ancient jade in his hand, his heart surging. The golden light of rules just now was undoubtedly a miracle triggered by the ancient jade, a fragment of the world stone under the stimulation of the protective will.
This gave him a new understanding of the potential of the ancient jade.
My lord, this matter may not be over. Zhuge Liang took a moment to catch his breath and came to Lin Xian's side, his expression still grave. The Haisha Palace would not expend such a cost to cast the blood curse for just one strike. They will know our city has means of restraint. The next attack will be even more ferocious and bizarre.
Moreover,
although this curse is broken, the death energy it contained has seeped slightly into the earth. It needs to be purified as soon as possible, or there will be endless troubles. Lin Xian nodded, looking at the land outside the city that had turned black due to pollution, his gaze sharp. When soldiers come, we shall block. When water comes, we shall cover.
After this battle, the will of our Shien city soldiers and citizens is even firmer.
Military strategist, we must quickly address the matter of purifying the land. General Naishi, treat the wounded and repair the city defenses. General Gao Shun, strengthen our defenses. He raised his head, looking towards the direction where the Haisha Palace might be, his battle intent soaring.
Haisha Palace. I've seen your methods. Next it is our turn to strike.
Under the baptism of blood and fire, Shien City became even more resilient. A more brutal war involving rules and wills had already begun. Though the blood curse was shattered, Shien City felt as if it had just recovered from a grave illness. The city walls bore the remnants of corroded marks, and several houses near the center of impact lay in ruins, while the air was heavy with a faint stench of burnt matter and an eerie silence. Most concerning was the nearly 1,000 acres of fertile fields and a woodland to the southwest of the city contaminated by the residual effects of the blood curse. The land turned a strange gray-black with foliage wilting, streams muddied, and an unsettling aura permeating the air. The relief of surviving the calamity was soon replaced by the weight of harsh reality. 27 lives were lost, over 100 injured, and the city's defensive structures were severely damaged. Particularly alarming was the pollution of the land, which posed a direct threat to Shien City's future food security and living conditions. "We must purify the land as soon as possible, or else the contamination will spread and the consequences will be unimaginable," Shao said, looking grimly at the desolate land outside the city. Inside the town hall, the atmosphere was heavy. Lin Xian's complexion was still somewhat pale, but his eyes had regained their sharpness. The ancient jade had exhausted its power by activating the force of rules and was now temporarily quiet, while the spiritual liquid within the inner world was nearly depleted. However, the bottleneck of his mental energy had loosened somewhat during this extreme confrontation. "Military strategist, do you have any good plans for purifying the land?" Lin Xian asked Zhuge Liang. Zhuge Liang lightly waved his feather fan and pondered the death aura from the blood curse. As stubborn ordinary methods will be ineffective. However, all things are interconnected. The ability to break the blood curse this time relied on the righteous energy of the heroic souls and the vitality of the greenwood, especially the glimmer of rules golden light that the Lord summoned at the end. To purify this dead land, we must tackle it from these three aspects. He stepped to the sand table and pointed at the polluted area. "We can divide it into 3 steps. First, we will set up the purifying spirit formation led by Lian, using the Hall of Heroic Spirits as the eye, gathering the renewed aspirations of the city's army and citizens, complemented by the spiritual water of the greenwood to gradually purify it. This is a slow but stable foundation. Second, we need a large amount of life-infused materials to accelerate the purification. The Qingmu clan excels in this area and can be asked for assistance. Third, and most crucially," Zhuge Liang's gaze turned to Lin Xian, "the glimmer of rules golden light that the Lord summoned at the end contains the highest intent of purification and nemesis against deathly stillness. If the Lord can initially grasp this power, even a trace of it infused into the formation will significantly increase the purification speed." Lin Xian's heart stirred at the thought of controlling the golden light of rules. This power originated from the ancient jade and was also a manifestation of the protective will of Shien City's army and citizens, extraordinarily profound. He spoke solemnly, "I need to attempt to comprehend it. During this time I will trouble the military strategist to coordinate the layout of the formation. Mr. Xiaobi will handle the allocation of supplies and the resettlement of the populace, while General Naishi will expedite the repair and patrol of the city defenses to prevent the Black Sha Palace from becoming desperate. At the same time, immediately send a letter in my name to the Qingmu clan explaining the situation and requesting assistance, offering some minerals and newly developed arrows in exchange." Understood. Everyone responded in unison. In the following days, Shien City operated like a finely tuned machine once again. Zhuge Liang led the formation masters, using the Hall of Heroic Spirits as the core to sketch out a massive formation diagram. Xiaohe organized laborers to dig trenches, guiding the unpolluted water sources while retrieving all the stored spiritual water of the greenwood for use in the formation. Naishi Tang repaired the city defenses while dispatching elite teams to expand the patrol range, vigilant against any signs of trouble. Lin Xian entered the time barrier alone, closing himself off to comprehend. His mind sank into the ancient jade, meticulously savoring every detail of the protective will's fervor that had summoned the rule's golden light. It was a resonance that transcended mere levels of energy, a convergence of belief, will, and a certain righteousness of rules from the heavens and earth. He attempted to mobilize the residual spiritual liquid in the inner world, simulating that protective state of mind, but always fell just short of capturing its essence. Intent arises from the heart and rules follow. Protection is not an obsession but a condensation of responsibility and belief. Lin Xian murmured images of soldiers fighting bravely and the hopeful gazes of the common folk rising in his mind, along with the homeland he had built with his own hands. A gradual understanding surged in his heart. He no longer pursued power deliberately but connected his heart and mind with the breath of Shien City as a whole, with the solemnity of the Hall of Heroic Spirits, and with the yearning for survival on this land. Gradually the depleted spiritual liquid within him began to regenerate slowly, and a faint glimmer of golden light flickered across the surface of the ancient jade. The weak, it was extraordinarily pure. He felt a closer connection to the Hall of Heroic Spirits and to this land. 5 days later, the reinforcements from the Qingmu clan arrived. What arrived was not only a convoy laden with specially made vigor spring water and purification plants, but also 10 nature priests personally led by the high priest Muen. Upon learning that Shien City had successfully shattered the terrifying blood curse, Muen expressed even greater admiration for Lin Xian, stating that they would fully assist in the purification. What a dense aura of death!
Muan sensed the aura of the contaminated land, his expression grave. Fortunately, your city's foundation is solid and life has not been extinguished. Our clan's vigor spring water combined with the natural blessing ritual can accelerate the recovery of the earth. However, to eradicate the core death aura, we still need to rely on Lord Lin's supernatural powers. At this moment, Zhuge Liang's purifying spirit formation was also completed. Above Shien City, a massive vortex made of countless points of light representing belief faintly emerged, slowly rotating, drawing in the thin spiritual energy from the heavens and earth and the weak aspirations emitted by the city's military and citizens. Through the transformation of the Hall of Heroic Spirits, it turned into a gentle purifying light that showered down onto the polluted area. My lord, the formation is complete and we can begin, Zhuge Liang communicated. Lin Xian stepped out of the quiet room and arrived before the Hall of Heroic Spirits. He took a deep breath, placing his hand on the stone tablet at the entrance, connecting his mind with the entire formation. He closed his eyes, no longer trying to guide intentionally but instead slowly infusing his protected belief for his homeland along with the initial comprehension of the essence of the rules into the formation. Buzz. The Hall of Heroic Spirits radiated a brilliant light. The vortex of the formation began to spin faster, and within the purifying light that rained down, tiny, imperceptible yet majestic golden specks appeared. The golden light fell onto the lifeless land, melting the gray-black death aura at a visible speed as if spring snow met sunlight. Although the area was still small, the effect was far beyond the ordinary. Effective. High Priest Muan exclaimed, his eyes filled with awe. This is the sacred power of purification. Lord Lin is truly a divine being. He immediately led the nature priests in chanting ancient incantations, guiding the vigor spring water into the earth as vibrant green shoots remarkably broke through the just purified soil. Seeing hope, the morale of Shien City's military and civilians surged, and more belief and aspirations gathered, accelerating the purification process. However, that very night, as the purification efforts were gaining momentum, an injured shadow guard sent to the northwestern direction, the territory of the Bloodblade fortress, returned with a shocking message. My lord. The Bloodblade fortress has changed hands. The shadow guard gasped for breath. The Blacksha Palace, under the lord of the palace, Elder Gue Sha, has personally arrived. Blood Butcher has been controlled. The Bloodblade fortress has completely fallen into the hands of the Blacksha Palace. A large number of Gue Sha guards are gathering, likely to launch a massive attack soon. The news struck like a thunderbolt. The Blacksha Palace had not retreated due to the failure of the Blood Curse, but instead had directly taken control of the Bloodblade fortress, turning it into a stronghold for attacking Shien City. This meant that the next assault would not be distant curses or small-scale raids, but a full frontal army led by the Blacksha Palace, integrating the remaining forces of the Bloodblade fortress. In the study, the candlelight flickered. Lin Xian, Zhuge Liang, Neishi Tang, and Gao Shan's spiritual body wore extremely grave expressions. Elder Gue Sha is a core figure of the Blacksha Palace with unfathomable strength far beyond that of Blood Butcher. Zhuge Liang said solemnly, his control over the Bloodblade fortress and integration of its power will not take long. The army will arrive in as short as 10 days or as long as a month. Passive defense is certainly not a good strategy. The Blacksha Palace employs strange tactics, and our chances of winning through direct confrontation are slim. Neishi Tang clenched his fists. We must take the initiative and disrupt their plans. Gao Shan's spiritual body had a sharp gaze. Lin Xian was silent for a moment, tapping his fingers on the table, his eyes flashing coldly. Military strategist, could the dark crystal ball obtained from the mine, apart from serving as a beacon, also be some sort of key? The Blacksha Palace is so fixated on this place. Aside from the Qingmusor seed, could they have other designs? Zhuge Liang paused with his feather fan, his eyes sparkling with insight. Are you suggesting that it is related to the contaminated ley line nodes? That's it. The pure dark energy within the crystal ball is of the same origin as the energy of the contaminated ley lines. Could it be that something is sealed deep within those nodes? Or could it be the key to an important ritual or teleportation array of the Blacksha Palace? If that is the case, Lin Xian stood up and walked to the map pointing northwest. Rather than waiting passively for the army to press down upon us, we should take the initiative to strike right at the heart. The target is not the Bloodblade fortress but that contaminated ley line node. Destroying it may severely damage the Blacksha Palace's plans and perhaps provide an opportunity to counterattack. But that place must be a den of dragons and tigers, Neishi Tang reminded. Therefore this operation should emphasize precision, not numbers. Lin Xian's gaze swept over everyone. I will lead the team personally. General Gao Shan, General Neishi, select 20 of the most elite soldiers from the Iron Eagle and the assault teams, travel light and secretly infiltrate. The military strategist and Mr.
Shabby will stay behind in Shien City, continue purifying the land, stabilize defenses and strengthen ties with Liang City and the Qingmu clan to prepare for support. This plan, though dangerous, is a strategy of life or death. Zhuge Liang calculated briefly and his eyes flashed with resolution.
I Liang agree.
I will devise the march route and methods of concealment for the Lord.
I am willing to go.
Neishi Tang and Gao Shun shouted in unison.
Good. Lin Xian's eyes burned with battle intent. Prepare immediately.
3 days later we will depart under the cover of night from the west gate, heading straight for the ley line node.
This time we will set fire right at the doorstep of the Black Sha Palace.
Shien City's strategy shifted from passive defense to a daring initiative. A surprise raid deep into the tiger's lair was about to unfold. Yet what secrets lie hidden deep within the ley line nodes? Will Lin Xian face an even greater crisis, or will he find an opportunity to turn the tide of battle? 3 days later at midnight the moon was hidden and the wind howled. The western gate of Shien City quietly opened and 25 figures like phantoms swept out, swiftly vanishing into the dense night. The team was personally led by Lin Xian, with Neishi Tang and Gao Shun, the spiritual entity possessing a valiant soldier, as deputies, consisting of 10 elite veterans, 10 Iron Eagle warriors and 5 shadow guards skilled in stealth tracking and mechanism dismantling. Everyone wore dark soft armor, carrying specially made equipment, with their horses' hooves wrapped in thick cloth making no sound. Based on the perilous intelligence brought back by the shadow guards and the path derived through Zhou Gong's innate arts, the team avoided the main roads, taking treacherous mountain paths and dense forests, heading northwest towards a geologic node marked as Silent Mine Pit within the territory of Bloodblade Fortress. The objective of this mission was clear: to infiltrate the geologic node controlled by the Black Sha Palace, investigate its secrets and if possible destroy it to disrupt the offensive deployment of the Black Sha Palace.
The atmosphere was oppressive along the way.
The closer they approached the ruins of Bloodblade Fortress, the more the air was thick with darkness and deathly silence. Along the way villages were mostly abandoned fields lay fallow and carcasses of livestock drained of blood could be seen, indicating that the area under the control of the Black Sha Palace had turned into a dead zone.
Lord, 10 miles ahead is Miasma Valley.
After passing through the valley 5 more miles will bring us to the Silent Mine Pit. Reports indicate that there are outposts of the Black Sha Palace on the outskirts of the mine and they are concealed by formations. A shadow guard who had been scouting ahead reported back.
General Gao Shun, take 5 shadow guards and eliminate the outposts silently, Lin Xian ordered.
General Neishi lead the main assault team to follow and provide support. Iron Eagle warriors occupy the high ground, ready for ranged support at any moment.
Understood. Gao Shun accepted the command. In his spiritual state his perception exceeded that of ordinary people, and together with 5 skilled assassins from the shadow guards they moved like reapers in the night. In just a short while 3 calls of an owl echoed ahead, the outpost had been cleared. The team swiftly passed through the valley filled with faint purple toxic miasma, taking detoxification pills with caution. After exiting the valley, a vast expanse of desolate mountains, as if gnawed by a giant beast, appeared before them. The mountain's surface was exposed, presenting an ominous gray-black hue, and at its center was a deep bottomless mine entrance, the Silent Mine Pit.
Surrounding the mine a distorted energy barrier could be vaguely seen, and the air was thick with a strong stench of sulfur and decay, inducing nausea.
Several makeshift watchtowers stood near the entrance, but they were completely deserted. The formation is still operational, but the outposts have been removed.
It seems the Black Sha Palace has considerable confidence in this place, as the outer defenses are not tight.
Neishi Tang whispered.
Lin Xian unfolded the spirit compass. The pointer violently trembled, pointing towards the depths of the mine, emitting a dense and inextricable blend of dark red and pitch black light, indicating extremely high danger. The core source of pollution and strong reactions of dark energy are at the bottom of the pit.
Be cautious, there's something big inside. According to plan, infiltrate.
Lin Xian waved his hand. The team merged into the shadows, silently approaching the mine's entrance. The disruption talisman prepared by Zhou Gong was quietly affixed to the energy barrier, causing ripples and opening a gap just large enough for one person.
Everyone entered one after another. Inside the mine it was even more eerie and terrifying than the outside.
The passage was wide but rugged, the walls covered in mining scars, yet nowhere could be seen only solidified black stains and scattered bones. Green phosphorescence floated in the air, and faint sounds of chains dragging and low growls seemingly from the depths of hell echoed from deep within.
The dense dark energy was almost tangible, constantly eroding everyone's protective aura. Stay close to me, circulate your energy to resist the deathly aura.
Lin Xian shouted lowly, the ancient jade emitting a faint light, forming a small purification area around him, barely dispelling the encroaching darkness.
Everyone dared not slack off and fully mobilized their vitality.
Along the way they discovered more traces of Black Sha Palace activities: abandoned altars, stone pillars engraved with evil runes, and several corpses long devoid of life, seemingly used as sacrifices for some wicked ritual. The deeper they went, the wider the passage became, and ultimately they arrived at a massive underground cavern. The sight before them caused even Neishi Tang and Gao Shun, who were accustomed to bloody scenes, to gasp in shock. In the center of the cavern was a huge blood pool over 100 meters in diameter. The pool did not contain blood but a boiling viscous black liquid exuding an extreme stench of filth and death. Surrounding the blood pool stood 8 massive bronze pillars, each wrapped in thick black chains, the other ends of which plunged deep into the bottom of the blood pool, seemingly binding something. Above the blood pool floated a gigantic black vortex formed from the wails of countless vengeful spirits, slowly rotating and continually extracting some form of energy from the earth's veins to inject into the pool. What was even more chilling was that beside the blood pool sat 3 old men dressed in luxurious black robes, their auras unfathomable. They were all peak masters of war. One of them held a fragment of the dark crystal ball that Lin Shien had previously destroyed, guiding the energy from the pool into it. Clearly they were utilizing the massive tainted energy of this place to repair or activate something. It's the Black Sha Palace's Ghost Sha Elders.
To think there would be 3 of them.
Gao Shan transmitted with shock. They are performing some kind of summoning or enhancing ritual.
Lin Xian's pupils constricted. 3 Ghost Sha Elders.
Such a lineup far exceeded expectations. No wonder the Black Sha Palace valued this place so highly. This blood pool and vortex are clearly forcefully extracting the vitality of the earth, converting it into extreme death energy. What they were binding with chains was likely the key. At this moment the spirit compass suddenly pointed towards the bottom of the blood pool, and the ancient jade emitted an unprecedented heat and agitation.
There was something at the bottom of the pool.
An item containing astonishing energy originating from the same source as the ancient jade fragments of the world stone, but headed towards an evil extreme.
We must stop them, Lin Shien decisively declared.
Once the ritual was completed, who knows what terrifying existence would be summoned or what unimaginable power the Black Sha Palace would gain. Shien City would surely face annihilation. General Naishi, you lead the assault team to strike the left elder and interrupt their incantation. General Gao Shan, follow me to attack the one holding the fragment in the center.
Iron Eagle warriors target the right elder, fire the demon-breaking crossbow bolts in unison. Shadow guards set up isolating formations, delay any outside reinforcements as much as possible. Move.
The command was issued like a mountain.
25 figures surged forth like arrows released from a bow, launching their surprise attack from the shadows. Enemy attack.
The 3 Ghost Sha Elders were almost simultaneously awakened, their eyes bursting with terrifying bloodlight.
They hadn't expected that someone could infiltrate this place undetected.
Whoosh whoosh whoosh.
The Iron Eagle warriors' demon-breaking bolts arrived first like silver lightning, shooting towards the right elder.
The elder roared in anger, black energy coalescing into a shield that blocked all the bolts, but his spellcasting was interrupted. The will of the assault team is to fight to the death. Naishi Tang roared, leading the assault team like a torrent of steel, charging towards the left elder, weapons raised, murderous intent filling the air.
Do ants dare to shake trees?
The elder in the center holding the fragment coldly snorted, not even glancing, casually waving his hand. A solid black claw shadow lunged towards Lin Shien and Gao Shan, its might astonishing.
Break!
Both Lin Shien and Gao Shan moved simultaneously. Lin Xian's sword aura surged like a dragon, infused with a hint of golden light of rules. Gao Shan's spear shot forth like lightning, carrying the spirit of the assault team. Only by combining their attacks could they barely shatter the claw shadow.
The power of rules. And also battle spirits.
The central elder appeared slightly surprised, then revealed a greedy expression. Good stuff. Just right for a sacrifice.
The great battle erupted instantly.
Energy rampaged within the cavern and the sounds of explosions echoed endlessly. The assault team fought desperately, barely entangling the left elder. The Iron Eagle warriors fired bolts in succession, restraining the right elder, while Lin Shien and Gao Shan battled fiercely against the strongest central elder, danger lurking at every turn. We must destroy the core of the blood pool. Lin Shien gritted his teeth, attempting to charge towards the blood pool, but was firmly blocked by the central elder. General Gao Shan, assist me. Lin Shien shouted, exerting all his strength to mobilize the ancient jade, pushing that hint of golden light of rules to its limit, transforming it into a brilliant golden beam, shooting directly at the vortex of wailing souls above the blood pool. He aimed to first shatter its source of energy.
No way.
The central elder shouted harshly, abandoning Gao Shan, fully intercepting the golden beam.
Just then an anomaly suddenly occurred.
From the bottom of the blood pool, which had been bound by chains, a roar that resonated through the soul suddenly erupted. The entire cavern violently shook, the chains on the 8 bronze pillars rattled and began to shatter. A terrifying aura far surpassing that of the Ghost Sha Elders, filled with destruction and madness, awakened from the bottom of the blood pool.
Not good. The ritual is out of control.
That thing deep within the earth has been awakened. The 3 Ghost Sha Elders simultaneously changed color, revealing signs of fear.
Boom boom boom.
The blood pool boiled and a colossal twisted figure made of tainted energy slowly rose from the bottom of the pool. It had no fixed form, like a swirling mass of darkness and suffering, exuding an aura of despair.
It's the embodiment of the tainted will accumulated over eons from the depths of the earth. Quickly retreat. The central elder cried out in terror, no longer caring for Lin Shien and the others, turning to flee. But it was too late.
That tainted embodiment opened countless pained eyes, locking onto all living beings within the cavern, including the 3 Ghost Sha elders and Lin Xian's team.
An indiscriminate, terrifying attack descended. A true catastrophe unexpectedly struck. Lin Xian's ambush had inadvertently triggered an even more horrifying monster. The awakening of the filthy will transform the entire underground cave into a hell on earth.
The twisted colossal entity, composed of countless tormented souls and ultimate deathly silence, roared with a deafening sound filled with hatred for all life and a desire for destruction. It possessed no intellect, only the purest primal instinct for destruction.
Boom!
Countless black tentacles formed from the condensed filthy energy erupted from the main body like a frenzied giant python, indiscriminately striking at all living beings within the cave. Where the tentacles passed, space twisted, rocks shattered, and the defensive barrier set up by the 3 ghostly elders crumbled like paper.
Quick dodge!
Lin Xian's eyes widened in horror as he shouted fiercely, simultaneously channeling all his energy into the ancient jade, creating a faint purifying halo to protect the several elite soldiers beside him.
Gao Shan's spiritual body roared, the shadow of his spear resembling a dragon, knocking away several incoming tentacles, but he too was shaken by the violent impact. Ah! A scream erupted instantly.
One Iron Eagle elite soldier, unable to dodge, was swept by a tentacle. His protective barrier shattered instantly and he was reduced to bones as if splashed with concentrated acid, his very soul devoured. Immediately afterward, another veteran soldier was ensnared by a tentacle and dragged toward the massive filthy embodiment, being assimilated in an instant.
Formed the circular formation. Defend.
Asserting Tang's eyes turned crimson as he hoarsely commanded the surviving soldiers, desperately huddling together, their blades pointed outward, forming a tight defensive circle, yet they appeared so fragile before that devastating power. The 3 ghostly elders were the first to bear the brunt. They were closest to the blood pool and endured the most ferocious attacks.
Damn it! This monster has lost control. Join forces. First, stop it.
The central elder, both shocked and angry, could no longer care for Lin Xian and the others, standing back to back with the other 2 elders, channeling their powers to form a massive ghostly shield of black energy, desperately resisting the frenzied strikes of the tentacles. Yet with each collision the shield shook violently, the black energy dissipating, and the faces of the 3 turned pale, clearly struggling immensely. This sudden turn of events caused both sides, originally locked in a life and death struggle, to fall into a bizarre situation of jointly facing a catastrophic disaster.
My lord! This place is not suitable for prolonged stay. We must break through immediately. Gao Shan's spiritual body conveyed urgently.
Against such a being they had no chance of victory. Lin Xian's mind raced.
Breakthrough. Easier said than done.
The only exit was largely blocked by the massive embodiment and the raging tentacles, and outside there might be reinforcements from the Black Sha Palace. At this critical moment, the ancient jade in his arms suddenly emitted an unprecedented searing pain.
It was not a warning, but rather an intense desire. As if a starving beast had spotted a supreme delicacy. The target of the ancient jade was undoubtedly that massive filthy will embodiment. No more accurately, it was the core of the embodiment, a sphere of extremely condensed energy radiating pure darkness and the essence of destruction. Detection of high concentration, high purity, chaotic origin energy contaminated. Can be absorbed and transformed.
Significantly beneficial to the inner world. Do you wish to guide absorption? A vague yet tempting thought entered Lin Xian's mind.
Absorb. That terrifying filthy energy.
Lin Xian was shaken to his core. This was no different than playing with fire. But the information from the ancient jade was unequivocal. The core energy of the filthy embodiment was essentially a certain kind of polluted chaotic origin, an unprecedented boon for the ancient jade, a fragment of the world stone. The risks were enormous, but the rewards
could be beyond imagination. To take the risk or to wait and see.
With the defensive circle shrinking under the tentacle assaults and 2 more soldiers falling victim, a glint of determination flashed in Lin Xian's eyes.
There was no way out. General Gao Shan. General Nei Shi. Protect me with all your might. Buy me 10 breaths of time.
Lin Xian shouted fiercely, unexpectedly charging into the battle circle, rushing towards the rampaging filthy embodiment.
My lord.
Asserting and Gao Shan were shocked, but out of absolute trust they immediately led the remaining soldiers, unleashing their full potential to hold back the attacks from the flanks, creating a small space for Lin Xian.
The 3 ghostly elders also noticed Lin Xian's reckless actions, their eyes filled with uncertainty. Has this kid gone mad? What does he want to do?
Lin Xian ignored everything around him, fully immersing his mind into the ancient jade, releasing all restraints on it, and using the newly comprehended golden light of rules as a catalyst, he guided it deep into the ancient jade.
Ancient jade. Don't you yearn for it? Swallow it. Buzz.
The ancient jade erupted with an unprecedented chaotic radiance.
No longer the gentle milky white but a deep heavy chaotic hue as if it could devour everything.
A small yet seemingly containing a cosmic whirlpool phantom emerged from Lin Xian's chest, slowly spinning. In the next moment an indescribable terrifying suction force erupted, suddenly centered around Lin Xian.
The target was directly aimed at the energy core of the filthy embodiment. Roar! The filthy embodiment let out a terrified and enraged roar.
It felt the threat of death.
The aura emanating from that chaotic whirlpool was far above it.
Countless tentacles frantically changed direction, abandoning all others, and attacked Lin Xian in an overwhelming manner, wanting to eradicate this threat completely.
Protect the Lord.
Asserting Tang's eyes widened as he desperately stood in front of Lin Xian, his bronze sword swirling like a tempest. The will of the elite soldiers. Gao Shan's spiritual body burned its essence, the spear light surged, forming a barrier.
The surviving soldiers with bloodshot eyes also formed a human wall with their bodies. Bang bang bang.
Tentacles fell like raindrops. Asserting spat blood and was sent flying. Gao Shan's spiritual body dimmed almost to extinction, and the soldiers suffered heavy casualties.
But their desperate resistance bought Lin Xian the most crucial moment. Now is the time.
The suction of the chaotic whirlpool enveloped the core of the filthy embodiment. That pure source of dark energy was forcibly stripped from the main body of the embodiment, like rivers flowing into the sea, transforming into a thick stream of black energy surging wildly into the chaotic whirlpool in Lin Xian's chest.
No!
The filthy embodiment let out a mournful wail, its massive form visibly becoming illusory and unstable.
Having lost its core energy, it began to collapse like a leaf without roots.
Meanwhile, Lin Xian was enduring unimaginable pain. A vast amount of violent filthy energy surged into the ancient jade. Even after the preliminary filtering and transformation by the ancient jade, the terrifying impact nearly ruptured his meridians and tore his soul apart. Blood flowed from his 7 orifices and countless cracks appeared on his body as if he would explode at any moment.
My lord!
Asserting struggled to rush over.
Don't come over.
Lin Xian rasped, working his powers to guide the transformed pure source energy to nourish himself while directing most of it into the inner world. In the inner world it was as if the heavens and earth were being opened. Chaotic energy surged and space expanded wildly.
50 cubic, 100 cubic, 200 cubic. The small pond of spiritual liquid in the center instantly transformed into a vast lake, the water displaying a chaotic hue brimming with vitality. The cracked golden lizard soul crystal was instantly melted and absorbed. The entire inner world underwent a qualitative transformation. Outside, the filthy embodiment completely collapsed, dissipating into a sea of black mist. The blood pool dried up and the whirlpool disappeared. The entire cave lay in ruins, with only a few remaining individuals in shock. The 3 ghostly elders stared dumbfounded at all this, looking at the young lord drenched in blood yet emanating a chilling aura, their eyes filled with disbelief and deep fear. They could not comprehend how one person could possibly devour such a terrifying existence. Lin Xian knelt on one knee, gasping heavily, feeling the surging power within him and the almost bursting pain. The ancient jade fell silent, clearly exhausted. However, the expansion of the inner world and the transformation of the spiritual liquid caused his strength to surge instantaneously, directly breaking through to the threshold of a level 9 lord. Moreover, he felt a vague understanding of that chaotic destructive rule. He lifted his head, his icy gaze sweeping across the 3 heavily injured ghostly elders. Now the tides of battle had turned. Inside the stone cave there was a deathly silence, only the lingering pungent smell from the dried blood pool and the swirling smoke. After the filthy avatar collapsed and dissipated, the suffocating pressure vanished, yet the air still retained the chaotic fluctuations from the clash of pure energy. Lin Xian knelt on one knee, gasping heavily, each breath accompanied by searing pain. Forcibly devouring and initially transforming the core energy of the filthy avatar brought a burden far beyond his imagination. His meridians felt as if they were torn apart and then forcibly stitched together, the qi in his dantian roiling restlessly as a vast and slightly violent new power rampaged within him, urgently needing guidance and stabilization. Yet his gaze was sharp as an eagle, firmly locking onto the 3 ghostly elders not far away who were still in shock and exuding feeble breaths. Asserting struggled to rise from the ground, drenched in blood, leaning on his broken bronze sword, staggering to protect Lin Xian despite being at the end of his strength. Gao Shan's spiritual body was dimmed to the point of being almost transparent, barely maintaining its form, hovering beside him with the spear still aimed at the enemy. The remaining 7 or 8 elite soldiers and Iron Eagle warriors supported each other, gathering to form the last line of defense, their eyes filled with determination. In contrast, the 3 ghostly elders were in a more tragic state. The leading elder, holding the fragments, had the half of the crystal ball in his hand completely reduced to powder from the recent energy impact, his breath chaotic, his black robe torn, blood constantly oozing from the corners of his mouth. The other 2 elders were also covered in wounds, one with an arm twisted unnaturally, the other with a charred palm print on his chest, clearly having paid a heavy price while resisting the filthy avatar. Both sides faced off, the atmosphere heavy and eerie.
The enemies who had just fought fiercely now found themselves in a temporary stalemate due to a common calamity.
But everyone understood that this fragile balance could be shattered at any moment. Cough cough.
Lin Shien suppressed the metallic taste in his throat and slowly straightened his body. With his movement an unstable yet vast aura naturally emanated, mingling with the newly born chaotic power and a hint of regal authority, causing the three ghostly elders to have their pupils constrict and feel a chill. They could sense that the strength of the young man before them had undergone earth-shattering changes after devouring that terrifying energy. "Three of you," Lin Shien spoke, his voice hoarse yet carrying an undeniable chill. "The current situation needs no further words from me. Is it a fight to the death letting us test this newfound power, or shall we talk?" The elder in the center had a face filled with fluctuating emotions, staring intently at Lin Shien as if trying to see through him. He could not comprehend how Lin Shien had achieved this, but the palpable sense of threat was undeniable. Their side was heavily injured, although the opponent also suffered greatly. The young man's state was peculiar and his morale was high. In a hard fight, even if they could win, it would surely be a Pyrrhic victory, and they might even perish together. More importantly, the earth-shaking anomaly would soon attract reinforcements from the Black Shaking Palace, but perhaps the reinforcements from Shien City would arrive first. Weighing the pros and cons, the cunning elder quickly made a decision. As long as the Green Mountains remain, there is no fear of not having firewood. "Oof. Kid, you do have some tricks up your sleeve." He snorted coldly, forcing himself to remain calm. "Today's affair counts as us losing. However, do you think that devouring the filthy essence will allow you to rest easy?" "Humph, the frenzied will and deathly aura contained within will eventually backfire and turn you into a demon. By then you won't need us to take action, you will perish on your own." "Well, that is not for you to worry about." Lin Xian's expression was impassive. "I only ask one question, is it war or peace?" The elder's eyelids twitched, taking a deep breath. Gritting his teeth, he said, "Let's call it a day for now. It's not suitable to linger here, we shall go our separate ways. However, kid, the Black Shaking Palace will not let you go. When the palace master arrives, it will be the day of Shien City's demise. Throwing out threats is the last dignity of a loser." Lin Xian sneered inwardly but did not expose it. His current state was indeed not good. He urgently needed a place to heal and digest his power, making it unnecessary to complicate matters at this moment. "In that case, you three may leave." Lin Xian stepped aside, clearing the path to the cave entrance, but the vigilance in his gaze did not diminish in the slightest. The three ghostly elders exchanged glances, seeing the humiliation and unwillingness in each other's eyes, but the situation was beyond their control. They said nothing, supporting each other, and staggered towards the cave entrance, their figures quickly disappearing into the dark passage. Only after sensing the complete departure of the three's presence did Lin Xian let out a deep breath, his body swaying as he almost fell, supported by Neishi Tang. "My lord." The others gathered around, their faces filled with concern. "It's nothing. The backlash of power needs immediate adjustment." Lin Xian waved his hand, forcing himself to say, "We cannot linger here. The people from the Black Shaking Palace may arrive at any moment. Neishi, tally the casualties and collect the spoils of war, especially those 8 bronze pillars and chains. They might be useful. General Gao Shun, your spiritual body is damaged. Return to the ancient jade for recuperation. In 1 incense stick's time we will leave immediately." "Understood." Everyone obeyed the order and began to act. The tally of results was heart-wrenching. 25 people had set off, and now, counting Lin Xian and Neishi Tang, only 11 remained, each bearing injuries, with the captain of the Iron Eagle warriors and several veteran soldiers forever left behind. However, the gains were immense. Not only had they destroyed an important stronghold of the Black Shaking Palace and interrupted their ritual, but those 8 bronze pillars used to bind the filthy avatar turned out to be some form of ancient sealing artifact made from a special material containing strange runes, while those broken chains still retained a powerful binding force. All of these were extremely valuable spoils of war. Lin Xian seized the time, sitting cross-legged, exerting his full strength to operate his cultivation method, guiding the violent energy within. In his inner world, the chaotic spiritual liquid lake surged violently, constantly washing and nourishing his meridians and soul, gradually erasing and purifying the frenzied will that lingered within the filthy essence. This process was painful and slow, but with each bit accomplished his control increased and his aura became more solid. After 1 incense stick's time, Lin Xian opened his eyes. Although his complexion remained pale, his gaze had regained clarity and the raging power within had been initially sorted out. He stood up, looking at the collected fragments of the bronze pillars and chains, waving his hand to store them all into the expanded inner world. "Let's go." The surviving squad supported each other and quickly retreated along the way they came. Along the path they encountered several waves of low-level disciples from the Black Shaking Palace who had come to investigate, but all were easily dealt with by Neishi Tang and his men. Exiting the mine, the sky outside was already nearing dawn. The squad dared not linger and rushed towards Shien City with all their might. Along the way, Lin Xian continued to digest the energy within while hastening. He felt that his lord level had completely stabilized at the early stage of level 9, his mental strength surging and his control over the inner world becoming more adept. More importantly, he had begun to develop a deeper understanding of the seemingly opposing yet fundamentally connected rules of chaos and purification. After this feast, the ancient jade, although temporarily quiet, seemed to have undergone an imperceptible enhancement in its essence, and its connection with him had grown closer. Days later, when the familiar and already repaired outline of the city walls of Shien City appeared on the horizon, the survivors finally breathed a sigh of relief. Zhuge Liang had long been waiting at the city gate with Xiao He and others. Seeing Lin Xian and the others return safely yet in disarray, especially feeling the transformative aura radiating from Lin Xian, Zhuge Liang lightly waved his feather fan, a glint of satisfaction and astonishment flashing in his eyes.
"Welcome back, my lord!" everyone shouted in unison.
Lin Xian nodded, sweeping his gaze across the faces filled with anticipation and reverence on the city walls, a surge of warmth and responsibility rising in his heart. This brush with death brought immense gains, but the challenges were only just beginning.
The Black Shaking Palace would not rest easy after this setback,
and he himself needed time to fully master the newfound power. Upon returning to the town hall, Lin Xian immediately issued orders. In this operation, all participating soldiers will be credited with special merit. For those who perish, triple compensation, their names engraved at the hall's entrance. General Naishi, General Gao Shun, and all the injured use the best medicine for treatment and ensure a speedy recovery. Military Advisor Mr. Xiao He. The detailed battle report will be submitted shortly.
The current priority is to strengthen defenses and prevent retaliation from the Black Shaking Palace.
At the same time, study the returned bronze pillars and chains to see if they can be used to enhance city defenses or forge artifacts. I need to enter seclusion for a few days to stabilize my realm thoroughly.
During this time, all matters will be decided jointly by the military advisor and Mr. Xiao He.
After making the arrangements, Lin Xian entered deep into the Hall of Heroes, utilizing the time barrier to begin his true seclusion. This journey to the Silent Mine was like a heavy hammer, shattering the original trajectory of Shien City's development and also opening the door to a broader world.
Devouring the filthy essence was a crisis, but also an unprecedented opportunity.
When Lin Xian emerged from seclusion, Shien City would surely welcome a true powerhouse capable of intimidating all. And the shadow of the Black Shaking Palace would undoubtedly face the most ferocious counterattack. The wheel of fate for Shien City, under the drive of new power, began to spin faster. In the time barrier, 7 days felt like nearly a month. When Lin Xian stepped out of the Hall of Heroes again, he had undergone a complete transformation. Dressed in dark robes, he stood tall and composed, his aura repressed, appearing no different from ordinary people. Yet his deep-set eyes seemed to contain a swirling chaos of stars, exuding a faint, imperceptible majesty that made it hard for others to look directly at him. During his seclusion, he not only completely refined the tainted source, transforming it into pure chaotic spiritual liquid, but also stabilized his inner world to an astonishing scale of 300 cubic meters. The spiritual liquid surged like a lake, and he seized the opportunity to break through to the peak of a level 9 lord, just a step away from a level 10 town-level lord peak. His understanding of the golden light of rules deepened. Although he could not actively utilize it yet, he could already integrate a trace of its essence into his own momentum and attacks, greatly enhancing their power.
"Welcome back, my lord."
Outside the hall, Zhuge Liang, Xiao He, and Naishi Tang, whose injuries were healed, had long been waiting.
Upon sensing the unfathomable aura emanating from Lin Xian, they all showed joy and bowed in respect.
Even Gao Shun's spirit body had solidified significantly, evidently benefiting from Lin Xian's breakthrough and the nourishment of the Hall of Heroes. "You have all worked hard." Lin Xian nodded, slightly scanning everyone. "What is the situation in the city during my seclusion?"
Xiao He stepped forward and reported, "My lord, everything is well in the city.
The city walls have been completely repaired and integrated with the captured bronze pillar fragments, greatly increasing their defensive power. The new recruits have trained effectively. Our total troop strength has been restored to 1,500 men, and their equipment has been completely renewed.
The trade routes with Liang City and the Qingmu clan have stabilized, and resources are becoming increasingly abundant.
However," he paused, his expression slightly grave, "in recent days the surrounding areas have been quite unsettled. According to various intelligence reports, the Haisha Palace has been very active in the vicinity of the Bloodblade Fortress, where large quantities of supplies and personnel are gathering, indicating signs of a major military operation.
Additionally, there are some spies from unknown forces lurking around Shien City, seemingly confirming your condition, my lord."
Lin Xian's eyes flashed with a cold light, confirming my condition. It seems the Haisha Palace is still harboring treacherous intentions, waiting for the news of my madness to strike.
Unfortunately for them, they will be disappointed.
Zhuge Liang lightly waved his feather fan and interjected, "My lord's emergence with a complete aura is the best response. However, the Haisha Palace has been preparing for a long time and is determined to succeed. Based on my calculations, they are likely to take action within the next 10 days. Moreover, this time it may not simply be a military attack, there may be more sinister methods involved."
"Let them come, I will meet them." Lin Xian said calmly yet with absolute confidence.
"Now our troops are well equipped, the city is fortified, and we have strategists at the helm. What is there to fear?" Send out the orders from this day forth. Shien City will enter a state of top-level combat readiness. General Nashi increased the scouts and closely monitor every move of the Bloodblade fortress. The Iron Eagle's piercing arrows must be fully equipped. This subordinate obeys. Nashi Tang clasped his fists in salute filled with fighting spirit. Report. At that moment a messenger rushed in. My lord, there is a merchant caravan outside the city requesting an audience flying the flag of the Emerald Alliance. The leader claims to be Qing He and says there is important business to discuss.
The Emerald Alliance. Qing He.
Lin Xian's heart stirred as he exchanged glances with Zhuge Liang. The arrival of this mysterious interregional trading alliance at this time, was it coincidence or something more significant? Please have them come to the conference hall, Lin Xian instructed. Moments later in the conference hall, Chang He appeared as astute and amiable as ever, but there was a hint of urgency in his demeanor that was not easily discernible. Upon seeing Lin Xian, a flicker of surprise passed through his eyes, clearly sensing the immense change in Lin Xian's aura, his attitude becoming even more respectful. Lord Lin, congratulations on your significant advancement in cultivation.
I have come uninvited because I have urgent news to share.
Cheng He got straight to the point, lowering his voice. Our alliance's trade routes span several domains, and we have recently received credible intelligence that the Haisha Palace has contacted the nether domain behind them, acquiring a small-scale nether ghost formation disk. This formation is incredibly sinister, capable of summoning ghost soldiers from the nether, eroding the souls of living beings, and is extremely difficult to deal with. The Haisha Palace intends to use this formation to conquer Shien City in one fell swoop.
The nether domain.
The nether ghost formation. Both Lin Xian and Zhuge Liang's expressions turned serious.
This was evidently a more advanced evil formation than the blood curse.
Qing He, why would your alliance share such critical intelligence with me? Lin Xian asked solemnly. There is no such thing as a free lunch in this world. Qing He sighed. To be honest, our Emerald Alliance has a long-standing grievance with the nether domain. If the Haisha Palace gains power and leverages their strength, it will inevitably squeeze our alliance's business in this area.
For both public and private reasons, we do not wish to see Shien City fall. Furthermore, he paused and took out an exquisite jade box.
This is a small token of goodwill from our alliance, 3 calming heart soul guarding jades. Wearing them can resist some soul attacks and has certain restraining effects against nether ghost energy.
We hope it can assist you, my lord.
Lin Xian accepted the jade box, feeling the warm and peaceful energy within, nodding. Thank you, Qing He, for your timely assistance.
This favor I shall remember. Do you have more information about the nether ghost formation?
Qing He, seeing Lin Xian accepted, breathed a sigh of relief and elaborated. It is said that the formation disk requires a large number of souls in extremely dark places as a catalyst to activate.
The ghost soldiers it conjures are both real and illusory. Physical attacks are very ineffective against them.
Only forces imbued with the purest yang or powerful soul attacks as well as purification methods can counter them. At the formation's eye there must be a ghost general presiding over it. The key to breaking the formation lies in swiftly killing the ghost general and destroying the formation disk. After discussing for a while, they sent Qing He away and the atmosphere in the conference hall turned serious. The nether ghost formation.
This formation is indeed troublesome. Zhuge Liang said, his brows slightly furrowed.
In our army there are very few who are adept at soul attacks and purification. Although the golden light of rules your lord wields is their nemesis, its range is limited and may struggle to cover the entire battlefield. Lin Xian pondered for a moment, a hint of determination flashing in his eyes. It seems we cannot simply wait and die.
We must disrupt their deployment before the nether ghost formation is completed. Even. Strike preemptively.
He walked to the sand table and pointed towards the direction of the Bloodblade fortress. The Haisha Palace intends to set up a large formation, and the required souls in extremely dark places are exactly what the old site of the Bloodblade fortress offers. Their main force gathering and the transportation of the formation disk must leave traces. General Nashi increased the elite scouts and spare no effort to ascertain the specific location and timing of their formation deployment. Military advisor, immediately contact Liyang City and the Qingmu clan to share this intelligence, outlining the benefits and risks, to see if we can act together, at least to create pressure behind the Haisha Palace and restrict their military strength. Shall he continue to strengthen the defenses in the city, especially regarding soul defense preparations? We should stock up on talismans to ward off evil and calming incense and other items. General Gao Shan, come with me to select 100 loyal and powerful troops for secret training, preparing for
a decapitation operation.
Everyone was invigorated by his words.
The Lord is going to take the initiative. My lord, although this plan is risky, it is indeed a good strategy to break the deadlock.
Zhuge Liang's eyes sparkled with wisdom. I can deduce the optimal position for their formation and set up an ambush plan.
The Qingmu clan is adept at natural purification, which may counter the ghost energy. Liyang City's methods of pure yang and rigidity are also nemesis to ghostly beings.
If we gain the support of the two parties, our chances of victory could increase by 30%.
Good. There is no time to lose, let's act immediately.
Lin Shien decisively concluded. The war machine of Shien City began to operate at high speed once again, but this time it was no longer passive defense but sharpening its claws, preparing to pounce on its prey like a fierce tiger.
5 days later, intelligence began to flow back.
The Haisha Palace indeed chose to lay the Nether Ghost Formation in a place called Soul Burial Valley, where dark energy gathers near the old site of the Bloodblade Fortress, expected to activate on the night of the full moon 3 days later when the dark energy is at its peak.
Both Liang City and the Qingmu clan expressed their willingness to send troops for support after receiving and confirming the intelligence.
Liang City will dispatch a Liang guard of 500 men led by Yin Feng to attack the flank of the Bloodblade Fortress. The Qingmu clan will send the High Priest Muin leading 200 nature priests and tree demons to set up purification barriers around Soul Burial Valley to disrupt the large formation.
Everything is ready, all that is left is the right moment.
On the eve of the expedition, Lin Shien climbed to the highest point of the city wall, gazing toward the direction of Soul Burial Valley, his eyes deep and contemplative. This battle will determine the life and death of Shien City, and it will also be a pivotal moment for him to truly shine on the battlefield of myriad worlds. He caressed the warm ancient jade in his arms, feeling the overwhelming power within his inner world.
This time he would no longer hide. Haisha Palace Nether Domain. Come.
Let this Soul Burial Valley become your burial ground. The night wind howled, stirring his robes as a chilling, killing intent surged upwards. A new storm had already arrived.
3 days slipped away in the blink of an eye.
The full moon night arrived as expected. Pale moonlight spilled over the desolate ridges, bathing Zhonghuan Valley in an otherworldly spectral glow. The valley yawned like a gourd, a narrow mouth but an unexpectedly vast interior that never saw sunlight. Heavy yin qi clung to the air, nameless bleached bones lay scattered across the ground, and the atmosphere reeked of rot and sulfur. Deep within the valley, a macabre altar of bleached bones and obsidian-like crystals had taken shape. The altar rose 3 zhang high in the form of a 6-pointed star. At its center hovered a black, perpetually rotating array disk suffused with dense nether qi, the small Yuming ghost array disk. Around the disk stood 9 soul-summoning banners, their cloths writhing with countless twisted specter forms that howled and struggled. Beneath the altar lay a vast blood pool where hundreds of recently dead corpses, many prisoners from Shuaran Fort or villagers seized nearby, floated, their vital blood being slowly siphoned away by the array to fuel its activation. 3 Guisha elders stood at 3 corners of the altar, chanting incantations and pouring their own sinister yin energies into the disk. Around them, over 2,000 elite Guisha guards of the Haisha Palace and the controlled remnants of Shuaran Fort's soldiers stood packed in ranks, eyes alight with fanatical fervor as they guarded the altar.
Farther off, enslaved glassy-eyed zombies and skeletal soldiers roamed in a dull procession. The hour approaches. At the midnight hour, the yin qi reaches its peak, then we will activate the Great Array. When that time comes, countless ghost soldiers will descend and Shien City will fall in an instant. The central Guisha elder, one of the survivors from the mine, gleamed with cruelty and eager anticipation. They did not know that Death's gaze had already locked onto them from the dark. Hidden along the ridges and dense woods flanking the valley entrance, the Shien City allied forces had taken position in silence. Lin Shien wore shadow leather armor that blended him into the surroundings. His eyes were keen as an eagle's as he surveyed the scene below. At his left stood Nei Asserting with 50 of his most elite assault death warriors, each having swallowed elixirs to temporarily awaken latent potential. To his right, Gao Shan had bound a spiritual archer to his beam, commanding 20 Iron Eagle sharpshooters wielding specially crafted poxy crossbows. Further away, 500 Liang guards of Liang City led by Yin Feng crouched hidden at the opposite mouth of the valley like coiled flames ready to surge. And Muan, high priest of the Qingmu tribe, led his nature priests to discreetly plant natural purification totems at several leyline nodes around the valley's perimeter. The strategist's calculations were flawless. The ghost array is indeed set here, Lin Shien said softly, his words transmitted into the ears of the allied leaders through a special talisman. As planned, when the array reaches its critical phase and the energy fluctuations peak, that will be our moment to strike. The Liang guards will smash the valley entrance to sow chaos and draw the main force's attention. The Qingmu tribe will immediately activate the purification totems to suppress the nether qi. Nei Asserting's assault and the Taiyin sharpshooters will follow me straight to the altar to slay the ghost general and destroy the array. Understood.
The leaders replied in unison, their resolve hardening. Seconds ticked away and the nether qi within the valley thickened. The array disk spun faster, the blood in the pool visibly ebbed, the soul-summoning banners fluttered, and the specter's wails grew more piercing.
The midnight hour drew near. Now, strike.
Lin Xian's eyes flashed with cold light as he gave the order.
Whist.
An arrow shrieked through the night, a piercing signal of assault.
Liang guards. With me. Burn away the evil.
At the other mouth of the valley, Yin Feng roared and surged forward, a torrent of scorching battle qi erupting from him like a living torch as he charged the Guisha sentries at the entrance.
500 Liang guards shouted as one, overflowing like a river of flame that shattered the hastily formed Guisha defensive line into tatters. Enemy attack. It's Liang City. Stop them. Chaos erupted in the valley as large numbers of Guisha guards and Shuaran soldiers were drawn toward the entrance.
Almost simultaneously several gentle columns of green light burst up from the valley's rim.
Mu'en intoned ancient hymns to nature. The purification totems awakened and a jade-green halo spread outward.
Where its light passed, the nether chi dissolved like frost beneath sun, its strength markedly diminished.
The wandering low-level zombies and skeletal troops slowed, then began to collapse into dust.
What is this?
The Qingmu tribe's purification magic. Quick, accelerate the array.
The Guisha elder on the altar cried in alarm, frantically forcing more power into the formation. At the instant, the valley bristled with internal and external assault, and the enemy's formation faltered.
Assault and die. No retreat. Lin Shien bellowed and leapt like lightning from the ridge, aiming straight for the altar. Asserting led his 50 death warriors in a conical charging formation like blades unsheathed, closely following him.
Gao Shan manned the high ground with the spirit-imbued archer. The poxy crossbows spat bolts like precise kisses of death, picking off Guisha captains, and the mages manipulating the soul-summoning banners.
Hold them back. A Guisha elder barked.
Hundreds of elite guards stationed around the altar surged forward to stem the sudden dagger-like thrust.
Those who stand in my way shall die.
Lin Shien drew his long sword. The sword she swelled, not merely a keen edge but an essence of chaos tempered by purification.
Where the blade passed, the Guisha guard's sinister protective auras tore like paper.
Those struck by the sword were not only sundered in body, their souls let out agonized shrieks as they were instantly purified and dispersed. Alone with his sword, he cleaved a living breach through the enemy ranks.
Asserting and his death warriors followed in a storm of blades, fearless and relentless, widening the gap with brutal efficiency. Gao Shan's bolts were unerringly exact, each finding the enemy's weakest point, disrupting spellcasters or felling commanders with lethal precision.
Boldness. The central Guisha elder atop the altar was equal parts enraged and stunned as Lin Shien and his comrades cut relentlessly toward the disc, now less than 100 paces away. He bit his tongue and spat blood onto the array disc.
You mean Ghost Gate open? Hum. The disc convulsed violently.
A pitch-black column braided with countless spectral hands erupted from its center and punched toward the moonlit sky. At the column's apex, space warped, a vast indistinct gate of bones and wailing spirits slowly began to yawn open. From beyond came the hair-raising chorus of ghosts, as if countless fiends were poised to cross worlds.
The Yuming Ghost Gate was about to split wide. We cannot let it complete.
Lin Xian's eyes bared white. He quickened his pace, chaotic spiritual fluid boiling within him as golden rule light gathered at his blade's tip.
The Ghost General manifests. Protect the array.
Another Guisha elder roared, hurling a soul banner into the altar with vicious force. On the banner's cloth, a monstrous specter coalesced, 3 zhang tall, face a jade-blue snarl with fangs clad in black bone armor and brandishing a colossal ghost head cleaver, the Ghost General exuding a terror comparable to high-ranked war spirits. It swung its cleaver, a wind that tore at the soul itself, and bore down hard on Lin Shien, who led the vanguard. A Ghost General blocked the way, and behind it the Ghost Gate would open. The situation teetered on the brink of calamity.
Lord, take care. Asserting roared, thrusting his spear to interpose. Let me handle this.
Lin Shien answered, fear nowhere in his gaze, only raging battle fervor. He intended to test this newly born power, to see if it could sever demons and dispel evil. Chaos cleave the heavens, golden light shatter the malignant. Slash. Man and sword became one as Lin Shien transformed into a dazzling streak of interwoven gold and black, meeting the Ghost General's blade Hedon.
Boo!
The elemental clash of supreme yon golden radiance and the darkest nether chi detonated like water meeting flame, erupting into a cataclysmic roar and an energy storm.
Zhanghuan Valley itself trembled.
At that instant, the climax of the battle detonated with thunderous force.
Boo! The intertwining golden black sword aura clashed violently with the ghastly green ghostly blade light.
There was no crisp sound of metal striking, only the dull roar of energy wildly annihilating. The blinding light erupted, illuminating half the valley as if it were daylight. The rule of golden light, embodying utmost yang and rigidity, was the natural nemesis of the ghostly energy. Lin Xian's sword aura pierced through like a heated dagger into butter, shattering and purifying the Ghost General's blade light with unstoppable force. The Ghost General let out a furious roar, its massive spiritual body shaking violently, becoming increasingly ethereal. However, the Ghost General was the core of the Yin Ming Ghost formation, its power comparable to a high-ranking battle general, and it occupied advantageous terrain, continuously drawing upon ghostly energy. It fought fearlessly, swinging its arms as the ghostly blade swirled with countless ghost flames, once again lunging forward, barely resisting the advance of the sword aura, falling into a stalemate.
My lord! We come to assist you.
Nishi Tang roared angrily, leading the valiant soldiers to thrust in like a dagger, desperately attacking the Ghost General's lower and side flanks to relieve Lin Xian's pressure. The crossbow bolts controlled by Gao Shan followed closely, accurately targeting the Ghost General's eye sockets, joints, and other vital points. Although they could not deliver fatal blows, they greatly disrupted its movements.
Activate the formation with all our might. The ghost gate must be opened. On the altar, the central ghostly elder's face twisted as he frantically activated the formation plate.
The other two elders also spat out essence blood to empower the formation. The floating phantom of the Ming ghost gate grew more solid, with more ghostly claws stretching out from the gap, their wailing nearly tearing the eardrums asunder. The entire valley's energy surged towards the ghost gate like a tidal wave.
Muwen, the great priest.
Suppress the ghost gate. Shien ordered urgently through a sound transmission talisman while battling the ghost general. On the outskirts of the valley, Muwen, the great priest, hair and beard standing on end, thrust his natural staff into the ground. All the Qingmu tribe priests chanted in unison, the purifying totem radiating a brilliant green light attempting to envelop the ghost gate. The light net clashed violently with the Ming ghost energy, emitting a corrosive hissing sound. Although it temporarily slowed the opening of the ghost gate, it could not completely halt it.
Liaoyang guards.
Charge the altar.
Interrupt the spellcasting.
From the valley entrance, Yen Feng, drenched in blood, led the Liaoyang guards like a whirlwind of flames, having breached the first line of defense, rushing towards the altar. However, they were entangled by the ghostly guards, who outnumbered them several times, making slow progress. The battlefield fell into a deadlock. Lives were lost with every passing second. The valiant soldiers continuously suffered casualties under the ghost general's counterattacks and the ghostly guard's siege. Each step forward for the Liaoyang guards came at a heavy cost. The Qingmu priests appeared pale, clearly exhausted from maintaining the purifying barrier. The stalemate must be broken quickly. Xian's thoughts raced, a flash of determination crossing his eyes.
There was no time to hold back. General Gao Shun. Buy me 3 breaths of time.
Xian shouted fiercely, suddenly retracting and igniting the chaotic spiritual liquid stored in the ancient jade with wild abandon. He needed to harness the rule of golden light and forcibly draw upon the vast primordial chaotic power from within, delivering an overwhelmingly powerful strike. The will of the valiant soldiers. Protect my lord. Neishi Tang's eyes widened in fury as he led the remaining valiant soldiers to form a human wall, bracing against the ghost general's attacks, instantly suffering heavy casualties. Gao Shun's spiritual body detached from its host, burning its essence, transforming into a radiant spear light that pierced toward the ghost general's face, forcing it to block with its blade.
3 breaths of time are fleeting.
Xian hovered in midair, gripping his sword with both hands raised above his head. Within the inner world, the chaotic spiritual liquid lake boiled, and vast energy surged like a flood, pouring into his limbs and reinvigorating the sword. The ancient jade trembled violently, the thread of golden rule light being pushed to its limits, merging with the chaotic power, condensing at the sword tip into a walnut-sized dark golden sphere exuding a destructive aura. The space around the sphere began to warp slightly. This strike would drain more than half his strength.
But it must succeed. Chaos. Open the heavenly tribulation.
Xian roared hoarsely, his long sword slicing down ferociously. The dark golden sphere detached from the sword tip, initially moving slowly, then transforming into a lightning bolt of gold and black that tore through the void, disregarding spatial distance, instantaneously crossing 100 steps to strike accurately at the core of the Ming ghost formation, the rotating black formation plate.
Time seemed to freeze at that moment. The next instant, buzz. Rumble. An indescribable deafening explosion erupted.
At the moment the dark golden sphere struck the formation plate, it first contracted to an extreme as if it swallowed all light and sound, then suddenly expanded and exploded. The golden rule light and chaotic power perfectly merged into a destructive purifying storm, sweeping across the entire altar.
Crack. Boom.
The Ming ghost formation's core plate let out a mournful cry under the overwhelming pressure, its surface instantly covered in cracks before shattering with a thunderous explosion. It disintegrated into countless fine particles.
No. The 3 ghostly elders, as if suffering a heavy blow, simultaneously spat out mouthfuls of black blood, their auras plummeting.
Following that, the explosive storm surged forth. The ghost general, which had just formed, let out a piercing scream filled with unwillingness and fear, rapidly dissolving under the purification of the golden rule light like ice melting in sunlight. The 9 soul-collecting banners exploded simultaneously. The blood pool below evaporated and dried up in an instant. Meanwhile, the ghost gate that was about to open lost its energy support from the formation plate and was struck by the purifying storm, emitting a sound of distortion that made one's teeth ache. The ghostly claws on the door broke and dissipated the door's phantom, flickering violently, and ultimately with a loud bang it exploded into a myriad of black mist, rapidly dissipating within the purifying storm. The ghost formation was broken.
We succeeded.
Neishi Tang shouted excitedly as he looked at the dissipating ghost general and the collapsing altar.
The remaining valiant soldiers cheered for their survival.
The ghost formation has been broken.
Kill them.
Seeing this, Yen Feng at the valley entrance was invigorated, and the Liaoyang guards surged forward like a tide. Purifying light enveloped the valley. Muwen the great priest sighed in relief, fully activating the totem, the emerald light completely suppressing the residual energy. Lin Shien fell from midair kneeling on one knee, his face as pale as paper, his aura waning. That previous strike had nearly drained all his power. But in his eyes there was a glow of victory.
We won. We have won.
He gazed at the crumbling altar and the disbanded Blackshaw Palace army, a surge of pride swelling within him. Shien City had once again thwarted the schemes of a formidable enemy through its own strength. However, just when everyone thought the situation was settled, an unexpected change occurred. At the center of the altar explosion, where the formation plate had been a fine crack, suddenly opened in the void. A terrifying will far purer and colder than that of the Ghost General swept across the entire scene like a cold poisonous snake in an instant. Simultaneously, a voice filled with endless malice and majesty echoed directly in the depths of everyone's soul. Lance,
dare to destroy my formation base? I shall remember your auras.
When my true form descends, I will ensure this realm
leaves no one alive.
As the voice faded, the crack sealed and that terrifying will disappeared as well.
Yet the entire valley fell into a profound silence.
Everyone felt a chill rising from the depths of their souls.
That was the mark of a true powerhouse from the Yin Ming domain.
They had been targeted by an unfathomable and terrifying existence. Lin Shien slowly stood up, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, gazing at the void where the will had vanished, his expression cold and resolute.
The Yin Ming domain. So what?
If you wish to annihilate Shien City, be prepared to lose all your teeth. The Battle of the Burial Soul Valley ended with a Pyrrhic victory for the Allied forces. But an even greater storm was brewing on the horizon. The journey of Shien City had only just begun. The grim victory of the battle at the Valley of Souls was akin to a giant stone thrown into the deep waters of Shien City, sending ripples that quickly spread throughout the entire region. The coalition forces of Shien City achieved a remarkable victory against the odds, shattering the plots of the Black Shaman Palace, inflicting heavy losses on its main forces and even forcing the strongmen of the underworld domain to issue threats from afar, with the news spreading through various channels.
The name of Shien City was no longer that of a fledgling force in a remote corner, but rather a true contender on the regional chessboard, evoking both respect and envy. Half a month after the battle, Shien City was bustling yet solemn. A new tablet was added to the Hall of Heroes, and the soldiers who perished in the valley were solemnly buried, with generous compensation provided, and the whole city donned white mourning attire for 3 days. The crumbling city walls were reinforced once again, this time incorporating fragments of the captured underworld ghost formation in bronze chains imbued with binding power, inscribed with purification runes by Zhuge Liang himself, making the new walls not only indestructible but also highly resistant to dark energy, subtly radiating an aura of inviolable righteousness. After a period of seclusion and recuperation, Lin Shien not only fully restored his energy but also stabilized his cultivation at the peak of level 9, having drawn upon the chaotic rules during extreme combat, enhancing his control over the internal and external forces of heaven and earth. The lingering threat from the underworld power, like a sword hanging overhead, only ignited a stronger fighting spirit within him. In the town hall, a post-battle summary and strategic meeting were underway. The atmosphere was heavier than before.
Although we won this battle, it was a Pyrrhic victory, Shao, he said, his face somber as he presented a report. Our elite forces suffered nearly 30% losses, and the Liang Guards and Qingshu clan reinforcements also faced casualties. The consumption of supplies was enormous, especially the stock of anti-demon arrows and medicinal pills, which were nearly depleted. However, the gains were substantial: fragments of the underworld ghost formation, standard equipment of the ghostly guards, some remnants of underworld domain techniques, and most importantly, he paused, taking out a black compass the size of a palm, its edges charred yet still emanating faint spatial fluctuations. This was found in the ruins of the formation's core, suspected to be a positioning or communication compass of the underworld domain. Zhuge Liang took the compass, lightly brushing it with his feather fan, his expression grave. This object has a sophisticated structure and contains underworld laws. Although damaged, its core runes remain intact. I can attempt to decipher it, which may allow us to glimpse some traces of the underworld domain's activities in this realm, or even reverse track them.
Thank you, strategist. Lin Shien nodded, his gaze sharp.
The grudge with the underworld domain has been established, and its threat far surpasses that of the Black Shaman Palace.
We cannot sit idly by.
Our current priorities are threefold: first, recuperate and restore our strength; second, forge alliances to jointly resist powerful foes; third, take the initiative to uncover the true intentions and weaknesses of the underworld domain in this realm.
You speak correctly, my lord, Neishi Tang interjected.
After this battle, the Liang City and Qingshu clan have formed a blood alliance with our city, solidifying our relationship. The urgent task now is to consolidate this alliance and deepen our cooperation. Additionally, we could leverage the Emerald Alliance's channels to reach out to distant forces.
The Emerald Alliance.
Lin Shien mused for a moment. The steward Qinghe has previously shown goodwill, offering timely assistance.
This kindness should be noted.
Perhaps it is time to engage in deeper cooperation with them. Just as they were discussing, a personal guard reported, Lord, the steward of the Emerald Alliance Qinghe is seeking an audience outside, claiming to have important matters to discuss.
Lin Shien exchanged glances with Zhuge Liang, both recognizing the significance in each other's eyes.
Please let him in. Steward Qinghe entered the hall briskly, wearing his usual friendly smile, though his eyes now held a seriousness not previously seen. He clasped his hands and said, "Congratulations, Lord Lin, on your latest victory. The reputation of Shien City has now spread across several surrounding domains. I have come this time to represent the Alliance to express our congratulations and admiration for your city's successful defense against the underworld's dark arts. Additionally, I am here on behalf of the Elder Council to discuss a matter of great importance concerning the safety of this realm with Lord Lin."
"Oh.
A matter concerning the safety of this realm." Lin Shien narrowed his eyes.
"Please speak, Steward Qinghe."
King's expression became serious as he said, "Do you know why the underworld domain is so interested in this remote realm?" Lin Shien shook his head.
"I would like to hear the details."
According to the records in our Alliance's secret texts and corroborated by various recent intelligence, the underworld domain is infiltrating this realm on a large scale. Their true purpose is not merely to expand their influence but to search for a fragment of a sacred artifact, the Hall of Reincarnation, that was lost in ancient times. The fragment of the Hall of Reincarnation. Lin Xian's heart stirred as he recalled the abnormality of the ancient jade, though he maintained an impassive demeanor.
Indeed.
It is said that the Hall of Reincarnation is the supreme artifact that governs the cycle of all things shattered during the ancient divine war, with fragments scattered across countless realms.
Obtaining one would allow glimpses into the secrets of reincarnation, control over certain laws of life and death, and even open a path to the very source of the underworld.
King's tone was grave. If the underworld domain can gather all the fragments and reconstruct the Hall of Reincarnation, their power will surge, possibly even overturning the existing order of certain realms. According to scattered clues, one of the fragments is highly likely hidden in this area known as the Abandoned Land.
Abandoned Land.
Lin Shien recalled the area code 114514. Could it be that this was not a random designation? He suppressed the turmoil within and asked, "Why is your alliance revealing this to us?" "Our Emerald Alliance is founded on commerce, pursuing balance and order. We do not wish to see the underworld domain dominate and bring suffering to the living. Therefore, the Elder Council has decided to formally invite Shien City to join the Spark Alliance initiated by our alliance, aimed at countering the infiltration of the underworld domain. Within the alliance, various forces share information resources and military support to resist the underworld."
The Spark Alliance.
Lin Shien quickly weighed the implications in his mind. Joining the alliance would mean gaining access to a broader network of information resource channels and potential allies, but it would also formally place them in opposition to the underworld domain, posing significant risks. What factions are already members of the alliance?
What are the rights and obligations? Zhuge Liang asked on behalf of Lin Shien a crucial inquiry.
Currently, 3 large and medium-sized forces, including our Emerald Alliance, have secretly joined, all with grievances or conflicts of interest against the underworld domain. The specific list can only be disclosed after Lord Lin's agreement. Qinghe replied, "As for rights, members can share the Alliance's intelligence database, trade strategic materials at discounted prices, and request support from allied forces when facing attacks from the underworld domain. Obligations include regularly providing intelligence from one's region, offering necessary aid when allies request assistance based on one's capacity, and adhering to the strategies against the underworld agreed upon by the Alliance."
The conditions sound quite reasonable without any coercive binding terms.
Lin Shien looked at Zhuge Liang, who nodded slightly, signaling that he had made a decision. Shien City needed external support, needed to break free from the narrow vision of this region, and the threat from the underworld domain was real and unavoidable. "We are honored by your alliance's regard." Lin Shien stood up, his expression solemn. "The underworld domain's vile acts are intolerable to us. Shien City is willing to join the Spark Alliance and contribute to the defense of this realm."
"Excellent.
Lord Lin is truly wise," Qinghe exclaimed with great joy, taking out a jade talisman radiating soft starlight.
"This is the Alliance's token, the Spark Talisman.
With this you can communicate with the Alliance's internal information platform, and it serves as proof of identity. Detailed rules and contact methods are all contained within. Additionally, as a welcoming gift, the Alliance will provide a batch of urgently needed healing pills, spirit stones, and 3 blueprints for constructing small-scale long-distance teleportation arrays to assist your city in strengthening defenses and communication."
Small-scale teleportation array blueprints. This is a strategic-level asset.
Lin Xian's heart stirred as he accepted the talisman and storage bag, saying, "Thank you for your generous gifts.
Shien City will not disappoint your expectations."
After sending Qinghe off, Lin Xian immediately began to refine the Spark Talisman. As his mind sank into it, a vast information interface appeared before him, containing an introduction to the Alliance member region, some anonymously contribution exchange lists, and a real-time communication channel. Though the channel's information was limited at present, it undoubtedly opened a door to a broader world.
"Strategist, what do you think?" Lin Shien asked.
Disaster and fortune are intertwined, however the benefits outweigh the drawbacks, Zhuge Liang replied, lightly waving his feather fan. With this ally our city is no longer fighting alone, we can leverage their strength to break free from this predicament. However, we must also be wary of internal strife within the alliance and maintain our independence. The urgent task is to utilize the alliance's resources to accelerate our development and quickly uncover the secrets of that underworld compass.
Lin Shien nodded, his gaze resolute. Send out orders.
From this day forward, Shien City will enter a period of rapid development.
Prioritize research on the teleportation array and establish a fast passage with Liang City and the Qingshu clan.
Increase resource extraction and military training efforts.
General Nashi, you are fully responsible for the recruitment and training of new soldiers. The standards can be raised even higher. Mr.
Shall he oversee domestic affairs and we can further expand trade with the Emerald Alliance?
We will comply.
With the orders given, the war machine of Shien City roared with renewed vigor after absorbing new fuel and setting grander goals. Outside the city the mines were brightly lit, the newly built workshops were ringing with sounds and the training grounds echoed with the sounds of battle. Lin Shien meanwhile held the damaged underworld compass, entering the quiet chamber deep within the Hall of Heroes with Zhuge Liang.
The underworld domain's search for the fragments of the Hall of Reincarnation was like a magnet drawing him in. He had a strong premonition that this fragment might hold some undisclosed connection to his ancient jade. And unraveling this mystery might be the key to addressing the threat from the underworld domain and even to the true rise of Shien City. The spark has ignited and the alliance has been established. Joining the Starfire Alliance injected new vitality into the battleship of Shien City, which had just weathered the storm, steering it toward broader oceans. With the support of the alliance's information platform and resources, Shien City's development entered a fast lane. The primary task was to construct a small-scale long-range teleportation array.
Zhuge Liang personally led the team, gathering the best array masters and craftsmen in the city to select a site at a square where an energy node converged next to the Hall of Heroic Spirits. The materials provided by the Emerald Alliance were of exceptionally high quality, supplemented by the azure pattern copper mined by Shien City and a small amount of soul crystals for energy guidance, making the construction process exceptionally smooth. Half a month later, a teleportation array with a diameter of 5 meters embedded with soul crystal runes on a base of azure pattern copper and surrounded by 4 energy pillars was officially completed. At the moment the array was completed, radiance soared into the sky and spatial fluctuations rippled, successfully resonating and connecting with the coordinates of the Sunfire City and the Qingmu tribe provided by the Alliance.
During the first test, Lin Shien personally stepped into the array.
A flash of light passed and in the next moment he appeared in the teleportation square of Sunfire City, filled with a scorching atmosphere. The Lord of Sunfire City, Lai Woyo, who had been waiting, greeted him with a hearty laugh and patted his shoulder vigorously. Good.
Brother Lin.
With this array in place our two cities will be as inseparable as lips and teeth.
Should the underworld dare to invade, they will have no way back.
A short incense stick later, Lin Shien arrived at the vibrant treetop city of the Qingmu tribe through the teleportation array, finalizing regular exchanges and joint exercises with High Priest Muen. The connection of the teleportation array was of profound significance. It greatly shortened the spatial distance, allowing the three-way alliance to truly form a rapid response strategic whole, enhancing resource sharing and troop deployment efficiency. Thus Shien City's strategic position received a qualitative enhancement.
Meanwhile, internal development was also in full swing.
Utilizing a large amount of spirit stones and rare metals exchanged with points from the Starfire Alliance, Shien City's military-industrial system was upgraded. After Zhuge Liang optimized the manufacturing blueprint for the armor-piercing crossbow, the blacksmith shop successfully mass-produced a more powerful version, the Shien Steel armor-piercing crossbow, prioritizing equipping the Iron Eagle sharpshooters. Under the nurturing of the Qingmu spirit water and natural spells, the medicinal garden expanded several times, capable of mass-producing efficient healing potions, and even began attempting to cultivate low-level spirit plants. On the military front, under the rigorous training of Neishi Tang and the tactical guidance of Gao Shan, whose spiritual body was now stabilized, the new recruits rapidly grew, with the size of the Vanguard and Iron Eagle sharpshooters recovering and slightly exceeding preconditions, achieving a total force of 2,000, well-equipped and high morale. However, beneath the calm surface, undercurrents had never ceased. Zhuge Liang spent most of his time immersed in the secret chamber deep within the town government hall, dedicating all his efforts to deciphering the damaged underworld compass. This compass had an incredibly complex structure containing enigmatic underworld laws. Even with Zhuge Liang's abilities, progress was rather slow. Yet it was not entirely without gains. My lord, one day Zhuge Liang invited Lin Shien to the secret chamber, pointing at an extremely fine crack in the core of the compass. I have been running simulations for days and discovered that this compass, aside from positioning and communication, also hides a very obscure marking function at its core. The Black Fiend Palace. Or rather, the underworld behind it may have left spatial coordinate markers at multiple key nodes in this world through similar compasses. He unfolded a map of the area drawn based on the compass information and combined with intelligence from the Starfire Alliance marking several blinking red dots. These marked points seem randomly distributed but if connected by array trajectories. Their center subtly points to the southeast of Shien City deep within the meteorite mountain range about 3,000 miles away. There it is highly likely that the underworld has an important stronghold in this world and even
might be related to the search for the fragments of the reincarnation hall. 3,000 miles. This far exceeds Shien City's current practical control range, representing a true unknown territory. However, this news undoubtedly indicated a direction for proactive action.
Additionally, Zhuge Liang added solemnly, through channels of the Starfire Alliance I learned that several nearby areas have recently experienced small-scale population disappearances and abnormal geological events with methods identical to those previously used by the Black Fiend Palace to contaminate the land. The underworld's movements are accelerating.
The Alliance internally assesses that they may be planning a large-scale operation.
Lin Xian gazed at the distant red dot on the map, his expression deep.
Passive defense is not a long-term solution. Only by actively uncovering the enemy's conspiracy can we seize the initiative. Can we use this compass to reverse track or monitor the movements in the meteorite mountain range?
I can attempt to enhance the array with the compass combined with the communication capabilities of the Starfire Talisman for long-distance sensing. However, at such a great distance the information will inevitably be vague and intermittent, and there are significant risks of being detected by the other side. Zhuge Liang pondered. Risk and opportunity coexist, Lin Xian said resolutely. I leave this matter entirely to the strategist. Whatever resources you need, feel free to mobilize.
We must know what the underworld is doing in the meteorite mountain range. Understood, Zhuge Liang replied.
At the same time that Shien City was intensifying its efforts to enhance its strength and scout enemy conditions, the external environment was subtly changing. The internal channels of the Starfire Alliance gradually became active, not only with resource trading and information sharing but also with the emergence of mission delegations and suggestions for joint actions. Some anonymous members expressed curiosity about Shien City as a new member, and there were tentative contacts. Lin Xian instructed Xiao He to respond cautiously, focusing on accumulating contributions and enhancing strength without easily getting involved in internal disputes of the alliance. However, the tree wants to be still, but the wind does not cease. One day, while Lin Xian was utilizing the time barrier to accelerate his comprehension of the laws of golden light, he suddenly felt a stirring in his heart and received an urgent message from Zhuge Liang via the Starfire Talisman. My lord, there is a situation. We have just intercepted a very brief encrypted underworld fluctuation from the direction of the meteorite mountain range.
Preliminary deciphering of its content reveals key information. Sacrifices have been
on the night of the lunar eclipse.
Guiding souls back to position. Guiding souls back to position. Lin Xian's pupils constricted.
He immediately remembered that Qing He had mentioned the underworld search for the fragments of the reincarnation hall, which might require specific rituals and a large number of souls as sacrifices. This information combined with the recent disappearances pointed to a terrifying conspiracy. The underworld may be preparing for a large-scale summoning or sealing ceremony, and the timing may coincide with the next lunar eclipse night. According to celestial calculations, only 1 month remains until the next lunar eclipse.
Is the information reliable? Can it pinpoint the specific location? Lin Xian pressed.
The fluctuation was too brief to accurately locate, but the general direction is in the Black Wind Canyon area of the meteorite mountain range.
The information's credibility is over 70%. Zhuge Liang replied. 70%.
This is enough to raise the highest alert. If the underworld successfully holds the ceremony, regardless of what monsters they summon or if they release the fragments of the reincarnation hall, it will be a catastrophic disaster for the entire region.
The Starfire Alliance will never stand idly by.
Indeed, moments later the urgent mission channel of the Starfire Alliance lit up with piercing red light, and a message for a Class A emergency mission directly issued by the Elder Council of the Alliance popped up. Mission objective: investigate the Black Wind Canyon area of the meteorite mountain range, confirm the authenticity of the underworld's large-scale ceremony information, and if true, do everything possible to destroy or
delay it. Mission level Class A, extremely high risk, suggested participation at least 3 national level 10 lords or equivalent combat teams.
Mission rewards a substantial amount of Alliance contribution points, rare resource exchange privileges, and the option to choose one special building blueprint. Note: this mission relates to the survival of the region, and caution is advised when accepting it. The consequences of failure are severe.
Class A mission. Recommended participation by national level lords.
The difficulty and danger of the mission are self-evident. Lin Xian looked at the mission information, his heart racing.
Dangerous, but also a tremendous opportunity.
The substantial contribution points and rare blueprints are crucial for Shien City's development. More importantly, if we can disrupt the underworld ceremony, it will heavily strike this formidable enemy and buy precious time for Shien City's growth.
Moreover, this is the best opportunity for Shien City to establish itself in the Starfire Alliance and showcase its value. But given Shien City's current strength, even if they were to mobilize all forces facing the heavily guarded underworld, and the unknown ceremony would undoubtedly be perilous. To go or not to go? Lin Shen took a deep breath, his gaze sweeping over the vast chaotic spiritual liquid within the internal world and the golden light flickering at his fingertips. 1 month. If he can break through to level 10 and fully master the laws of golden light before the night of the lunar eclipse and then unite the elite forces of Sunfire City and the Qingmu tribe, there might be a chance for a battle. This is a gamble. A gamble on Shien City's future. He immediately sent an urgent invitation for a meeting to Lai Wuyo and Muan via the teleportation array. This is a significant matter, we must unite all possible forces. Half an hour later in the council hall of Sunfire City, Lin Xian, Lai Wuyo and Muan, the three allies, gathered again. After Lin Xian informed them of the intelligence and mission information, the hall fell into a brief silence. Class A mission. The Underworld's large-scale ceremony. Lai Wuyo stroked his chin, his eyes flickering as he weighed the pros and cons. Although Sunfire City is strong, we must be cautious when facing the Underworld. If they succeed, we shall have no peace. High Priest Muan spoke gravely. However, the Black Wind Canyon is an extremely dangerous place and the Underworld must have heavy troops guarding it. This journey is fraught with peril. High risk, high reward, Lin Xian said in a deep voice. If we succeed, not only can we avert the crisis, but we can also make our three-way alliance renowned in this region and gain a massive resource tilt from the alliance. I wish to venture forth but require both of your strong assistance. Lai Wuyo and Muan exchanged glances, each seeing determination in the other's eyes. They were now a community of shared destiny. The threat of the underworld was imminent and retreat would only lead to death. All right. Brother Lin has such boldness. I, Lai Wuyo, will accompany you to the end. I will personally lead 500 elite Sunfire guards to accompany you. Lai Wuyo slammed the table. The Qingmu tribe is willing to send 200 natural priests and tree demons and provide purification and healing support. Muan also nodded in agreement. Thank you. Lin Xian felt assured. In that case, we need to prepare immediately. Within a month, enhance our strengths, gather intelligence and formulate tactics. On the night of the lunar eclipse, we will march towards Black Wind Canyon. The highest decision of the alliance was thus established. A monumental adventure concerning destiny had commenced. Shien City, this newly launched battleship, will sail towards even more turbulent unknown seas. And Lin Xian's breakthrough will become the key to the success or failure of this expedition. With the resolution set, the alliance of Shien City, Liang City and the Qingmu clan operated like a tightly wound war machine, moving at a high speed. Only 1 month remained until the night of the lunar eclipse. Time was of the essence and every moment was crucial. On the Liang City side, the city lord Lai Wuyo personally commanded the troops, mobilizing the finest weapons and fire-based talismans from the arsenal. 500 Liang guards, all seasoned veterans, had at least high-tier warrior cultivation, among whom was a 100-strong unit of Yin-Yang knights mounted on the tamed fire spirit beast Shien steed, charging like a storm of flames. Lai Wuyo himself was pushing the ancestral Liang battle technique to its limits, his aura becoming increasingly profound, hinting at a breakthrough to a higher realm. The Qingmu clan was led by the High Priest Muan with 200 nature priests skilled not only in healing and purification but also in animating ancient trees into warriors, summoning forest spirits to assist in battle. They prepared a large quantity of specially crafted Spring of Vitality and natural protection scrolls and brought along 10 powerful seeds of war, ancient trees that could rapidly sprout to form a solid barrier at critical moments. The greatest pressure undoubtedly fell on Lin Xian, the initiator and core of this operation, along with Shien City. His personal breakthrough was key to whether they could contend with the formidable beings of the underworld domain. In the underground chamber of the town hall, personally arranged by Zhuge Liang, where the righteous spirit of the Hall of Heroes and the spiritual energy of the earth's veins were drawn, Lin Xian sat cross-legged, his aura rising and falling like tidal waves. The time barrier was fully activated. 1 day outside was nearly 10 days within. He had to break through the barrier leading to the national level 10 within this precious time. The challenge of breaking through to the level 10 lord was starkly different from previous level-ups. It was not merely about the accumulation of energy, it represented a complete transformation of the essence of the soul and the understanding of the rules, requiring the condensation of the soul of the Lord to resonate more deeply with the core of his territory, invoking the power of heaven and earth to enhance himself. The process was perilous. Failure could lead to a regression in cultivation or even damage to the soul. Lin Xian's foundation far surpassed that of others at the same tier. The vast chaotic spiritual liquid within provided endless energy, while the mighty vitality derived from the Qingmu source safeguarded his meridians and soul. The glimmer of rules golden light contained in the ancient jade illuminated the path ahead. However, the greatest obstacle lay in his understanding of the Tao. What was the core of his path as a lord? Was it protection? Conquest? Order? Or was it a glimmer of hope in chaos? Time flowed quietly. Within the barrier, Lin Xian's consciousness sank into the inner world, wandering over the lake of chaotic spiritual liquid, contemplating the meanings of dispersing evil, protection and order contained within the golden light of the rules, while also experiencing the inclusiveness, evolution and uncertainty of chaos itself. Scenes from the past floated in his mind: the confusion upon arriving in this realm, the hardships of establishing a village, the brutality of fending off beast tides, the joy of subduing Neishi Tang, the foresight of forming an alliance with the Qingmu clan, the determination in the blood battle at the Soul Burial Valley. All these wove together to form his unique path as a lord. My path is not merely about protection or conquest, Lin Xian realized in his heart, but rather amidst the chaotic battlefield of myriad realms to carve out a peaceful sanctuary for those who follow me, free from the invasion of evil spirits. To achieve this, I must possess the power to shatter all obstacles, yet this power must have limits, it must have warmth. It is the blade of protection as well as the foundation of order, establishing my own rules within chaos. Boom! It felt as if some kind of shackles had been broken. The chaotic spiritual liquid in the inner world spun wildly, collapsing and condensing towards the center. That glimmer of rules golden light merged like a seed blossoming into a brilliant radiance. At that moment, Lin Xian's soul seemed to detach from his body, resonating with the entire territory of Shien City. He saw the soldiers patrolling the city walls, the farmers working in the fields and the craftsmen busy in their workshops, feeling their beliefs, hopes and expectations for the future. These intangible forces surged into his soul like rivers converging into the sea, aiding him in condensing and sublimating. Outside, the chamber shook violently and the overwhelming spiritual energy of heaven and earth was forcibly drawn in, forming a massive vortex that poured into Lin Xian's body. The Hall of Heroes radiated with brilliance, countless heroic spirits phantoms emerged, emitting silent cries to empower him. The entire military and civilian populace of Shien City sensed it, unconsciously pausing their work, looking towards the town hall with hearts filled with anticipation and blessings. Zhuge Liang stood outside the chamber, lightly waving his feather fan, his eyes full of satisfaction. The path of the Lord has been established. Uncertain how much time had passed, the vortex of spiritual energy gradually calmed. Within the chamber, Lin Xian opened his eyes, the chaotic color in his gaze retracted, replaced by a depth as profound as the starry sky, yet carrying an undeniable aura of authority. He gently clenched his fist, feeling the vast power surging within him like a river, yet controllable at his command, along with the wondrous sensation of his soul being connected to the bloodline of Shien City, able to invoke the power of heaven and earth. Level 10 Lord. National level. He had succeeded. Moreover, through this elevation of his soul, his mastery over the rules golden light had reached a new height, allowing him to initially summon it actively. Although it could not be sustained for long, its power was incomparable. The inner world expanded to 500 cubic meters. The chaotic spiritual liquid became even more refined, and in the center a small cluster of crystalline sand particles radiating a faint golden light appeared, signifying the initial materialization of rules power. Congratulations, my lord, on breaking through. Zhuge Liang's voice transmitted in. Lin Xian stood tall, pushed open the chamber door, and as sunlight poured in, his entire demeanor had transformed, steady as a mountain yet radiating a sharp edge. Thank you for your protection, strategist. What is the situation outside? The reinforcements from Liang City and the Qingmu clan have arrived and are stationed outside the city for rest. The gathered intelligence indicates that the Black Wind Canyon has treacherous terrain and the underworld domain has indeed deployed heavy defenses with numerous restrictions and traps. There are still 20 days until the lunar eclipse night. Zhuge Liang reported. 20 days. That is enough. Lin Xian's gaze turned towards the northwest, his eyes sharp. Send the order at dawn tomorrow, assemble the troops and vow to march. Understood. The next morning, at the central training ground of Shien City, banners waved and the atmosphere was charged with murderous intent. 3,000 elite coalition troops stood solemnly silent as the grave. On the left side were 1,000 elites from Shien City, the black armored assault troops standing like a forest, the Iron Eagle crossbowmen shimmering with cold light. On the right side were 500 Liang guards in red armor resembling burning flames. Behind them were 200 nature priests from the Qingmu clan and 5 activated war ancient trees, vibrant and full of life. On the general's platform, Lin Xian donned dark black battle armor draped in a brocade robe, his gaze sweeping over the soldiers below. Core figures such as Lai Wuyamuin, Zhuge Liang, Neishi Tang and Gaoshan's spiritual form manifested stood behind him. Warriors. Lin Xian's voice was not loud, yet it resonated clearly in everyone's ears, carrying a convincing authority. The underworld domain acts against the heavens, using living souls as offerings, intending to annihilate the world. The Black Wind Canyon is their lair. Today our coalition forces upholding heaven's mandate will assault the Black Wind, vowing to dismantle the demonic formation and eradicate demons, restoring a clear sky to this world. This battle concerns the survival of our homeland and the righteousness of the world. The road ahead may be fraught with peril, perhaps even life-threatening. Yet behind us are the loved ones and lands we must protect. In our hands lie the blade and conviction to cut through the darkness. Sons of Shien City, do you dare to fight to the death with me? To the death. To the death. The soldiers of Shien City roared, first shaking the heavens. Liang guards, burn the evil. Lai Wuya shouted high. Spirits of nature, protect the righteous.
Muan struck the ground with his staff. The roars of 3,000 soldiers merged into a torrent of steel rushing towards the sky filled with battle intent. Good. Lin Shien drew his long sword pointing northwest, march out. The horn sounded long and the war drums beat. The army set forth like a colossal dragon forged of steel and flames, majestically leaving Shien City, embarking on their expedition. Lin Shien led the charge, followed by loyal generals and elite soldiers.
Zhuge Liang stayed in the center strategizing.
Xiao He remained behind to defend the city and ensure logistics. The expedition to the Black Wind Canyon had officially begun. Ahead awaited them were the heavy ambushes of the underworld domain, bizarre formations, powerful guards, and the unknown terrifying entities that might be summoned from the Nine Nether. Yet at this moment within the coalition, morale surged like a rainbow, moving ever forward. The Allied forces departed from Shien City heading northwest. For the first few days they were still within a relatively safe controlled area and the march proceeded smoothly.
However, the deeper they ventured, the harsher the environment became.
The land gradually transformed from fertile plains to barren hills, eventually entering a desolate mountain region characterized by jagged rocks and sparse vegetation. The sky seemed perpetually shrouded in a layer of gray mist with sunlight struggling to penetrate, and the air was thick with the stench of sulfur and decay, a hallmark of the Meteor Mountain Range's deadly miasma.
Ordinary beings find it hard to survive here.
According to intelligence provided by the Starfire Alliance and the path deduced by Zhuge Liang, the Allied forces avoided known dangerous areas in medium to large monster nests, moving stealthily by day and night. However, the underworld realm was evidently not without its defenses. On the fifth day of the march, the vanguard scouts encountered a small group of shadow bats that had been tamed by the underworld realm. These bats were small but incredibly fast, capable of stealthily moving in shadows and emitting ultrasonic waves that were nearly undetectable to the average person. Although the Iron Eagle warriors swiftly shot down most of them, one managed to escape into the deep mountains. Our movements have been exposed, Zhuge Liang remarked, watching the direction in which the shadow bat had vanished, his feather fan gently swaying. The underworld realm will certainly bolster its defenses and the path ahead will likely be fraught with obstacles. Indeed, after that day the Allied forces were continually besieged. At times they encountered rotting corpse worms that stealthily emerged from the ground to launch surprise attacks. At other times they were ambushed by groups of carrion vultures emitting a foul stench, and on several occasions their convoy was ambushed by presetting fire traps and chaos solar rays in narrow valleys. Although these encounters did not result in mass casualties, they significantly delayed the marching speed and drained the soldiers' energy. The blazing battle aura of the Blaze Sun Guards was effective against evil entities, and the purification spells of the Qingmu clan could dispel some of the miasma and negative states, but the relentless disturbances still cast a shadow over the Allied forces. The underworld realm has been operating here for a long time, turning this mountain range into their home turf.
Lu Woya punched down a rock golem that had attempted to ambush them, his expression dark. At this rate, before we even reach the Black Wind Gorge, our morale will suffer.
Lin Shien remained silent, sensing the deathly energy pervading the air, which was incessantly corroding the vitality of the ordinary soldiers. Had it not been for the natural aura of the Qingmu clan and the abundance of exorcism pills, non-combat attrition would have likely already occurred. He looked up toward the depths of the mountains where an invisible pair of eyes seemed to be coldly watching them. Master strategist, can you deduce a safer path or find a way to interfere with their detection?
Lin Shien asked.
Zhuge Liang pondered for a moment before retrieving an ancient compass and infusing it with his magical power. I can attempt to disrupt the local heavenly secrets using formations concealing our army's aura, but the range is limited, the duration is short, and it requires considerable energy. As for the path, the underworld realm's defenses are tight, haste makes waste. We can only proceed steadily, advancing step by step. Thank you for your efforts, Master Strategist. General Nashi issue orders to raise the alert level for the entire army to the highest and double the scouting range.
General Gao Shun, your spiritual perception is keen, please pay extra attention to formation traps.
Lin Shien commanded decisively.
I will obey the order.
Under Zhuge Liang's formation cover, the Allied forces trudged onward for several more days before finally reaching the core region of the Meteor Mountain Range, a vast basin known as the Chaotic Star Crater. Within the basin there were circular hills of various sizes believed to be formed by celestial meteors striking during ancient times. The terrain was extremely complex and the magnetic field was chaotic, even compasses would fail here. The Black Wind Gorge in fact lay at the deepest part of this basin. Standing at the edge of the basin, one could see the howling winds within, stirring up clouds of dust with distorted rocks resembling crawling beasts, and the deathly energy permeating the air was so dense that it felt almost tangible, making breathing difficult.
Even a powerhouse like Lu Woya felt a pang of anxiety. What dense deathly energy! How many lives have been buried here?
The High Priest Muan's expression was grave and his staff emitted a soft green light, dispelling the approaching cold energy.
According to the intelligence, the entrance to the Black Wind Gorge is just 30 miles ahead. But this stretch of road may be the toughest to traverse.
Zhuge Liang pointed toward a vaguely visible giant crack in the center of the basin that appeared to have been cleaved by a massive axe. After resting for half a day, the Allied forces resolutely entered the chaotic star crater. Once inside, it felt as if they had entered another world. The light was dimmer, the winds wailed like ghostly cries, and beneath their feet was soft black sand mixed with crushed bones. Even more unsettling was a whispering voice that seemed to penetrate deep into their souls, filled with temptation and madness, attempting to sway their minds.
Focus on your spiritual platform. Do not listen or believe.
Zhuge Liang's voice rang out like a heavy bell, transmitted through the formation into the ears of every soldier, temporarily dispelling the whispers.
However, it was evident that maintaining such a wide-ranging mental defense was a tremendous strain on him.
The marching speed slowed once again as soldiers occasionally fell behind due to distraction or were suddenly dragged away by underworld creatures emerging from the sand. The Allied forces had no choice but to form a denser defensive formation and advance slowly.
Just about 10 miles from the entrance to the Black Wind Gorge, they encountered a true blockade.
Ahead lay a relatively open valley, and in the center of the valley stood a makeshift fortress built from bones and black rocks. Flying above the fortress was the Underworld Realm's ghostly flag, and it was densely populated with soldiers clad in black armor, their eye sockets burning with ghostly green flames. The number of soldiers exceeded 1,000. Even more shocking was that 3 enormous bone wraith dragons, each with a wingspan of over 10 meters, made from bones and vengeful spirits, were circling above the fortress.
The pressure they emitted was indeed at the Lord level 5th rank.
"It's the Underworld Realm's forward outpost, soul-severing fortress," a familiar with the terrain among the Blaze Sun Guards exclaimed. "They actually built the fortress here.
It seems they intend to block us here, buying time until the night of the lunar eclipse."
Lu Wuya gripped his battle blade tightly, his eyes ablaze with combat intent.
"The fortress is strong. A direct assault would incur heavy losses."
Lin Shien calmly surveyed the terrain. "Master strategist, do you have a good plan?" Zhuge Liang's gaze swept over the fortress and its surroundings as he quickly deduced the fortress relies on its geographical advantage, so a direct assault is not advisable.
However, although the deathly energy here is thick, the earth veins have been disrupted and destabilized due to the meteor impact.
Observing the foundation of the fortress, it seems to have cracks. Perhaps we could ignite the underground fire to break its foundation.
Ignite the underground fire. Lin Xian's eyes brightened.
The Blaze Sun Guards excel in fire-based techniques, and the Qingmu clan can communicate with the earth veins. If they cooperate, it might work. High Priest Mune, Lord Lai, we need both of you to assist us with all your might.
Lin Xian turned to his 2 allies. Just give the orders. Mune and Lu Wuya replied in unison. Once the plan was set, the Allied forces quickly sprang into action.
High Priest Mune led the nature priests to stealthily approach a node of the earth vein on the fortress flank, casting secret arts to connect with the chaotic fire energy beneath the ground. Lu Wuya personally led 100 of the elite Blaze Sun Guards, concentrating their battle aura into a single point, forming an incredibly condensed fire pillar and launching it toward the earth vein crack, guided by High Priest Mune.
Boom!
The ground trembled violently. The guided underground fire combined with the Blaze battle aura and erupted from the ground like a volcanic eruption, violently striking the foundation of the soul-severing fortress.
Crack! Boom!
The foundation of the bone fortress was already unstable due to the meteor impact, and under this internal and external assault it instantly collapsed. The underworld soldiers atop the fortress were caught off guard, screaming as they fell into the crevices or were engulfed by the underground fire. The 3 bone wraith dragons, enraged, dove down, attempting to hunt the spellcasters.
"Come at me!"
Lin Xian roared, his form transforming into a streak of golden light soaring into the sky.
Gao Shan's spiritual body merged with a marksman, unleashing a barrage of anti-evil crossbow arrows aimed at the eyes of the wraith dragons.
General Naishi led the charge, forming a formation to resist the scattering underworld soldiers. A fierce battle erupted in the crater. However, this time the Allied forces were well prepared, their tactics appropriate, and with the advantage of terrain, the underground fire continued to erupt, disrupting the underworld formations. They quickly gained the upper hand. Half a day later, the soul-severing fortress was reduced to ruins. 2 of the 3 bone wraith dragons were dead, 1 escaped, and all the 1,000 underworld guards were annihilated. Although the Allied forces emerged victorious, they also suffered the loss of several dozen soldiers and incurred considerable resource depletion. More importantly, after this battle, the news of the Allied forces reaching the Black Wind Gorge could no longer be concealed. Standing atop the ruins of the soul-severing fortress, they could clearly see the massive canyon fissure ahead, resembling the entrance to hell just 10 miles away. In the gorge, the black winds howled, the underworld energy was thick as ink, and countless vengeful spirits could be faintly seen struggling and wailing within. The whispering voice that pierced the soul became even clearer and more frenzied here.
The night of the lunar eclipse is just 7 days away. The true test is about to begin.
Lin Xian gazed at the bottomless black wind gorge, feeling the terrifying energy contained within, and took a deep breath. He knew that the hardest battles were yet to come.
The entire army will rest for a day. Tomorrow, we will march into the Black Wind Gorge.
After resting for a day, the Allied forces set out once again, advancing towards the black wind canyon that resembled a hellish fissure. As they drew closer, the ominous deathly aura in the air thickened, nearly transforming into a tangible black mist rolling and surging, obscuring their vision. The whispers that penetrated the soul grew ever clearer, filled with resentment and temptation. Even with Zhuge Liang's formation protecting them, some lower-ranked soldiers still showed signs of painful struggle, needing the constant soothing spells of the Qingmu priest. At the entrance of the canyon, the terrain suddenly narrowed, flanked by steep cliffs that soared 1,000 feet high, dark as ink, with jagged rocks resembling countless twisted ghostly figures. The winds howled at the valley's mouth, whipping up a storm of black sand, the sound shrill and mournful, akin to the wails of 10,000 ghosts, hence the name Black Wind. The deathly aura here has coalesced into a domain exerting great pressure on us while being like water to the undead. Zhuge Liang waved his feather fan lightly, sending forth purification talismans into the military formation, barely creating a purification area of about 100 meters in diameter, but the consumption of the talismans was rapid.
We must strike swiftly and decisively, we cannot linger.
Lin Shien nodded, his sharp gaze sweeping over the deep canyon entrance.
He sensed countless chilling auras lurking within, like dark currents swirling.
General Naishi shifted the vanguard formation with the frontline troops at the forefront, blades and shields facing outward, advancing slowly. The Iron Eagles provide support in the center. The Luoyang guards hold the flanks, using the fire of the sun to disperse the black mist.
The Qingmu clan will cover the rear, maintaining purification and healing the wounded.
With the orders given, the Allied forces quickly adjusted their formation, moving carefully into the Black Wind Canyon like a mobile fortress of steel. Upon entering the canyon, the light suddenly dimmed, as if stepping from daylight into dusk. The black mist was so thick that even with torches visibility was less than 50 paces. Underfoot was a soft and viscous black sludge, emitting a nauseating stench, with the occasional sight of pale, shattered bones. The cliffs on both sides were riddled with holes of varying sizes, deep and bottomless, as if countless eyes were peering from the darkness. Before they had marched 3 miles, the attack suddenly descended. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Countless shadows like phantoms leapt from the holes in the cliffs. They were not physical entities, but shadow assassins formed from pure deathly energy, moving as fast as lightning, ignoring ordinary physical defenses, directly penetrating shields and lunging at soldiers attempting to devour their vitality. Form the formation.
Channel your blood and vitality.
Let the sun fire burn the heavens. Naishi Tang roared, and the soldiers of the frontline formation roared in unison, their blood and vitality merging into a fierce force, the scorching essence being the nemesis of these soul bodies, incinerating the approaching shadows. Simultaneously, the Luoyang guards unleashed their fighting spirit, sending arcs of flaming blades slashing out, vaporizing large swaths of black mist along with the shadows within. The Iron Eagle's anti-evil crossbow bolts were even more precise, with each shot carrying a faint purification power, significantly harming the shadows. The Qingmu priest's purification aura stabilized the morale of the troops, dispelling the insidious mental assault.
However, the number of shadow assassins seemed endless, relentlessly charging forward, undeterred by death.
Although the Allied forces were tightly defended, their advancing speed was greatly hindered, and the stamina and mental strength of the soldiers were continuously depleting.
This won't do.
Lai Woyo cleaved through several shadows with a single strike. Frustrated, these ghostly things are endless, we must find the source. The source lies deep within the cliff caves. Zhuge Liang closed his eyes briefly to sense, pointing to a larger cave to the left front. The fluctuations of deathly energy are most intense there. It seems to be the core of the formation.
General Gao Shun, lead a team of Iron Eagles to suppress that cave entrance.
General Naishi, clear the way for me. Lin Shien commanded.
Understood.
The archers possessed by Gao Shun's spirit immediately led 10 elite troops, firing crossbow bolts in rapid succession, accurately sealing off the cave entrance and temporarily suppressing the emerging shadows. Naishi Tang led the frontline death warriors to charge ahead, forcibly clearing the shadows along the way.
Lin Xian's figure flickered, arriving at the cave's entrance.
Without drawing his sword, he pointed with his fingers, a concentrated beam of golden light shimmering at his fingertips, fiercely stabbing into the depths of the cave.
Break the evil.
Hiss. The golden light pierced through the darkness like a red-hot iron stake, instantly disappearing into the shadows. A chilling shrill scream echoed from the cave's depths, as if some core had been shattered. Immediately, the surrounding deathly black mist churned violently. The shadow assassins emitted terrified shrieks, their forms becoming illusionary and unstable, their attacks significantly reduced.
Effective.
The source has been broken. The morale of the troops surged. After eliminating the threat of the shadow assassins, the Allied forces continued deeper into the canyon, which twisted and turned with increasingly treacherous terrain. Along the way, they encountered multiple defensive measures of the deathly realm death pond serpent that could spout corrosive black water corpse puppets that ambushed from the sludge, and the most troublesome mind-confusing demonic spirits that could create illusions to bewilder the mind. Fortunately, the Allied forces were well prepared and coordinated, with Zhuge Liang the formation master and Gao Shun the spirit sensing expert providing early warnings. Though there were casualties, they managed to avert danger. After a day and night of continuous fighting, the Allied forces had penetrated nearly 20 miles into the canyon, getting closer to the core area. However, the soldiers were utterly exhausted with substantial consumption of elixirs, and even strong individuals like Lai Wuyo and Muan showed signs of fatigue. Lin Shien, relying on the continuous replenishment of spiritual liquid from his inner world, was still in decent condition, but his brow was furrowed with gravity. At that moment, the scouts ahead sent an urgent message report. "My lord. There is no path ahead. A wide black river blocks the way, the water thick and sticky like ink, filled with resentment, impossible to cross. On the other side, a large number of undead troops await." A black river. Lin Xian's heart sank. He exchanged glances with Zhuge Liang and quickened his pace. Soon a strange river nearly 100 meters wide appeared before them. The water was pitch black and viscous, with countless struggling, wailing, ghostly figures floating on the surface, exuding a suffocating aura of despair and deathly silence. Thick deathly fog enveloped the air above the river, making it difficult for divine sense to penetrate. On the opposite bank, dense arrays of undead soldiers could be vaguely seen, along with several powerful energy-emitting undead arrow towers and formations. A floating bridge made of bones had broken in the center of the river, clearly having been deliberately destroyed. This is the Soul River. High Priest Muen's complexion turned pale. An evil river formed from the gathered resentment of countless souls. Touching it will erode the soul and pollute the body. Even flight spells will be suppressed here, making it difficult to cross. The opposite bank is the main defensive line of the Deathly Realm. Zhuge Liang observed intently. With arrow towers and formations in place, a strong assault across the river will surely meet fierce retaliation, resulting in heavy losses. With the Soul River blocking the way ahead and relentless pursuers behind, the undead creatures in the canyon continue to harass. The Allied forces found themselves in a dilemma. On the night of the lunar eclipse, it was drawing ever closer. "Is it possible to build a bridge?" Lai Wuyo asked. "Common materials would corrode upon contact. We need something of utmost yang and solidity, or something imbued with immense vitality as a foundation." Zhuge Liang shook his head. "Among our forces there are few that meet the criteria, and it would take too long. Are we to let our efforts go to waste?" Neishi Tang clenched his fists in frustration. Lin Xian pondered for a moment, walked to the edge of the Soul River, crouched down and concentrated a drop of chaotic spiritual liquid at his fingertip, cautiously touching the river water. Hiss. The river water rolled as if alive, attempting to erode the spiritual liquid, but the vitality and purification power within resisted, emitting a faint corrosive sound. Effective. But to build a bridge for the army to cross will require an astronomical amount of spiritual liquid, which could even shake the foundation of my inner world. Just as he weighed the options, the Starfire talisman he received from the Starfire Alliance suddenly vibrated urgently. A secured message entered his mind. Urgent news detected periodic fluctuations in the energy barrier of the Soul River of the Deathly Realm. Every 6 hours, due to the tidal influences of the canyon's shadow veins, the resentment in the Soul River will temporarily decrease by 30%, lasting for the time of a burning incense stick. This is the only window for crossing the river. However, the defenses on the opposite bank will surely strengthen during this time, requiring careful decision-making. Intelligence Department of the Starfire Alliance. Periodic fluctuations. A window for crossing the river. A glint of light flashed in Lin Xian's eyes. An opportunity. Advisor Lord Lai, High Priest Muen. He immediately shared the intelligence. When is the next window? Zhuge Liang quickly calculated. There are still 4 hours until that moment. 4 hours. Enough time for us to prepare for a strong assault. Lai Wei's fighting spirit reignited. Indeed. Lin Xian's gaze swept over the undead forces awaiting on the opposite bank, a cold smile curling at the corner of his lips. They must think we will be hindered by the Soul River, rendered helpless. We will strike them when they least expect it. Convey the order. All troops rest and take elixirs to restore stamina. 4 hours later we will force our way across the Soul River. General Gao Shan, when the time comes you will lead all Iron Eagles, concentrating firepower to suppress the arrow towers and formations on the opposite bank. Lord Lai, when the resentment of the Soul River diminishes, please lead the Luoyang Guards, unleashing the strongest firepower to bombard the enemy's positions and create chaos. High Priest Muen, please lead the Qingmu priests to maintain the purification aura with all your might, protecting the soldiers crossing the river. General Neishi, prepare the frontline troops, and once our firepower has suppressed the enemy, seize the opportunity to land and establish a foothold. Advisor, coordinate the overall situation, disrupt their formations and create opportunities for our troops. A series of commands were issued in an orderly manner, and the war machine of the Allied forces began to operate at high speed, once more preparing for battle in a tense yet organized manner. Everyone knew that this would be the decisive battle determining the success or failure of their mission. If they successfully crossed the river, they could strike at the heart of the enemy. If they failed, they might all perish within the Soul River. 4 hours slowly passed in the oppressive waiting.
The moment Zhuge Liang confirmed that the resentment of the Soul River began to decline with his compass, Lin Xian drew his sword pointing across the river. Now is the time. All troops attack. In an instant the Iron Eagle's anti-evil crossbow bolts poured down upon the opposite bank like a torrential rain. The fire energy of the Luoyang guards transformed into a rain of flames engulfing the undead positions. The purification aura of the Qingmu clan shone brightly, barely resisting the remaining resentment of the Soul River. Frontline troops, follow me to charge. Neishi Tang roared, the first to leap into the greatly diminished resentment of the Soul River, braving the waist-deep viscous water, launching a desperate charge towards the opposite bank. Behind him the frontline death warriors roared and followed closely. The undead forces on the opposite bank clearly did not anticipate that the allied forces could seize this fleeting opportunity to launch a strong assault, causing a momentary disruption in their formation, but quickly stabilized under the roar of their commander, a powerful undead general. Arrows and spells rained down like hail on the charging frontline troops. The brutal battle for crossing the river erupted in an instant. Lin Xian stood at the water's edge, the golden rules flowing around him, ready to respond to any sudden situations. His gaze had already passed over the brutal battlefield at the shore, looking deeper into the canyon. There a terrifying wave of energy was slowly intensifying. The night of the lunar eclipse was drawing ever closer. The Battle of the Soul River was utterly brutal. Though the river was merely 100 meters wide, the viscous water clung to every soldier crossing it like the tentacles of countless vengeful spirits. Even if the power of resentment weakened by 30% due to periodic fluctuations, the remaining corrosive force was still terrifying. The soldiers of the front line, fueled by their fiery blood and indomitable will, forged a bloody path through the waist-deep dark waters. On the opposite bank the Nether Arrow Tower continuously shot out corrosive nether rays, and the ghost fireballs summoned by the formation fell like raindrops, while a hail of bone arrows brought forth a chilling sound as they rained down on the beachhead. Raise shields. Hold the line. Any Asserting, drenched in blood, stood at the forefront with his bronze shield covered in dents and corrosion, bracing against most of the ranged attacks for the soldiers behind him. Soldiers continued to fall, struck by arrows or consumed by ghost fire, their bodies quickly turning into skeletons and sinking to the riverbed. The blood stained the black waters, yet many soldiers readied stepped over their fallen comrades' bodies, roaring as they charged forward. Iron Eagle warriors, aim for the base of the Arrow Tower. Luminous Sun Guards, burn those formation nodes. Gao Shan's calm voice commanded through a special channel. On the opposite bank an Arrow Tower's base shattered and collapsed under the concentrated fire of the anti-evil crossbow arrows. One of the formation nodes was struck by a flame spear thrown by Lai Wuya, exploding into a dazzling fireball and temporarily silencing it. The purification halo of the Qingmu clan, maintained at full strength by High Priest Mian, fought valiantly against the whispers of corrosive resentment, preserving the last flicker of clarity for the charging soldiers. Lin Xian did not rush to cross the river. He stood by the bank, his gaze piercing, controlling the entire situation. The golden rule light flowed within him, ready to respond to any sudden changes. He saw another demon general on the opposite bank, whose aura was at the peak of level 9, mobilizing troops in an attempt to organize a countercharge to push the front line back into the river. Not on my watch. Lin Xian snorted coldly, pointing like a sword, and a golden sword energy condensed-like substance tore through the air, ignoring distance, and instantly appeared before the nether demon general. The demon general was taken aback and hastily raised a bone shield to block. The golden rule light had a strong restraining effect on nether beings, and the bone shield was pierced through as if made of paper, with the sword energy continuing to thrust deeply into the demon general's chest. Ah! The demon general let out a piercing scream as a large charred hole was burned into his chest and his soul body trembled violently, his aura instantly fading. The surrounding nether soldiers were thrown into chaos. Kill! Any Asserting seized the opportunity, roaring as he led the frontline soldiers to charge the beachhead, blades and spears clashing with the counterattacking nether soldiers. The beachhead was finally seized with great difficulty. All troops crossed the river. Lin Xian commanded upon seeing this, his figure soaring like a great rock, gliding over the river and landing steadily beside any Asserting. Lai Wuya and other strong warriors also showcased their abilities to swiftly cross the river. The following troops hurriedly used the temporary ropes and planks to cross quickly. Upon reaching the opposite bank, the suffocating aura of death from the nether grew even denser. However, the morale of the allied forces soared as they, led by Lin Xian and other powerful warriors, launched a fierce assault on the nether army's defenses. Having lost their commanding demon general and being attacked from both inside and outside, the defending nether troops fell into disarray and their defenses began to crumble. The fierce battle continued for half an hour, and when the last stubborn nether squad was burned to ashes by the flames of the luminous sun guards, the defense of the Soul River was declared breached. The allied forces successfully established a foothold at the deepest part of the Black Wind Canyon. However, the cost was heavy. The front line suffered nearly 30% casualties, and the Iron Eagle warriors and luminous sun guards each sustained injuries, with total casualties exceeding 500. The soldiers were exhausted and the consumption of pills was immense. Rest for a stick of incense. Treat the wounded and replenish energy.
Lin Shien ordered, yet his gaze was already directed deeper into the canyon. There the suffocating death aura from the nether coalesced like a solid entity, forming a massive black vortex. At the center of the vortex the outline of a towering altar could be faintly seen, which was the ultimate goal of this operation. The terrifying energy fluctuations were continuously emanating from the altar, growing stronger and stronger.
The night of the lunar eclipse was only 3 days away. We cannot wait any longer.
Lin Shien said solemnly, "We must strike while the iron is hot and destroy the altar." After a stick of incense the ally forces regrouped. The available troops were less than 2,000, but flames of determination burned in everyone's eyes. They were well aware that the final battle would be the most brutal. As they advanced deeper along the canyon the resistance grew stronger. The nether domain seemed to have concentrated all its remaining power around the altar. Groups of elite nether beings poured out continually, including nether knights with strength comparable to mid-tier lords and soul-devouring demons skilled in mental attacks. The terrain became increasingly treacherous, with narrow passages, bizarre illusion formations and deadly traps emerging one after another. Zhuge Liang waved his feather fan vigorously, continuously breaking through formations and guiding the way. Gao Shan opened his spiritual senses to the maximum, providing warnings of danger. Lai Wuya and Miun exerted themselves, fully burning away evil and purifying filth. Lin Shen led the charge, his golden rule light sweeping away all in its path, with no enemies able to withstand his sword. The allied forces, like an icebreaker, trudged through the raging tide of nether beings, each step soaked in blood and sacrifice. After another day and night of bloody fighting, the allied forces finally reached the core area of the altar, a massive entrance to an underground cavern. The cavern entrance towered dozens of meters high, resembling the mouth of a giant beast exhaling rich nether energy. On either side of the entrance 2 towering stone golems, each 5 zhang high and wielding massive axes, stood imposing, exuding terrifying pressure comparable to peak lords. Clearly these were the final gatekeepers.
I'll handle the one on the left.
Lai Wei's fighting spirit surged, flames and fighting aura erupting around him as he transformed into a giant of fire, lunging at the left stone golem.
Leave the right one to me.
High Priest Myun thrust his staff into the ground and a war tree erupted from the earth behind him, its vines coiling towards the right stone golem like giant pythons. Lin Xian meanwhile fixed his gaze on the entrance strategist General Nei Sure. General Gao Shan, charge in with me.
The rest form a formation to guard the entrance and prevent reinforcements.
Before his voice faded, Lin Xian transformed into a beam of golden light and was the first to rush into the cavern. Zhuge Liang and Nei Asserting followed closely, while Gao Shan's spiritual body moved like a ghost, stealthily advancing. Inside the cavern the space was extraordinarily vast, with a lofty ceiling adorned with glowing phosphorescent stones. In the center stood a gigantic altar built from countless bones and nether crystals towering 100 zhang high. Atop the altar a dark heart the size of a house throbbed in midair. The surface of the heart was covered in twisted runes, with numerous thick blood vessel-like energy conduits extending into the altar's base as if drawing the death energy from the entire mountain range. This was the core of the nether domain's ritual, the nether heart. Surrounding the altar were 9 black-robed nether elders seated in meditation. Their auras merged into one like an abyss, all being lord-level level 9 powerhouses. They were fully activating the nether heart. Even more unsettling was the massive vortex composed of vengeful spirits slowly rotating above the altar, with a spatial rift leading to an unknown nether realm flickering into view at its center. On the night of the lunar eclipse it would be completely opened.
Stop them.
Lin Xian did not hesitate for a moment, merging with his sword, transforming into a stunning rainbow and thrusting straight for the core of the nether heart on the altar. Bold. The 9 nether elders simultaneously opened their eyes, their soul flames burning a ghostly green, and they roared in unison. 9 concentrated rays of nether deathlight shot from their hands, merging into a devastating torrent heading toward Lin Xian's sword energy.
Boom! The entire cavern shook violently.
The golden light and black light clashed and annihilated fiercely. Lin Xian faced 9 opponents alone and was sent flying back, blood surging. Though the golden rule light restrained the nether, the combined power of the 9 far exceeded his own. Formed the 9 nether soul-devouring formation.
Refine this beast.
The leading elder shouted sternly.
The 9 elders flickered instantly, forming an intricate formation trapping Lin Xian, Zhuge Liang and Nei Asserting in the center.
Countless chains of vengeful souls extended from the void, wrapping around as the power that devoured life enveloped the entire area. Be careful, my lord.
This formation is perilous.
Zhuge Liang waved his feather fan, frantically deploying layers of protective formations, but the glow of the formations rapidly faded under the impact of the chains of vengeful souls. Nei Asserting roared repeatedly, his battle blade dancing wildly, severing chain after chain, yet they seemed endless. Gao Shan's spiritual body attempted to ambush an elder from the shadows but was repelled by the elder's protective nether energy, causing his spiritual body to ripple. The situation was dire. Outside the cavern, Lai Wuya and Myun's battle with the stone golems had also fallen into a stalemate, unable to break free in the short term. The guarding troops at the entrance were engaged in fierce combat with the continuously incoming nether beings under immense pressure. As the nine nether soul-devouring formation tightened further and the pulsations of the nether heart grew more intense, the spatial rift above became increasingly clear. A glimmer of determination flashed in Lin Xian's eyes. No longer could he hold back. He connected with the inner world, burning the vast chaotic spiritual liquid, madly injecting it all into the ancient jade. Simultaneously he pushed his comprehension of the golden rule light to its limits. Ancient jade, assist me. Chaos returns to origin. Golden light breaks barriers. With a hum, the ancient jade erupted with an unprecedented chaotic brilliance, and Lin Xian's aura suddenly surged to a new peak. He gripped his sword with both hands, and on the sword's body golden and black light intertwined, ultimately transforming into an incredibly pure chaotic sword energy as if it could open the heavens and split the earth. Break for me. The chaotic sword energy struck out silently yet contained the terrifying power to annihilate everything. Wherever it passed, the chains of vengeful souls melted away like ice and snow, and the shield of the nine nether soul-devouring formation groaned under the strain, instantly covered in cracks. What? The nine elders turned pale, fully exerting themselves to resist the formation. Boom! The chaotic sword energy collided violently with the nine nether soul-devouring formation. This time it was no longer a stalemate. The sword energy smashed through the formation's protection, landing heavily on the altar's base. Snap! Boom! A deep crack was slashed into the altar's base, causing the entire altar to shake violently, and the pulsations of the nether heart momentarily halted. The spatial rift overhead twisted and blurred. The nine elders simultaneously spat blood, suffering injuries from the backlash of the formation. Now's the time. Attack the nether heart. Lin Xian shouted, forcing himself to endure the feeling of exhaustion, and swung his sword again. Zhuge Liang's feather fan flicked out countless runes, disrupting the nether energy. Asserting surged forward with renewed vigor, his blade energy slicing toward the nether heart. Protect the sacred object. The nether elders were filled with shock and fury, desperately trying to stop them. Inside the cavern, the ultimate showdown erupted completely. The fate of the battle hinged on this one moment. The chaotic sword energy slashed the altar's base, causing tremors that shattered the fragile balance within the cavern like a boulder thrown into a still lake. Put! Nine elder spirits simultaneously spat out mouthfuls of black blood, their breath plummeting the nine soul-devouring array they formed, flickering violently on the brink of collapse. The immense consumption required to maintain the formation and activate the heart of the netherworld was already substantial, and now faced with the dual assault of the backlash from the formation and the damage to the altar, they were immediately severely injured. Opportunity. Lin Xian gritted his teeth against the pain of torn meridians and the weakness deep within his soul, a fierce glint flashing in his eyes. How could he let this unseen-a-lifetime chance slip away? Strategist. General Neishi. Gao Shan. Give it your all. Destroy that heart. He roared hoarsely, disregarding everything as he urged the remnants of chaotic spiritual liquid within the inner world, once more unleashing a sword energy that, though dim, remained sharp, aimed directly at the violently beating heart of the netherworld. Heaven and Earth Talisman Bind. Zhuge Liang waved his feather fan frantically, countless golden runes appearing like chains wrapping around the nine injured elders, slowing their efforts to regroup the formation, while a purifying spiritual light shot towards the heart of the netherworld. Strike the formation break. Neishi Tang roared like thunder, his entire being ablaze with chi and blood, the bronze sword transforming into a blood-red rainbow, bringing with it a fierce momentum, ruthlessly slashing towards the energy veins extending from the heart of the netherworld. Gao Shan's spiritual body silently appeared behind one of the most severely injured elders, the spiritual dagger carrying the coldness of annihilating soul light piercing directly at his heart. No. Protect the sacred artifact. The leading elder's eyes bulged in desperation, risking the disintegration of his soul body, forcibly condensing a netherworld shield to block Lin Xian's sword energy, while two other elders also desperately intercepted the attacks from Neishi Tang and Gao Shan. Boom! Bang! Hiss! The deafening explosions and energy shocks rampaged across the top of the altar. The netherworld shield was shredded by Lin Xian's sword energy, and the residual sword chi struck violently against the heart of the netherworld, causing its rhythmic beating to momentarily falter. Neishi Tang's strike was blocked, but the raging force of chi and blood still shattered several energy veins. Gao Shan's ambush was thwarted, yet it only added to the elder's injuries. However, the heart of the netherworld was ultimately not completely destroyed. Its surface runes flashed wildly, and even more violent destructive dark energy began to gather, seemingly preparing for a final counterattack. The spatial rift above also twisted violently, faintly transmitting spine-chilling roars. Damn it! Not enough power. Neishi Tang's palms split, his face filled with unwillingness. Zhuge Liang's face turned pale. Maintaining the large-scale talisman array was immensely draining. Gao Shan's spiritual body also became transparent. Lin Xian felt as if his heart sank to the depths of a valley. He was already at the end of his strength. The chaotic spiritual liquid nearly dried up, and the rules of golden light were difficult to condense once more. Was all his effort about to come to naught? Just at this perilous moment, my lord.
Catch the sword.
A clear shout came from the direction of the cave entrance. A figure enveloped in emerald light rushed towards them. It was High Priest Myun. Despite her injury, she had temporarily shaken off the gargoyle's entanglement and dashed into the cave. At the tip of her staff, the vitality gem obtained from the Qingmu source radiated brightly, a pure magnificent green beam of light akin to a spring of life instantly infused into Lin Xian's body.
It was the Qingmu clan's ultimate secret technique, Live's Ode.
At the cost of depleting her own essence, it significantly enhanced the target's vitality and energy recovery speed for a short period.
Buzz.
Lin Xian felt a refreshing and vast vitality surging into his limbs, his withered meridians rejuvenating like parched earth receiving rain, and the nearly exhausted chaotic spiritual liquid within the inner world began to accelerate its regeneration. Though far from restored to his peak, it was enough to support him in unleashing another sword.
High Priest Myun.
Lin Xian felt a jolt in his heart, gratitude flooding through him. He knew that Myun's actions came at a tremendous cost.
Lord Lin. Stop it. For the sake of this realm.
Myun's face was pale, yet her eyes were resolute.
All right.
Lin Xian's spirit sword suppressing the roiling qi and blood, he poured all the life force Myun had sent him along with a sliver of the recently revitalized chaotic spiritual liquid and all his insights into the rules of golden light unreservedly into the sword in his hand. This time the sword body did not unleash dazzling brilliance, instead it was compressed to its utmost, transforming into a fine hair-like yet incomparably condensed grayish sword qi. Around the sword qi the space slightly twisted, emitting a soul-chilling aura of annihilation. This was the ultimate compression of chaos and the power of the rules.
Chaos returns to the void. Slash.
Lin Xian whispered. The sword qi silently shot out the target, not the heart of the netherworld but the core energy node connecting the heart of the netherworld and the altar's base, as well as the earth veins and the spatial rift, where the countless blood vessel-like energy conduits converged. He realized that directly attacking the solid heart of the netherworld would be hard to achieve quickly, but severing its energy source and control center could also dismantle the ritual.
Not good. His target is the energy hub.
The leading elder shouted in panic, trying to stop it, but it was already too late. Hiss. The fine sword qi precisely penetrated the convergence point of the energy node.
Time seemed to freeze for a moment. The next instant, buzz. Crack. Rumble.
A massive spatial rift suddenly exploded open at the center of the node. It did not lead to the netherworld but rather was an uncontrolled explosion of energy. The heart of the netherworld emitted an ear-piercing shriek, its beating abruptly halted, its surface light dimming rapidly, countless cracks spreading. The entire altar began to crumble from its base piece by piece. The energy veins entwined around it snapped and vanished. The immense vortex of vengeful souls above let out a reluctant roar before suddenly dissipating. The spatial rift that was about to take shape twisted and shattered like an illusion, ultimately vanishing completely.
No.
The 9 elder spirits let out desperate screams, and as the altar collapsed and the ritual backfired, their soul bodies swiftly dissipated like candles in the wind. The heart of the netherworld finally exploded with a bang, scattering pure yet violent netherworld origin energy throughout the entire cavern.
Beware of the energy shock. Zhuge Liang shouted, urgently straining to maintain the defensive formation.
Lin Xian, Neishi, Tangao Shan and Myun clustered together, working together to withstand this final energy storm. After the storm, the cavern lay in ruins, the massive altar reduced to rubble, leaving only a deep pit and swirling dust of netherworld energy.
We did it. The ritual of the netherworld domain has been completely destroyed. Outside the cave, with the collapse of the altar and the death of the elder spirits, the soul fire in the eyes of the 2 gargoyles instantly extinguished, turning into true stone and collapsing. Lai Waya was covered in wounds, panting as he looked at the scene inside the cave, breaking into a big smile. The guards at the cave entrance also erupted in thunderous cheers. However, just as everyone thought they had survived the calamity and victory was in sight, a sudden change occurred. In the core pit where the exploded heart of the netherworld had been, there was no calm. Instead, a strange pulling force began to emerge. The overwhelming netherworld death energy pervading the cavern and even the entire Hafen Gorge surged wildly towards the deep pit like rivers returning to the sea. At the bottom of the pit, the space slightly twisted and a funnel-sized yet darker and deeper passage seemingly connecting to the origin of the 9U was slowly forming. At the same time, a cold ancient thought imbued with endless majesty and fury pressed down on all beings' hearts like an iceberg ants. Destroy my altar. Then your souls shall reopen the path to the underworld. It was the powerful being of the netherworld domain who had previously marked them from afar. He had not completely relied on the altar ritual but had left a contingency plan. The altar was merely a facade. The true purpose was perhaps to locate and accumulate energy, and now the massive energy released as the altar collapsed had become the nourishment for forcibly opening a smaller yet more stable passage. Not good. We've fallen into a trap. Zhuge Liang's face changed dramatically. His true goal was to use the energy accumulated from the ritual and our attacks to forcibly open a temporary descent passage. Hurry and stop him.
Lai Waya roared as he charged towards the pit. But it was too late. That fist-sized passage suddenly stabilized and a sense of despairing terror emanated from it. Although the passage was tiny and could not allow the main body to pass through, a thread of condensed netherworld consciousness intertwined with a wisp of black flame shot out like a venomous snake aiming directly at the utterly exhausted Lin Shien. This lord of the netherworld intended to seize Lin Xian's body or annihilate him at his weakest moment. My lord, be careful. Neishi Tang and Gao Shun's eyes widened in horror, recklessly blocking in front of Lin Xian. Lord Lin. Mune and Lai Waya also rushed forward desperately. But the speed of the netherworld consciousness was too fast and its power too strong. Neishi Tang and Gao Shun's defenses were pierced as easily as paper, and with a scream they were violently sent flying, their fates unknown. The consciousness did not pause, piercing straight into Lin Xian's brow. Lin Xian felt an icy chill envelop him as if his soul were frozen, the shadow of death looming over him. He had exhausted all his strength. The ancient jade lay silent, unable to withstand this terrifying strike that rivaled a deity. Could it be that all his efforts would ultimately lead to failure, death, and obliteration? No. I will never submit. At this critical moment, a flash of madness crossed Lin Xian's eyes. He stopped trying to defend and instead poured all his remaining spiritual power, along with his thirst for life and his determination to protect Xian Chang, frantically into the Black Token, the junior Dark Earth Dragon summoning order that he had kept silent since obtaining it in the mine. If you seek my life, then let us perish together. With my soul I summon you to descend. Dark Earth Dragon, appear. Crack. The token shattered. A far purer and more violent Dark Dragon might erupted explosively. The moment the token shattered, time seemed to freeze. A violent, majestic dragon might emanating from the ancient primordial chaos filled with the purest darkness, and a breath of destruction erupted like a volcano that had been silent for millennia, sweeping through the entire cave. The space twisted violently, emitting a groan under the unbearable pressure. The fist-sized nether passage suddenly froze, causing even the terrifying divine sense that was about to pierce Lin Xian's brow to tremble. Roar. A sound that shook the soul as if it came from the deepest part of the nine nether exploded like a dragon's roar. In front of Lin Xian, a massive vortex made entirely of shadows and bones suddenly opened in the void. Then a terrifying dragon head comparable to the size of a house, covered in pitch-black bone armor with two balls of destructive ghostly blue soulfire burning in its eye socket, suddenly emerged. It was the Dark Earth Dragon in its juvenile phase. But this time, perhaps because Lin Xian summoned it using his soul in a moment of crisis, or perhaps due to the rich atmosphere of nether death energy here, the aura of this Dark Earth Dragon was far more solid and violent than the last summoning. Though it was still a spiritual entity, it seemed to possess some substance, emanating an oppressive force that reached an unimaginable level, far surpassing that of a lord level, even faintly touching the threshold of another realm. The trace of divine sense belonging to the nether domain lord appeared small and fragile in the face of this pure top-tier dark dragon might. This is the aura of the ancient nether dragon. Impossible. How could such an existence be in this realm? From the other end of the nether passage, the thoughts of the domain lord came filled with disbelief. The Dark Earth Dragon completely ignored the faint shock its burning soulfire instantly locked onto the trace of the nether divine sense it instinctively detested in that small passage. For a being of its caliber, such a level of nether aura was akin to provocation. It opened its massive bony mouth, not making a sound, but a terrifying invisible force aimed at the very essence of the soul suddenly surged, soul-devouring dragon breath. That trace of nether divine sense, like a predator meeting its nemesis, let out a shrill scream, desperately trying to escape back into the passage, but was tightly locked, pulled and torn apart by the dragon breath. It was sucked into the Dark Earth Dragon like smoke. Even the passage itself twisted violently, faintly showing signs of being torn apart. No. From the other end of the passage came the anguished and angry roar of the nether domain lord, clearly indicating that the destruction of his divine sense had also inflicted backlash on his physical form. The passage quickly became unstable, beginning to close. But the fury of the Dark Earth Dragon had not subsided. It destroyed the divine sense and its soulfire, then focused on the pure nether origin energy that filled the cave, leftover from the explosion of the nether heart, as well as the 9 dissipating remnants of the elders' souls. Exhibiting its greedy nature towards such precious supplements, its massive mouth opened again, this time for a true devouring. A tremendous force enveloped the entire cave, causing the unclaimed nether energy and remnants of souls to rush into its mouth like rivers returning to the sea. Its spiritual form visibly became more substantial, and the ghostly blue soulfire burned even more fiercely. Fall back. Leave the cave. Zhuge Liang was the first to react, shouting urgently, and together with Lai Wuyo and Muan they supported the severely injured and unconscious Neishi Tang and Gao Shun, who had faded to nearly disappearing, desperately retreating with the remaining soldiers towards the cave's exit. Lin Xian, having exhausted all his energy after the summoning, collapsed on the ground, being carried away by a death warrior. He struggled to look back at the Dark Earth Dragon that devoured everything, feeling a mix of emotions in his heart. The crisis seemed to be averted, but the terror and uncontrollability of this summoned creature sent a chill down his spine. In just a few breaths the nether energy that permeated the cave was completely devoured, even scraping a layer off the rock walls. The dark earth dragon let out a low growl of apparent satisfaction, its massive spiritual form slowly turning its burning soul fire sweeping over the coalition forces retreating to the cave entrance, ultimately fixing its gaze on Lin Shien. The summoning contract remained intact, but it clearly did not care much for Lin Shien, this weak summoner, instead seeming quite reluctant to leave this space filled with death energy. It did not attack the coalition forces but showed no intention of dissipating immediately, merely coiling upon the collapsed altar ruins, exuding a suffocating pressure. Outside the cave the coalition forces were still in shock, staring at the terrifying beast within, their faces pale. Lai Wuyo and Muen seized the time to heal their eyes filled with shock and fear.
My lord, how are you? Zhuge Liang approached Lin Shien asking with concern while handing him a precious soul solidifying pill.
Lin Shien swallowed the pill, barely managing to recuperate, and forced a smile, saying it's nothing, just exhausted.
But this earth dragon.
He looked towards the cave, his expression troubled.
Zhuge Liang's expression was grave. The dark earth dragon is a top-tier undead dragon clan.
Although it is merely a juvenile spiritual entity, its status is extremely high and its temperament is savage, acting only on instinct. This summoning, due to my lord's soul power and the stimuli from the nether environment, far exceeds expectations. It is likely beyond what the token can fully constrain.
Its current non-aggression towards us is likely due to the contract remaining in effect and its satisfaction with the death energy here.
Once it finishes devouring, or when the contract's time is up, a change may occur. As if validating Zhuge Liang's words, the dark earth dragon suddenly let out a deep roar, its massive body starting to twist, seemingly becoming somewhat restless. Its burning soul fire looked once more at Lin Shien, conveying a vague yet oppressive intent. It needed more pure dark energy. It began to express dissatisfaction with the meager food available here. Lin Shien was startled, realizing that this earth dragon evidently regarded him as part of the energy source. At that moment another change occurred. Perhaps it was because the dark earth dragon had devoured too much nether origin, or due to the impact from its dragon breath just now, or perhaps the residual waves from the collapse of the nether domain lord's passage. Deep within the cave beneath the collapsed altar ruins, a strange spatial fluctuation suddenly emerged. A fine silver-gray spatial fissure quietly appeared, and from within the fissure, rather than nether death energy, a pure ancient energy imbued with a faint sadness and a sense of eternity emanated. This energy was extremely weak yet of a very high tier, instantly attracting the dark earth dragon's attention. It let out a curious and yearning murmur, bringing its massive head close to the fissure, trying to devour the silver-gray energy. However, just as its power touched the fissure, buzz.
The fissure suddenly expanded momentarily, as if triggering some ancient restriction.
A phantom chain made up of countless silver runes flashed and struck fiercely at the dark earth dragon's snout. Roar! The dark earth dragon was pained, letting out an angry roar, quickly retracting its head, its soul fire flickering violently, filled with confusion and wariness. It seemed to recognize the aura of that chain. The silver-gray fissure after the outburst quickly shrank and healed, ultimately disappearing without a trace, leaving only a faint haunting aura of eternity. This scene happened extremely quickly, yet Lin Shien and Zhuge Liang outside the cave saw it clearly.
What was that? Lai Wuyo exclaimed in shock. Zhuge Liang's eyes shone brightly, his fan trembling slightly. That aura. Silver-gray, eternal, sorrowful. It can't be wrong. It's the power of time and reincarnation. After that fissure, could it be the seal of the reincarnation hall fragment? The nether domain established this altar here indeed for it. The dark dragon's actions just now inadvertently triggered a portion of the seal. The reincarnation hall fragment. Lin Xian's heart trembled greatly.
The ancient jade also resonated with a faint, strange vibration. The dark earth dragon seemed frightened by the seal, or perhaps lost interest in the silver-gray energy, becoming increasingly restless. It no longer focused on the ruins but turned its gaze back to the coalition forces outside the cave, especially Lin Shien. The contract's time limit was nearing. In its destructive soulfire a clear malice and greed emerged.
Not good. It's going to backlash. Zhuge Liang's face changed drastically. My lord, think of something quickly.
The earth dragon was summoned by you and the core of the contract lies with you. Perhaps only you can make it retreat. Lin Shien braced himself, facing the terrifying beast, taking a deep breath. He concentrated all of his remaining mental strength, communicating with the summoning contract while infusing the last faint aura of rule from the ancient jade into his thoughts, transforming it into a firm command, conveying it in the name of the contract.
Return.
The dark earth dragon sensed the command, imbued with a hint of loathing and wariness, letting out a reluctant roar, its massive spiritual form violently shaking as if struggling against the power of the contract. Within the cave dust flew and stones scattered. The oppressive force was overwhelming. The coalition forces were on edge, and Lai Wuyo and Muan also gathered their strength, preparing for a desperate struggle. After a stalemate lasting several breaths, ultimately the power of the contract gained the upper hand. The spiritual form of the dark earth dragon began to grow ethereal. It glared viciously at Lin Shien as if to remember this tiny creature that dared to command it, and then let out a roar that pierced through space, its massive body slowly sinking into the shadowy vortex, ultimately disappearing completely. The terrifying dragon might dissipated and the cave returned to silence, leaving only devastation. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief, collapsing onto the ground as if they had just emerged from the gates of hell. Lin Shien stumbled, supported by Zhuge Liang. He looked at the place where the earth dragon had disappeared, feeling a lingering fear. This summoning, though it resolved the life-threatening crisis, had almost led to disaster. Moreover, it seemed to have unexpectedly confirmed the existence of the reincarnation hall fragment and triggered its seal. This place is not suitable for lingering, Zhuge Liang said solemnly. Though the Nether Domain Lord has been severely injured and the passage destroyed, we cannot guarantee there are no other contingencies. Furthermore, the reincarnation hall fragment is of great importance. Once the news leaks, there will be endless troubles. Lin Shien nodded. Immediately account for casualties, treat the wounded, gather all valuable items, especially the fragments of the altar and any remnants of that silver-gray energy. After a stick of incense, the entire army retreats. Once the order was given, the coalition forces, having survived the calamity, began to busy themselves. This battle could be called a tragic victory within a tragic victory. The Nether ritual was destroyed, the formidable enemy repelled, and they might have even discovered clues to the reincarnation hall fragment. But the coalition forces also paid an extremely heavy price. Neishi Tang and Gao Shun were severely injured and unconscious, their fates uncertain. Nearly half of the elite soldiers were lost. All high-level combatants were exhausted, each bearing injuries. However, the survivors all shone with a flicker of relief and the firmness forged through hardship. They had successfully flattened an important stronghold of the Nether Domain, proving the strength of the alliance. As the coalition forces dragged their weary bodies carrying the wounded and spoils emerging from the Black Wind Canyon, and seeing the light of day again felt like a lifetime away. The night of the lunar eclipse was upon them. Yet the threats deep within the canyon had been stifled in advance. However, Lin Shien knew that the struggle with the Nether Domain had just begun. The secrets of the reincarnation hall fragment would push Xuanqing into an even greater storm. The smoke of the Black Wind Gorge dissipated and the coalition returned home battered and burdened by heavy sacrifices. The atmosphere during the return journey was solemn and grave, lacking the earlier exuberance. On the stretcher lay Neishi Tang and Gao Shun, both unconscious. Their breaths were faint and every jolt tugged at the hearts of all present. The ashes of the fallen soldiers were carefully collected, destined to return to their homeland and be honored by future generations. Half a month later, the coalition finally caught sight of the majestic silhouette of Shien City. Above the city wall, the flag with the character Shien still flapped in the wind, yet under the setting sun it seemed stained with the blood of hardships. The city gates stood wide open, and Xiaoyi led the remaining officials and the citizens in simple mourning attire to welcome the returning heroes from 10 miles away. There were no cheers, only silent standing and suppressed weeping. Upon seeing the casualty lists and the severely injured generals, a wave of sorrow swept over the city. The cost of victory was devastatingly heavy. The solemn memorial ceremony lasted for 3 days. Inside the Hall of Heroes, newly added plaques crowded together with incense swirling around. The entire city donned white mourning attire to mourn the heroic souls. Lin Shien personally presided over the memorial, vowing to treat the bereaved well and to repay blood debts in kind. After the funeral, a long and meticulous process of post-war recovery began. The injuries of Neishi Tang and Gao Shun were the most severe. Neishi Tang's physical body was gravely damaged, his meridian severed and his essence corroded by the deathly energy of the underworld. Gao Shun's spirit form was on the verge of collapse, clinging to a statue that was near destruction. Lin Shien spared no expense, using the last remaining chaotic spiritual liquid from his inner world combined with the life spring sent by the Qingmu clan, and personally set up the 7 stars life extension array under Zhuge Liang's guidance to keep the two alive. However, whether they could awaken and when they would do so remained uncertain. For now, the military power of Shien City was temporarily overseen by a few senior commanders coordinated by Zhuge Liang. The compensation for the fallen soldiers, the placement of the injured, and the evaluation and rewards for military achievements were being conducted in an orderly manner under Xiaoyi's supervision. Although the depletion of resources was immense, no one expressed discontent. The families of the fallen were treated generously and their children were supported by the territory. This was the ironclad rule of Shien City and the foundation of unity among the people. The alliance with Liyang City and the Qingmu clan had become even more solid after this battle. Lai Waya and High Priest Muan lingered in Shien City for several days, discussing strategies for future responses to the underworld domain, agreeing on intelligence sharing and mutual support before each led their forces back. Before leaving, both parties exchanged tokens and established more convenient communication channels. Although Shien City was gravely weakened from this battle, its reputation resonated throughout the surrounding regions. With the strength of the newly established town, they joined forces with allies to delve into perilous areas, destroying key strongholds of the underworld domain and repelling its domain-level powerhouses, even if just a wisp of divine sense. This achievement was enough to draw the attention of any faction. Within the Starfire Alliance, evaluations of Shien City also soared. Contribution points accumulated significantly, unlocking more intelligence and resource exchange permissions. Suddenly, Shien City had transformed from a new member in need of support into a vital stronghold for the Alliance in the southeastern region. On this day, Lin Shien was in the side hall of the Hall of Heroes, using the time barrier to accelerate his recovery and attempting to comprehend the fate aura left by the fragment of the Hall of Reincarnation.
Zhuge Liang arrived silently, his expression grave.
"My lord, the highest secrecy communication from the Starfire Alliance." Zhuge Liang handed over a jade slip that glimmered with starlight. Lin Shien immersed his divine sense into it, and moments later a flash of brilliance sparkled in his eyes. The jade slip contained information directly sent from the Elder Council of the Alliance. First, it highly praised the courage and achievements of Shien City's actions, identifying that they had significantly thwarted the Underworld domain's expansion plans in this realm, granting a substantial reward of contribution points and a copy of the Advanced City Defense Array diagram incomplete. Second, and more importantly, the Alliance, consolidating various intelligence sources, confirmed that the Underworld domain's actions in the Falling Star Mountain range had the core objective of seeking and unsealing the fragments of the Hall of Reincarnation. According to reliable sources, the domain master of the Underworld had temporarily entered seclusion due to the destruction of a ritual and damage to his divine sense, but the forces under him had not ceased their activities and were secretly intensifying searches at multiple suspected fragment sealing sites. The Alliance requested Shien City to utilize its geographical advantages and the potential fate with the fragments, referring to Lin Xian's ability to trigger sealing responses to closely monitor relevant movements and seek opportunities to contact the potential Guardians forces that may hold a hostile attitude towards the Underworld domain.
Guardians forces.
Lin Xian pondered. "Strategist, what are your thoughts?" Zhuge Liang gently fanned himself. "Recently I have been deducing the heavenly secrets, and combined with the Alliance's intelligence have made some progress. The matter of the fragments of the Hall of Reincarnation is of great significance, entwining deep causal connections. The Underworld domain seeks it to glimpse reincarnation and master life and death. Yet there must exist forces in the world to maintain balance and thwart their ambitions.
Perhaps there are ancient inheritances hidden from the world, or perhaps
remnants connected to the Hall of Reincarnation itself. The sealing of the Black Wind Gorge has been triggered, and these forces may have already been alerted."
Lin Xian nodded. This was close to his speculation. He caressed the warm ancient jade in his arms. During this journey to the Black Wind Gorge, the ancient jade had produced a faint resonance with that silvery gray aura at the last moment, which was no mere coincidence.
Perhaps he truly was a pivotal variable in this grand game. The Alliance hopes we engage with the Guardians. Do they seek to leverage strength against strength, or do they have ulterior motives?
Lin Xian mused.
The Starfire Alliance was not a monolith. Interests intertwined, and caution was necessary.
Both Zhuge Liang's gaze was profound. The Alliance desires to resist the Underworld and must unite all forces that can be united.
However, there are also those who may seek to probe the depths of your foundation, or even
exploit it.
You must remain vigilant, and the enhancement of your own strength is fundamental.
I understand. Lin Xian took a deep breath. The urgent task is to restore Shien City's vitality and swiftly enhance our strength. The injuries of General Naishi and General Gao must be addressed.
The matter of the fragments of the Hall of Reincarnation is of great significance and requires careful deliberation, but we cannot allow the Underworld domain to continue their search.
In the following months, Shien City entered a period of dormancy and development.
Externally, a defensive posture was adopted. Fortifying city defenses, refining the warning system, and maintaining close contact with Liang City and the Qingmu clan, yet keeping a low profile in surrounding regions to avoid provoking the remnants of the Underworld domain.
Internally, efforts were made to recover and develop fully.
He vigorously promoted production, encouraged childbirth, and absorbed refugees with strict scrutiny, gradually increasing the population to 5,000. Workshops operated at full capacity, attempting to refine demon-breaking crossbows and soul-settling towers using captured underworld crystal shards and bronze pillar wreckage, targeting underworld creatures.
Agriculture under the promotion of Qingmu spiritual water yielded bountiful harvests for consecutive years, filling the granaries.
Militarily, under the leadership of newly promoted generals, the army was reorganized and retrained. Although restoring combat power would take time, the framework was already in place and morale was gradually rising. Most of Lin Xian's time was spent in seclusion. On one hand, he fully absorbed the gains from the Black Wind Gorge battle, consolidating the early-stage realm of a level 10 lord and enhancing his control over the rule's golden light and his inner world. On the other hand, he continuously studied the residual aura of the Hall of Reincarnation, attempting to establish a deeper connection with the ancient jade. Progress was slow, but he could sense that his perception of time and space, as well as the essence of the soul, was becoming sharper. One day Lin Xian felt something and awoke from his deep seclusion. He walked into the courtyard and gazed up at the vast starry sky. The ancient jade emitted a peculiar wave, and the golden sand particles obtained from the aura of the Hall of Reincarnation flickered slightly. Almost simultaneously, Zhuge Liang's figure appeared behind him, his tone carrying a hint of barely concealed excitement. "My lord, I have discerned something." "Oh. What did you discover, strategist?" "Based on the innate numerical changes and combining your causal connections with the fragments along with the extensive intelligence from the Starfire Alliance, I have finally deduced a possible location." Zhuge Liang's eyes sparkled with wisdom. Deep within the North Sea snowfield, a great ancient battlefield remains known as the God's Burial Abyss. Alliance intelligence indicates that recent abnormal spatial fluctuations have emerged suspected to be related to the power of reincarnation. Moreover, traces of the Guardians have also been reported in that vicinity. North Sea snowfield. God's Burial Abyss. Lin Xian's gaze sharpened. 10,000 miles away for Shien City now, it was a considerable expedition. Yet the clues regarding the fragments of the Hall of Reincarnation were worth the risk. "Do you think we should go, strategist?" "Not at this moment." Zhuge Liang shook his head. "The environment of the North Sea snowfield is extreme and perilous, with unknown forces lurking. With Shien City's current strength, a 10,000-mile expedition would be akin to striking a stone with an egg." What Zhuge Liang meant was to prepare in advance. "Your Excellency can utilize the channels of the Starfire Alliance to start gathering all intelligence related to the North Sea snowfield and the God's Burial Abyss, while also focusing on enhancing strength, especially high-end combat power. General Nashi and General Gao's injuries may have a glimmer of hope." Zhuge Liang perused ancient texts and discovered a secret to remold battle souls and repair spirit forms it may require. A trace of the source power of the Hall of Reincarnation or divine objects of the same origin. "So that's how it is." Lin Xian's heart trembled. Seeking the fragments of the Hall of Reincarnation not only pertains to resisting the underworld domain but also to saving Nashi Tang and Gao Shan. This undoubtedly added the heaviest leverage for the upcoming expedition. "I understand." Lin Xian gazed northward, determination in his eyes. "Then we will first accumulate strength and spread our reach. Once Shien City has gained sufficient strength and the injuries of General Nashi and General Gao show signs of improvement, we shall head north to seek out the Guardians and explore the God's Burial Abyss. The starfire has already ignited and the journey is long. Shien City will be tempered in blood and fire, ultimately brandishing its sword across an even broader world. The secrets of the fragments of the Hall of Reincarnation, like the North Star, guide the direction of the future." Half a year after the Battle of Black Wind Canyon, Shien City entered an unprecedented period of stable development. The scars of war gradually healed amidst time and diligent labor. Both within and outside the city, vibrant vitality blossomed, yet concealed sharp edges. The city walls were reinforced and heightened once more, integrating more captured nether crystals and bronze pillar runes, exuding a dark cyan metallic sheen that greatly enhanced its resistance to dark energy. The 4 city gate towers were remodeled into small fortresses equipped with upgraded Shien steel armor-piercing crossbows and Zhuge Liang's designed simplified warning array, making their defensive capabilities incomparable. Within the city, the population had surpassed 6,000 and the absorption of refugees had never ceased, yet under Xiaoyi's strict management everything remained orderly. New residences, workshops and markets appeared like mushrooms after the rain, with commerce thriving. Thanks to stable trade with the Emerald Alliance, Liang City and the Qingmu clan, various scarce resources flowed in, particularly medicinal herbs, ores and energy crystals, injecting strong momentum into Shien City's development. Regarding the military, with both Nashi Tang and Gao Shan still recovering from severe injuries, Lin Xian personally took charge of the training efforts. He promoted several outstanding veterans to act as temporary captains and drew on Gao Shan's training methods combined with Zhuge Liang's battle diagrams to reorganize the military structure. The Assault Brigade and Iron Eagle elite warriors were supplemented with new blood. Although they lacked the sharpness of the battle-hardened veterans of yore, they exhibited strict discipline and were well-equipped. A brand new unit called Shien Bird Guard, composed of soldiers skilled in reconnaissance and stealth, was formed under the direct command of Zhuge Liang, tasked with gathering external intelligence and conducting special operations. The total military strength was maintained at 1,500, prioritizing quality over quantity. However, the true core change in Shien City lay in the sedimentation and accumulation of high-end combat power. Deep within the Hall of Heroic Spirits, the time barrier remained open year-round. Lin Xian spent most of his time in seclusion there. The trials of life and death in Black Wind Canyon, along with the distant confrontation with the Lord of the Nether Realm, especially the experience of merging the Dark Earth Dragon with the rules of Golden Light, elevated his comprehension of power to a new height. His cultivation had already stabilized at the early stage of level 10 Lord and began to advance toward the mid-stage. The inner world expanded to 800 cubic meters, the chaotic spiritual liquid lake vast as the sea, and at its center a small patch of dazzling golden sand containing the power of rules continuously emitted profound fluctuations. His mastery over the golden light of rules became increasingly proficient. Although he still could not maintain it for long, he had begun to integrate it into his daily practice and attacks, displaying astonishing power. Zhuge Liang immersed himself in the vast intelligence and ancient texts of the Starfire Alliance, day and night deciphering the mysteries of the North Sea snowfield and the Graveyard of Gods, while constantly optimizing Shien City's array system and attempting to refine more powerful talismans and array discs. His spiritual body grew increasingly solid, the light of wisdom flowing as if he could perceive the essence of all things in the world. One day Lin Shien awoke from deep meditation, his eyes swirling with chaos, his aura profound as the sea. With a thought he arrived at the main hall of the Hall of Heroic Spirits. Inside, the bodies of Neishi Tang and Gao Shan were still being nurtured in the 7-star life extension array, their breaths steady yet weak as if they were in slumber. Looking at his two loyal subordinates, a glint of determination flashed in Lin Xian's eyes. He must head north to seek traces to find the fragments of the reincarnation hall or the divine items of the same origin. It was imperative.
My lord.
Zhou Guoliang's figure quietly appeared, gently fanning his feather fan, a hint of joy on his face. I have just completed a deep exchange with the intelligence department of the Alliance through the Starfire talismans, and the haul is quite substantial.
Oh.
Please speak, strategist. Lin Xian's spirit lifted. It concerns the North Sea snowfield and the Graveyard of Gods. Zhou Guoliang spread out a map of the icy plains condensed by spiritual energy, marked with dense symbols and annotations.
The environment here is far harsher than expected.
It is perpetually frigid, with ice storms raging, making it difficult for ordinary beings to survive. More dangerously, the magnetic field here is chaotic and the space is fragile, often giving rise to void rifts that randomly appear and devour everything. Those below the battle general level 7 can hardly move within. Lin Xian's expression grew serious. Indeed, it is a place of absolute peril.
However, peril also conceals opportunities.
Zhou Guoliang shifted his tone. According to the secret records of the Alliance, deep within the North Sea snowfield there exist some extremely ancient ice-type beings and remnants who have guarded certain secrets for generations. The Graveyard of Gods, rumored to be a fragment of the ancient battlefield of gods and demons, has turbulent internal space and time, housing remnants of gods and demons and lost legacies, but also filled with terrifying battlefield spirits and temporal traps. He pointed to a red-marked area on the map. This place, known as the Ice Wind Valley, is the only way to the Graveyard of Gods. In the past 3 months, the Alliance has detected unusually strong energy fluctuations in this area, suspected to be intense conflicts between a third-party force and the local Ice Remnant clan. Based on energy property analysis, it is highly likely that the vanguard scouts of the Nether Realm are attempting to eliminate obstacles, paving the way for subsequent actions. The hands of the Nether Realm are indeed swift. A cold light flashed in Lin Xian's eyes. Are they also searching for the things within the Graveyard of Gods?
90% likely.
Zhou Guoliang nodded. In addition, I deduce from various clues that the indigenous remnants of the North Sea snowfield are likely one of the potential Guardians' forces. Their conflict with the Nether Realm could serve as an opportunity for us.
The enemy of my enemy is my friend. Lin Xian understood. So you mean for us to seek opportunities to contact these ice remnants?
Precisely. Zhou Guoliang stroked his beard. However, this matter cannot be rushed.
The North Sea snowfield is 10,000 miles away, the environment is unfamiliar, and the enemy situation is unclear. Acting recklessly may backfire.
I suggest we take a 3-step approach. The first step is to send a capable small team to infiltrate the periphery of the North Sea snowfield, establish an outpost, and gather first-hand intelligence, especially detailed information about the ice remnants and Nether Realm activities. The second step is for you, my lord, to quickly elevate your strength to the midstage of level 10 and to master a means of long-distance communication and protection, so that in the future you can remotely command the outpost and, if necessary, make a short-distance projection descent. The third step, once the intelligence is sufficient and the timing is right, is to decide whether to contact the remnants in a small team format or for you, my lord, to lead the elite personally. Lin Xian pondered for a moment and agreed with Zhou Guoliang's prudent strategy. What you say is indeed correct. A long expedition of 10,000 miles is not ordinary. We must plan carefully before acting. The selection of this initial small team. The new commander of the Shien bird guarding Sha can take on this task. Zhou Guoliang recommended this person was originally a down-and-out hero among the refugees, having reached the peak of level 8 warrior, skilled in stealth tracking and assassination techniques, with a steadfast will and deeply grateful for your lord's benevolence, loyal and reliable. I have assessed him for several months. He is indeed capable.
Ing Sha.
Lin Xian recalled this person, taciturn with sharp eyes like an eagle, indeed a suitable choice.
Very well.
Let him select 5 elite members of the Shien bird guard to depart 3 days later. The necessary supplies, disguises, and means of communication will be fully arranged by the strategist.
Understood, Zhou Guoliang replied.
3 days later at midnight, 6 dark figures slipped out of the western gate of Shien City like melting snow, vanishing into the vast night. They carried ample supplies, credentials disguised as traveling merchants, along with Zhou Guoliang's specially crafted miniature communication array and life-saving talismans, embarking on a perilous journey to the northern border. After sending off the Ing Sha team, Lin Xian felt the pressure on his shoulders increase further. The clues of the North Sea snowfield were like a lighthouse hanging in the distance, guiding the way, yet also foreshadowing the turbulent waves ahead.
He turned and stepped into the Hall of Heroic Spirits, once again entering seclusion.
This time his goal was clear: break through to the midstage of level 10 and attempt to refine the treasure of long-distance projection mentioned by Zhou Guoliang.
Time flowed in silence. Shien City accumulated strength and stability like a dormant giant dragon sharpening its claws and fangs waiting for the moment when the storm would arise. Meanwhile, far away in the North Sea snowfield within the Icewind Valley, the cold wind stirred up a cloud of snow dust. A conflict revolving around ancient secrets had already begun. The banner of Shien City will surely one day resound in this frozen world. The Biming snowfield located at the extreme north of the continent is a vast expanse of ice, a forbidden zone for life. The 5-member Suwanio Guard team led by Ing Sha traversed the desolate plain swamps and the tundra gradually replaced by frozen earth for 2 months, finally reaching the edge of this white hell. Even with prior mental preparation, the sight before them still drew a gasp of cold air. Only white and gray remained in the world. A fierce wind whipped up ice shards resembling countless sharp blades scraping against their specially designed cold-resistant leather armor, producing a sound that made their teeth ache. The temperature was terrifyingly low and their breath instantly crystallized. As far as the eye could see, there lay an endless expanse of snow with rolling ice hills resembling frozen gigantic waves. In the distance, the towering snow-capped mountains resembling swords pierced the sky. The sky was eternally lead gray with the sunlight pitifully weak. Circulate your chi and blood to resist the cold. Watch your step, there may be crevices hidden beneath the snow. Ing Sha's voice came through the face-covering hood somewhat muffled. He was a rugged, stern-looking middle-aged man with eyes as sharp as a hawk's. At this moment he was exerting all his strength to circulate his chi and blood, forming a thin layer of red light on his skin to fend off the pervasive chill. The other 4 team members were similarly focused, their faces solemn, not daring to be careless. They were making their way toward the suspected Icewind Valley based on a rudimentary map provided by Zhuge Liang and vague coordinates from the Spark Alliance. Along the way, aside from the harsh weather, they encountered dangers unique to the snowfield: the elusive icefield snow wolf packs that could move stealthily beneath the snow, the deep crevices that led to certain doom if stepped on, and the most unpredictable of all, the Aurora Phantom that could create realistic illusions. Fortunately, every member of the team was exceptionally skilled and experienced, and with Zhuge Liang's special calming heart talismans and Pathfinder discs, they managed to avert disaster time and again. 10 days later, they reached a relatively high ice cliff. Ing Sha took out a specially made 1,000-mile telescope, a crystal lens infused with a faint light technique, crouched in the snow and gazed into the distance. In the lens, a narrow crack could be faintly seen between 2 massive snow-capped mountains dozens of miles away, from which a fierce wind howled, whipping up a snowstorm. It was the entrance to Icewind Valley marked on the map. However, what caught their attention even more were the numerous signs of a fierce battle remaining on the snow outside the valley's mouth. Scorched frozen earth, shattered ice crystals, deep blue bone arrows embedded in the ground, and several frozen corpses clad in crude white fur armor, their physique towering far beyond the norm. Their weapons were massive bone knives and ice crystal spears, and their deaths were tragic, clearly having suffered a brutal battle. It's the Icefield's lost clan. Look at the wounds, there's residual ghostly energy. A team member skilled in tracking whispered after inspecting the battle occurred within the last 3 days. The people from the ghostly domain have already engaged with them. Ing Sha's eyes narrowed, signaling his team to disperse and hide while he cautiously approached to observe. Next to a fallen warrior of the Lost Clan, he found a crushed bone tablet engraved with a simple wolf totem. At the same time, he found a small piece of torn black fabric, its edges exuding a chilling aura, which was the standard attire of the ghostly Phantom Guards. The ghostly domain has dispatched elite Phantom Guards. The Lost Clan has suffered significant losses, Ing Sha deduced. From the battlefield traces, it seems the clan fought while retreating, falling back into the depths of Icewind Valley. The people from the ghostly domain seem to be in no hurry to delve deeper, but have set up a temporary camp outside the valley. He looked far away and indeed saw a few black tents and vaguely moving shadows on a leeward ice hill several miles away, with a simple alert formation set up around the camp. The camp was not large, about 20 to 30 people, likely a reconnaissance vanguard. "Captain, what should we do? Should we sneak in to take a look?" one team member asked. Ing Sha pondered for a moment and shook his head. The ghostly camp is heavily guarded and has formations approaching recklessly, poses too great a risk. Our mission is reconnaissance, not combat. The situation inside Icewind Valley is unclear and the attitude of the Lost Clan is unknown. We should avoid alarming the snake. He took out a miniature communication array, infused it with a thin stream of spiritual power, and sent the intelligence he had gathered the location of Icewind Valley, the ghostly camp, the Lost Clan's corpses and battle traces, along with a rough terrain sketch back to Schwanching, thousands of miles away, through an encrypted frequency. The array flickered with a faint light. The information had been sent, but the energy in the area was chaotic, and using the communication consumed a lot of power, making it impossible to use frequently. We will establish a temporary observation point here, taking turns to monitor the movements of the ghostly camp in Icewind Valley. At the same time, we will try to find other traces of the activities of the Lost Clan to see if we can establish contact. Ing Sha issued orders. The team members immediately sprang into action, digging snow caves in the leeward area of the ice cliff to establish a concealed stronghold. The north wind cut like a knife, and the shadows of spies on the snowfield quietly laid out their plans. Meanwhile, thousands of miles away in Schwanching, deep within the Hall of Heroes, Lin Xian sat cross-legged in the center of a time barrier, surrounded by rich chaotic spiritual energy.
Within the inner world, the vast lake of spiritual liquid surged with the golden beach in the center radiating brilliance, reflecting the ancient jade suspended in his sea of consciousness. He was attempting to break through the bottleneck of mid-level 10th rank lord. This breakthrough was proving to be more difficult than expected. After reaching level 10, every small step of advancement required a deeper comprehension of the laws of the universe and a stronger control over one's own power. He constantly recalled the life and death struggles in the Hafen Gorge, the profound insights when the rule's golden light dispelled evil, and the strange resonance when the ancient jade harmonized with the aura of the Hall of Reincarnation. Rules. Guarding. Chaos. Order. His thoughts flowed within his sea of consciousness, resonating with the inner world. The grains of sand on the golden beach began to glow one by one as if containing the profound truths of the universe. The ancient jade trembled slightly, conveying a warm and ancient power that nourished his soul. After an unknown duration, it felt as if a barrier had been worn down by water dripping on stone. Shien shuddered, and a faint rumble resonated within him. The inner world instantly expanded to 1,000 cubic meters. The lake of spiritual liquid became even deeper, and the golden beach expanded several times, with the fluctuations of the rules becoming increasingly clear. His spiritual power, physical strength, and perception and control over the spiritual energy of the universe all ascended to a new level. Mid-level 10th rank lord. It's done. Shien slowly opened his eyes, the divine light in his gaze reigned in and his aura deepened. He felt the surging power within him, joy filling his heart, yet without a trace of arrogance. For he knew that regarding the potential dangers that might exist in the binding snowfield and the inscrutable lord of the ghostly domain, this bit of enhancement was still far from enough. At that moment he sensed something and received the first encrypted intelligence from Ming Sha's team sent through special channels by Zhuge Liang. Binding snowfield. Icewind Valley. Ghostly Vanguard Camp. Icefield Lost Clan. Shien processed the information, his gaze sharp. They have indeed made a move. Ing Sha's choice was very cautious, it was the right decision. He stood up and exited the quiet room where Zhuge Liang was already waiting outside. Congratulations, my lord, on your significant advancement in cultivation. Zhuge Liang clasped his hands, his eyes filled with gratification. Military advisor intelligence from the northern border has arrived. Shien shared the intelligence. The ghostly domain is moving quickly. It seems they are determined to seize the god burial abyss. We must accelerate our pace. Zhuge Liang lightly waved his feather fan. The Ing Sha team has successfully infiltrated and established an observation point. This is good news. However, contacting the Icefield Lost Clan will not be easy. They have long dwelled in a forbidden land, are exclusionary and suspicious, and require suitable opportunities and tokens. Tokens. Shien pondered. The totem of the Lost Clan mentioned in the intelligence may serve as a breakthrough. Zhuge Liang analyzed. If we can obtain an important token from the Icefield Lost Clan or do them a favor, it may open up a path for communication. This matter needs Ing Sha to act according to the situation. Furthermore, since you have already broken through, the crafting of the remote projection treasure can also be put on the agenda. Shien nodded. Exactly. Only by being able to timely understand the dynamics of the northern border can we exert influence when necessary, ensuring we are not too far removed from the situation in Xuancheng. The projection treasure he mentioned was a concept proposed by Zhuge Liang, crafted from precious materials containing the power of space combined with formations and soul imprints to create a treasure that would allow a wisp of Xien's divine thought to remotely project and briefly manifest. Though it lacks significant combat power, it can be used for communication, reconnaissance, and even initial negotiations. As for materials, the Spark Alliance's exchange list includes void crystal, sand, and soul-fixing wood, which can be exchanged with contribution points. Zhuge Liang stated, I will start designing the refining array. Thank you, military advisor. There's no need to be stingy with contribution points, expedite the purchase. Shien decisively stated, at the same time send a message to Ing Sha granting him authority to make decisions on the spot. Under the premise of ensuring safety, he may try to find opportunities for contact with the Icefield Lost Clan, but be sure not to expose the roots of Xuancheng. All should prioritize information gathering. Zhuge Liang acknowledged, understood. Just as Shien and Zhuge Liang were discussing Shao, he delivered a routine intelligence report from the Spark Alliance. The report mentioned a seemingly inconspicuous piece of news in the northwestern region of the continent known as the Howling Wind Gobi. A mid-sized force called the Stoneclaw tribe, which had conflicts with the Bloodblade fortress, was facing a survival crisis due to a key oasis within their territory suddenly drying up. Their leader Shien was considering relocating the entire tribe and was secretly searching for a new habitat. Stoneclaw tribe. Shien. Xien's heart stirred at the mention of this name. He recalled that there seemed to be some impression in the regional channel. This tribe was known for its fierce culture, skilled in taming sand beasts and mining, and their leader Shien was a straightforward man. Military advisor, what do you think about this Stoneclaw tribe? Shien handed the report to Zhuge Liang. Zhuge Liang pondered briefly, his eyes flashing with insight. Is your intention, my lord, to absorb them? Yes, this tribe is currently in a difficult situation. If our Xuanqing can extend a helping hand with generous conditions, we may absorb them, gaining not only a group of fierce warriors and skilled miners but also extending our influence towards the northwest.
In the future, should we head north towards Biming, it could also serve as an additional supply point. That is indeed the intention. Lin Shien nodded. This matter can be entrusted to Mr.
Shao to initiate contact under the guise of a trading convoy, expressing goodwill and gauging their intent.
If they are interested, we can invite their leader to Xuanqing for a visit. My lord is wise, Zhuge Liang agreed.
Multifaceted planning, accumulating resources and gradually establishing authority is the right course. Xuanqing was like a tree with roots continuously spreading, quietly growing amidst the storms. Meanwhile, in the distant northern border, the snow of Icewind Valley was being stained red with new blood. The Yingsha team lay in ambush atop the ice cliff like hawks, waiting for the right moment, observing the movements of the ghostly camp at the valley entrance and searching for a glimmer of opportunity to contact the mysterious Icefield Lost clan.
The plan to recruit the Shizhua tribe was personally overseen by Xiao He.
He did not make a grand display but instead dispatched a capable merchant convoy under the guise of trade, carrying high-quality weapons, sold iron medicines and some grain acquired from the Jadeite alliance to the Windstorm Gobi, where the Shizhua tribe resided. At this moment, the Shizhua tribe was on the brink of survival. Their most vital oasis, the Moon Crescent Spring, had completely dried up and thousands of tribe members faced the threats of hunger and thirst, surrounded by powerful enemies with internal fears running high. The leader Shien, a burly man resembling an iron tower with a rugged face and a straightforward personality, was in a state of panic. When the merchant convoy from Shien City arrived with sincerity and urgently needed supplies, it was like a timely rain in a drought. The envoy sent by Xiao He was a smooth-talking and experienced foreign affairs officer. He did not act arrogantly but treated them as equals, detailing the current situation of Shien City, its ideals and promises to allies, while earnestly inviting leader Shien to visit Shien City for further discussion. Though Shien had reservations about migrating his entire tribe, seeing their predicament and sensing Shien City's sincerity coupled with his prior knowledge of Shien City having defeated the Bloodblade fortress and contended with the Nether domain, he was already moved. After consulting with several elders of the tribe, he decided to personally go to Shien City to investigate.
Half a month later, Shien arrived in Shien City with a few loyal guards.
Upon seeing the towering city walls, the numerous arrow towers, the orderly military formations, the bustling markets and the contented citizens, this battle-hardened tribal leader was profoundly shocked. Especially when he felt the uplifting and united spirit that permeated the city, as well as the deep yet serene and dignified aura of Lin Shien. All remaining hesitations in his heart vanished. Lin Shien personally received Shien, displaying sincerity, and took him on a tour of the military camps, workshops and farmlands, even opening some non-core areas to showcase the strength and potential of Shien City. Zhuge Liang also elaborated on Shien City's philosophy of defending against external threats, ensuring peace for the people and developing together. Shien, a straightforward man, was deeply impressed upon witnessing Shien City's flourishing atmosphere, the grandeur of Lord Lin Shien and the meticulous plans of military strategist Zhuge Liang, along with Xiao He's well-organized administration.
Lord Lin.
Shien raised a bowl of strong liquor at the banquet and declared, I Shien am a rough man, not versed in grand principles, but I can clearly discern right from wrong. The strength of Shien City and the sincerity extended to me, I have seen it with my own eyes. The Shizhua tribe is willing to relocate and serve Shien City as our lord, only asking for you to provide my people with food and a place to settle. I Shien and the warriors of the tribe are willing to offer our lives for you. After speaking, he knelt on one knee, paying his respects. His loyal guards also knelt in unison. Lin Shien quickly stepped forward to help him up. Leader Shien, please rise. The relationship between Shien City and the Shizhua tribe is not that of master and servant but of brotherly allies. It is our fortune for your tribe to come to us. From now on, the land of Shien City will be the home of the Shizhua tribe. Together we shall fend off strong enemies and create a prosperous era. At that moment, both sides swore blood oaths and established an agreement. The Shizhua tribe was fully integrated into Shien City, retaining some autonomy, and Shien was conferred the title of General of the Rock, holding the rank of a deputy general, commanding the tribe's warriors and participating in military decisions for Shien City.
The tribe's populace would move into the designated western district of Shien City, enjoying equal rights as citizens. News returned to the Shizhua tribe and the clansmen were filled with joy.
Soon thousands of tribespeople from the Shizhua tribe, carrying all the supplies they could take, moved into Shien City under the escort of the Shien City army. Shien City's population instantly surpassed 10,000, significantly increasing its strength. The Shizhua warriors were brave and skilled in desert warfare and taming sand beasts, greatly enriching the military diversity of Shien City. Their unique knowledge of minerals and smelting techniques also contributed to the military industry development of Shien City. Shien's allegiance brought not only people and troops but also an unexpected piece of crucial intelligence. At the welcome banquet, after several rounds of drinks, Shien mentioned the strange incident of the tribe's oasis drying up, angrily stating, "It must be the doing of the demons from the Black Sha Palace." The Moon Crescent Spring once had abundant water, but half a year ago black gas occasionally bubbled up from deep within the spring, turning the water bitter and sharply reducing its flow, eventually leading to complete desiccation. I sent warriors down the spring to investigate, yet many went missing without a trace, and those who managed to escape were disoriented, vaguely mentioning that there were eerie shadows of a palace and the wails of water demons at the bottom of the spring.
Eerie palace shadows. Water demons.
Lin Shien exchanged glances with Zhuge Liang, feeling a stir in their hearts.
Black Sha Palace.
The Nether domain specializes in controlling ghostly beings, but such occurrences related to water are rare.
General Shien, do you know where that spring leads to? Zhuge Liang inquired.
Well, according to ancient tribal legends, the bottom of the Moon Crescent Spring seems to connect to an underground river, and at the end of the river there is something called the Sunken Sand Water Mansion. Shien scratched his head, trying to recall the legends passed down by his ancestors. It is said to be the site where a water deity fell long ago, later becoming a lair for spirits quite sinister indeed. We have inhabited the area for generations and only dared to use the spring water, never venturing deeper. The Sunken Sand Water Mansion.
The fallen deity's domain.
A lair for spirits. A glint of light flashed in Lin Xian's eyes. He recalled the description of the fragments of the reincarnation hall from the Starfire Alliance intelligence scattered across the heavens. These fragments took on various forms and could attach themselves to any object or location containing powerful laws. A site where a fallen water deity resides could very well contain a fragment.
And the black gas polluting the spring appears to be the Nether domain attempting to explore or contaminate that location. Strategist, what do you think?
Lin Xian looked at Zhuge Liang. Zhuge Liang gently waved his feather fan, wisdom shining in his eyes. The timing of the Moon Crescent Spring's anomaly coincides with the intensified activities of the Nether domain in this realm. If the Sunken Sand Water Mansion truly relates to the water deity, the water laws or primal forces contained within could indeed counter the deathly aura of the Nether domain.
The Nether domain either seeks to pollute and seize it, or wants to confirm if there is something they need. There must be some mystery here.
It seems we need to investigate this Sunken Sand Water Mansion, Lin Xian said solemnly. We can explore the movements of the Nether domain, seek potential leads on the reincarnation hall fragments, and resolve the water source issue for the Shizhua tribe if we can eliminate the pollution, achieving 3 goals in 1. My lord, this matter requires careful deliberation. Zhuge Liang cautioned. The situation at the water mansion is unclear and the dangers unknown. I suggest we first send an elite team for preliminary reconnaissance to ascertain the situation before making any decisions. For now, our priorities should be integrating the Shizhua tribe, refining the projection treasure, and monitoring the northern front. Lin Xian nodded in agreement. He then ordered Shien to draw a detailed map of the Moon Crescent Spring and its surroundings, selecting warriors familiar with the terrain to join the Shien bird guards in preparing for preliminary reconnaissance of the Sunken Sand Water Mansion. Simultaneously, he accelerated the exchange of void crystal sand and soul binding wood from the Starfire Alliance, with Zhuge Liang starting to design the formation for refining the remote projection treasure. While Shien City actively integrated new forces and laid plans for the Northwest, intelligence from the Northern Front brought the Shadowblade team's second encrypted report. About 10 ghost killers led by a commanding figure attempted to force their way into the Icewind Valley, but were met with a fierce ambush from the Icefield remnants. The remnant warriors, utilizing their familiarity with the terrain and uncanny ice-based spells, severely crippled the team, killing most, leaving only the injured commander to escape. Afterward, the Nether camp heightened its defenses, seemingly pausing its offensive actions as if waiting for reinforcements. During a risky reconnaissance attempt, the Shadowblade team unexpectedly rescued a young reconnaissance soldier from the Icefield remnants who had become separated from his unit and was besieged by a small group of nether creatures. The boy was initially very wary, but after the Shadowblade team demonstrated goodwill by offering some beneficial supplies from Shien City and treated his injuries, his attitude softened somewhat. Although they could not communicate verbally through gestures and simple drawings, the Shadowblade team learned that the boy's name was Amu, from a tribe called Frostwolf tribe, which was indeed resisting the Nether domain in the Icewind Valley. Amu remained cautious of the Shadowblade team but agreed to take them to meet the tribe's elders. This was a significant breakthrough. Good. The Shadowblade team handled this matter splendidly.
Lin Xian's spirits lifted upon receiving the intelligence.
Being able to contact the elders of the remnants meant an opportunity to establish formal communication channels. Send a message to the Shadowblade team: exercise caution and prioritize gaining trust in gathering information and avoid exposing our true intentions and strength. We may provide some assistance, such as sharing information about the Nether camp's movements to demonstrate our sincerity, Lin Xian instructed.
Zhuge Liang, carry this out immediately.
Zhuge Liang took the order and reminded the situation in the northern front as delicate reinforcements from the Nether domain may already be on the way.
My lord, the refinement of the projection treasure must be expedited.
Lin Xian deeply agreed. He felt a sense of urgency. Various forces were on the move and Shien City must accelerate its strength to gain the initiative in this covert battle over the reincarnation hall fragments. He once again entered the depths of the Hall of Spirits, consolidating his cultivation while familiarizing himself with the mid-level powers of level 10 and assisting Zhuge Liang in deducing the refining methods for the projection treasure. Within the inner realm, the golden sandy beach sparkled brightly, appearing to have a closer connection with the ancient jade. He had a premonition that the day the projection treasure was completed might mark the beginning of his true journey into the northern snowfields. After integrating the new blood from the Shizhua tribe, this finely tuned machine of Shien City operated with even greater efficiency. Meanwhile, far to the north, the Shadowblade team was stealthily making their way toward the mysterious Frostwolf tribe, carrying the injured young remnant soldier Emu, braving the wind and snow. The mists of the sunken sand water mansion also awaited Shien City to unravel. The tides of the era were pushing Shien City toward a broader stage. The integration of the Shizhua tribe has injected new vitality into Shien City. The construction in the West District is in full swing as the warriors under Shien are incorporated into the city defense army, their unique experience in Gobi combat and beast taming beginning to merge with the existing tactical framework of Shien City. However, Lin Xian and Zhuge Liang's gaze had already turned towards the depths of the wild wind Gobi, to the mysterious place that caused the drying up of the Crescent Spring, the Chensha Water Mansion. The task of investigating the water mansion was entrusted to the newly established elite team known as the Shien Bird Guard. The team leader is the deputy commander Mou, who was originally a ranger skilled in reconnaissance and mechanical arts under the banner of Liang City. He later admired the reputation of Shien City and came to join, possessing mid-level cultivation of level 8 and a meticulous mind particularly adept at handling complex environments. Team members include 3 original elites of the Shien Bird Guard along with 2 warriors from the Shizhua tribe who are most familiar with the terrain of the Crescent Spring, Xie and Shizhua. Before departing, Zhuge Liang personally prepared special water avoidance talismans, evil-breaking talismans and communication jade talismans for the team. Lin Xian even condensed 3 drops of vital chaos spiritual liquid from the inner heavens to hand to Mou for emergencies. This mission is primarily for reconnaissance, get a clear understanding of the water mansion's entrance and any traces of the underworld's activities. Do not venture too deeply and withdraw immediately if you encounter danger. Lin Xian solemnly instructed. Understood. Mou cupped his fists in response, leading the team quietly out of the city and directly towards the wild wind Gobi. Half a month later, the team arrived at the completely dried up Crescent Spring. The once shimmering oasis now lay as a vast cracked sand pit with a deep, cold and damp cave at its center, the entrance to the spring. Nearby the cave entrance, several broken pottery shards and decayed wooden frames lay scattered, indicating the traces of the Shizhua tribe's past water collection here. However, faint traces of unnatural blackened spots and remnants of underworld death energy could also be seen. Indeed, there are signs of underworld activity. Mou squatted down, picking up a bit of the blackened soil and sniffing at, his brow furrowed. The time is not long, less than a month. They seem to have attempted some kind of ritual here, but it was interrupted or failed. The team dispersed to scout and quickly discovered a damaged small concealed formation's remnants under a hidden boulder at the edge of the water pit, with the core ghost crystal having exhausted its energy. This is the shadow concealment formation of the underworld used to obscure presence. Judging by the damage, it seems to have been overwhelmed by powerful water attribute energy. The team member proficient in formations reported. Water attribute energy overwhelmed the underworld formation. Mou pondered. It seems that beneath this water mansion there indeed exists something that can counter the underworld. Once prepared, the team cast the water avoidance talismans and plunged into the cave of the spring. The cave was initially narrow, but after extending downwards for several dozen meters it opened up to reveal a wide underground river channel. The river channel was devoid of flowing water, with the riverbed exposed, covered in smooth pebbles and withered water plants. The air was cold and damp, filled with a strong fishy smell and faint underworld death energy. As they advanced along the river channel for several miles, a fork appeared ahead. One path continued forward, faintly echoing the sound of flowing water, the other slanted downward, emitting a stronger underworld aura and a sense of chilling pressure. Shizhua, you two stay at the fork, establish a watch and signal with the jade talisman immediately if anything seems off. Mou directed, then led the 3 Shien bird guards cautiously toward the slanted downward path. This fork became increasingly rugged, with signs of artificial excavation appearing on the rock walls along with some blurred ancient-style murals. The murals depicted a creature with a human body and fishtail controlling the flow of water while worshipping a glowing gem, exuding a primal sense of mystery. It seems the ancient legend mentioned by Chief Shien is not without basis. This place indeed has connections to some water deity worship. Mou carefully examined the murals. Deeper they went, the more intense the underworld death energy became. Even low-level water ghosts began to drift about, but were easily purified by the team using the evil-breaking talismans. Finally, at the end of the passage, a half-collapsed giant stone door appeared. The stone door was made of some kind of dark blue-black giant rock, intricately carved with wave patterns and images of massive beasts, yet at this moment the door was mostly damaged, with the sound of surging waves and eerie howls faintly emanating from within. Above the stone door, a broken stone plaque hung at a slant inscribed with 3 ancient characters, Jingsha Mansion. We've arrived.
The entrance to the Chensha Water Mansion. MO's spirit lifted, signaling the team to hide. Peering through the crack in the stone door, everyone couldn't help but gasp in shock. What lay beyond the door was not the underground palace they had imagined, but an incredibly vast underground space. In the center of the space stood a majestic but severely ruined group of palaces with an ancient style, most of the area submerged under the deep dark river, only the tops of some pavilions and towers protruding. Suspended above the palaces was a gigantic softly glowing blue gem, but its light was extremely dim and fluctuating as if it might extinguish at any moment. Below the gem the dark lake water churned unceasingly, revealing countless twisted black shadows of water monsters swimming within. Most shocking was that on a square exposed above the water near the palace entrance, remnants of a recently destroyed underworld altar lay starkly visible. Around the altar were scattered several corpses dressed in the attire of the Blackshaw Palace, along with numerous signs of battle. In the lake water at the edge of the square floated some torn, grotesque corpses of water monsters. The underworld established an altar here, but it seems it was destroyed by something within the water mansion. One team member whispered. MO's gaze sharpened as he observed closely. Judging by the altar's specifications, it's merely a small-scale summoning or pollution ritual. What destroyed it was not an ordinary water monster. He pointed to several deep claw marks and ice crystal formations in the center of the square. Such an attack contains a powerful ice attribute force that ordinary aquatic beings cannot possess. Moreover, look over there. Following MO's gesture, the group saw a small area at the corner of the square covered in strange blue ice crystals with wisps of undissipated underworld black energy frozen within. Beside the ice crystals were a few palm-sized silver shards flickering with faint light, emitting pure water attribute spiritual energy fluctuations. These are fragments of some kind of magical artifact. Judging by the spiritual energy fluctuations, the tier is extremely high. MO's heart stirred and he boldly performed a telekinesis technique to retrieve a shard from afar. The shard felt icy to the touch, engraved with unfamiliar runes containing astonishing water attribute law power. This place is not suitable for long stays. MOU put away the shard and decisively ordered, the information is basically clear, withdraw. The team quickly returned along their original route, regrouping with the station members, and swiftly evacuated the underground river channel. Days later, MO's team returned safely to Shien City, bringing back detailed maps of the Chensha Water Mansion mural rubbings, images of the underworld altar remnants recorded via a memory stone, as well as the most important silver shard. In the town hall, Lin Xian, Zhuge Liang, Xiao He and Shien gathered to hear the report. It appears that the Chensha Water Mansion is indeed an ancient water deity relic, and there should be a powerful guarding force within, possibly the remnant soul of the sleeping water deity or a powerful water spirit that repelled the initial invasion of the underworld. That blue gem's phantom is likely the core of the water mansion or related to the legendary water deity's legacy. Zhuge Liang analyzed the information, his gaze resting on the silver shard. This object has pure spiritual energy containing laws certainly not ordinary. It requires careful study. Lin Shen took the shard, and the moment his fingertip touched it, a faint, somewhat familiar wave unexpectedly emanated from the ancient jade in his arms. This was different from the intense desire felt when sensing the reincarnation palace shard before. It felt more like a subtle resonance of a shared source of power. This shard seems to have a connection to the ancient jade, but its attributes lean towards water law. Lin Xian was secretly astonished. Could it be that within this water mansion, aside from the potential reincarnation palace shard, there are other divine objects of the same level as the ancient jade? My lord, the underworld will not let this setback go easily, Shien said in a deep voice. They will definitely return, and next time the ones coming will likely be true powerhouses. We must take the initiative and at least secure control of the water mansion entrance. We cannot allow it to fall into the hands of the underworld. General Shien's words are very true. Lin Shen nodded. The water mansion is not far from Shien City and may concern clues about the reincarnation palace shard. It must not be neglected. Strategist, what do you suggest as the next course of action? Zhuge Liang lightly waved his feather fan, already confident. I have 3 strategies. First, immediately dispatch elite forces to secretly control the entrance of the Crescent Spring, set up a formation and establish it as a forward base for Shien City to monitor underworld movements. Second, I will take charge to study this shard and the murals, attempting to decipher the water mansion's restrictions and find a safe way to enter. Third, this matter may benefit from the power of the Starfire Alliance, as there must be experts within the Alliance knowledgeable in water attribute formations or ancient secrets who can provide key information. At the same time, my lord must accelerate the refinement of the projection treasures so that we can respond timely if there are any changes in the northern border or this area. Good. We shall follow the strategist's plan. Lin Shen decisively stated the task of controlling the entrance will be overseen by General Shien, taking his troops there with MOU assisting. The study of the shard and contacting the Alliance will be entrusted to the strategist. The necessary resources will be fully coordinated by Mr. Xiao He. We shall obey the orders. The others received their commands and left.
Lin Shan rubbed the silver shard, feeling the subtle resonance from the ancient jade, his gaze deep. The Chensha Water Mansion. This unexpected clue seems to be leading Shien City towards an even older and more mysterious realm. The northern border of the Water Mansion and the potential reincarnation palace shards are like several giant nets gradually closing in. He looked up towards the north. The Shadow Blade team should have already contacted the elder of the Frost Wolf tribe, right? What kind of news would that side bring? The chess game of Shien City has expanded from a single city to the northern snowy plains and the Gobi Water Mansion.
Every next step must be more cautious and even more brilliant.
In the Biming snowfield 100 miles outside the Icewind Valley lies a hollow covered by a massive ice dome.
This is the temporary settlement of the Frost Wolf tribe.
Beneath the ice dome it is not the primitive cave one might imagine but rather a well-organized camp. Dozens of dome-shaped ice houses built from enormous ice bricks and covered with thick snow beast pelts are scattered throughout the area. In the central square stands a statue of a frost giant wolf howling to the sky, exuding an aura of ancient desolation. Around the camp, warriors draped in white furs armed with bone spears or ice crystal longbows patrol with sharp gazes and fierce auras, each averaging the strength of a level 5 warrior. Led by the young man Amu from the E tribe, the Shadowblade team traversed for several days, avoiding several patrols of the underworld, finally arriving at this location.
Along the way, through simple gestures and drawings, Shadowblade learned that Amu is one of the most outstanding scouts among the younger generation of the Frost Wolf tribe.
This outing was to monitor the movements of the underworld camp, but he unfortunately encountered an ambush. At this moment, the atmosphere in the largest icehouse in the camp is tense.
Shadowblade Amu and the deputy team leader Tsanyu stand at the lower end.
At the upper end, 3 elders of the Frost Wolf tribe sit cross-legged on ice thrones draped with snow bear skins. The central figure is an elderly man with white hair and beard, a gaunt face, yet his eyes are deep like ancient ice. He is the Grand Elder Bingpa of the Frost Wolf tribe. On the left is a burly middle-aged man with a fierce claw scar on his face, the war chief Lang Lai. On the right is an old woman dressed in a white priest robe holding a bone staff, the shaman Shien, who oversees rituals and traditions. The walls of the icehouse are embedded with luminous pearls emitting a soft white light, and the ground is covered with thick pelts while the air is infused with a faint scent of pine resin and herbs.
The Grand Elder Bingpa spoke, his voice hoarse yet carrying an undeniable authority.
He could even speak some stiff but clear common language of the continent. Amu said that you rescued him from the claws of the underworld and brought news from afar. State your intentions, but should there be even a hint of falsehood, the cold winds of the ice plains shall consume your souls. Shadowblade took a deep breath and respectfully performed a gesture common among adventurers, then replied with a pre-prepared statement concealing their identity from Xuanqing and disguising themselves as a wandering warrior group persecuted by the underworld. Honorable Grand Elder Warchief and Shaman.
We come from the south, having been displaced here after our homeland was destroyed by the evil beings of the underworld.
We encountered Amu in danger along the way and offered our assistance, which was only natural. We have been observing the underworld camp for some time and have discovered that they are gathering strength with their sights set directly on the depths of the Icewind Valley at the God's Burial Abyss. We have a deep-seated enmity with the underworld and wish to share intelligence with your tribe to jointly combat this formidable enemy.
Upon finishing, Shadowblade took out a recording stone, infusing it with a faint amount of spiritual energy.
An image appeared displaying the defensive layout of the underworld camp, troop movements and snippets of the recent conflict they had recorded. Warchief Lang Lai's eyes scanned the image sharply and he snorted coldly. Underworld scum. Relying on some ghostly tricks, they dare repeatedly infringe upon our borders. The last time they suffered losses, it seems they have not learned from their mistakes. His gaze toward Shadowblade lost some scrutiny and gained a measure of acknowledgement, clearly indicating that their mutual hatred for the underworld was the best icebreaker. Shaman Shien carefully sensed the aura of Shadowblade and the others, especially the life-infused herbs and specially crafted cold-resistant talismans they carried. Her eyes flashing with surprise. You
are not ordinary wanderers.
Your power system along with these items is very
unique.
Shadowblade felt a slight chill in his heart, knowing he could not hide from a true expert. He calmly replied, we do possess some traditions merely to safeguard ourselves in these chaotic times. We journeyed northward to evade the underworld's pursuit and also to seek like-minded individuals to forge a path for survival. We have long heard that the Frost Wolf tribe is the overlord of the Ice Plains, brave and adept in battle, hence we have come to pay our respects. The Grand Elder Bingpa remained silent for a moment, his profound gaze seemingly able to see through the hearts of men. The God's Burial Abyss is the resting place of my ancestors and also a sacred ground of my clan which the underworld must not desecrate.
Your intelligence is indeed valuable. However, cooperation requires sincerity and, more importantly, strength. What can you offer?
I am prepared, Shadowblade said, taking out several jade vials and a roll of parchment from his storage bag. These are our clan's specially crafted sunfire pills which can help resist the corrosive effects of the underworld's deathly aura. Cold repelling powder which can quickly heal frostbite, and this simple early warning formation diagram which can be set up on key roads to detect the underworld's stealth units in advance.
This is our sincerity.
If your tribe agrees to cooperate, we can provide more such supplies and share all movements of the underworld.
Lang Lai picked up a vial of sunfire pill, poured one out, and the crimson pill exuded a warm aura. A glint of excitement flashed in his eyes. Good stuff. It indeed works well against those ghostly creatures. Shaman Shien was also quite interested in the early warning formation diagram and examined it closely. The Grand Elder Bingpa nodded slightly, his expression relaxing. We have received your sincerity. The Frost Wolf tribe is clear about friendship and enmity. You rescued AMU and brought important intelligence, presenting generous gifts. We will remember this kindness. The matter of cooperation can be discussed. However, the issue of the God's burial abyss is of great importance, and how to work together must be deliberated at length. He paused, his tone turning serious. The underworld's current scheme is not trivial. According to Shaman's observation through the ice mirror technique, their reinforcements are already 100 miles away, led by a ghost general, and will arrive shortly. When that time comes, a fierce battle is inevitable. Shadowblade's heart trembled. A ghost general. That is equivalent to a level 10 lord among the human race. He immediately said, Grand Elder, although our strength is limited, we are willing to contribute our efforts. I can send a message back to the leader to gather reinforcements. At the same time, we have some understanding of the underworld's battle tactics and may offer some tactical advice. Oh. Lang Lai raised an eyebrow. Let's hear it. Shadowblade then shared some experiences from the battles between Xuanqing and the underworld, particularly the techniques for dealing with shadow assassins and bone wraiths, presenting a few suggestions for utilizing terrain setting traps and targeted strikes. Lang Lai's eyes lit up more and more as he listened, suddenly slapping his thigh. Brilliant. Especially the method of using sunfire talismans and soundwave spells against those shadows. Why didn't I think of that? It seems you have indeed clashed with the underworld scum. The Grand Elder Bingpa and Shaman Shuayin exchanged glances and nodded slightly. Shadowblade's suggestions were practical and feasible, indicating that the other party was not just speaking empty words but had real knowledge and expertise. In that case, Elder Bingpa finally concluded, the Frost Wolf tribe is willing to form a temporary alliance with you to jointly resist this underworld invasion. Lang Lai, you will be responsible for coordinating with the leader of Shadowblade to discuss specific defense measures. Shuayin, strengthen the vigilance of the sacred ground and prepare the Ice Wolf Totem. Yes. Lang Lai and Shuayin replied in unison. Shadowblade felt a surge of joy within. The first step had been accomplished. He immediately used the encrypted communication Jade Talisman to transmit the news of successfully establishing a temporary alliance and the urgent military situation of the approaching underworld reinforcements back to Xuanqing, thousands of miles away. In the following days, the Shadowblade team remained in the Frost Wolf tribe camp. Lang Lai, being straightforward, regarded Shadowblade as a comrade after recognizing his capabilities, showing him around the terrain of the Icewind Valley and discussing defensive deployments. With his rich experience in reconnaissance and counter-reconnaissance, Shadowblade also proposed many constructive suggestions, earning the respect of numerous Frost Wolf warriors. The pills and talismans carried by the team were distributed, proving effective in several small-scale skirmishes, further solidifying trust. Meanwhile, Shadowblade took the opportunity to learn more about the Frost Wolf tribe and the Binding Snowfield. He found out that the Frost Wolf tribe is just one of many clans among the Snowfield's descendants and is not the strongest, but is renowned for its bravery and the taming of ice wolves. Deeper within the Snowfield there exist even more powerful beings such as frost giants and snow spirits. The God's Burial Abyss is regarded as a supreme forbidden ground by all descendants, with legends stating that the will of an ancient ice deity sleeps within, guarding some secret that concerns the survival of the Snowfield. The invasion of the underworld is viewed as a mortal threat by all the descendants, and some clans have begun to respond to the Frost Wolf tribe's call for aid, converging towards the Icewind Valley. The situation is developing toward a large-scale conflict. In Xuanqing, within the Hall of Heroes, Lin Xian and Zhuge Liang received Shadowblade's message almost simultaneously. Good. Shadowblade has lived up to expectations. Lin Xian's spirit lifted. Establishing an alliance with the Frost Wolf tribe is of great significance. But with the Ghost General's reinforcements approaching, the situation in the northern border is dire. Zhuge Liang gently waved his feather fan, and a map of the northern border floated before him, annotated with the intelligence marked with enemy and ally positions. With the Ghost General personally arriving, the Frost Wolf tribe will find it hard to cope alone. Even with assistance from other descendants facing the well-prepared elite of the underworld, the outcome is uncertain. This battle concerns whether our Xuanqing can maintain a foothold in the northern border and whether the clues to the reincarnation hall can continue. Master Strategist, how is the crafting of the projection treasure going? Lin Xian asked, most concerned about this matter. If there is a projection treasure, he could project his consciousness to the northern border. Though unable to directly participate in the battle, he could coordinate commands and even provide assistance with the rule's golden light at critical moments. The materials are ready and the formation diagram has been completed. It only awaits the final steps of Divine Soul Imprint and Void Anchoring. This requires you, my lord, to use your blood essence and soul thoughts as a guide, combined with the power of the ancient jade, taking 3 days and must not be disturbed. 3 days. I hope Shadowblade and the Frost Wolf tribe can hold on.
Lin Xian's gaze was resolute. Commence the crafting immediately. The northern border must not falter.
Liang, protect the Lord.
At this moment Lin Xian and Zhuge Liang entered the innermost chamber of the Hall of Heroes, beginning the crucial crafting of the projection treasure.
Meanwhile, thousands of miles away in the northern border's icy plains, a storm was brewing and a great battle was imminent.
The fate of Xuancheng was closely tied to that snowy world. Deep within the Hall of Heroes, in a hidden chamber, the time barrier was fully activated. Lin Xian sat cross-legged at the center of the formation, eyes tightly shut with a solemn expression. Before him floated two treasures: a swirling void crystal sand pulsating with spatial fluctuations and a soul-determining wood trunk radiating a warm soul light. Zhuge Liang gently waved his feather fan, stepping lightly as he chanted incantations. Countless golden runes flew out from the fan, merging into the two materials like living beings, sketching an incredibly complex three-dimensional formation. The moment to forge the treasure of projection had reached a critical juncture: soul imprinting and void anchoring. My lord, focus your spirit, use your soul as a guide and your blood as a medium to communicate with the ancient jade, injecting a trace of primordial divine thought into the formation center.
Zhuge Liang commanded in a deep voice.
Lin Xian understood immediately, forcing out a drop of his heart's blood to blend with his fingertips while fully immersing his mind into a sea of consciousness, connecting with the warm ancient jade. The ancient jade seemed to sense it, vibrating slightly as a chaotic yet ancient aura flowed out, merging with Lin Xian's soul power, transforming into a delicate yet incredibly refined golden light thread, slowly reaching towards the core of the floating formation. Buzz. The moment the golden light thread touched the formation center, the entire chamber was filled with brilliant light. The void crystal sand melted, instantly transforming into a flowing silver river of stars wrapping around the soul-determining wood. The soul-determining wood absorbed the silver river and golden light thread like a sponge. Its shape began to change, gradually elongating and molding, eventually transforming into a palm-sized, entirely silver-white ancient mirror with dark golden patterns along the edges.
The mirror's surface was not smooth but rippled like water, reflecting the chaotic void. Void as the foundation, soul determination as the bone, spirit thought as the guide, mystic shadow mirror take form.
Zhuge Liang called out sharply, giving one last flick with his feather fan as a dazzling rune struck the back of the mirror. The mirror emitted a clear hum, its silver light surged, then retracted slowly, gently landing in Lin Xian's hand. The mirror felt warm, connected to Lin Xian's heart blood as if it were part of his body. With just a thought, he could perceive the immense spatial power contained within the mirror, as well as a trace of a soul imprint that resonated with his own. It worked! Lin Xian opened his eyes, unable to hide his joy. He felt that through this mystic shadow mirror his consciousness could break free from the constraints of space, projecting itself thousands of miles away. Though lacking physical compatibility, he could observe and communicate as if he were present, and even briefly manipulate a sliver of rule-binding golden light for intimidation or assistance.
Congratulations, my lord.
Zhuge Liang's face was slightly pale, clearly exhausted, yet his eyes were filled with relief. The mystic shadow mirror is complete, and I have established a connection with the Starfire talismans and the communications array of the Shadow Slaughter team in the northern front. You may attempt to sense the northern direction and conduct the first projection. Lin Xian nodded, holding the mystic shadow mirror, his mind sinking into it. In an instant his perception seemed to traverse endless void, sweeping over mountains and rivers, revealing a vast expanse of land covered in ice and snow before his eyes. He saw the menacing underworld camp outside Icewind Valley, the tense warriors preparing for battle in the Frostwolf camp, and sensed the faint fluctuations of the communication talisman on the Shadow Slaughter's body.
I sensed it. Lin Xian's heart tightened.
However, he also felt that maintaining this long-distance projection consumed an immense amount of mental energy. With his current mid-level cultivation at level 10, he could only sustain it for the duration of an incense stick, and the number of times he could do it each day was limited. Just as he was getting familiar with the usage of the mystic shadow mirror, the scene in the mirror suddenly changed. From the direction of Icewind Valley, a furious wind howled and dark clouds loomed overhead. A massive army of the underworld, far exceeding the previous numbers, surged towards the Frostwolf camp like a tide of darkness. At the forefront was a horrifying figure riding a skeletal nightmare beast clad in heavy armor, wielding a giant scythe burning with ghostly green flames, none other than the Ghost General. The oppressive aura he radiated even from behind the mystic shadow mirror made Lin Xian's heart race. Not good. The underworld's total assault has begun. Lin Xian's expression changed. Almost simultaneously, through the communication feature of the mystic shadow mirror, the urgent voice of Shadow Slaughter echoed directly in his mind. My lord. The Underworld Ghost General has personally led a massive army to the borders, numbering over 500 with all elite forces deployed.
The Frostwolf clan is gathering all its strength, preparing for a desperate fight. Requesting instructions.
Lin Xian's gaze sharpened and he made a decisive decision. Shadow Slaughter informed the elder of the Frostwolf clan to hold the camp firmly, using the terrain and formations to defend against the enemy.
I will descend my consciousness to assist you.
Remember, my projection has no physical presence, it can only intimidate and provide tactical guidance, do not rely on it.
Understood.
At the northern front, the Frostwolf camp was already shrouded in the clouds of war.
Woo woo woo. The mournful sound of horns echoed through the ice valley.
Outside the camp, ice walls rose from the ground, their surfaces inscribed with flashing runes set up by the Frostwolf clan's shaman Shien and the priests as the ice barrier formation. At the front of the formation, the battle leader Lang Lai took the lead, wielding a giant ice crystal battle axe, followed by nearly 1,000 Frostwolf warriors who were ready to fight to the death alongside hundreds of snarling ice giants. In the air, dozens of archers riding snow eagles circled above. Opposite them, the underworld army stood in a tight formation, an oppressive aura radiating from them. 500 ghost guards stood like statues, and 100 underworld knights riding ghostly steeds lined the front, with dozens of black-robed spirit summoners in the rear continuously summoning skeleton warriors and vengeful spirits.
The ghost general hovered in midair, pointing his giant scythe towards the camp, letting out a hoarse roar, ants clinging to survival. Today is the day your clan is annihilated. Kill. For the glory of the Frostwolf clan. For the peace of our ancestors. Kill. Lang Lai roared in response, his voice shaking the surroundings. Boom. The great battle erupted instantly.
The underworld knights charged first, their ghostly steeds soaring through the air, crashing into the ice walls with a piercing wail. The ghost guards surged like a tide, blades flashing and ghostly techniques wreaking havoc. Skeletons and vengeful spirits charged wildly against the defenses. The Frostwolf warriors fought valiantly, their ice crystal spears clashing fiercely with bone blades, giant wolves biting at the ghostly steeds, while the snow eagle archers rained arrows down, specifically targeting the spirit summoners.
The ice barrier formation continuously activated, sending forth ice spikes that froze nearby enemies.
The battle entered a white-hot phase from the very beginning, with lives extinguishing every moment, blood staining the pure white snow. The ghost general let out a cold snort and personally made his move. He swung his giant scythe, unleashing a ghostly green blade that tore through the air, striking heavily against the ice wall.
Crack!
The solid ice wall was actually sliced open, creating a massive gap as dozens of Frostwolf warriors were instantly corroded by ghostly energy, turning into ice sculptures.
Block him. Lang Lai's eyes widened, swinging his battle axe skyward as he engaged the ghost general.
Yet he was ultimately outmatched, as he was suppressed from the very first clash, facing imminent danger. In this critical moment, within the command icehouse where Shadow Slaughter was located, a faint silver light flickered as Lin Xian's projection quietly projected beside Shadow Slaughter. The projection was hazy, making it impossible to discern the face, yet a dignified aura containing the essence of rules spread out.
Great Elder. Battle Leader. Concentrate your fire and attack the enemy's left flank where the spirit summoners are.
They are the key to maintaining the low-tier undead. Lin Xian's thoughts were instantly conveyed to the high-ranking members of the Frostwolf clan through Shadow Slaughter. Elder Bingpa and the battle leader Lang Lai were both startled, but sensing the vast mental power and the oppressive aura that made the underworld energy detest, they immediately chose to trust.
Shien. Ice Storm, cover the left flank. Elder Bingpa commanded.
The shaman Shien thrust her staff into the ground, chanting an ancient spell as the sky suddenly gathered countless ice crystals, transforming into a violent snowstorm that enveloped the spirit summoner formation on the underworld's left flank. The spirit summoners were caught off guard, their spellcasting interrupted, and their protective ghostly energy rapidly melted within the nature-infused ice storm.
Now's the time. Frost Cavalry flank assault. Lang Lai forcefully repelled a strike from the ghost general, roaring. The elite Frostwolf cavalry, already on standby, surged out like arrows from a bow, charging straight at the disarrayed spirit summoners. As the blades flashed, the spirit summoners fell one after another. Without their support, the number of skeletons and vengeful spirits on the front line drastically decreased, and the assault faltered. Damn it!
The ghost general was both shocked and furious, sensing an abhorrent aura disrupting the battle, and he suddenly directed his giant scythe towards the icehouse where Shadow Slaughter was.
My lord, be careful!
Shadow Slaughter exclaimed. Lin Xian's projection focused its gaze, channeling the sliver of rule-binding golden light contained within the mystic shadow mirror.
Though it couldn't directly resist, it transformed into an invisible barrier shielding the icehouse.
At the same time, he communicated with Lang Lai, battle leader. The ghost general's soul fire connection point is 3 inches under his armpit. Attack there.
Understood.
Lang Lai, disregarding his own injuries, let out a furious roar as his battle axe exploded with brilliant ice blue light, striking precisely at the ghost general's weak point. The ghost general was forced to defend, his offensive once again thwarted. He stared at the hazy projection, his soul fire flickering violently. Who dares to spy on me?
Lin Xian's projection began to destabilize as the consumption of mental energy was immense.
He transmitted one last thought: Shadow Slaughter.
Wait for an opportunity. Use the spirit liquid. And then the projection dissipated.
Although Lin Xian's intervention was brief, it played a crucial role.
The Frostwolf clan steadied their formation and even launched a counterattack. Lang Lai engaged in a fierce struggle with the ghost general.
Shadow Slaughter seized the moment, infusing a drop of chaotic spirit liquid granted by Lin Shien into a specially made arrow which was shot by the sharpshooter Song Yu, hitting a Ghost Knight commander, instantly wounding him with the purifying power of life.
The battle became a brutal stalemate.
However, the Underworld army lost its element of surprise and the Frostwolf clan held their ground with the advantage of terrain and tenacity, withstanding this wave of fierce assault. The fierce battle lasted an entire day and night, both sides suffering heavy casualties, and the Underworld army failed to breach the core defenses.
Ultimately, amidst the Ghost General's unwilling roars, they temporarily retreated to regroup.
In the first battle of Icewind Valley, the Frostwolf clan and the Shien City allied forces achieved a Pyrrhic victory. Inside the camp there was a scene of devastation with mourning echoing everywhere.
Yet the survivors all burned with an indomitable flame in their eyes.
Elder Bingpa battle leader Lang Lai and Shaman Xuan gathered, casting complex gazes at Shadow Slaughter.
Earlier. Was that your leader? Elder Bingpa asked solemnly.
Shadow Slaughter nodded respectfully, saying indeed. Although the leader is thousands of miles away, he is concerned for this place and uses secret methods to project his assistance. The leader says that although this battle was won, the Underworld will never relent. I hope your clan prepares early and discusses long-term plans together. The three elders fell silent for a moment, and finally Elder Bingpa sighed. Your clan's leader possesses great powers and immense righteousness.
This kindness the Frostwolf clan will never forget.
From today onwards, the Frostwolf clan is willing to forge a permanent alliance with your clan, standing together against the Underworld through life and death. Thus the permanent alliance in the Northern Front was established. All of this was thanks to Lin Xian's timely projection intervention and the forging of the mystic Shadow Mirror. Thousands of miles away in the Hall of Heroes of Shien City, Lin Xian retracted his consciousness, his face pale, spirit exhausted, yet his eyes sparkled with excitement.
The mystic Shadow Mirror was complete.
The Northern Front was stabilized. Moreover, a solid ally had been gained. He looked towards the north, his heart surging.
With the mystic Shadow Mirror, he now possessed the ability to intervene in battles thousands of miles away. The stage for the future would be even broader. After the bloody battle in the Icewind Valley, the northern region entered a brief period of tranquility. The army of the Underworld retreated to their camp, licking their wounds, and did not launch a large-scale offensive in the short term. Although the Frostwolf tribe suffered heavy casualties, their morale remained high as they worked diligently to repair their fortifications, tend to the wounded, and consolidate the support from other clans that arrived to assist. As a result of this battle, the prestige of Shien City, represented by the Shadowblade squad, reached its peak among the Frostwolf tribe and the surrounding clans. The mysterious projection and precise support during the critical moment were spoken of with reverence. To express their gratitude and further solidify their alliance, the Frostwolf tribe's elder Bingpa decided to send an envoy with gifts to visit Shien City and meet the mysterious leader Lin. The envoy was personally led by the battle chief Lang Lai and included the disciple of the shaman Xuan known as Bingyun, a young priestess skilled in healing and spirit communication, along with 10 elite Frostwolf warriors. The Shadowblade squad was responsible for guiding and protecting them. About a month later, the envoy arrived at Shien City. When Lang Lai and his companions emerged from the teleportation array and saw the majestic city walls, bustling markets, orderly streets, and the vibrant life in the air, even the well-traveled Lang Lai was taken aback. This was in stark contrast to the harshness and brutality of the northern ice plains. Especially upon sensing the profound yet latent overall aura of the city stemming from the integration of the Spirit Hall, the city defense array, and Lin Xian's own presence, he put away the last vestiges of disdain he had harbored due to the fact that they were from the southern tribe. Lin Xian held a grand welcome ceremony at the town hall. He did not adopt a superior posture but rather treated them as equal allies. When Lang Lai saw the young yet imposing Lin Xian with eyes deep as the starry sea, all his lingering doubts vanished. This person is certainly not to be underestimated. I am Lang Lai, battle chief of the Frostwolf tribe, here on the orders of the elder to pay my respects to leader Lin. Thank you for extending your hand during the dire times in the northern region. This is a token of our clan's appreciation, please accept it.
Lang Lai's voice was loud and clear as he performed a solemn tribal gesture, while behind him the warriors brought forth several large boxes filled with the finest cold jade ice crystals, snow beast pelts, and some rare ice-type spiritual herbs from the northern region. You are too kind, Chief Lang Lai. Lin Xian responded warmly, standing to greet him with a gentle smile. The warriors of the Frostwolf tribe are unmatched in bravery, steadfastly guarding the sacred land, which earns my admiration. As allies, we must help each other. This small assistance is nothing to speak of. He also returned the favor with well-prepared gifts, a large quantity of high-quality weapons and armor, Shien City's specialty elixirs and talismans, and a batch of cold-resistant high-yield grain seeds. During the banquet, the atmosphere was lively. Lang Lai, with his boisterous personality, quickly became brothers with the injured official Tang after a few bowls of strong liquor. Shien also heard the news and rushed over. Coming from the Gobi, he found common ground with the men from the icy plains, and the three enjoyed a cheerful conversation. Bingyun showed great interest in Shien City's medical hall and herb garden and was arranged by Xiao He for a tour and exchange. The next day formal discussions were held in a secret chamber attended only by Lin Shien, Zhuge Liang, Lang Lai and Bing Yun.
Leader Lin, Mr.
Zhuge Lang Lai said solemnly, we have come this time not only to express our gratitude and solidify our alliance but also to bring a secret message from the Elder.
The underworld will not rest easy after this setback.
According to our clan's shaman's distant observation through the ice mirror, a powerful underworld aura is gathering deep in the snowy plains and there may be stronger foes approaching. The Elder hopes to establish closer ties with your faction, especially in terms of intelligence sharing and strategic cooperation.
Zhuge Liang lightly waved his feather fan, saying what Chief Lang Lai says is indeed true.
The underworld is vast and no single tribe can stand against it. My Shien city is willing to form a broader northern alliance with the Frostwolf tribe and all clans resisting the underworld, sharing resources and standing united against powerful enemies. We can provide your tribe with more materials and intelligence support against the underworld through special channels.
That's wonderful! Lang Lai exclaimed with joy.
With your support, the northern clans will be more emboldened.
Additionally, he hesitated and looked at Bing Yun.
Bing Yun understood and took out an ancient bone piece, emitting a faint chill, presenting it with both hands.
Leader Lin, Mr.
Zhuge, this item is an ancient artifact guarded by our clan for generations, said to be a token left by a water walker from ancient times.
The Elder mentioned that this item may be related to something your faction is currently investigating. Lin Shien and Zhuge Liang exchanged glances, intrigued.
Zhuge Liang took the bone piece, which felt cold to the touch. The surface was engraved with twisted water wave-like runes and in the center was a vague trident-like mark. As he carefully sensed it, a flicker of astonishment crossed his eyes.
These runes
contain an essence of ancient water principles somewhat similar to the aura of the murals in the sunken sand water palace.
This mark seems to be the emblem of an ancient water deity cult.
Water Walker.
Token.
Lin Shien looked at Bing Yun. Priest Bing Yun, do you know the specifics of this Water Walker's origins?
What is its connection to the sunken sand water palace?
Bing Yun shook her head.
The time is too far back and the records in our clan are incomplete.
All I know is that this Water Walker came from the south and once helped our ancestors withstand a great calamity, leaving this bone piece behind, saying that if a water-related disaster were to occur in the future it could be used to see clues. The Elder sensed a peculiar water-type spiritual energy fluctuation on your envoy, referring to the silver fragment, hence entrusted me to bring this item.
The clues are coming together.
The sunken sand water palace, the Water Walker, the ancient token. This bone piece is likely key to unlocking the deeper secrets of the sunken sand water palace or to connections with the potential legacy reincarnation fragments of a water deity.
This item is extremely important, thank you Elder and Priest Bing Yun. Lin Shien solemnly accepted the bone piece.
To be frank with both of you, we are indeed investigating an ancient site called the Sunken Sand Water Palace, which is suspected to be related to the ancient water deity and is currently coveted by the underworld. This item may assist me in unraveling its mysteries and averting disaster. Lang Lai replied earnestly, in that case we must cooperate even more closely. If we can prevent the underworld from obtaining the treasures of the water palace, it will cut off one of their arms. The two parties reached a detailed agreement regarding intelligence sharing, Shien City providing overall movements of the underworld and the Frostwolf tribe providing specific intelligence from the northern region, material exchanges, Shien City providing military equipment and elixirs and the Frostwolf tribe providing specialty minerals and spiritual materials, personnel exchanges, mutual dispatch of scholars, doctors and craftsmen for learning and establishing fixed communication
channels. Zhuge Liang also promised to assist the Frostwolf tribe in establishing a more complete early warning and defense formation in the Icewind Valley.
The talks were a complete success, leading to a substantial deepening of the Northern Alliance. The Frostwolf envoy lingered in Shien City for 10 days, gaining a comprehensive understanding of its strength and potential, and returned to the northern region through the teleportation array with generous gifts and firm confidence. Before leaving, Lang Lai patted his chest and assured that he would persuade more clans to join the alliance. Bing Yun established a long-term exchange mechanism with Shien City's medical officials. After sending off the envoy, Lin Shien and Zhuge Liang immediately redirected their focus back to the ancient bone piece. In the secret chamber, the bone piece floated in the air as Zhuge Liang activated the runes on it with spiritual energy, while Lin Shien held the silver fragment obtained from the water palace and carefully sensed it using the ancient jade. Buzz. The water wave runes on the bone piece gradually lit up, emitting a soft blue glow.
The silver fragment responded, shining faintly in resonance. The ancient jade emitted a clear guiding wave. The two lights intertwined, projecting a blurry flowing water scene in the air.
In the image, a magnificent outline of an underwater palace could be vaguely seen, with the layout passages and even several key nodes such as energy convergence points and possible core restrictions marked out.
Although many details remained unclear, it was vastly superior to the blind fumbling before.
More importantly, deep within the palace of the water palace, a clear indentation pattern was projected in a side hall marked by special runes perfectly matching the shape of the silver fragment.
Indeed.
This bone piece is part of the structural map of the Water Palace, and this fragment is the key to unlocking a certain crucial chamber.
Zhuge Liang's eyes sparkled with excitement.
Given the location and markings of this side hall, it is certainly not an ordinary place. Lin Xian's gaze was sharp.
It is very likely to conceal the core secrets of the Water Palace, or even be the seal of the reincarnation fragments. Indeed.
Zhuge Liang nodded. However, the map shows that there are multiple powerful restrictions on the path to this side hall, especially the final weak water barrier, which is marked as needing pure water-type spiritual energy or specific tokens to pass through. This bone piece is the map and this fragment is the key, but whether we can pass through the barrier remains uncertain. Regardless, we now have a clear goal and path. Lin Xian clenched the fragment, filled with confidence.
This is far better than the underworld's aimless flailing. Strategists immediately devise a detailed exploration plan based on this map.
We need to form the most elite exploration team, fully prepare and seize the core of the Water Palace in one fell swoop.
Understood.
Zhuge Liang bowed to accept the order and immediately began planning how to break through the restrictions in personnel configuration. While Shien City was intensively preparing to explore the sunken sand Water Palace, unsettling news came from the intelligence channels of the Starfire Alliance in the western part of the continent around the Hurricane Canyon. Several small to medium-sized factions had been wiped out by an unknown force in recent months, leaving behind faint traces of underworld aura and a kind of previously unseen violent destructive energy,
suggesting the emergence of new powerful enemies or new methods from the underworld. What a tumultuous time, Lin Xian said as he looked at the intelligence with a deep gaze. The northern region is still unsettled. The Water Palace exploration is underway, and now there are waves rising in the west. This battlefield of the myriad realms is becoming increasingly unstable. Yet he felt no fear in his heart, only a stronger fighting spirit. Shien City, amidst this turmoil, continued to grow, ready to face any challenge. He gazed towards the west and then at the Water Palace secret map in his hands. The next step is to uncover the ultimate secrets of the sunken sand Water Palace. After the Frostwolf envoy departed, Shien City entered a new cycle of military readiness and exploration. The northern front remained temporarily stable, but the disturbances in the western Hurricane Canyon loomed like a sword overhead, reminding Lin Xian that danger lurked everywhere. The urgent task at hand was to quickly uncover the secrets of the sunken sand water mansion and obtain any potential fragments of the reincarnation hall to bolster their own strength. In the secret chamber of the Hall of Heroic Spirits, Lin Xian, Zhuge Liang, Xiaohe Shien, and the newly appointed general of the Rock Shien gathered. Suspended in the air was a structural diagram of the sunken sand water mansion, resonating from ancient bone fragments and silver shards with light and shadow flowing, revealing intricate details. According to this diagram, the main structure of the water mansion is divided into 3 levels: the outer hall, the central courtyard, and the inner hall. Zhuge Liang pointed with his feather fan. The outer hall mainly consists of quarters for guards and servants as well as warehouses, and has been mostly explored and damaged by the nether domain, rendering it of little value. The central courtyard is the core area, containing important facilities such as a conference hall, a scripture repository, and an alchemy room, but it is sealed off by a powerful weak water barrier. The inner hall is the most mysterious. The diagram's markings are vague, only showing a side hall that requires the silver shard to unlock, suspected to be the core control room or the place of inheritance of the water mansion. His feather fan traced a key point between the central courtyard and the outer hall, highlighting a blue light curtain. This weak water barrier is an ancient water law restriction. Not even a feather can float and birds cannot pass. It can also erode spiritual power and souls. The diagram indicates that only pure water-type spiritual energy or specific tokens can pass through. None of us are purely water-type cultivators, and forcing our way through could lead to disaster. All eyes fell upon the silver shard.
Shien scratched his head and said, "Is this shard the key to the side hall?
Would it be useful against the weak water barrier?"
Zhuge Liang shook his head. According to the diagram, this shard is specifically for opening the side hall and is not of the same origin as the weak water barrier. Forcing an attempt could lead to unforeseen consequences.
Lin Xian pondered for a moment and said, "The diagram mentions pure water-type spiritual energy.
Military strategist, although we are not water-type, could there be items containing pure water spirits stored in Shien City's treasury? Or can we use external forces?"
Zhuge Liang's eyes sparkled with wisdom.
"What you say is very reasonable. I will consult ancient texts and integrate information from the Starfire Alliance. There may be a method worth trying. The treasury contains 3 pieces of 1000-year water spirit jade acquired from the Emerald Alliance, rich in pure water spirit, which could be refined into a water avoidance spirit pendant to protect one person for a short time to pass through the barrier.
Additionally,"
he looked at Shien. "General Shien, although the Crescent Spring is dry, its spring's depths connect to the water mansion's dark river, where there might remain a trace of the original water vein. If we use the water induction technique passed down from the general's tribe in conjunction with the water spirit jade, we might sense and guide that trace of origin to charge the spirit pendant, increasing our chances."
Shien patted his chest. "No problem. Leave it to me.
I will take people to set up formations at the spring.
Thank you, General. Lin Shen nodded and further instructed Zhuge Liang. Military strategist, you are fully responsible for refining the spirit pendant and selecting the exploration team. The exploration team should be more refined than numerous, skilled in formation, stealth and adaptability. Zhuge Liang replied confidently, I already have preliminary candidates.
Captain Mou has rich experience and is skilled in mechanisms and stealth. He can lead the team. We will select 2 members from the Shien Bird Guard who are proficient in formations, 1 warrior from the Stoneclaw tribe who is familiar with water, and 1 priest from the Greenwood clan skilled in healing and purification, already invited through alliance channels. A 5-member team is sufficient to handle most situations. Zhuge Liang will personally provide support from outside and guide remotely through the improved communication array. With the plan established, the machines of Shien City once again operated efficiently. Shien led the tribal warriors day and night to set up formations at the Crescent Spring, guiding the faint water vein energy. Zhuge Liang meanwhile entered seclusion to refine the water avoidance spirit pendant, using the water mansion structural diagram as a basis to deduce potential mechanisms, traps and counter strategies. 10 days later, all preparations were complete. Under the sparse moonlight, the 5-member exploration team led by Mou made their final preparations at the entrance of the sunken sand water mansion. Each member wore specially made water-wording spirit pattern leather armor with water avoidance talismans, evil-repelling talismans and communication jade talismans hanging from their waists. Mou also treasured within his arms the water avoidance spirit pendant crafted from 1000-year water spirit jade and infused with water vein energy, as well as the crucial silver shard. Lin Shen personally saw off the team, his expression solemn.
This mission is perilous, be extremely cautious. Investigation is the priority.
If things become untenable, withdraw immediately, safety first.
Understood. We will not fail our mission. Mou clasped his fists in acknowledgement and led the team into the deep spring cave.
The team quickly navigated along the familiar dark river path, swiftly reaching the half-collapsed stone door of the sunken sand mansion. Inside, the vast underground lake space remained, and the ruined palace cluster appeared particularly eerie and silent under the weak blue light of the central gem. Unlike last time, the battle traces near the entrance on the lake's surface had been covered by new water stains, as if everything had been silent for a long time. Following the diagram's guidance, the team avoided several areas marked with dangerous restrictions and stealthily approached the entrance of the central courtyard. Indeed, a faint blue light curtain, seemingly gentle yet exuding a heart-pounding aura, blocked their path like a water curtain. Beyond the light curtain, more magnificent pavilions and towers could be vaguely seen, but the space in that area was slightly distorted, as if it were in another dimension. Weak water barrier. Mou signaled the team to halt and took out the water avoidance spirit pendant. The pendant felt cool to the touch and emitted a soft water blue glow. He took a deep breath and brought the pendant close to the light curtain. Buzz. The pendant's blue light surged, creating a strange resonance with the weak water barrier. The barrier rippled like water disturbed by a thrown stone, slowly opening a gap just wide enough for one person to pass through. A pure yet bone-chilling water spirit energy rushed toward them.
Hurry in. The gap won't hold for long. Mou urged, being the first to dive in.
The remaining 4 followed closely behind. As they passed through the barrier, they felt a lightness throughout their bodies, as if they had entered another world.
The rippling entrance quickly closed behind them.
Before them lay a more expansive space with a square paved in white jade underfoot, and in the distance the palaces towered majestically, intricately carved, still evoking the grandeur of yesteryears despite the marks of time. The air was thick with rich water spirit energy, but it was also tinged with a sense of stale silence. According to the diagram, the scripture repository is to the left front, the alchemy room is to the right, and the conference hall is directly north. Our target is to the north through the conference hall, beyond which lies the entrance to the inner hall.
Mou unfolded a simple map and whispered.
The team formed a defensive formation and cautiously advanced toward the conference hall. Along the way they saw more battle traces, the remains of the nether ghost guards, as well as more bizarre icebound or torn water monster corpses, clearly indicating that the previous conflict had been exceptionally fierce. Some side halls showed signs of having been violently breached, appearing entirely emptied, as if they had long been looted. It seems that the people of the nether domain have also broken through the barrier before, but at a considerable cost, and it seems they did not find anything truly core. A team member assessed the traces.
We must not be careless, stay vigilant.
There may be remaining guards or traps.
Mou cautioned.
Indeed, as they approached a side hall corridor near the conference hall, a sudden anomaly occurred. From the shadows of the corridor's pillars, several transparent figures made entirely of water-wielding weapons of condensed water silently pounced. They had no life aura but exuded a powerful energy fluctuation, their attacks swift and fierce.
It's the water soul guards. Spirit bodies condensed by formations.
A formation expert among the team exclaimed, immediately casting several disruption talismans to interfere with their movements. Another team member unleashed fire spells and the intense heat caused the water soul guard's forms to ripple. MOU moved like a phantom, drawing a short blade enveloped in a thin layer of Shien energy specifically designed to counter spirit bodies. With a few flashes he struck down 2 water soul guards. The Greenwood priest chanted incantations, a green halo enveloping the team, dispelling the chilling aura contained within the water soul's attacks. The Stoneclaw warrior swung a giant axe, relying on sheer strength. The team coordinated skillfully and quickly resolved this group of guards. However, the commotion seemed to have alerted something deeper within. From the direction of the conference hall came a low growl, and a more powerful presence began to awaken.
Hurry up! Directly to the entrance of the inner hall.
MOU decisively commanded, no longer paying attention to any potential treasures along the way. The scripture repository alchemy room, fully focusing on rushing toward the back of the conference hall. Passing through the grand yet empty conference hall, they found a massive jade wall engraved with vast starry seas and tidal patterns. The jade wall was smooth as a mirror, and at its center was an inconspicuous groove, the shape of which perfectly matched the silver shard.
This is it. MOU suppressed his excitement and retrieved the silver shard.
As soon as the shard appeared, it resonated with the jade wall, emitting a faint glow.
However, just as he prepared to place the shard into the groove, an anomaly occurred. Boom!
The floor of the conference hall trembled violently. The surrounding pool water surged, and 4 towering figures clad in heavy armor and wielding giant halberds, the water general statues, rose from the pool, their eye sockets igniting with ghostly blue soul flames, exuding a terrifying pressure comparable to a level 9 lord. Even more terrifying was the massive figure slowly emerging from the center of the pool, entirely composed of weak water, its form hazy and radiating fluctuations of law, the guardian core of the weak water barrier, the water soul general.
Intruders! Die!
The water soul general emitted a blurred mental wave, and the 4 statues simultaneously stepped forward, the earth rumbling as their giant halberds swung down with the force to tear everything apart, striking towards the team.
Form a defensive array. MOU's pupils contracted as he shouted sharply.
The 5 instantly backed up against each other, fully raising their shields. The healing halo of the Greenwood priest, the protective talismans of the formation master, the blood chi shield of the Stoneclaw warrior, and MOU's Shien wall all stacked together.
Boo! 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 Boo!
4 terrifying attacks slammed into the shield. The shield trembled violently, instantly covered in cracks. The weakest formation master and Greenwood priest spat blood and fell to the ground. The Stoneclaw warrior's hands were crushed, and MOU felt his blood surge.
This was a force they simply couldn't withstand. Captain! What to do?
A team member shouted in despair. MOU's eyes flashed with determination as he suddenly slapped the water avoidance spirit pendant against his chest, pouring all his spiritual energy into it. The pendant exploded with blinding blue light, temporarily blocking a following weak water impact from the water soul general, but the pendant also instantly became covered in cracks.
I will hold them off. You go open the door.
MOU shouted at the remaining team member, who could still move, while he wielded his short blade, transforming into a series of afterimages, desperately entangling the 4 statues to create an opportunity for his teammates. With red eyes, the team member grabbed the silver shard on the ground and dashed toward the jade wall groove without hesitation. The water soul general let out an angry roar as weak water transformed into a giant hand and slammed down.
The 4 statues also abandoned MOU and swung their giant halberds in unison.
Just as the team was on the brink of annihilation. At that critical moment, the silver shard pressed against the groove, and upon contact with the jade wall, it erupted with an unprecedented brilliant silver light. The starry sea tidal patterns on the jade wall seemed to come alive.
An immense ancient will imbued with endless sorrow and majesty awakened suddenly like a colossal dragon that had slumbered for eons. Buzz. The silver light engulfed the entire conference hall. Time seemed to freeze.
The weak water giant hand and the giant halberd shattered upon contact with the silver light, as if melting away like ice and snow. The soul flames in the eyes of the 4 statues extinguished instantly, leaving them standing motionless. The water soul general, composed of weak water, let out a piercing scream filled with fear, its massive form twisting violently before ultimately dissolving back into a pool of weak water, falling silent. The silver light gradually retracted, converging onto the jade wall. The jade wall split silently in half and slid open to reveal a deep passage exuding an even older aura. At the end of the passage, a faint blue light flickered. The exploration team, having survived the ordeal, collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath, staring at the open passage, their faces filled with shock and disbelief.
What was that just now? MOU clutched his chest, looking at the cracked spirit pendant and the vanished enemies, still feeling apprehensive.
The team member who opened the passage tightly gripped the dim silver shard and murmured, "It's the shard.
It seems to have awakened something."
Deep within the passage, the blue light flickered like a breath, as if waiting for something.
The most core secret of the sunken sand water mansion finally opened its doors to them.
Behind the jade wall, the passage was deep and shrouded in an ancient and damp atmosphere. A blue light emanated from the end of the passage, resembling a lighthouse in the deep sea, carrying an indescribable sadness and call. Mou struggled to support his injured body, placing the unconscious Qingmu priest and the array master in a relatively safe corner while a Stoneclaw warrior kept a simple watch over them. He took a healing pill, and with another lightly injured member of the Shien bird guard Night Owl, they supported each other and cautiously stepped into the passage. The passage was not long. After about 100 steps, the view suddenly opened up. This was a grand hall entirely constructed of some kind of blue crystal. The dome of the hall was high, embedded with countless luminous pearls emitting soft blue light resembling a starry sky. The surrounding walls were adorned with magnificent murals depicting scenes of towering waves, the water god guiding rain, and ancient tribes paying homage. In the center of the hall was a huge pool made of transparent crystal which did not contain ordinary water but a liquid spirit spring that flowed gently, exuding vibrant life and the fluctuations of the laws. In the center of the spirit spring pool floated a crystal coffin that was translucent and sparkling. Inside the coffin lay a vague female figure formed from pure water elements. She had a serene expression, her hands folded across her chest holding a diamond-shaped crystal the size of a pigeon egg which continuously emitted soft blue light and a deep aura of reincarnation. Within that crystal, countless tiny whirlpools seemed to ebb and flow, containing unimaginable vast energy and supreme laws. At that moment, the ancient jade in Lin Xian's arms resonated with an unprecedented intense desire that almost burst forth. Indeed, it was the reincarnation hall fragment. However, even more startling was the presence of a slightly ethereal figure beside the crystal coffin formed from water light, a manifestation of an old man. His hair and beard were white, clothed in an ancient priest's robe, and his eyes were filled with endless sorrow and a sense of guardianship. He was the very image of the water walker seen in the mural. Evidently this was a remnant guardian soul, thought. As Mou and Night Owl stepped into the hall, the old man's soul slowly raised his head, his gaze sweeping over them before finally settling on the dim silver fragment in Mou's hand, letting out a long sigh filled with the weight of time. It has been countless years. Finally, a fated person arrives holding the water key. Mou's heart trembled and he respectfully bowed, saying, "Junior Mou, having inadvertently entered this treasure land, disturbing your slumber, it was truly unintentional. I wonder if you are." "I am the last guardian priest of the Bai Bo Water Mansion, Songming. You may also refer to me as the Water Walker, you know. Bai Bo Water Mansion. It seems that Chen Sha Water Mansion is the later name." Mou and Night Owl exchanged glances, shock evident in their hearts. "Senior, the external water mansion is in ruins and the nether realm is wreaking havoc. We have come to stop the desecration of this place by the nether realm and to seek a glimmer of hope." Mou spoke candidly while also remaining vigilant. The nether realm. Again the nether realm. A trace of pain flickered in Song Ming's soul gaze. In the past it was they who stirred the 9 nether blood sea, contaminating the water veins, causing the water mansion to collapse. The mansion lord, to protect the beings of this area, used his divine soul to activate the Han Hai Pearl, purifying the filth, yet he fell into slumber from exhaustion. His gaze turned towards the crystal coffin. Mansion lord. Han Hai Pearl. Mou looked at the crystal coffin and the blue crystal understanding in his heart. The woman in the coffin was likely the owner of the Bai Bo Water Mansion, an ancient water god. And what she held was the core Han Hai Pearl of the water mansion, and it could very well be a piece of the reincarnation hall. Senior, the nether realm seems to have returned, perhaps precisely for this. Han Hai Pearl. Mou probed. Poof. Coveting divine artifacts, foolish dreams. Song Ming's soul let out a cold snort. The Han Hai Pearl is the essence of the mansion lord and is one of the key nodes maintaining the balance of the water veins in this realm. How could evil beings lay their hands on it? Since you have passed the trial to awaken my remnant thought and have come holding the water key, it shows a connection to the mansion lord. Perhaps this is fate. He paused, his gaze intensely fixed on Mou and Night Owl. Before the mansion lord fell into slumber, he stated that when a fated person arrives, he may impart the true water control technique to help them initially master the power of the water mansion to guard this pearl awaiting the arrival of the true fated one to completely awaken the mansion lord and restore the water veins. The true fated one. Mou's heart stirred. Could it refer to the master Lin Xian? However, the inheritance is not an easy matter. Song Ming's tone turned stern. It requires passing the heart mirror trial to verify one's true heart. Those without great willpower, great compassion, and a connection to the water system cannot obtain it. Are you willing to try? Mou and Night Owl exchanged determined glances. This was an immense opportunity, a significant responsibility, and the key to fulfilling their master's trust. I am willing to try. The two replied in unison. Good. Song Ming's soul nodded, raising a hand to point. 2 translucent water mirrors as thin as cicada wings flew up from the spirit spring pool, hovering in front of Mou and Night Owl. Concentrate, calm your mind, visualize your true heart, and the heart mirror will reveal itself.
Following his words, the two sat cross-legged and immersed their minds into the water mirrors.
In an instant, Mo felt the scene before him shift as if he were amidst towering waves facing various illusory trials, temptations of power, fears of dire straitsponds with loved ones.
All questions of his Tao heart and true nature.
He held firm to his true heart, remembering his responsibilities to Shien City and Lin Xian's trust, breaking through illusions and sustaining his Tao heart with increasing resolve. Night Owl also experienced similar trials. His character was steadfast and loyal, though occasionally shaken. He ultimately maintained clarity of mind. Unbeknownst to how much time had passed, the two opened their eyes almost simultaneously. The water mirrors before them radiated brilliant light, reflecting their clear and resolute Tao hearts. In Mo's mirror, the banners of Shien City and Lin Xian's figure faintly emerged. In Night Owl's mirror, there was a fervent dedication to protection.
Excellent. Truly excellent. Song Ming's soul revealed a look of satisfaction.
Your hearts are pure and your will is resilient. You may inherit my mansion's legacy. He formed hand seals and two streams of blue light flew out from his soul, entering Mo and Night Owl's foreheads respectively. A vast flow of information instantly surged into their minds. This was the introductory chapter of the true water control technique and some basic methods for manipulating the water mansion's foundational prohibitions. Simultaneously, the floating silver fragment water key transformed into a stream of light, merging into Mo's body, establishing an initial connection. This is the initial inheritance, assisting you in temporarily grasping the outer prohibitions of the water mansion, dispelling weak water and sealing the entrance. As for the Han Hai Pearl, Song Ming's soul gaze turned towards the crystal coffin, sighing, it is beyond your current reach.
To act forcibly would lead to backlash.
Moreover, the mansion lord is in slumber and requires a specific timing and destiny to be awakened. Your current priority is to guard this place and prevent the nether realm from succeeding. His soul became increasingly ethereal, clearly exhausted.
My remnant thought is about to dissipate. The water mansion shall be entrusted to you?
Before he finished speaking, his soul transformed into specks of blue light, dissipating into the air, leaving only a long sigh. Mo and Night Owl felt the surge of inheritance and a faint sense of control over the water mansion in their minds, their emotions surging. They solemnly bowed 3 times in the direction where Song Ming's soul had vanished.
Mo team, what shall we do now?
Night Owl looked at the crystal coffin and the Han Hai Pearl, his eyes filled with both awe and worry. The treasure was within reach, yet they could not take it now, bearing the responsibility of guarding it.
Mo replied calmly, what Song Ming Sr. said is indeed true. This matter is of great importance beyond our handling.
The urgent task is to follow the senior's teachings, initially master the water mansion, seal the entrance, and cut off the nether realm's ambitions. Then we must promptly report this situation to our master for his decision. He attempted to operate the true water control technique he had just acquired, communicating with the water mansion's prohibitions using the water key within him. After a moment, the entire water mansion trembled slightly. The weak water barrier separating the inner courtyard and outer hall glowed brightly, becoming more solid, while a heavy water curtain seal quietly descended at the entrance to the crescent spring, completely sealing the water mansion. Having completed all this, Mo finally let out a sigh of relief. He took out a communication jade talisman detailing everything he saw and heard in the depths of the water mansion, that Song Ming inheritance, the existence of the Han Hai Pearl reincarnation hall fragment, and his handling methods, reporting it thoroughly to Lin Xian, who was thousands of miles away. Shien City Hall of Heroes. Lin Xian, through the Shien shadow mirror, saw the images and information transmitted back by Mo, especially the close-up of the crystal coffin and Han Hai Pearl, his heart shaken. The desire emanating from the ancient jade was nearly boiling. It was indeed a fragment of the reincarnation hall. And it was a fragment combined with the essence of an ancient water god. Its value was incalculable. At the same time, he felt gratified by Mo's decisiveness and loyalty. In the presence of such a treasure, being able to hold firm to his true heart and prioritize the larger picture was truly rare. The true water control technique and the control over the water mansion were already tremendous gains. Master, this is a great blessing for Shien City.
Zhuge Liang was also excited.
Acquiring this water mansion not only grants us control over a strategic location and ancient inheritance, but also secures a key fragment. However, fortune often hides peril. This place has become the eye of a vortex, and the nether realm will not give up. Lin Xian took a deep breath, suppressing the tumult within, and said solemnly, what the strategist said is indeed correct. Order Mo to have the team temporarily stationed at the periphery of the water mansion, relying on the prohibitions for strict defense. No one is to enter the core hall without my command. At the same time, completely conceal the entrance to the water mansion and set up deceptive formations.
Liang, go do it immediately.
Zhuge Liang accepted the command and added, Captain Mo has obtained the inheritance of the water mansion, which may allow him to establish a long-term presence here, cultivating and managing it, turning the water mansion into a secret base and outpost for Shien City in the northwest direction. The Stoneclaw tribe may also relocate some of their people to the vicinity of Crescent Spring both to guard and to benefit from the spiritual energy dissipating from the water mansion.
Agreed.
Lin Shien nodded and said in addition promptly send the image and information of the Han Hai Pearl through the highest secrecy channels of the Starfire Alliance to King Steward inquiring if the Alliance has any further records regarding this Pearl Reincarnation Hall fragment especially.
Ways to awaken that Water God Mansion Lord. Understood.
The orders were swiftly issued. MOE's team began to establish a simple camp at the periphery of the water mansion, familiarizing themselves with the prohibitions. Upon learning that the crisis of the water mansion had been resolved and that they could use the spiritual energy to rebuild their homeland, the Stoneclaw people were overjoyed and immediately began organizing the relocation.
Days later the Starfire Alliance replied, but the content left Lin Shien and Zhuge Liang frowning.
King Steward's reply confirmed that the Han Hai Pearl was likely a fragment of the reincarnation hall containing water system laws, along with some vague ancient records mentioning that awakening such fragments combined with divine essence required extremely stringent conditions, either resonance with divine power of the same level such as other fragments or divine artifacts or specific rituals and vast amounts of belief power,
or essence energy, or
finding an existence or token with a profound connection to the original master of the fragment. In short, it was as difficult as climbing to the sky. Currently Shien City simply does not meet the conditions. It seems that awakening the water god and retrieving the fragment will not be accomplished overnight.
Lin Shien sighed, but his gaze remained firm.
Fortunately, the fragment is now in my control and the water mansion has become a shield. For now our priority is to enhance our own strength to deal with threats from all directions. He looked westward, the shadow of the Hurricane Canyon still looming over.
Strategist increased the investment in intelligence regarding the west.
I have a feeling that the troubles from that direction may not be smaller than those from the Nether Realm.
Liang understood.
The matter of the Chensha water mansion came to a temporary conclusion. Shien City had gained partial control and inheritance of an ancient ruin confirming the whereabouts of a reincarnation hall fragment, but also bore a heavy burden that must be protected. And the true storm seemed to be gathering in the west. The journey of Shien City had never ceased. The matter of the Chensha water mansion has temporarily come to a close and Shien City has entered a brief period of stability. The MOU team, armed with the Yushui Jinjue and partial control over the water mansion, has taken position at Crescent Spring, practicing while constructing a defensive outpost using restrictions. The Shurjua tribe has gradually migrated to the vicinity of the spring, relying on the thin spiritual energy emanating from the water mansion to recuperate, cultivating cold-resistant crops, effectively transforming this once desolate area into a barrier and resource point in the northwest of Shien City. In the northern border, the Frost Wolf tribe has allied with nearby remnants, leveraging their geographical advantage and support from Shien City to form a standoff against the Netherworld forces, creating a tense situation.
However, this tranquility did not last long.
Bad news from the western edge of the continent, the Hurricane Canyon, poured into Shien City like a sandstorm sweeping across the Gobi. The intelligence channels of the Starfire Alliance, rumors from trading caravans and sporadic distress signals on the regional channels all pointed to one fact: the Hurricane Canyon and its surrounding tens of thousands of square kilometers are shrouded in a mysterious and terrifying shadow of death. In just a few months, over 7 small to medium-sized forces have been completely wiped out, including the Black Stone Fortress, which had a population of nearly 10,000 and 2 level 9 lords stationed. The mode of destruction was eerily similar. In one night the city turned into a dead zone. All living beings perished, corpses withered and their essence and souls vanished without a trace, leaving only a thick aura of netherworld death and an unprecedented destructive energy residue filled with madness. What is more unsettling is that survivors, refugees from the outskirts, claim to have glimpsed figures in the black mist that were not netherworld creatures but rather individuals clad in tattered black robes with crimson pupils, erratic behavior exuding an aura that sent shivers down the spine. Mad soldiers. On this day within the Shien City town hall, the atmosphere was as heavy as iron. Lin Shien, Zhuge Liang, Xiao Hineishi Tang, who had mostly recovered and could participate in discussions, and the newly appointed General Shien gathered together. Floating in the air was the latest Western region map drawn by the Starfire Alliance using spells marked with alarming crimson crosses representing the annihilated forces, the scope of which was continuously expanding eastward. The nearest red cross was less than 1,000 miles from the traditional influence boundary of Shien City. The intelligence has been verified, Zhuge Liang said, lightly fanning himself, his expression unusually serious. The destruction of the Black Stone Fortress was not caused by ordinary netherworld forces. The senior steward of the Alliance, Ching He, personally went to the outskirts to investigate and confirmed the residual energy at the scene, which, while based on netherworld death energy, was fundamentally a more bizarre and destructive energy with soul-corroding characteristics unlike any known netherworld martial arts or creatures. Those black-robed mad soldiers are also not documented in the Alliance's files and are suspected to be a new and terrifying organization that may either collude with or stand alongside the netherworld domain temporarily named Corrode.
Corrode.
Lin Shien pondered this ominous term, his gaze sharp as a blade.
Annihilating cities overnight, extracting souls.
Such ruthless methods. It seems that while the Netherworld is directly attacking the northern border and secretly plotting against the Water Mansion, they have also opened a new front in the west, and their tactics are even more brutal. Your lordship, please be clear-minded.
Zhuge Liang nodded.
According to the Alliance's analysis, the operational style of the Corrode organization is vastly different from the Netherworld's usual tactics of erosion and enslavement, leaning more towards complete destruction and devouring. Their goal seems not to be occupation but rather
harvesting.
Harvesting live souls and even the energy of the earth.
Their ambitions are likely greater and more dangerous.
Neishi Tang slammed his fist on the table, angrily declaring, regardless of whether it's Corrode or the Netherworld, such slaughter of living beings is intolerable. Your lordship, I request to lead an elite team westward for reconnaissance.
If we encounter these scoundrels, we will ensure they do not return.
Shien also added, indeed. I, a son of the Shurjua, have just found a place to settle and wish to repay your lordship's great kindness.
I am willing to be the vanguard.
Lin Shan raised his hand to suppress the voices of the generals seeking battle, speaking solemnly. Revenge is necessary and enemies must be dealt with, but we cannot be reckless. This enemy can silently wipe out several cities. Their strength and methods are unfathomable. Our army has just gone through a great battle. Although we have had time to rest, launching an expedition to the western edge presents issues regarding troop supplies and intelligence.
He looked at Zhuge Liang.
Strategist, in your opinion, how should we respond to the current situation? Zhuge Liang pondered for a moment, pointing at the map with his feather fan. I have 3 strategies for your lordship to decide. First, consolidate and strengthen our foundations and wait for the right moment. Strengthen the defenses of Shien City and its affiliated outposts, especially the Northwest Water Mansion and the Northern Passage, to prevent the enemy from feigning attacks in the east while sneaking in from the west. At the same time, accelerate the integration of internal forces, enhance military preparedness, and accumulate strength. This is a prudent strategy that can ensure our foundation is secure, but it seems somewhat passive and risks losing the initiative.
Second, send envoys to form alliances to jointly resist the strong enemy.
Although the western region has faced slaughter, not all forces have been wiped out. Yenyang City, an ally of Liang City, and the Shatua Merchant Association, which are relatively close to us, must be alarmed. I can send eloquent and persuasive individuals bearing gifts to clarify the pros and cons and attempt to form an anti-Corrode alliance in the western region. If successful, we can leverage their strength to push the front line away from our territory. However, alliances are often loose, with each harboring their own thoughts, making the effectiveness difficult to predict. Third, take the initiative to strike and conduct elite reconnaissance. Select absolutely loyal experts skilled in stealth and adaptability to form an elite reconnaissance team, secretly advancing westward into the Hurricane Canyon area to investigate the true nature of Corrode troop distribution, operational patterns, and even weaknesses. This strategy carries the greatest risk, but once successful, the intelligence gained will be invaluable, providing the most crucial basis for our subsequent decisions.
The hall fell silent for a moment as everyone weighed their options.
Lin Xian's gaze swept over the encroaching red area on the map, recalling the entanglements in the northern border and the heavy burden of the Water Mansion, and he had already made up his mind. Passive defense is by no means his style. Hasty alliances are prone to constraints.
Only by knowing ourselves and our enemies can we emerge unscathed from every battle.
General Neishi, General Shien, while your loyalty and courage are commendable, the army has not yet moved and supplies must precede action. Intelligence must also come first. Lin Xian slowly spoke, his voice resolute.
My intention is to implement all 3 strategies concurrently, with the third as the top priority.
Effective immediately, Shien City will enter a state of extraordinary readiness. All defense lines must be reinforced and materials stockpiled. This is our foundation.
At the same time, Mr.
Xiao He will be responsible for secretly contacting the surviving forces in the western region, expressing goodwill and exploring the possibility of alliances. This is our external support. He paused, his gaze sharp as a torch, looking at everyone. And the heavy responsibility of reconnaissance. Before he could finish, a cool and firm voice resonated from outside the hall. I am willing to go. Everyone turned to see a figure silently appear at the door, kneeling on one knee. The newcomer wore dark armor with an ordinary face but possessed keen, penetrating eyes. His aura was restrained like a blade hidden in the shadows. He was none other than the leader of the Shien Bird Guard, Xing Sha. He had just returned from a mission in the northern border, weary from travel but filled with fighting spirit. Xing Sha, you have just returned from the northern border and have not rested. Lin Xian frowned slightly. Your lord, the situation in the northern border is stable and the Frost Wolf tribe can stand alone. However, the enemy in the western region is enigmatic and requires stealth reconnaissance. I have some understanding of concealment, tracking, and crisis response, and I am willing to be the spearhead for your lord to ascertain the enemy's situation. Xing Sha's voice was not loud, but it struck with clarity.
Zhuge Liang nodded slightly. Captain Xing Sha is indeed an excellent choice.
His experience is rich, his attention to detail is acute, and he has recently acquired the inheritance of the Water Mansion, which may be effective in concealing his presence and responding to energy erosion. Lin Shien observed Ingshaw's resolute eyes, knowing his resolve was firm and that he was indeed the most suitable candidate.
He no longer hesitated. Very well.
In that case, I entrust the important task of reconnaissance in the western region to you. You may select 5 of the finest from the Shien bird guards equipped with the best gear and sufficient pills and talismans to depart in 3 days.
This mission is perilous. All matters must prioritize self-preservation and the transmission of intelligence. Do not engage in prolonged battles. I will obey the order. I will certainly not disappoint your lord.
Ingshao deeply cupped his fists. Strategist, please allocate resources immediately to prepare everything needed for Captain Ingshaw's team.
Mr.
Xiao He, you will be fully responsible for the diplomatic matters in the western region. Generals Naishi and Shien, prepare your troops and weapons and be ready at all times.
We obey the command.